Chapter 181 Bloody Hunting Competition Rules. In this situation, no matter whether Xiao Wentian or Xiao Zhenshi spoke, they would fall into the opponent's trap. Only Chu Yun would be the most appropriate. Respond with simple and direct words. Gong Xingsai was furious. If it was Xiao Wentian or Xiao Zhenshi who spoke angrily, Gong Xingsai would laugh and say why the opponent was so angry. But now it was Chu Yun, whom he totally ignored, who spoke up. How could he not be angry? Seeing this ball of meat dancing with extreme anger, Chu Yun suddenly smiled slightly. His goal has been achieved. In the eyes of outsiders, his side was calm and elegant, while the other side was red in the face like a clown. In such an occasion where high and top rich people gathered, this kind of anger and rudeness would make most people frown. The trap that Gong Xingsai set for Xiao Wentian and Xiao Zhenshi was cleverly bounced back by Chu Yun in an instant. Xiao Zhenshi looked at Chu Yun excitedly, and Xiao Wentian looked up to Chu Yun even more. The level of his son's best friend in dealing with the world is much higher than he imagined. He had originally prepared himself to fight back after Xiao Zhenshi's angry rebuttal. As for his own son, he would learn from his mistakes. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun cleverly used his identity and psychology to directly cross this hurdle. Behind Gong Xingsai, a skinny young man walked out with a gloomy face. He looked up and down at Chu Yun, and finally showed an extremely contemptuous expression. I thought he was a master genius, but I didn't expect you to be just a mere doctor. Hey, does your Xiao family have no talents to show off? The bodyguard of our young master actually has a doctor? Ha ha! This man laughed arrogantly. In the bloody hunting competition, every rich man can send a team, and each team can only have a maximum of 5 people. The children of the rich are called the core in this game, and the remaining helpers are called guardians. In order to ensure the safety of the cores, the strength of the protectors is generally extraordinary, and they all have their own abilities. They are basically well-known geniuses, or local masters. The name Chu Yun is still only known in Xuanqing, and outsiders don't know it. And the mosaic that is popular on the internet, not many people know it is Chu Yun. Even if my young master only needs me as a doctor, he can kill through the whole field. Chu Yun looked at Xiao Zhenshi. Fat cough. Young master, don't you think so? Ah, yes. That's right, Xiao Zhenshi said in a shocking voice. Even if I only bring 1 doctor, it is easy to kill through this bloody hunting competition. How arrogant! Arrogant? Gong Sheng. Wait until we meet at the bloody hunting competition, and then cry and beg me for mercy. Xiao Zhenshi also learned to be smart, no longer mixed in the quagmire in this regard. But after making a harsh remark, he got away with 1 blow. It is the essence of it. Gong Sheng looked furious, but there was nothing he could do, because the game hadn't started yet. Looking at Gong Sheng's appearance, Xiao Zhenshi couldn't help but whispered, this guy doesn't look like his father. Are they really father and son? Chu Yun also felt strange. It's hard to say. Although Xiao Zhenshi was fat when he was a child, he is now very strong and has a bit of wise and heroic temperament. He looks like a model of Xiao Wentian's calm and elegant appearance, and Gong Xingsai's podgy appearance, and Gong Sheng's skinny appearance. After Gong Xingsai left, several more rich people came to talk to Xiao Wentian, and the few people who came this time were more friendly and had a conversation. Even in hostile relationships, they often have to be harmonious on the surface. The conflict between Xiao Wentian and Gong Xingsai is extremely rare. Moreover, Xiao Wentian believes that harmony brings wealth and is gentle. He also has a large number of wealthy friends and solid connections. Not long after, in the central area of the wealthy, on the high platform of the organizer, an old man with an old face but a straight back appeared. The old man was dressed in gorgeous clothes, energetic, and his eyes were like lightning. It's Shi Quan's throne. I didn't expect that he would really be the host this time. I actually saw the real person. Faced with the rain of discussions, Shi Quan showed a faint smile. Shi Quan, the ancestor of the Shi family, one of the strongest families in Su province, is now more than 450 years old and has the strength of the throne level. There is an insurmountable gap between the star glory level and the throne level. A casual blow is enough to cause the earth to completely collapse, and mortals tremble. When reaching the throne level, the lifespan will soar to 500 years, and the strength has completely exceeded the imagination of mortals, going up to the level of the peerless with a lifespan of 1,000 years, the holy throne with a lifespan of 10,000 years, and then the eternal and immortal throne. Although Shi Quan is now more than 450 years old and half buried in the ground. He is still very energetic. It is also simple to organize a conference now. Everyone. Shi Quan spoke loudly. Next, I will explain the rules of this bloody hunting competition. All the wealthy people, young people, and even foreign experts who were talking, all fell silent, looked at Shi Quan on the host platform, and listened quietly. Although according to the habit of the wealthy group in the south, a bloody hunting competition is held every 3 years. The rules are different every time, so it can bring these wealthy people a complete sense of freshness. First of all, the Mozin rainforest is vast and boundless, so it is impossible to cover the entire Mozin rainforest, and it is extremely dangerous to go too deep. The organizer has demarcated a large area in the Mozin rainforest, and this large area is the venue for this bloody hunting competition. Don't worry. This venue is large enough for you to show your fists and feet and fight at will. And this large area will be subdivided into more than 100 areas. And the danger level of these areas has been divided into 7 colors after our evaluation. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple are arranged in order. The red area represents the most dangerous area with a difficulty of 7. And the purple area represents the simplest area with a difficulty of 1. Each team has a maximum of 5 people, and each team will go to a region. As for which region to go to, it will be decided by drawing lots. The team will go to the land drawn. Of course, if the more dangerous area is completed, the score will be greater than the area with a lower color. If the area with a higher difficulty is completed, the score will be counted as the same as the difficulty level. After the completion of the land, you can also go to other teams' areas to compete for points. After the 5-hour competition is over, the score will be recorded. The one with the highest score will receive the reward prepared by our organizers, the numbered item. Morag's Ring. Chapter 182 Morag's Ring. Numbering object. Morag's Ring. Everyone present looked at the table behind Shi Quan on the podium. Several waiters opened the red cloth on the table. 3 dark red iron rings appeared in front of the world. These were 3 rusty iron rings. The one in the middle had a complicated pattern, while the 2 on the side were extremely simple. Each of the 3 rings had a fragment outlined on it, and these 3 fragments combined together could form a vampire pattern. Between the 3 Morag's rings, there was a faint blood color flowing, with 1 main ring and 2 secondary rings as the circulation, never stopping. It turned out to be this numbering object. Xiaozhencher frowned slightly. Morag's ring is a numbering object with a main ring and 2 secondary rings in one. The wearer must wear the main ring, and let the prisoners or criminals wear the secondary ring. After wearing it, the life of the wearer of the secondary ring becomes a barrier for the wearer of the main ring. When the main ring wearer is attacked with a fatal attack, the life of the secondary ring holder will be used to offset it. It is a numbered object that can save lives, but it itself contains extremely strange power. It has independent consciousness. Even if the secondary ring wearer wears it for too long without the life of the main ring wearer, the vitality will gradually dry up and weaken, and be injected into the main ring wearer, and the main ring wearer will gradually become indifferent, and even lose humanity, become as cold as a vampire. Rumor has it that the Morag ring comes from the vampire Count Morag. This peerless vampire once set off a bloody storm in the God-given empire. Morag Moonlight Castle became a dreaded area in the God-given empire. Countless humans died at the hands of Count Morag, but no attack could kill Morag. Finally, the vampire was punished by the throne of God, and his invincible ability to resist death was invalidated. He was finally killed, and Count Morag's ring, the Morag ring, was lost among the people and eventually lost. The imperial officials finally decided to designate the Morag ring as a numbered object number 405. Although all the numbered objects are evil things, the Morag ring is the most important one among them. Chu Yun also raised his eyebrows. The organizer can still find such things? It's amazing. In Chu Yun's impression, the Shi family has gradually declined because of Shi Quan's old age. But none of the young talents of the Shi family can reach the level of Shi Quan. The huge Shi family is on the decline. I didn't expect the Shi family to spend so much money to get this numbered item as a prize. I think the sponsor must have made a lot of money. But why is the numbered item still too evil? For example, Chu Yun's time pocket watch. It is written in the numbered item file that it can modify the time automatically. Although it sounds very dangerous, it is really not evil at all. After seeing this numbered item, many wealthy people were excited. They are so eager for this kind of life-saving item, no matter whether it is evil or not. Even Xiao Wentian has been assassinated several times. But Xiao Wentian seems to have a little disgust for this Morag ring at this time. Xiao Wentian and Xiao Zhencher are really father and son. I just wanted to have fun. But I didn't expect the prize to be this numbered item. I have to do my best now. You come on this time and help my son. I will definitely win this numbered item. Oh! It's really interesting. In this bloody hunting competition, it's better to go to the high-risk area. The points are enough. Various wealthy people spoke up. And the crowd was excited. These wealthy people love and hate high-risk areas. On the host platform, Shi Quan continued to speak firmly. When we were opening up the area, in addition to the ferocious beasts that already existed in the area, we also cooperated with the Ministry of Public Security to put some extremely evil and unforgivable criminal professionals into the area. Of course, these centers have no equipment, but the basic level is very high. The highest is the Star Glory level. If these people can come out alive, they can wash away some of their sins, join the military, and wait to make amends. This is also to select some high-quality and powerful cannon fodder for the military cannon fodder camp. The sinners can kill the team without any scruples. So it is extremely bloody. If you want to quit now, you can still quit. Once you enter the area, you can't regret it. The whole audience was silent, and no one chose to quit, because this is a habitual competition for the rich in the South. One purpose of this bloody hunting competition is for the rich to communicate, and the second is to show the latest products of their own group or company, and let the VIPs watch when the participating teams use them. And these distinguished guests include combat departments and military departments of various colleges, as well as some super rich people who control raw materials. Companies like Xiao Wentian and Gongxingsai actually use raw materials to design and manufacture products, and the providers of these raw materials are the real big guys. These big guys have a seat at the top of the Tianfeng Empire. They will not come down to play with these rich people. But just observe. Seeing that no one withdrew, Shi Quan nodded slightly with satisfaction, raised the hammer, and knocked on the table. Then, the bloody hunting competition, the drawing session, begins now. A waiter placed a lottery box next to Shi Quan. The various corps walked up to the stage and drew lots. A young master took out a lot from it. This lot was pure green, with the number 34 written on it. Your team will go to area 34, and the danger level of this area is 4. Shi Quan said calmly. The map will be sent to the competition group in the form of pictures soon. So remember to save it. The young men and women went up to draw the prizes. Some were happy and some were sad. Xiao Zhencher also strode forward and casually pulled out a red stick. The number on it was 100. Your team will go to area 100. And the difficulty of this area is 7. Red light level area. The most difficult area. And the map shows that area 100 is also the most dangerous among the areas with a danger level of 7. Simply put, area 100 is the most dangerous area in the entire bloody hunting competition. In an instant, Gong Sheng in the audience suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. With just you and the doctor, I'm afraid you can't even open up 1% of the area with a difficulty of 7. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhencher took a breath and held back his urge to attack. Chu Yun in the audience looked at Gong Sheng. This guy is really fanatically targeting us. It seems that we have to pay more attention at the beginning of the game. Chapter 183 Flying Vehicles. After everyone finished drawing lots, the host Shi Quan spoke calmly. Next, within 30 minutes, all teams will use their own flying vehicles to go to the areas they have drawn lots. If you fail to arrive on time, you will be deemed to have forfeited. The climate in the Mozong rainforest is weird, and from time to time, there will be strong winds and turbulence and other powerful natural phenomena. If you use the teleportation array here, you will be eroded by the turbulence and be randomly teleported to an unknown place. At this time, more stable and high-tech flying vehicles are the best choice in dangerous and weird environments. Many genius children of wealthy people rush to show off their own luxury flying vehicles. These flying vehicles are all kinds of strange. Because when using these flying vehicles, there is a default concept that these flying vehicles are not only for use, but also for those VIPs to see. They need to show their own company's financial strength and new technology research and development capabilities. So they pursue different things to avoid wearing the same clothes. Many geniuses use their own flying vehicles. There were many kinds. A genius boarded a helicopter without propellers. The helicopter was streamlined, and there was no way of flying from the outside. It flew out quickly. Wow! This product is quite amazing. The energy-driving method of this flying vehicle is well hidden. The VIPs were somewhat satisfied with this flying vehicle and talked about it. Another genius put an ordinary-looking suitcase on the ground. The suitcase changed instantly and finally became a mechanical platform that could just accommodate one person standing. And everyone in this team of geniuses carried the same suitcase. The genius stepped onto the mechanical platform, and the machine started immediately. Flew up quickly, lifted the genius, and then flew quickly to the destination. And this flying vehicle also made the VIPs in the VIP seats feel bright. Although this product looks very simple and ordinary, and cannot be compared with other people's flying vehicles. In fact, this competition of flying vehicles is not about the gorgeousness of flying vehicles but functionality. These guests only care about profits. If this suitcase flying vehicle can be popularized and sold to thousands of households, the profits it brings are simply incomparable to other flying vehicles. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that the bright sky became very dim. It seemed that something blocked the sunlight. It turned out that a genius from a wealthy man used a large teleportation array to teleport an aircraft carrier that was not sailing in the sea but flying in the sky. So huge that it covered the clouds and the sun. A plane landed from here. And the genius and the team stepped onto the plane in high spirits. And the plane flew up and was included in the aircraft carrier. What an exaggerated momentum. Many VIPs in the VIP seats nodded repeatedly. Not bad. This product is worth looking forward to. If the price is reasonable, I will buy one for my family. The flying vehicles used by geniuses from all walks of life are simply dazzling. And Xiao Wentian laughed. Son, take out our flying vehicle and surprise them. Yeah. Chu Yun smiled, with some expectation. Just when Xiao Shencher was about to take out his own flying vehicle, Gong Xingsai, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed Xiao Shencher's movements. He immediately shouted loudly, and together with Gong Sheng, they sent their flying vehicle over. When Xiao Shencher saw this flying vehicle, he was stunned and his movements were forcibly stopped. This is an extremely large disc-shaped spaceship that is not inferior to an aircraft carrier. Together with the aircraft carrier, it once again cast a huge shadow on the other side. And this spaceship is full of high-tech and sophisticated atmosphere. Oh, Dad, isn't this the spaceship designed by our family? Xiao Shencher couldn't help but shout in shock. And Xiao Weitian looked at this spaceship with a frown. This spaceship is almost exactly the same as their own spaceship, except that some details of the appearance are not very similar. This is the core confidential spaceship of their Wentian Company Limited, and it is also a product that will be launched on the market. Just waiting for this bloody hunting competition to be publicly unveiled. Why can Xingshin Company Limited have a spaceship that is almost exactly the same as theirs? The design of this spaceship was the result of Xiao Wentian and a group of forging masters' careful thinking, as well as asking and learning from many parties. They racked their brains to come up with a plan. Xiao Wentian didn't believe that anyone could come up with the same idea as them. Even if they really had the same idea, the spaceship in front of them was too similar. Almost 99% similar. In addition, Gong Xingsai had always been at odds with Xiao Wentian. Xiao Wentian's brows were furrowed even more. Dad, what should I do? Xiao Shencher was very nervous. Now, in front of everyone, if they took out the same flying vehicle as Xingshin Company Ltd, then they would lose face, and the reputation of Wentian Company Limited would plummet. Xiao Wentian frowned tightly, constantly thinking of various ways. But how could he come up with a perfect method in such a short time? And Gong Xingsai also took out his weapon in advance when Xiao Shencher was about to take it out, just to choke them. How could the top secrets of our company fall into the hands of that company surnamed Gong? Xiao Weitian was so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. Gong Xingsai heard Xiao Weitian's mumbling clearly. Instantly, he burst into laughter. Your company has been infiltrated by my undercover, and your design drawings have been exposed to us long ago. When you were building this spaceship, we were also building it, and our speed was no slower than yours. Ha ha ha. Now it's just built. Let's see how you can explain to the VIP seats. The VIP seats were all controllers of resources. If Xiao Wentian admitted defeat this time, I'm afraid that in the future, resources will tilt toward Xingshin Company Limited, and his own company will gradually decline. Gong Xingsai's expression became more and more rampant, and Gong Sheng's skinny face was also full of sneers. They can't wait to see Xiao Weitian and Xiao Shencher make a fool of themselves. At this time, Chu Yun stepped forward and suddenly spoke. Master, Since you have no problem, then I will take out the flying vehicle we use? Ah, take it. Xiao Zhencher was helpless at this time. But suddenly, he recalled what Chu Yun had said when he was chatting with him. That after challenging the 500th floor of the Imperial Mausoleum, he would get a treasure. In an instant, Xiao Zhencher's eyes lit up with hope. A small wooden sailboat, only as long as an arm, appeared in Chu Yun's hand. Treasure Ship Skid Platni Replica. Chapter 184. The treasure ship appears. The wealthy geniuses on the scene were stunned when they saw the small sailboat. Most people didn't know what it was. For a while, all kinds of laughter rang out loudly, and they couldn't stop it. Ha 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 ha. The only thing Wentian Company Limited can show off is this toy? It seems that Xiao Wentian has become old and confused. It's really embarrassing. It's a big loss of face. And some wealthy businessmen who are good friends with Xiao Wentian have cast doubts. President Xiao, are you mistaken? Didn't you tell us that the new product you are going to bring up is a big one? No matter how you look at it, the boat in Chu Yun's hand is just an ordinary little sailboat. However, at this moment, Xiao Wentian was staring at the little sailboat in Chu Yun's hand, his eyes shining. Others may not know it, but he knows it. One of the important businesses of Wentian Company Limited is to develop replicas of God's throne-class weapons. This boat is a replica of the treasure ship Skid Platni. I didn't expect that Chu Yun had such a treasure in his hand. Chu Yun, on behalf of Wentian Company Limited, I owe you a favor. Uncle Xiao, what are you talking about? Chu Yun laughed and continued to drive the treasure ship in his hand, the replica of Skid Platni. This ship did not grow larger within the 60 seconds of being driven, but only grew larger after the last second of guidance. During the conversation, the treasure ship Skid Platni replica had already been guided. Chu Yun threw the small sailboat in his hand forward, under the eyes of the crowd. This completely inconspicuous and ordinary little boat suddenly became extremely huge. A ship that was even larger than the aircraft carrier and space battleship that covered the sky, like a wooden sailboat, was flying in the air. But it did not cast a shadow like other flying vehicles, but instead cast a white, warm light. Bath in this light can actually give people a very satisfying sense of holiness. It was a feeling of wanting to worship involuntarily, when it was just a small sailboat. Some people didn't care much, but now it's so huge. It has attracted a lot of attention. In the VIP seats, there was a VIP who knew the goods and murmured on the spot, "Isn't this the treasure ship Skid Platni?" The people nearby suddenly exclaimed in shock. When no one woke me up, I didn't think in that direction. But now that it's said, it feels like it. Yes, it really feels like it. I didn't expect the finale item of Wentian Company Limited to be so heavy. Wentian Company Limited? Right. I remember it. Treasure ship Skid Platni. Rumor has it that this is the magic sailboat owned by the Throne Harvest in the myth of the God-given empire. And it is also the best ship in the world in mythology. With it, going to the sky and the sea is not a problem. No matter what obstacles there are, they cannot stop it. And it has another extremely important factor with it. You can go to the throne-level dungeon heaven. This is a place that can only be reached with the treasure ship Skid Platni. And its original is a throne-level weapon. Now it has been made into a replica? Doesn't this mean that Wentian Company Limited has the key to the dungeon heaven? This is endless wealth and fame, as well as power. Many VIPs in the VIP seats looked up to Xiao Wentian. Anything related to the throne is worth the VIP's fanatical pursuit and rushing to it. Not to mention them. Even some wealthy people who had no friendship with Xiao Wentian gradually approached and wanted to say hello. And Xiao Wentian looked at Chu Yun with great gratitude. All this is thanks to you. If we mass-produce the treasure ship Skid Platni, Wentian Company Limited will surely expand countless times. All the big guys at the moment have already gathered their eyes. Xiao Zhencher was so excited that he couldn't speak. Chu Yun's move turned the tide. So cool. Uncle Xiao. It's too early to say this. Chu Yun nodded slightly, implying something. Xiao Wentian's expression changed, and he suddenly became serious. Then, he said softly, "Thank you, Chu Yun, for waking me up. Otherwise, I would have been overwhelmed by joy. I still need to calm down now." Although Chu Yun, Xiao Wentian, and Xiao Zhencher have this treasure ship, a replica of Skid Platni, in their hands, this does not mean that Wentian Company Limited has been able to make a replica of this treasure ship Skid Platni. This kind of thing is not something that can be copied and produced in the blink of an eye after you have it. At least it takes a month of dedicated research to see if there is a chance to crack it, and whether there is any clue to copying and mass production. Now, Xiao Weitian couldn't make any guarantees. President Xiao, when will your company's product be on the market? President Xiao, I think your company's new product will need some sales. Right? Old Xiao. Come on. Our company will promote your treasure ship. Various voices came one after another. However, Xiao Weitian did not show any slackness and responded one by one. I'm very sorry. This product of our company will only be debuted in this bloody hunting competition. Please stay tuned for the details later. Xiao Weitian used a flawless speech to dismiss a group of wealthy people and several guests. Although this method did not allow him to obtain a large amount of resources, he still did not lose any credibility. Damn. On the side, Gong Xingsai was so angry that his teeth itched. The space battleship that had originally attracted much attention has been completely neglected under the glory of the treasure ship Skid Platini replica. Who would have thought that Weitian Company Limited could actually pull out a treasure ship Skid Platini replica from under its buttocks? It's all because Xiao Weitian is too cunning. He actually kept a trick. Gong Xingsai became more and more angry as he thought about it, but he didn't seem to realize that the design of the space battleship he was displaying now came from Weitian Company Limited. On the side, Gong Sheng looked at Xiao Zhencher and Chu Yun viciously. It's okay, father. Although you have lost some face here, I will make them pay with blood soon. The rules of the bloody hunting game are very simple. Shi Quan has just explained it clearly. And what is not explained is considered outside the rules. Killing each other is not against the rules. This is tacitly allowed in this game. It's just that if they really kill each other, it is easy for the rich to become enemies. Looking at his son's confident expression, Gong Xingsai also smiled viciously. Okay. Let Xiao Weitian be proud for a while. Let him taste the pain of losing a son later. Chapter 185. Heading to the destination. Gong Xingsai and Gong Sheng were smiling very sinisterly on the side. Chu Yun looked at the two men and was a little speechless. The father and son are laughing too cunningly. It's annoying to watch. But Chu Yun didn't plan to pay attention to these two guys, as long as they didn't offend them after the bloody hunting competition officially started. If they really dared to rush over, Chu Yun didn't mind killing them. Fat of him. Master, let's get on the boat. Ah? Xiao Zhencher still didn't react for a while to realize that Chu Yun was calling him the master. He was slightly stunned. And then he laughed and said, Hey! I'm here. The treasure ship Skid Platini flew down a step in the air, allowing Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher to step on it. Such a scene made Chu Yun couldn't help but marvel at it. And the people outside were puzzled. Boss Xiao, your team only said 2 people? Only Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher boarded the treasure ship Skid Platini. But there were obviously 3 people behind Xiao Weitian. Zhuang Guang said very slowly, the 2 of them are enough. Yes. Yes. An extremely abrupt and peaceful electronic synthesized voice sounded. And it was the old man Wu Yan speaking with a text-to-speech conversion on his mobile phone. Yumu had a cold face, and seemed very cold, and said nothing. In fact, Yumu was trying his best to prevent his cold air from condensing into icicles. It was too embarrassing. And now he had no energy to care about other things. The other wealthy people nearby were stunned. Humph! So arrogant! Gong Sheng took his 4 team members to the spaceship V. If they die tragically in the bloody hunting competition, it will be a big deal. Xiao Weitian frowned and watched the spaceship go away, and the treasure ship that Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher were riding on, Skid Platini, slowly took off and began to fly. This kind of classic sailing ship. This is my first time riding it. Xiao Zhencher stood on the side, holding the railing with both hands. Very emotional. The technology of this era is enough to build spaceships. The large-scale manufacturing and use of such large sailing ships have been thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago. Xiao Zhencher has only seen the appearance of sailing ships in books, and has never seen one in reality before, let alone riding one. A truly ordinary sailing ship is far less convenient than our current technology. Chu Yun stood beside Xiao Zhencher, blowing the warm wind in the sky. It's just because this ship is called the treasure ship Skid Platini. It exudes the power given by the throne harvest, which can support it to fly in the sky. Of course, that was the original, and this one was just a replica. However, unlike the replicas on the market that imitated the shape but not the spirit, this treasure ship, the Skid Platini replica, was opened from the Imperial Mausoleum. Why the treasure chest in the Imperial Mausoleum could open various props is still a mystery. And this treasure ship, the Skid Platini replica, maybe. It really carries the power of the throne harvest. While Xiao Weitian was trying to shirk his responsibility, some wealthy people had already set their sights on this ready-made treasure ship, the Skid Platini replica. Why not get ahead of others and grab it directly? This treasure ship is absolutely too precious. Son, you are very close to Area 100. After you have cleared your area, go to Area 100 immediately. Hunt Xiao Zhenshi and seize the treasure ship, Skid Platini. How? Finish the land reclamation as quickly as possible. And make sure to rush to Area 100 before others to take down the treasure ship Skid Platini. For a while, many wealthy people secretly communicated with their team members. And the current communication is the last chance because after really going deep into the bloody hunting competition area, the signal will not be able to reach. Even the teleportation array that is extremely appropriate on weekdays does not work in this Mosin rainforest. Let alone these signals. You can only use the physically powerful flying vehicles to go deep. Some wealthy people and guests complained. Why did you choose this bloody hunting competition here? I can't even watch the live broadcast. Yeah, it's a bit boring. In the past, the bloody hunting competition would use rings or bracelets to connect to the live broadcast. But this time, due to the special climate of the Mozambique rainforest, the signal could not be transmitted, and the live broadcast could not be watched. Shi Quan said lightly, in order to hold it here, I have begged the military for a long time and spent a lot of money. Since you are not satisfied, we will move to another place next time. As soon as this was said, it received praise from many wealthy people. That's right. It's not against Shiwangzhua. It's just a bit boring. I'll take a nap and wait to wake up to see what the result is. Many guests felt very bored and started a short rest. No one noticed that Shi Quan, who was on the podium, showed a slightly strange smile. The treasure ship Skid Platini was carrying Chu Yun and Xiao Zhenshi, flying steadily, although it was very stable. The people on board were still a little shocked. What a strong gale! Xiao Zhenshi exclaimed. What appeared in front of Chu Yun and Xiao Zhenshi was a huge group of gales that directly blocked their vision. These gales can tear apart everything, even the direction of the teleportation array and the signals of electronic equipment. Only the most sturdy vehicles can pass through this gale. The treasure ship Skid Platini passed through this gale leisurely, like a small boat as stable as a mountain in the raging waves. Various strong winds passed through the treasure ship Skid Platini, and the whistling sound continued, but they were completely blocked by the light green energy outside it. Now, what blew on Chu Yun and Xiao Zhenshi was just a refreshing cool breeze. These extremely violent strong winds could not stop the treasure ship Skid Platini at all, and they didn't even have the ability to stop its speed. Too powerful. The treasure ship Skid Platini, Xiao Zhenshi praised. It's worthy of being a treasure that can enter the big copy heaven. I don't know how dangerous heaven is. Chu Yun shook his head and sighed. Sky Curtain Kingdom is a God Throne level copy, but the difficulty of the first few spines is not high. Only the last spine hides the truth that is enough to make the God Throne fall. The same is true for the Imperial Mausoleum. Only after the 900th floor can the difficulty and style of the God Throne level copy be truly revealed, as well as the secrets about Jia that have been passed down for thousands of years. As for the Heaven copy, I always feel that it will be the kind of copy that explodes in difficulty from the beginning. It is better to wait until you are strong enough before going up. Chu Yun pondered. Xiao Zhenshi on the side was pointing to the front. Yunzi. Area 100. We are here. Chapter 186 Dangerous Zone 100. What appeared before the two was a dense and tall rainforest. This kind of rainforest is everywhere in the Mosin rainforest, and it looks ordinary. Although the situation in front of them is very ordinary, the two did not relax at all in such a dangerous place. They must always be alert. Otherwise their lives are in danger at any time. Treasure ship Skid Platini. Land. Chu Yun commanded the treasure ship Skid Platini to land in the rainforest. After getting off the ship, the huge ship quickly shrank and turned into a small sailboat the size of an arm, which was taken back by Chu Yun into the storage ring. Xiao Zhenshi was amazed. This is too convenient. Indeed, other large vehicles are still a bit difficult to carry. Chu Yun nodded. Those aircraft carriers, space battleships and other flying vehicles look magnificent, but in fact they have many limitations when used, such as the difficulty of carrying, the landing location, the convenience, etc. Under various advantages, there are also countless disadvantages. The treasure ship Skid Platini, which can be big or small, is much more useful. The two chatted and began to open up this area. Dangerous difficulty 7. The most difficult area in the whole venue. There are thick trees all around. Even if 20 people come to hug, they can't hug. The roots under the trees are exposed, intertwined, very complicated and convergent. All kinds of fallen leaves are buried on the ground mixed with rainwater. It is very easy to get lost when walking in it. This scene is really shocking after experiencing it in person. Xiao Zhencher touched the trunk of the towering tree and couldn't help but sigh. With his current platinum level strength, it is more than enough to break a big tree. This can be done at the peak of the silver level. But the big trees in the Mosin rainforest are so big that Xiao Zhencher estimated that his full-strength punch could only make a shallow hole in the tree. Chu Yun's attention was not on this aspect. He felt something was wrong. Everything here is consistent with the rainforest conditions recorded in the book. But why does it always give people a sense of unease? There is a faint evil breath. But since this place has been divided into areas by the organizer must have at least swept it in advance, Xiao Zhencher said, and thought for a while. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Yun thought about it, but couldn't think of any problems for the time being. Well, that's true. But since the organizer has classified this place as the highest difficulty 7, we should be more careful. Yunzi is still cautious. Ha ha ha. The two explored forward very cautiously for nearly 10 minutes. But no ferocious beasts appeared. However, the two of them were still cautious. At this time, Chu Yun's ears moved slightly, and he whispered, "Fatty, there's movement. Okay, I'll show you a flaw." Xiao Zhencher yawned and stretched exaggeratedly. At this time, a sharp thorn suddenly stabbed, breaking the wind. Xiao Zhencher turned his head instantly and avoided the needle. The sharp needle pierced into the big tree behind, directly piercing deep, and at a speed visible to the naked eye. A layer of rotten dark purple spread. The needle is poisonous. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher suddenly went in the direction of the needle. It was a very arrogant monkey, with its tail hooked on the branch very flexibly, holding a blowpipe in its left hand, aiming at Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher. Behind this monkey, in the dense leaves on the trees, it seemed that there were countless monkeys, like it lurking. Countless pairs of green eyes stared at Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher, who came here for the first time. Blowing arrow horse monkey level, 36. HP, 477. 7000 blowpipe poison arrow blowpipe horse monkey will use a blowpipe to spray poison arrows. The poison arrows have a penetrating effect and gain 20% of the penetration effect when causing physical damage. The poison arrow is attached with a deadly toxin, causing the target to lose 10% of its maximum health per second for 15 seconds. Passive skill. Forest leap. When the blowing arrow monkey is in a forest environment, its movement speed increases by 600%. And it will use its tail to quickly move itself. During the movement, the flight speed of the poisonous arrows fired by the blowpipe poison arrows increases to 200%. Passive skill. The blowing arrow monkey whistled sharply a few times. And soon, a large group of blowing arrow monkeys gathered around it. And there were many monkeys with big knives wrapped in their tails falling from the trees, looking at Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher, staring at them covetously. If the blowing arrow monkey is responsible for long-range attacks, then these monkeys are responsible for melee attacks and containment. The big knives on these monkeys' tails look rusty. Machete monkey level, 36 HP, 477, 7000 tetanus machete. The machete monkey will attack with its rusty machete, applying tetanus effect to the enemy hit for 30 seconds. Units affected by tetanus will receive 50% more poison damage, and their movement speed will be reduced by 25% during the duration. Passive skill. Forest leap. When the machete monkey is in a forest environment, its movement speed increases by 600%, and it will use its tail to quickly move itself. During the movement, the tail machete's slashing speed increases to 200%. Passive skill. While the two were observing the attribute skills of this group of monkeys, more and more machete monkeys appeared around them until they were completely surrounded. The blowdart monkeys were lying on the woods, and their number was even more exaggerated. Oh! These monkeys are really arrogant. Xiao Zhencher rubbed his hands, and his fighting spirit was magnificent. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to have a big fight. Chu Yun also took out the dragon speaker staff. Although the experience of platinum level beasts is not very impressive in my eyes, This number is also worth cleaning up. Being besieged by so many horse monkeys, an ordinary team would definitely be scared and turn around and run. In this way, there is still a glimmer of hope. Not to mention the Platinum team. Even the Diamond team would be panicked when seeing this level. Only the star level combat power can be at ease here. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher couldn't even make up a team of 5 people. There were only 2 people. But facing the horse monkeys in this situation, they didn't show any fear. The 2 of them, 1 Diamond and 1 Platinum, are enough. This group of horse monkeys was obviously stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that they couldn't suppress these 2 humans. They suddenly became very angry, roared, and pounced on Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher. Fatty, those melee machete horse monkeys are left to you. Yunzi, those long-range blowgun horse monkeys are relying on you. Chapter 187, A Group of Horse Monkeys. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher were so familiar with each other that they didn't need to discuss tactics too much. As soon as they opened their mouths, they had already completed their respective combat positions. At this time, the 2 laughed again. These words were really spoken in unison. Ha! Xiao Zhencher clenched his fist and punched out, instantly hitting the head of a machete horse monkey. It didn't even have a short control of the occupational characteristics, and it was completely blown up. 1 hit to kill. Xiao Zhencher was at the Platinum level at this time, but his combat power was close to the Diamond level. Beating these Platinum level horse monkeys was simply chopping melons and vegetables. In the case of ordinary professionals of the same level being evenly matched, a genius with abundant resources and extraordinary talents must be able to easily defeat the same level with full firepower, and barely defeat the record of crossing 1 level with the help of external forces. In order to reach the level of true genius, Chu Yun's current situation, crushing the same level, bursting to kill the 1-level jumper, and barely defeating the 2-level jumper with the help of external forces. Chu Yun's strength has exceeded the limit that many geniuses can reach. Holy light treatment reversed. Swish. Golden light shines in the rainforest that is dim because of the dense leaves. Countless blow-dart horse monkeys were directly sunburned and fell down. Countless experienced light balls were extracted from these blow-dart horse monkeys and flowed to Chu Yun. Humph. Not bad. Upgraded to level 41. And Xiao Zhencher also bathed in the experience light balls extracted after the battle and quickly upgraded. The harvest is so cool. The combat power of this group of horse monkeys can easily reach the level of ants piled up dead elephants, which can make countless teams retreat and be daunted. But what can be done? Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher are so strong that they swept away the ants without any injuries. In fact, they were injured, but with Chu Yun's exaggerated treatment, any injuries would be instantly made up and restored to full health. Although Chu Yun's profession is just the most ordinary doctor, Chu Yun's equipment is too good and his skills are too strong. Each job transfer is worth 5 stars. Ha! Xiao Zhencher suddenly punched, and another machete monkey was beaten to death. But this machete monkey was not beaten to the ground or tree like other monkeys, but was grabbed by a rough, hairy hand. A huge monkey, more than 3 meters tall, came out. This monkey has scars all over his body, and the machete on its tail is much bigger than other machete monkeys. Machete Monkey Leader. Level 45. HP 5777700. Tetanus Machete. The Machete Monkey Leader will attack with his rusty machete, inflicting tetanus effect on the enemy hit for 60 seconds. Units affected by tetanus will receive 100% more poison damage, and their movement speed will be reduced by 25% during the duration. Passive skill. Forest Leap. When the Machete Monkey Leader is in a forest environment, his movement speed will increase by 1000%, and he will use his tail to quickly move himself. During the movement, the tail machete's slashing speed will increase to 500%. Passive skill. King Monkey Enrage. When entering combat, the Chopper Monkey Leader will enter the enraged state, increasing damage by 10% for 60 seconds. Each time it is damaged during the enraged period, the duration is extended by 5 seconds, and the damage is increased by another 10%, up to 100%. Passive skill. Xiao Zhencher frowned tightly and took a stance. Swish. The Chopper Monkey Leader seemed so fast that even his shadow couldn't catch up, and his chopper instantly chopped in front of Xiao Zhencher. Be careful. Fatty! Chu Yun rushed over at a high speed and blocked the slash with the dragon speaker staff. Clang! The sound of weapons colliding suddenly rang out. The Chopper Monkey Leader slightly raised his head and looked down at Chu Yun. Its head was covered with thick hair. Its face was full of scars. And one of its eyes was blind. But the aura of a strong man emanating from it was unquestionable. It was obvious that it was a genius among the fierce beasts. And it could exert combat power beyond the diamond level in the diamond level. The leader of the machete monkeys increased the strength in his hands. And Chu Yun barely resisted. Xiao Xincher on the side suddenly punched. Yunzi, be careful. The body of the machete monkey leader was slightly shaken by the beating. And a poisonous arrow shot from its hair deviated from the direction of Chu Yun. A very thin monkey poked out from the dense hair of the machete monkey leader, holding a blowpipe at the same time. Although it looks very skinny, its aura should not be underestimated. Blowgun monkey leader. Level 44. HP 4567000. Blowgun poison arrow. Blowgun monkey leader will use blowgun to spray poison arrows, which have a penetrating effect and gain 50% penetration when causing physical damage. The poison arrows are attached with deadly toxins, causing the target to lose 10% of its maximum HP per second for 20 seconds. Passive skill. Forest leap. When the blowgun monkey leader is in a forest environment, the movement speed increases by 800%, and it will use its tail to quickly move itself. During the movement, the flight speed of the poison arrows fired by the blowgun poison arrows increases to 300%. Passive skill. King monkey forbearance. When entering combat, the blowing arrow monkey leader will enter forbearance, increasing movement speed and attack speed by 10% for 60 seconds. During forbearance, each time it is damaged, the time is extended by 5 seconds, and the movement speed and attack speed are increased by another 10%, up to 100%. Passive skill. At this point, both monkey leaders have appeared. That was a close call. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. He had never expected that the blowing arrow monkey leader was hidden in the hair of the machete monkey leader. However, Xiao Xincher was full of fighting spirit. Since the leader of the monkeys has appeared, as long as he is defeated, everything will be fine. The fat guy is still optimistic. Chu Yun laughed, then showed a serious expression. Let's go! For a while, Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher fought with this group of monkeys and their leaders. At this time, in a corner that Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher could not sense, several ragged people were hiding there, observing the fierce battle outside. Pimp, these two guys are really fat sheep. A guy with a strong body, a bald head, and a tough guy at first glance was lurking in the bushes, drooling at Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher. Xiao Xincher took out the magic scroll in the storage ring and used it. And he didn't stop at all. They are ready to move. Chapter 188 Hidden Sinners. Erlong, you just got out of jail, and you want to rob this rich kid? The man called the pimp is a middle-aged man who looks ordinary. He has deep eye sockets and looks very scheming. Don't forget how we got out of jail, and what this place is. Erlong wiped his saliva and said slowly, of course I know. The bloody hunting competition. The Shi family, the organizer of this bloody hunting competition, has cooperated with the military's public security department. Some professional prisoners, who are extremely evil and powerful, will be temporarily released and thrown into these areas to act as some obstacles for these rich kids. In other words, they are no different from the beasts in the rainforest. And they are also one of the toys of these rich kids. These sinners have no equipment and no logistics. Their only advantage is that their basic level is very high. And the highest is even at the Star Glory level. As long as they can stay here until the end and come out alive, they can wash away some of their sins and join the military's assault department, that is, the cannon fodder camp in the common sense. And their survival position is mice. And these rich young men are hunters. In that case, why are you still thinking about killing them? Pip said coldly, if you get into trouble, we brothers don't want to be wiped out for you. After Pai Tiao's words fell, the other three nodded again and again. Also, even if we really kill the rich young man, we can't bear the anger of those rich people. The other three people nodded their heads faster. Their 5-member center team is led by Pai Tiao, who is at the diamond level, and Erlong is also at the diamond level, and the other three are at the platinum level. The three of them have the same idea as Pai Tiao, to survive this bloody hunting competition and wash away some of their sins first. Why play with those rich young men? If those magic scrolls hit me, I'm really done. Erlong turned his head to look at the teammates behind him and laughed. But don't you think this is a good opportunity? Where is this? This is the Mozong rainforest where even signals can be blocked. If we kill these two rich young men, No one will know that it was us who did it. Also, these two rich young men use magic scrolls, like flowing water. And we don't know how much wealth they have. If we can rob them, it will be more than enough to buy freedom. The remaining money is enough for us to squander after we are free. Erlong's words are very charming. The three platinum-level sinners began to sway. Pai Tiao frowned slightly and said nothing. And outside the hiding place of this group of sinners, Chu Yun Xiao Jincher was fighting with the two monkey leaders in full swing. Xiao Jincher's body was covered with scars. But these scars had long stopped bleeding, as they were filled with healing. Chu Yun held the dragon speaker's staff and panted slightly. It wasn't that the opponent was too strong, or that there was pressure to heal Xiao Jincher. It was simply that there were too many horse monkeys. It was almost endless, and there was no end to victory. But Chu Yun believed that as long as the two horse monkey leaders in front of him were knocked down, the remaining horse monkeys would retreat without a fight. At this time, the machete horse monkey leader was covered in blood and panting, and his left leg had been slightly bent by Xiao Jincher's punch, while the blowpipe horse monkey leader was shaky and could hardly hold the blowpipe. Chu Yun seized the opportunity and immediately raised the dragon speaker staff. Healing with magical hands reversed. A light many times more powerful than the healing spell shot out and hit the leader of the dart-blowing monkey. The leader of the dart-blowing monkey rolled his eyes and immediately fell off the body of the leader of the machete-blowing monkey. Successfully killed the leader of the dart-blowing monkey. Chu Yun was delighted. Without the interference of the leader of the dart-blowing monkey, Xiao Jincher quickly accelerated his attack. 36 consecutive punches. Xiao Jincher shouted in a low voice, and his already swift movements became 3 times faster. The machete-blowing monkey leader was hit 36 times by Xiao Jincher in the blink of an eye. Each punch had a short paralysis effect, just enough to last until the next punch hit him. He could only take all 36 punches, and then the power of each punch of this move was much stronger than ordinary attacks. After the last punch, the machete monkey leader's constantly waving sword suddenly stopped, and fell to the ground powerlessly, and the machete monkey leader's huge body also fell backwards, smashing a large piece of leaves. The machete monkey leader died almost instantly. The ordinary monkeys who desperately attacked Chu Yun and Xiao Jincher retreated in fear, leaving the monkey corpses all over the ground, and disappeared. It's really a hardy battle. Xiao Jincher relaxed his muscles and bones. There are too many monkeys. If they don't retreat after killing the leader, it's really a bit dangerous. It's worthy of the difficulty 7 area. If it wasn't Chu Yun and Xiao Jincher who came here, but an ordinary genius team, I'm afraid they would be directly dispersed by the monkey group, lose the qualification to participate directly, and even lose their lives. Only Chu Yun and Xiao Jincher could defeat them so easily. Indeed, Chu Yun smiled. But in an instant, the smile froze. A sharp stone, like a dagger, was clenched by a thick fist, and was stabbing toward Xiao Jincher's head. Too fast. This speed is faster than the fastest speed of the machete monkey leader. Fatty! The dagger made of stone suddenly stabbed Xiao Jincher and knocked him directly to the ground. Chu Yun looked at the attacker angrily. This was a tall man wearing only a vest, with solid muscles all over his body. He held a sharp stone as if he was holding a dagger. The man was licking his lips, showing a cruel smile. I have successfully solved one. As long as I solve you, I, Erlong, will have successfully killed 2 people. Solved? Are you kidding? Chu Yun showed a sarcastic expression. Erlong frowned. What? On the side, Xiao Jincher covered his head and got up from the pit. Oh my god. It really hurts. How are you still alive? Erlong couldn't believe it. The surprise attack just now was his professional ultimate move, which could achieve a sure kill attack. And this guy had clearly fallen down just now. How did he stand up again? I won't die that easily. Xiao Jincher laughed, and a drop of green water surrounded him. Tears of life. Chu Yun used the magic hand prayer at that moment and saved Xiao Jincher's life. Erlong's face turned very ugly. Why are you 4 still hiding? Come out and help me. Chapter 189, Sneak Attack. Hearing Erlong shout, the pimp, who was still hiding in the woods, immediately frowned and became extremely gloomy. Erlong's words immediately dragged them all into the water. He originally wanted to see what the situation would be like. If Erlong succeeded in assassinating the 2 rich young men, he would lead 3 team members to ask for a share. Erlong would have no choice but to give in due to the difference in numbers between the 2 sides. If Erlong fell into a passive position, They would quietly leave without attracting anyone's attention. Unexpectedly, he who wanted to protect himself still couldn't escape. Huh? There are still 4 people. Xiao Zhencher suddenly became alert again. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. The situation has reached this point. Nothing can be hidden. PTO stepped forward and walked out very decisively. And the 3 people behind PTO also walked out with gritted teeth. That's right. There are 5 of us in total. Although PTO was very angry that Erlong dragged them into the water, he still had to cooperate with Erlong in the current situation and treat it as an iron plate in order to win over the 2 rich young men in front of him. After confirming this fact, PTO said slowly, "You 2 have seen Erlong's methods just now, which are swift and resolute. If he attacks again, plus we will attack, you will definitely die." Pai Tiao paused. "Of course, I don't want to have such a deep hatred with you. If I kill you, the rich people outside will not let us have an easy time. How about this? You hand over all your property and props, and we can let you go." The word seemed reasonable. For a moment, the atmosphere was deadlocked here. As long as someone makes a slightly out-of-line move, it will inevitably cause a big fight. Although Xiao Zhencher did not take the initiative to attack, he now has a completely angry expression. "Just relying on you guys. You want to rob us?" A little further away, Erlong looked at Pai Tiao in shock. "Pimp, we can't let these rich young men go. If we let them go, we don't know how they will retaliate against us in the future." At this time, Chu Yun, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. "Okay, as long as you can let us go, we can get as many props as we want when we go back." Chu Yun showed an extremely tycoon expression. Xiao Zhencher was slightly puzzled, but he knew very well that there must be a reason for his brotherhood to be in this situation. So he pretended to be very generous after thinking. "Forget it. I'll give you these things, just as a way to get rid of disasters." Erlong stamped his feet in anxiety. He advocated killing Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher, but he didn't expect this pimp to want to negotiate. However, he was suddenly stunned again, because he saw a hint of murderous intent in Pai Tiao's eyes. Chu Yun held the storage ring and poured various props down. For a moment, the light of the props illuminated the entire dim Mosin rainforest, and on the hill made of various magic scrolls. A round and inconspicuous ball rolled down from it. "Oh!" Pai Tiao saw this thing, and immediately walked over curiously and picked it up. In his eyes, since Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher had surrendered, these things were already his. "What is this thing?" Pai Tiao fiddled with the beast-controlling ball. Beastmasters are not common in the profession. Many professionals don't see many beastmasters in a year or 2. The beast-taming balls used by beastmasters are of different styles. Some look like apples, some look like treasure boxes, and some look like jade bottles. Only beastmasters can clearly recognize the difference between them. At this time, the beast-taming ball in Pai Tiao's hand suddenly opened. A little golden dragon flew out. For a moment, Pai Tiao was stunned and didn't react at all. How did the ball in front of him suddenly open? And a baby dragon flew out? At this time, Chu Yun shouted loudly, "Golden egg! Use Tianyan Dihua." Although the golden egg was confused about what was going on, it heard Chu Yun's call clearly. The dragon opened its mouth, and the flames condensed and then erupted. The blazing fire burned the sky and boiled the earth. Countless fire, rain, and meteors burned the branches and fell down, and pillars of magma and fire on the ground penetrated the piled leaves and erupted. And the air was filled with a hot and violent breath of fire elements. And the leather strip facing the golden egg was instantly engulfed by the flames. Although this was only a gold-level skill, because the golden egg itself was too powerful, and the leather strip was really unprepared, the effect was surprisingly good. The leather strip in front of the golden egg was directly burned into charcoal by the flames, and the murderous intent in the leather strip's eyes turned into shock and unwillingness. And it was forever frozen at this moment. He was originally waiting for Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher to hand over all kinds of materials and props, and then kill Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher. The moment Erlong dragged the 4 of them into the water, Pai Tiao had no intention of giving Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher a way out. These negotiations were just a trick to make Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher relax, but he never expected that this was also a trick for Chu Yun to make him relax. And this relaxation directly bit Pai Tiao's life. Pai Tiao's body turned into charcoal and was shaky. He could no longer hold the beast-controlling ball, letting it roll to the ground. And this charcoal also fell backwards with exhaustion, falling on the ground covered with magma. Motionless, Pai Tiao, who was still full of energy and talking and laughing just now, was attacked by this dragon-shaped creature and died on the spot. The 3 platinum-level sinners following Pai Tiao were horrified and immediately fled in all directions to avoid the surging magma. Erlong poo-pooed. Damn it. How could a diamond-level person die under this flying object? Even if he had a lot of opinions about Pai Tiao. As a cellmate, he knew Pai Tiao's strength very well, and had no doubts about Pai Tiao's diamond-level strength. And that flying object that looked like a golden mass actually killed Pai Tiao in seconds. Not many people knew that the golden egg was a golden holy dragon cub. And it was even more impossible for Erlong Pai Tiao and the others to know it deep in the prison. It was not until he narrowed his eyes that he saw a clue. Instantly, Erlong's eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief. Is this a golden holy dragon cub? Chu Yun heard this and laughed. You are quite knowledgeable. The disbelief in Erlong's eyes suddenly turned into strong fear. The 2 rich young men in front of him could even take out the golden holy dragon? These 2 people are definitely not someone he can fight successfully. The key stab of his professional ultimate move just now was also blocked. Which is proof. Almost instantly, Erlong lost all his fighting spirit, just like the other 3 platinum-level sinners, and began to flee frantically. Chu Yun sneered. Humph. Want to escape? Chapter 190 Crossing the Line. Facing Chu Yun's disdainful provocation, Erlong did not pause at all, and still fled madly at the fastest speed. He did not want to end up like Pimp. Although Erlong was huge, he was an assassin by profession. He was very flexible in combat, and kept dodging the magma coming out of the golden egg Tianyan Dihua. He was very fast. But his skills were even faster. Paralysis applied. Healing reversed. A green light rushed over and hit Erlong. Erlong's eyes widened, and he was paralyzed on the spot. And the paralysis time was 2 seconds, which was enough to decide life and death. Xiao Zhenche rushed to Erlong at a lightning speed, rubbed his fists, and looked angry. You poked me with a stone just now. It seems like you feel good? Just taste how good my fists are to hit you. The next moment, a violent fist like a storm hit Erlong's body. Erlong was paralyzed, but he couldn't help vomiting blood after being attacked by the fists continuously. Although he was a diamond-level strength, he had no equipment on his body, and his professional skills, with a cooling time of up to a day, were used up. So he was in a blank state, while Xiao Zhenche had perfect equipment and a genius foundation. Cross-level battles were already commonplace, as one was stronger than the other. Xiao Zhenche launched a fierce attack on Erlong, and Erlong could only passively bear it. If the one-shot kill attack fails to kill the target, then he has to flee far away. At this time, the assassin who has used up all his assassination skills has almost no combat ability. After a round of punches, Erlong was directly killed by Xiao Zhenche's combo. Assassins are like this, with high damage and extremely fragile skin. Either they kill people in seconds, or they are killed in seconds. Humph. It's really refreshing. Xiao Zhenche looked at Long Air, who fell at his feet, and felt very happy. If Chu Yun hadn't used the magic hand prayer on him in an instant and successfully saved him from death once, he might have been lying on the ground. Chu Yun killed the other 3 fleeing platinum-level sinners one by one, and then exhaled. The area of difficulty 7 is really full of dangers. He used the prayer of the hand right from the start. This is his diamond-level ultimate move, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. It's not just the beasts that are dangerous in this place, but also the sinners released from the prison. Although the sinner team of Pai Tiao and Erlong is powerful, it is only a diamond-level team after all. This time, the prison has released star-level sinners. Although only 3 star-level sinners have been released, they may appear at any time, so we must be extremely careful. I can't relax anymore. Xiao Zhenche also had a solemn expression, and took out a lot of life-saving magic scrolls and applied them to himself. Xiao Zhenche already has enough output, and with Chu Yun there, he doesn't need to worry about treatment and logistics. The only thing Xiao Zhenche needs to be careful about is being killed instantly. Just now, Xiao Zhenche thought it wouldn't be that dangerous, but Erlong's fatal blow has already made Xiao Zhenche's alarm bells ring. Chu Yun also took out a scroll and quickly opened it. In a place like this, you must always be prepared. Cooling Reduction Scroll, Diamond Level Magic Scroll. Select a skill that is cooling down and reduce its cooling time by 1 hour. Select the Magic Hand Prayer. White light suddenly shot out from the scroll and injected into Chu Yun's body. Chu Yun's magic hand prayed that the cooldown reduction was completed. In this way, Chu Yun's current strongest life-saving skill can be used again. It's a pity that there are too few cooldown reduction scrolls. I can't use it many times. Chu Yun murmured. The essence of the magic scroll is to seal the skills used by a professional in the magic scroll. This skill that can reduce the cooldown of other people's skills can only be done by very rare professions. How many magic scrolls this kind of professional can make depends on his cooldown time. Therefore, there is no way to mass-produce magic scrolls. The so-called mass production of ordinary magic scrolls is to recruit a large number of ordinary professionals to constantly inject skills into magic scrolls during work hours. Fatty. Let's keep going. Yes. Chu Yun and Xiao Xinchi started to move forward with the golden egg, much more cautious than when they entered here. At this time, their progress in opening up Area 100 was 30%. Area 99 next to Area 100. Although this area is close to Area 100, the difficulty coefficient is only 2. There are silver-level beasts everywhere, and only a few gold-level beasts act as leaders here. As for platinum-level beasts, even their shadows are hard to find. Maybe there are no platinum-level beasts in this area. Heh. A group of weak turtles. You want to stop me? A genius swung his sword carelessly, sweeping away a large group of silver-level turtles in front of him. These turtles couldn't stop his sword at all, and died one after another. And the team members accompanying him flattered him. Young Master is really strong. That's right. These beasts can't stop the attack of the Young Master at all. Young Master is invincible. Various voices of praise came one after another. Although his Young Master is only at the early platinum level, he is about to be praised as invincible by them. The Young Master's face suddenly showed a smug look. This group of silver-level beasts is not taken seriously by this Young Master. And killing gold-level beasts is not enough. Just now, the leader of this group of turtles, a top gold-level turtle, was also killed by this Young Master. I really want to fight some platinum-level turtles, the Young Master muttered to himself. At this time, an older helper in the team checked the map. Young Master, we have completed the land reclamation. We can go to other areas. The area of difficulty 2 really can't let this Young Master stretch his muscles. Hearing this, the Young Master's eyes suddenly lit up. Where can we go? The person looking at the map immediately answered, Young Master, we are in Area 99. We can go to Area 98 in the east, Area 97 in the west, Area 93 in the north, and Area 100 in the south. Area 100? The Young Master immediately began to think. Is that where the guy with the treasure ship is? What treasure ship is that? Treasure ship Skid Platney. Young Master. That's right. The Young Master nodded and waved his sword. The team in Area 100 actually has only 2 people, and they don't take the danger of the bloody hunting competition seriously at all. The Young Master laughed, and his smile became colder and sharper. Let's give them a lesson that is profound enough to kill them, and then take the treasure ship away. Chapter 191 Hunting for Pond Crocodiles. At this time, Chu Yun and Xiao Xinchi were going deep into Area 100. Although this place was a large flat land, due to the various towering trees, the ground was surrounded by countless roots and was very rugged, requiring patience to climb. And the golden egg was very comfortable, flying freely in the woods. Now, they have opened up 45% of Area 100. During this period of time, Chu Yun and Xiao Xinchi have not encountered any danger, and the progress of opening up is steadily improving. Neither the beast nor the sinner approached. Xiao Xinchi saw a horse monkey hiding on the branches, and when the horse monkey saw the 2 of them, it was immediately scared and squeezed into the leaves on the branches of the big tree and disappeared. After the leader of the monkeys was killed, they no longer dared to attack us. Chu Yun laughed. Xiao Xinchi was also happy. Is the crisis in Area 100 over? After killing 2 diamond-level leaders of the monkeys, they also killed 2 diamond-level sinner teams. If this configuration attacks other teams, it may be easy to wipe them out. But Chu Yun shook his head slightly. I don't think so, because the star-level combat power has not yet appeared. As Area 100 with the highest level of difficulty 7, Chu Yun believes that the organizer will definitely drop a star-level sinner here. Corresponding to the star-level sinner is the star-level beast. There must be a star-level beast here, but no one knows where it is hiding. Chu Yun and Xiao Xinchi kept whispering to each other, and they were cautious. When the land reclamation rate increased to 65%, Chu Yun and Xiao Xinchi passed a big tree, and a clear pond appeared in front of them. In the rainforest landform of Mazong Rainforest, a clear pond appeared very abruptly. The waterways in this clear pond were colorful, and many macaques surrounded it, scooping water to drink. After seeing Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher approaching, these macaques trembled immediately. Chu Yun was a little confused. Although these macaques trembled, they did not escape at all. They seemed to be fixed here and unable to leave. Or, the temptation of this clear water is greater than the fear of death. Something is strange. Chu Yun frowned. And Xiao Xincher also felt something unusual. An extremely strange attraction is tempting Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher to get closer to the water pond, falling into the charm, eager to move towards the water pond. And the movement speed is reduced by 40%. Lasts until touching the water pond. Chu Yun was shocked. This feeling is actually a substantial negative effect. Reverse charm. Charm against the rules begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host's charm has been against the rules. Please check it yourself. Charm desire to leave the pond. And increase movement speed by 40%. Lasts until far away from the pond. Instantly, Chu Yun no longer planned to approach the pond. For land reclamation, there is no need to take one path. You can take other paths, as long as you can roughly walk through this area and reach 100% land reclamation. Afterwards, Chu Yun reversed Xiao Xincher's negative effects. Xiao Xincher was scared. Damn. This charm effect is really hard to guard against. The golden egg looked at the pond with an obsessed look. And Chu Yun quickly reversed the charm of the golden egg. Now, this golden holy dragon cub just wants to leave the pond as soon as possible. No more talking. Let's go. Okay. At this moment, the calm water pool suddenly became turbulent. A horse monkey squatting by the water pool screamed and was dragged into the water. And then the blood dyed the water pool red. The scream stopped abruptly. Then, a huge crocodile with a fruit on its head crawled out of the water pool. And in its mouth, it was holding the horse monkey. I think this water pool is the trap of this crocodile. The crocodile stared at Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher. And the fruit growing on its head shook slightly, looking very tempting. Hunting water pool crocodile. Level 52. HP 265750000. Pond trap. Hunting pond crocodile will use its temptation fruit to set up a pond trap, attract nearby biological units to approach, and apply a charm effect to them. A trap skill. Temptation fruit fragrance. Hunting pond crocodile will immediately release a large amount of fragrance from the temptation fruit on its head, exhausting the fighting desire of all targets and reducing all attributes of the target except HP by 20%, which lasts for 60 seconds. During the duration, each time the target is attacked, it will be reduced by 5 seconds. Death tumble. Hunting pond crocodile bites a target and immediately releases a tumble, causing 300% physical damage to the target and an additional 100% true damage. When attacking large targets, the effect will be reduced according to the size. If this method kills the target, it will devour the target's body and restore 10% of its health. Star level beast. Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher both held their breath slightly. Undoubtedly, this hunting pond crocodile must be the strongest beast in this area. And if this hunting pond crocodile can be killed, this 100th area can be easily cleared. Almost instantly, Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher were ready for the highest combat readiness. Also, almost instantly, the hunting pond crocodile also swooped over. Its body is so huge that it can almost be compared to the trunk of a towering tree. But its speed is so terrifying, like a giant bird flying freely. Oh my god! Xiao Xincher was unable to defend himself and was immediately knocked into a tree by the hunting crocodile, falling directly to his bloody skin. However, because he had used a lot of defensive and life-saving magic scrolls beforehand, and because the hunting crocodile did not use the most powerful bite, Xiao Xincher was not killed instantly. Chu Yun immediately raised the dragon speaker's staff, healing with a magic hand. A ray of light was injected into Xiao Xincher's body, and the bloody Xiao Xincher was immediately full of blood. Diamond level treatment. Platinum level. No pressure at all. Xiao Xincher struggled to get up, and he was now throbbing all over. Oh my god! My waist was almost broken. Hee hee. Star level. Interesting. Xiao Xincher suddenly burst into a raging fighting spirit. Who says that platinum level players can't fight star level players? Hunting water pond crocodile. Let me put an end to you. Chu Yun stood beside Xiao Xincher and raised the dragon speaker staff. He was also excited. The golden egg flew beside the hunting water pond crocodile, harassing it from time to time with the dragon's fire roar. 3-in-1 pincer attack. With countless magic scrolls. For a moment, the water pond was shining. The edge of Zone 100. A young master looked into the depths and spoke. Swearing. What level of battle is this? Chapter 192 Conversation. In the depths of the woods, countless lights were flashing. And the vibrations caused by these lights made the soil under his feet tremble. You know, this is the edge of Zone 100. Even at such a distance, the vibrations can be transmitted here. So what kind of monsters would be in the center of the light battle? I'm afraid they must be at the Star Glory level. And the few people in the team who knew the goods immediately comforted their startled young master. It's okay, Master Zhonglin. That is the light of the magic scroll. Not made by people. It should be the light of the magic scroll used by Xiaoshenshi. So that's it. Zhonglin breathed a sigh of relief. And then a little angry. He was actually frightened by the power of Xiaoshenshi's magic scroll, which made him embarrassed in front of his 4 followers. Xiaoshenshi actually used the magic scroll so wastefully. He is really a prodigal son. Zhonglin snorted angrily for a few times, and then looked at the followers beside him calmly. Are our magic scrolls ready? Don't wait until you can't take them out when you need them. Here it is, Master Zhonglin. Zhonglin immediately took out a large stack of magic scrolls, stuffed them in his hand, and threw them forward. The light of various magic scrolls burst open, and the road ahead, which was blocked by the roots of various large trees, was suddenly unblocked. Seeing this effect, Zhonglin nodded with satisfaction. The 4 followers on the side were a little speechless. Their young master said that others were prodigals, but he was obviously the biggest prodigal. These trees were intact, which meant that Xiaoshenshi and the helper named Chu Yun had at least never used magic scrolls to open up new land. Zhonglin's words seemed to be slapping himself in the face. However, Zhonglin was completely unaware of this, but urged them to keep moving forward. In addition to Zhonglin's team, 2 other teams also completed the new land in their own areas and came to Area 100 of Xiaoshenshi and Chu Yun. Their goal is the same for the treasure ship Skid Platini, outside the divided areas of the bloody hunting competition. The rest area for the rich. Because of the special environment of the Mozambique rainforest, the signal could not be received at all, and the live broadcast could not be watched. So the rich people and guests present had to wait patiently for the results. Before that, they all went to the luxurious rest area specially provided by the organizer and did other things. Many rich guests began to communicate or watch today's news. Boss Xiao, your boss Ji from Xuanqing doesn't seem to be here? A rich man who was familiar with Xiao Wentian raised a red wine glass and approached, wanting to clink glasses with Xiao Wentian. Xiao Wentian smiled and clinked glasses with him. It seems that he disappeared. I don't know the specific situation. I only know that Ji Ba's company is about to split up because of the lack of a leader. There are only 2 wealthy people in Xuanqing who have the assets and status to come to this bloody hunting competition for the southern wealthy group to communicate. One is Xiao Wentian, the richest man in Xuanqing, and the other is Ji Ba, the second richest man in Xuanqing. Compared with the 3rd place and below, they are a gap. Xiao Wentian's main competitor is Gong Xingcai from the next city. He has almost no intersection with Ji Ba. They have only met a few times and have not negotiated anything, because the fields of the 2 companies are completely unrelated. Xiao Wentian's company mainly produces various combat equipment, while Ji Ba's company mainly produces various high-end products. For example, the expensive red wine in Xiao Wentian's hand was provided by Ji Ba's company before. But because Ji Ba did not come this time, the red wine was provided by other companies instead. Ba Xiao should have gained a lot of benefits. Right? The rich man shook the red wine glass and laughed. Although the business scope of Ji Ba's company is different from that of Xiao Wentian's company, if they want to divide Ji Ba's company, then Xiao Wentian will naturally not be stingy. And Xiao Wentian himself has no friendship with Ji Ba. After swallowing a part of Ji Ba's company, Xiao Wentian's position in Xuanqing will be further consolidated, and he can cover the sky with one hand, and his voice in this southern rich circle will become louder. Hey, those businesses are still very unfamiliar to our company. It's not easy to absorb them. Although Xiao Wentian was complaining, he also secretly expressed his affirmation of the rich man's words. He had indeed eaten up part of Ji Ba's company. Now that Ji Ba has been missing for a few days, Xiao Wentian's thunderous move has eaten up most of Ji Ba's company. He is worthy of being the best in Xuanqing. Afterwards, the 2 chatted again. During the chat, they clinked red wine glasses from time to time and toasted. There were countless southern rich people walking around and chatting in the reception hall. And in the middle of the reception hall, a huge TV projection was set up. This projection is constantly broadcasting current news. The latest interruption report. The body of Jiba, the second on Schwanching Rich list, chairman and president of Four Seasons Company Limited, was found in the wilderness, along with the body of his son Ji-kun and another body of an unknown identity. The police believe that Ji-ba and Ji-kun were attacked by unidentified persons in the wilderness. And then Ji-ba and Ji-kun fought desperately. And eventually all three died. The identity of the unknown body is still under investigation. Seeing this news, Xiao Wentian was a little stunned. Ji-ba is really dead. He thought Ji-ba was missing, and was ready to ask him why he annexed Ji-ba's company after Ji-ba returned. The rich man who was chatting with Xiao Wentian frowned and looked at the blurry picture shown to the unknown person in the news. With the development of technology, the picture cannot be blurry. The police deliberately blurred it to prevent the world from seeing it. But the rich man still saw the clue at a glance. The police already know the identity of the deceased, but they can't tell the world. The rich man laughed. Xiao Wentian was stunned. Boss Wu knows? Wu Pengpai is a professional in security and thud companies. These companies often need to buy props to ensure force. And they all buy from Xiao Wentian. The price is much cheaper than buying at the exchange, without the middleman to make a profit. The deceased is wooing from the bloody hall. Wu Pengpai took a sip of red wine. Companies specializing in security and thugs often walk in the gray area. They know a lot about this kind of organization, and have even fought against it. Wu is a star-level expert, and one of the strongest killers in the bloody hall. But Ji-ba is only diamond level. It is very unreasonable that Wu would fall into the hands of Ji-ba. What does Boss Wu mean? It's hard to say. But there should be a hidden expert in your Schwanching. Boss Xiao, you must be prepared, Wu Pengpai said meaningfully. Chapter 193 Conspiracy Brewing. How could Xiao Wentian not know what Wu Pengpai meant? This was a hint to Xiao Wentian to buy their company's protection business. Indeed, security needs to be strengthened. But Wu Pengpai did hit the nail on the head. He looked at Wu Pengpai. Boss Wu, can your company withstand the assassination of the bloody hall? If it's below Wu's level, we'll catch them all. Wu Pengpai sighed slightly. But it's difficult to deal with Wu's level. I don't know what the mysterious master who killed Wu is like. Wu Pengpai could never have imagined that the hidden strongman who killed Wu was the Dr. Chu Yun who accompanied Xiao Wentian's son Xiao Shincher. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and looked at Xiao Wentian with wide eyes. Wait, Boss Xiao. I remember your level is not. Shh. Don't make a sound. Xiao Wentian also laughed, raised his glass. Cheers. On the side of the reception hall, in the host's room, Shi Quan sat on a chair and drank red wine slowly, looking at the screen in front of him. This screen covered the entire reception hall, and all the rich people here were in his sight. A middle-aged man ran over quickly and whispered something in Shi Quan's ear. Shi Quan frowned deeply. What? It will take some time to arrive? How long will it take? It should be soon. The main reason is that something went wrong at the bloody hall. We are missing a top killer and can't bring them in. The middle-aged man was a little timid. What a delay. Shi Quan cursed inwardly. There are still a few hours before the blood hunting competition ends. This opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If it's any later, you can cry on your own. After saying that, he swung his hand violently, and the middle-aged man was immediately knocked out of the room by a force. At the door of the room, the middle-aged man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. This old man, he is obviously begging to cooperate with us. But he is so arrogant. Damn it! But the middle-aged man did not dare to vent his anger directly on Shi Quan. No matter what. Shi Quan is also a real throne-level master. Forget it. What the old man said is not wrong. Let's see when the team will arrive. The middle-aged man left the corridor at the door of the room. The wealthy people who were singing and dancing outside did not know that a huge conspiracy was really brewing. Of course, the rich sons who were bravely killing monsters in the area did not know. The bloody hunting competition is in full swing. In Area 100, Chu Yun and Xiao Shincher's fierce battle to hunt the water pond crocodile is coming to an end. Boom! Xiao Shincher threw out a scroll with a sealed fireball and hit the hunting water pond crocodile. A powerful flame erupted, completely covering the hunting pond crocodile. The hunting pond crocodile shook its body violently, and just as it shook off the flames on its body, Jindan opened its mouth and sprayed another move of dragon fire roar on the hunting pond crocodile. Then, a green light that seemed to have a healing effect shot over and hit the hunting pond crocodile, causing a lot of real damage. Ka! The hunting pond crocodile made a strange roar. The hard scales all over its body were only 1/10 of what they were under the attack of Chu Yun, Xiaojincher, and Jindan. The defensive effect had completely disappeared, and under the scales, there were countless wounds, and it was bleeding continuously. It had already reached a bloody skin state. Although the hunting water pond crocodile is a star-level beast, its best fighting method is actually to set traps and ambush, and it is already at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. Secondly, it is not a genius among the beasts, and is far from the leader of the machete horse monkey in the platinum level. Facing Chu Yun, who can cross the level, it is really powerless. Ah! The hunting water pond crocodile roared again, and rushed toward Xiaojincher without hesitation. This is its fatal blow. Death Field. Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker staff and easily blocked the hunting water pond crocodile's fatal blow. When he was at the platinum level, he could easily block the diamond level's killing move. Now that he is at the diamond level, it is also easy for him to block the star level killing move. Finally, after the killing blow of the hunting pond crocodile failed, it showed a strong unwillingness in its eyes. It was defeated by a mere diamond and platinum level human. Then, Xiaojincher punched the hunting pond crocodile in the head and killed it completely. The experienced light ball was extracted and injected into their bodies. Not bad. Not bad. I have reached level 44. I have also reached level 38. Chu Yun and Xiaojincher were both happy. It is worthy of being a star-level beast, giving a lot of experience. And the hunting pond crocodile also exploded some equipment and materials. Xiaojincher went up to check. Chu Yun originally wanted to go up to check, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. This vague feeling of something wrong appeared when he just landed in Area 100. And now, the meaning that Chu Yun sensed has become more and more intense. Chu Yun looked around suspiciously, but there was nothing unusual. Am I too suspicious? Chu Yun pondered and stopped caring about it. He walked to Xiaojincher's side and searched for the things that were exploded when hunting the water pond crocodile with Xiaojincher. After Chu Yun and Xiaojincher collected all the things that were exploded, they rushed to the depths of Area 100 to continue to open up the wasteland. After Chu Yun and Xiaojincher walked away with the golden egg, a piece of bark was quickly peeled off under a nearby big tree. And behind the bark is another layer of bark. The outer layer of bark is a disguised confusing prop. Inside the outer layer of bark, there are several ragged people hiding. The sinners released from prison. This Chu Yun is really sharp. No wonder the rich young man named Xiaojincher dared to bring him out to participate in the bloody hunting competition. The leading man spoke fearlessly. He knew very well that the number of people was actually firepower. When there was no throne-level power, some people could be compensated by a large number of magic scrolls. After all, people use skills, and magic scrolls seal the skills used by people. When they are released, they are used as people. And Chu Yun's sharp people are rare. The man's left eye has lost its luster, and he is obviously blind. There are several scars on his face, all of which show that he has been through many battles. And this cautious temperament is also the result of his experience in many battles. But in addition to being cautious, the faint aura exuding from him also makes the 4 diamond-level teammates around him surrender. He is a star-level master. Chapter 194 Undercurrents. There are only 3 star-level sinners in this event, and he is one of them. Although he is powerful enough to be a star-level sinner, he still shouldn't be cautious when facing the rich young men who are covered with platinum and diamonds, because he knows that these rich young men can easily take out props that threaten the lives of star-level sinners. The hunting pond crocodile that was killed just now is evidence. But although he is cautious, he can't be considered a coward, because he wanted to attack Chu Yun and Xiaojincher from the beginning to the end. Otherwise he could have taken his team to hide in one place and wait until the bloody hunting competition was over to reduce the sins. But for some reason, reducing sins can no longer satisfy him. He needs complete freedom. The treasure ship in Chu Yun's hand, Skid Platini, is his token of surrender. Brother, shall we chase them? A younger brother looked at the gradually blurred backs of Chu Yun and Xiaojincher and couldn't help asking. The one-eyed dragon said cautiously, "Don't worry. Wait until they are completely far away. The mission of these rich young men is to open up the entire area. which means that their route can be traced. There is no need to track them for the time being. We must not be exposed. Or do you want to be bombarded by the magic scrolls of those two guys? Hearing the one-eyed dragon's explanation, the younger brother shrank his neck immediately. If he was equipped with weapons before he was imprisoned, and there were props in his storage ring, he might not be weak and dare to attack head-on. But now he has nothing. And he really doesn't dare to resist the firepower of the rich young man's props with his flesh and blood. Then big brother, when will we take action? Another younger brother was puzzled. Just now they fought the hunting pond crocodile. I think it's the best opportunity. When Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher were not fighting, even if they were more relaxed, it was far from being dangerous when they were in a hard fight. The one-eyed dragon shook his head. I said, they will continue to move forward to open up the wasteland. The strongest beast in this 100th area is not this star-level shame hunting pond crocodile. When those two guys face the final murderer and get into a fierce battle, it will be our chance. Afterwards, the one-eyed dragon sighed repeatedly. We must not end up like Pai Tiao and Erlong. They saw the corpses of the previous sinner team. Several younger brothers shuddered. The boss is too cautious. If we can learn a thing or two, we will be able to protect ourselves. The boss's method is too stable. Great. It's obviously a star level but too stable. The younger brothers flattered him fiercely. However, the one-eyed dragon didn't pay any attention to these younger brothers. He kept staring at the backs of Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher, like a cold and poisonous snake. The agreed time is not far away. When will they come? The one-eyed dragon murmured in a very low voice that only he could hear, very far away from where the one-eyed dragon was hiding. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher were walking quickly, but Chu Yun suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked behind him, frowning. Yunzi, what's wrong? I always feel something is wrong. I hope I'm overthinking. Chu Yun shook his head. Xiao Zhencher didn't mind. What do you feel is wrong? Tell me in detail. It's okay. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. I feel that the evil aura here will emerge from time to time. It is very likely that there are people from evil organizations hiding here. We have to be on guard. So that's how it is. It seems that it is very likely to be those sinners. Xiao Zhencher instantly pointed out the reason. And Chu Yun nodded. That makes sense. Many people from evil organizations were arrested and put in jail, and were released at this time to become sinners. It is also reasonable to be a part of the bloody hunting competition. But even if Xiao Zhencher said so, Chu Yun's worry still did not fade away. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Let's open up the wasteland first. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher did not stop and continued to move forward quickly. Soon, Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher's record of opening up the wasteland reached 85%. And in front of them was a tall hillside with various rainforest trees lying ruggedly on the hillside. Something is wrong here. This must be the location of the last beast guarding Area 100. Xiao Zhencher's expression was firm. Chu Yun looked around and thought. There was nothing around except leaves. Not even a bird. Although those macaques dare not attack us again. They do live on the branches of those big trees. Just hiding. If we observe carefully, we can find a few at any time. But here, there is not a single macaque on the branches. Not even a single bird. It is obvious that there is a top hunter here. So the group of beasts living in the Mozambique rainforest and adapted to the harsh environment dare not approach. At this moment, somewhere on the hillside, a pile of piled leaves suddenly exploded. A gloomy hillside cave appeared in front of Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly. And this tremor was very rhythmic and began to intensify. Is there an earthquake? Xiao Zhencher was very surprised. The climate in the Mozambique rainforest is weird. If there is another earthquake here, he will not be surprised. No, it's not an earthquake. Earthquakes are not so rhythmic. Chu Yun stared at the dark hillside cave. Where does the rhythm come from? As the vibration became stronger and stronger, an extremely huge figure appeared from the cave. It was a beast with a unique shape. Its two hind legs were strong and powerful, supporting its entire body, while its front legs were small and stood on its chest. It had a long tail and sharp teeth in its mouth. If it was bitten, it would definitely bleed. In its eyes, there was indifference from a superior. Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's actually a ground dragon." Such an ancient creature actually exists in the Mozambique rainforest. Velociraptor level, 58 HP, 955330000 Dragon's Pride. The Velociraptor increases the damage caused by all non-dragon units by 20%. And reduces the damage caused by non-dragon units by 20%. When it actively launches a battle, the enhancement effect is increased to 50%, which lasts for 60 seconds. Passive skill. Swift Rush increases movement speed by 10% per second, up to 500%. After reaching the full level of 200% and lasting for 10 seconds, all speed-up effects are removed and a 25% slowdown effect is applied, which lasts for 1 second. After the slowdown is complete, the movement speed begins to increase. Passive skill. Swift Blow. Every time the movement speed increases by 10%, the attack power increases by 5%, and the attack speed increases by 2.5%. Passive skill. Chapter 195. Ancient Species of Velociraptor. It is said that in the ancient wild period, the ground dragons were the dominant beasts of this land. Tyrannosaurus rex was invincible on land. Pterosaurs soared in the sky. Sea dragons roamed the ocean. And there were also extremely fast ground dragons such as velociraptors and velociraptors, which were good at all aspects and close to omnipotent. They conquered the wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Originally, they were almost invincible. But because of a natural disaster, most of them became extinct. And they immediately lost the ability to dominate the wilderness and declined rapidly. Until modern times, all the groups of ground dragons have disappeared. In modern times, ground dragons have only appeared in books. Almost no one has seen ground dragons anymore. And their strength is only described in various texts. It was the first time for Chu Yun and Xiaoshenshi to see a real velociraptor. However, it suddenly seemed very reasonable to appear in the strange environment of the Amazon rainforest where anything could happen. Roar! The velociraptor roared. Bursts of sound and air swept across, and a large number of fallen leaves were shaken off by the roar. A roar with substantial power. And Chu Yun and Xiaoshenshi also shook subconsciously. This was the irresistible vibration brought by the sound waves, which was more violent than an earthquake. After standing firm, Xiaoshenshi showed a high fighting spirit. I can actually fight this ancient wild species that only exists in legends. The Amazon rainforest is worth the trip. Haha. Fatty. Let's beat it first. Then talk about other things. Chu Yun also began to enter the fighting state. If the machete monkey leader is a platinum-level beast genius, then this velociraptor is undoubtedly a star-level beast genius. Each velociraptor has a combat power far exceeding the same level of star-level beasts, and is worthy of being the strongest star-level beast. It is definitely not something that can be compared with the hunting pond crocodile. If the Imperial Mausoleum can create velociraptors, then the velociraptors must be the 600th level star-level gatekeeper beast. No doubt. Swoosh. The velociraptor strode towards Chu Yun and Xiaoshenshi. Its speed is getting faster and faster. This speed directly rolled up a strong wind. The velociraptor has no active skills. All of its skills are passive skills. But the added effect of these passive skills is simple, crude, and powerful. Countless times better than a lot of active skills that can't play an effect. The velociraptor is running with its body to drive the strong wind. What an exaggerated speed and physical strength. Xiaoshenshi took a step forward and punched each other with his fists. A golden ripple appeared on Xiaoshenshi's body, making Xiaoshenshi look as strong as a rock. And this golden ripple locked the velociraptor in front of him. With a sense of fighting to the death. Battle of the Overlord. Xiaoshenshi spoke every word. This is Xiaoshenshi's ultimate move. He didn't use it in the previous battle against the hunting crocodile, because it was a sure win. But when he was attacked by the two dragons, he didn't have time to use it. After using this move, the golden ripples will cover Xiaoshenshi, and all units will reduce the damage caused to Xiaoshenshi by 25%. And the damage caused to Xiaoshenshi by the lock units will be reduced to 50%. During the golden ripples, Xiaoshenshi's damage to other units will be reduced by 90%. And the damage to the lock units will be increased by 50%. The golden ripples last for 30 minutes, which is enough for Xiaoshenshi to fight with the target. Chu Yun also quickly threw a bunch of auxiliary skills at Xiaoshenshi. Blessing. Acceleration Aura. Death Field. For a moment, Xiaoshenshi's whole body was full of the light of skill's special effects. And he looked unbreakable. The velociraptor charged and directly knocked Xiaoshenshi into the tree. And this charge knocked off most of Xiaoshenshi's blood. Even though all kinds of defense and damage immunity were maxed out, the damage dealt by the velociraptor was still a bit exaggerated. Xiao jumped down from the tree and wiped the blood from his mouth. Damn it. I am a warrior after all, not a frontline player. So it's still hard to resist damage. Although his Overlord Battle Arena has a lot of damage reduction, it is actually a dual skill, which is more beneficial to the warrior. The frontline tank professions not only have more defense and damage reduction methods than Xiao, but they also have their own life-saving and blood recovery methods. Unlike warriors, they will not divide too much ability to output, but concentrate on defense. Chu Yun also nodded, and used the Dragon Speaker Staff to play various reverse skill lights. Under these seemingly healing lights, the Velociraptor suffered a lot of real damage. It's a pity that Yunmu didn't come. Xiao also thought about inviting Yunmu, but she was saying goodbye to her parents at home and couldn't make it. Yunmu's half-orcs are a serious frontline profession. Not only are they resistant to injuries, they can even drink the blood of different beasts according to various environments, change and adapt to various situations. But we can bring some Velociraptor blood back to Yunmu. Xiao was fighting with the Velociraptors while chatting with Chu Yun. While talking, he took out another magic scroll and pulled it open. Powerful energy burst out from the magic scroll and attacked the Velociraptors. Although this Velociraptor is very powerful, and its fighting style is sharp and powerful, its attack method is too simple. It is nothing more than collision and biting. In the wild era, it can break all methods with one force. But in this era, it will be bombarded by various magic scrolls. It is extremely inconvenient to fight, and it has become an ant biting an elephant to death. Soon, the Velociraptor was hit by Chu Yun and Xiao and became a little tired. Chu Yun and Xiao even started to talk and laugh. It seemed that this battle was very easy, with almost no accidents. In the woods in the distance, the one-eyed dragon and his gang hid there, observing Chu Yun and Xiao every move. A younger brother was very anxious. Brother, I see these two guys are not struggling at all to fight the Velociraptor. How about we retreat? If their team went to fight the Velociraptor now, there would be heavy casualties. If Chu Yun and Xiao did not have the magic scrolls to rely on, it would be particularly difficult to fight. But Chu Yun and Xiao had so many magic scrolls that they could not use them all and could throw them at will, except for some key life-saving magic scrolls and special magic scrolls. Most of the attack and damage magic scrolls are just random stuff. This little brother shuddered just by imagining the situation of these magic scrolls hitting him. They are not wearing any equipment, and it will be a big problem if they are hit. Another little brother had other ideas. Brother, they are fighting fiercely. Why don't we take the initiative to attack? The one-eyed dragon said nothing. Chapter 196 Walking into a Trap. Now the Velociraptor and these two guys are fighting fiercely, and the Velociraptor is already losing. If this continues, these two guys will become more and more comfortable. The younger brother clenched his fist. Now is the best time to take the initiative. The longer we delay, the more passive we will be. The younger brother who started to retreat was not convinced. Take the initiative? How can we withstand the attacks of those magic scrolls? You want to die. But I don't. You are already a sinner. Do you have any other choice? Why not gamble now? The two younger brothers quarreled. They each insisted on their own opinions, as if everyone was right. Finally, the one-eyed dragon stretched out his hand and interrupted the quarrel between the two. Watch for a while, then attack. The one-eyed dragon decided their action, and they still had to attack Chu Yun and the others, because he had considerations that the four younger brothers didn't know. The Velociraptor opened its mouth and bit a shot of ice arrow. Although its movements were still very fast, it was already a little slower than at the beginning. This slowness was not a negative effect of the skill, but it was a little tired. If it continued like this, it would be worn down by Chu Yun and Xiao, but it couldn't cause any effective attack on the two, and was always in a state of being controlled. And its brute force was completely useless. Logically, it could have killed Xiao with 2 rams and Chu Yun with 3 rams. But it was delayed by a large number of various skills until it was about to die. Chu Yun and Xiao fought fiercely while communicating, although Chu Yun had a very relaxed smile on his face. His words were cautious and strict. Fatty, did you feel it? I felt it. The group of sinners are really hiding over there. Xiao's smile was very hearty, as if he was chatting with Chu Yun. When they come over, we have to strike first. The golden egg must also be released suddenly at the most critical moment to scare them. Chu Yun waved the dragon speaker's staff with ease. In his heart, this velociraptor no longer posed a threat. While the golden egg was on the way, Chu Yun decided to let it lie back in the beast-controlling ball. As a key trump card, it should not be easily exposed, even if the golden egg had been seen by the group of sinners at that time. Hiding it now could give them more doubts and disrupt the enemy's thinking. Under the continuous torture of Chu Yun and Xiao Xinshi, the velociraptor finally entered a state of residual blood. Hey ha! Xiao Xinshi beat his fists heroically, contrary to the previous cautious battle, and became extremely brave, rushing towards the velociraptor, as if he wanted to make a very critical winning blow. This attack seemed impeccable when attacking the velociraptor. But outside the velociraptor, it had a little meaning of being full of flaws. If there were no outsiders at this time, it would be a reasonable way to fight. But the sinner squad is hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity. Let's go! The one-eyed dragon spoke coldly, and the whole person rushed toward Xiao Xinshi like the wind. The several diamond levels behind him gritted their teeth and followed the one-eyed dragon to charge at Chu Yun and Xiao Xinshi. The one-eyed dragon, who was leading the way, had a strong blood color all over his body, which wrapped him up, making him faster than the wind and stronger than thunder. At this time, even any control skills could not lock him, and he could only let him gallop. Chu Yun, who seemed to have been concentrating on attacking the velociraptor, suddenly turned his head and looked at the sinner squad rushing over. As if he had expected it, the one-eyed dragon's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that it was not good. Brothers, there is an ambush. Retreat quickly. He was covered in blood like a meteor, forcing the one-eyed dragon to turn around and leave. No matter how tempting the situation was, saving his life was the first priority. And this mentality also allowed the one-eyed dragon, who frequently appeared in dangerous situations, to survive until now. Several diamond-level sinners heard the roar of the one-eyed dragon and immediately turned around and ran. Xiao Xinshi was too far away from them. And Chu Yun, they didn't take him seriously at all. Just a pure healing professional physician. You still want to keep us? Several diamond-level brothers laughed. They thought it was beautiful. But Chu Yun would never give him a chance to escape. The dragon speaker raised his staff high, and holy light fell. Paralysis applied. Holy light treatment reversed. Strong holy light erupted. It instantly illuminated the group of sinners. A younger brother who was running wildly and dodging left and right laughed. This doctor is still treating us, eh? Unfortunately, his smile didn't last long, and he froze in place, because a paralysis hit his body and caused a lot of real damage. His health bar has reached the bottom. This holy light treatment is a large-scale AoE damage. He can't avoid it at all. This is unreasonable. Why can the doctor cause such high damage? This little brother was in a paralyzed state, and he almost muttered the words through his teeth. Deep doubts emerged in his heart. Even if he was not wearing any equipment now, he was far from being so fragile. Where did this doctor come from? Within the 2 seconds of paralysis, another green light hit the little brother, and the little brother's remaining small tube of blood was completely emptied by this exaggerated real damage. The little brother was still in a paralyzed state, and he fell down completely and died. The remaining 3 diamond-level brothers did not hold on for 2 seconds under Chu Yun's hands, and they died one after another. When Chu Yun was still platinum, he could easily harvest diamond level. But when he reached diamond level, Chu Yun was fighting these diamond level who didn't even have equipment, and he didn't kill them instantly. Chu Yun was even a little dissatisfied. The holy light treatment was spread too far, and it didn't kill the 4 diamond level players directly. Chu Yun smacked his lips, his expression still unsatisfied, because he had to ensure the coverage area and hit the target. The holy light treatment spread the range too far, and the actual damage to each person was much less. But this record was enough to shock and embarrass many professionals. And Chu Yun himself looked completely dissatisfied. The one-eyed dragon was still in a paralyzed state, but the 4 diamond-level teammates fell down in front of him. The one-eyed dragon's pupils contracted. Where did this doctor come from? He actually wanted to sneak attack us. He really has no sense. Xiao Xinshi had already pounced on him, and at the same time, his hands were holding a handful of magic scrolls wantonly, and the number scared the one-eyed dragon. The one-eyed dragon had never seen such a lavish release of magic scrolls. The 2-second paralysis finally passed, but his feet had been frozen by ice, and his body was corroded by the poisonous mist. There was no escape. Chapter 197. The time has come. The power of ice erupted from the magic scroll. completely freezing the one-eyed dragon's feet. The poisonous fog filled the one-eyed dragon's body, forming a faint chain that completely imprisoned him. At the same time, various lights flew out, covering the one-eyed dragon layer by layer. Although the one-eyed dragon is different from the velociraptor, a dull beast from the prehistoric period, and is a human with many complex skills, he has no equipment after all. Under this chain of control, there is no good way to counter it. Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher both nodded slightly, feeling that this one-eyed dragon was also captured. However, the one-eyed dragon did not show any panic expression, but instead showed a trace of extreme regret. This expression made Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher's alarm bells ring. I originally wanted to hide this situation for a while, but I didn't expect that you two guys could force me to use this trick. The one-eyed dragon was very moved. At this time, the one-eyed dragon was entangled by various control skills, but he could still raise his right hand and swing it slightly. A blood-red vortex gathered from his palm. The bodies of the 4 dead diamond-level sinners nearby trembled, and blood flowed out, gathering in the hands of the one-eyed dragon, forming an enormous power. This blood color transcended those controls, and was independent of the one-eyed dragon. Gratitude, ghost, and horror. Instantly, Chu Yun realized what the strange evil aura he had been feeling was. At the same time, Chu Yun also exclaimed, God's Blood Research Institute? This ability is exactly the same as Ask's ability. Xiao Xincher also frowned tightly. He had heard of this name. This is an evil organization as famous as the Eye of God. Why did it appear here? Or is this center a member of the God's Blood Research Institute? Hearing Chu Yun's exclamation, the one-eyed dragon's confident expression suddenly became solemn. He never expected that Chu Yun, the outrageous doctor who could cause a lot of real damage, had actually recognized his background. Even if the general public knows about the God's Blood Research Institute, they can't immediately make the connection when they see him use the blood ability. Humph! Ask of your God's Blood Research Institute died at my hands. Chu Yun sneered. The one-eyed dragon frowned tightly. Impossible. Ask is a star-level researcher like me. How could he die at the hands of a mere diamond-level arrogant kid like you? He did die at my hands. Chu Yun laughed and took out one of the extremely rare props from the pile of props given by Xiao Wentian from his storage ring. A replica of a throne-level weapon. This is a hammer with violent thunder all over its body, and the thunder aura is constantly raging. Then, he threw it to Xiao Xincher beside him. Xiao Xincher laughed and took the hammer and held it tightly. As a warrior-type fighter, this hammer can be used to the fullest extent. Chu Yun once saw it being held by President Deng Pei, fighting Martin. And now, it is Xiao Xincher's turn to hold it and fight the researcher from the God's Blood Research Institute. And this replica is more powerful than the one Deng Pei collected before. Thor's Hammer Replica. Category, Short Hammer. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 46/50. Thunder explosion consumes 1 durability. Immediately explodes and thunder appears, causing a large amount of thunder element damage. Clearing all buffs of the target. Clearing all formation effects on the field. And causing an additional 40% thunder element damage when the user causes damage. Lasting 15 minutes. This effect can be stacked infinitely. Thunder Sweep can only be used after using Thunder Blast. Record the number of times Thunder Blast has been used within 1 hour. Immediately launch a Thunder Sweep to cleanse the dirt. Release countless thunders, and cause catastrophic thunder element damage. For each recorded Thunder Blast, the damage increases by 150%. Let me see how many hammers your head can withstand. Chu Yun laughed. Martin's expression suddenly became much uglier. Such a replica of a throne-level weapon does have a chance to kill him. It seems that this kid is not wrong when he says he killed Ask. The God's Blood Research Institute has many members, but only researchers and above are considered real people. And the number of people in the God's Blood Research Institute is actually very rare. They basically know each other. And the one-eyed dragon understands Ask's combat effectiveness very well. The moment he saw the replica of Thor's hammer, the one-eyed dragon no longer had any idea of counterattacking, and was ready to use this bloody ability to run away. But how could Chu Yun give him a chance to run away? From the beginning, Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher's ambush plan was linked together. Chu Yun slowly took out a head. It was the head of Medusa. Medusa's head replica. Category, Special. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, Field of View plus 25%. Durability, 15/20. snake's territory where Medusa's head is. It can bring deterrence to all creatures, reducing the casting speed of all units within the range by 10% and the field of vision by 20%. It can consume 1 durability to double the effect and last for 10 minutes. Queen's Gaze. Queen Medusa gradually releases all the power of her eyes, consuming 1 durability per second. After consuming 5 durability points, Queen Medusa stares at a unit and petrifies it for 30 seconds. After Chu Yun used it once, he still had 15 points of durability left, and he could use it 3 more times. In a short time, 2 replicas of the throne-level weapons were aimed at the one-eyed dragon. One was an attack type, and the other was a control type. The one-eyed dragon, who had always been cautious, showed a desperate expression for the first time. He seemed to be really going to fail here. The rest area opened by the organizer, the host room on the side of the reception hall. Shi Quan was sitting in it with his eyes closed. He was wearing a pair of headphones, and there was no sound in the headphones, and he was waiting for the sound. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, King Shi." This voice was extremely cold, like a poisonous snake without any emotion. "The bloody hunting competition has not ended yet, so it is not too late," Shi Quan said lightly. Another voice appeared on the other end of the headset, and this voice was full of unquestionable majesty. "We are waiting for you to enter the reception hall, Shi Quan. You arranged the broadcast immediately." Shi Quan was very unhappy with this tone, frowned tightly, but still stood up and walked to the broadcast port. "All rich people, the time for you to make a decision has come." Chapter 198. Kill the One-Eyed Dragon. Shi Quan's voice suddenly sounded in the reception hall through the radio. The wealthy people who were drinking in the reception hall were stunned. Shi Quan's words confused them. What does Shi Wanzwa mean? Is she the host going to start a new program midway? Why is he suddenly using the radio? For a while, the wealthy people were talking about it. The toughness of the word choice also made them a little uneasy. And Xiao Wentian, who was among the wealthy people, frowned slightly. Something is wrong. There have been no such emergencies in previous years. Any situation will be reported to us in advance. It must be a big situation. Xiao Wentian's voice became firm. Wu Papai, who was standing by, also became cautious. For a security company like him, only caution can ensure a safe journey. Ahau! Stay close to me. Wu Pumpai ordered his bodyguard. When the rich people had different expressions and different responses, the main door of the reception hall was suddenly blown open. A proud man shouted loudly, "Everyone, raise your hands." The man wore a neat suit and black gloves. With an unruly expression, he opened his chest, revealing his exaggerated chest muscles and a ferocious night owl tattoo. He stood there, exuding an arrogant aura that could even overshadow the quarrels in the entire reception hall. A pure thug in a suit. A mature and steady rich man frowned tightly. "Who do you think you are? You want to command me?" Before the rich man finished speaking, the black gloves had already pierced his chest, and the gloves were covered with blood. One-hit kill. Boss Chin. Many rich people nearby opened their eyes and exclaimed, "This old rich man is a professional at the Star Glory level. He has been at the Star Glory level for half his life and has countless combat experience. He didn't even bring bodyguards to this bloody hunting competition because he is a powerful fighter himself. But such a strong man was killed by this thug in a suit." Instantly, the entire reception hall was silent, and they dared not move again, for fear of being killed by the thug in a suit. They were far from the strength of this rich man Chin, and even their bodyguards were not. "You're asking for death, so don't blame me." The suit thug pulled out his hand with great disdain, and Qin Fuhao fell to the ground limply, with blood all over the floor. At this moment, a serious voice sounded from behind the suit thug. "Guasu, we're not here to kill." This voice was so serious and old-fashioned, like a noble knight who adhered to the creed thousands of years ago. But this creed also brought a very terrifying hierarchy. A man holding a knight's lance and wearing medieval armor walked in and stood beside Guasu. Guasu shrugged. "Don't worry, Hoyle. They are all our cash cows. How can we bear to kill them indiscriminately? What I just did, according to the ancient language of the Tianfeng Empire, is called killing the chicken to scare the monkey." Before, this group of rich people were very agitated, and after Qin died at the hands of Guasu, the reception hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Finally, a calm voice sounded. "It seems that the situation has been settled almost." A man in a white coat who looked like a scientist, also walked in. This man, whether in voice or expression, had a calmness that all living beings had nothing to do with him, which means that he was extremely cold-blooded. He didn't care about the weight of life at all. "Xios, you are too slow," Guasu complained. "Now, the three of them are here," Hoyle said seriously. Xios nodded slightly, walked in front of Guasu and Hoyle, and scanned the rich people in the audience. Suddenly, even the sound of breathing could not be heard. "I am Zeus, representing the God's Blood Research Institute." Guasu, with a wild and unrestrained face, laughed. "I am Guasu, representing the Evil Palace." Hoyle smashed the tail of the knight's lance to the ground with a thud. "I am Hoyle, representing the Eye of God." Then, the three of them said in unison, "Please come and watch and participate in the more interesting and bloody blood hunting competition led by us. Come if you agree." Guasu used his palm as a knife, smiled evilly, and made a gesture of wiping his neck. "If you disagree, die." District 100. Most of the body of the one-eyed dragon has been petrified by Medusa's head, leaving only a head and an arm that can move. And the blood surrounding him has become much thinner. But Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher dared not be careless. This was a star-level professional. Even without equipment, he could use skills that could change the situation at any time. They had to exert perfect pressure. Blood. The one-eyed dragon had just uttered a word when the surging thunder directly hit him, forcibly interrupting his words. And the blood gathered around was completely blasted away by the thunder. In the one remaining eye of the one-eyed dragon, an extremely frustrated look emerged. He had all kinds of counterattacks and countermeasures, but under the tight defense of Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher, he could hardly use any of them, which made him very frustrated. Why could these two guys who seemed to have no combat experience be so cautious? As long as he was given a chance, he could use the power of blood to get rid of this damn petrified state. But Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher were impeccable and didn't give him even a chance. Bang! Xiao Zhencher clenched Thor's hammer and suddenly hit the one-eyed dragon again. The petrified parts of the one-eyed dragon were like stones being smashed by Thor's hammer, and the debris fell down one after another. The petrified state continued, and the one-eyed dragon's movements became slower and slower. "I am unwilling. How can I die here?" The last word of the one-eyed dragon was completely frozen. He was successfully petrified. "Hey ha!" Xiao Zhencher bravely wielded Thor's hammer, burning all the durability, and smashed the one-eyed dragon with the strongest hammer. Thunder exploded violently, pouring into the one-eyed dragon's whole body. The stone sculpture of the one-eyed dragon completely shattered. Zzzz. The remaining electric current kept jumping on the broken stones that the one-eyed dragon turned into, eliminating the last trace of blood-colored power. The star-level professional one-eyed dragon was killed. After seeing the one-eyed dragon completely dead, Xiao Zhencher breathed a sigh of relief. It's really dangerous. No matter how talented he is still only a platinum level now. Although he can use various magic scrolls to torture the diamond level, when facing the star level, he will be killed if he is not careful. The span of 2 levels is like a natural chasm. The one-eyed dragon can be killed safely because of Chu Yun, a super diamond level, who is here to suppress it. But Chu Yun did not show joy, but frowned. The world is going to change. Chapter 199: The Hall of Evil and the Eye of God. Yunzi, what's wrong? Xiao Zhencher asked in surprise when he saw that Chu Yun didn't look very happy. Chu Yun pondered. Even though the one-eyed dragon has been killed, the blood-colored aura in the air has not dissipated, and the evil aura is still very strong. More importantly, Chu Yun's brows were furrowed even more. In addition to the evil blood aura unique to the God's Blood Research Institute, I also felt 2 evil auras that were comparable to the God's Blood Research Institute. 3 evil organizations have enveloped this bloody hunting competition. Chu Yun's voice was very firm. Reception hall. After Guasu's words fell, all the rich people showed expressions of fear, although no one questioned them in person. Some people couldn't help but exclaimed. The rich people present all had more or less skills, and they could know much more than ordinary people. They knew exactly what organizations the God's Blood Research Institute, the Temple of Evil, and the Eye of God were. And some of the well-informed rich people even knew the identities of these 3 people. In the depths of the rich crowd, Xiao Wenqian clenched the wine glass in his hand. It turned out to be Xios, Guasu and Hoyle. The names of these 3 people have repeatedly appeared on the super dangerous list. Wu Papai on the side hurriedly asked, Boss Xiao, What are the backgrounds of these three people? What's the matter with these evil organizations? Wu Pengpai was well informed among the rich people. After all, it involved the gray and white field. But he was still far less well informed than Xiao Wentian. Xiao Wentian spoke in a low voice that only he and Wu Pengpai could hear. The God's Blood Research Institute is an evil organization active in 4 countries. I heard that the director is a saint-level professional, and he is only one step away from the throne of God. And under the God's Blood Research Institute, there are various professional vassals. And there are countless peerless-level professionals and throne-level professionals. They regard all people in the world as lowly experimental tools, and wantonly conduct various inhumane experiments. But they are supported by various financial tycoons behind them. And it is difficult to eradicate them. Among these 3 evil organizations, the God's Blood Research Institute is the one that is entangled with the most forces. And Xios is a level 2 researcher of the God's Blood Research Institute, a throne-level professional. Together with his partner, he is mainly active in the Tianfeng Empire, wantonly capturing all kinds of geniuses. He regards all kinds of humans as cold test subjects and treats people as guinea pigs to execute and restrain them at will. He is extremely cold-blooded, an experimental machine without any emotions, and a first-class dangerous person. Xios was standing in front of the trio at this time, with a calm expression, as if nothing could make him have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Like a cold-blooded venomous snake. It is chilling. Hey, haven't you made a decision yet? Besides Xios, Guisa shouted loudly. His expression was cynical, and the terrified expressions of every rich man present were Guisa's great pleasure. Xiao Wentian's expression became more and more gloomy. Shaoyi Hall, an evil organization mainly active in the Tianfeng Empire. The Hall Master is said to be a saint-level professional. The evil Hall is a criminal gang that burns, kills, robs, and commits all kinds of evil. Just like a gang, they also accept assassination orders from all kinds of people and provide assassination services for the payers, causing countless bloody incidents. But the evil Hall basically hides behind the scenes. They have their own branches in every province and every city, hiding their identities so that they can complete their crimes that cannot be seen in public. Xiao Wentian snorted coldly. In my city, there is also a branch of the Xiao Evil Hall. The Bloody Hall. Isn't that Bloody Hall part of the Eye of God? Wu Pengpai beside him whispered. That's the smokescreen released by the Evil Palace. They like to put all kinds of blame on other organizations to ensure their innocence. The reason why they keep creating branches is the same. They want to maintain the purity of their headquarters. Just like a night owl. Cruel and forbearing. As for Guisa, he is the most rampant member of the Evil Palace headquarters. Even if the Evil Palace headquarters keeps covering up and releasing false information to hide itself, it can't hide Guisa's information because he is too swaggering. Guisa is also a throne-level strength. The property he looted can be piled up into a mountain. The number of innocent people he has killed is countless. He can even kill people just because he is in a bad mood. He is a gangster who is extremely cruel. Wu Pengpai couldn't help but shrink his neck. Then, Wu Pengpai looked at the night man with a serious face next to Guisa. Hoyle, why is that knight who looks so solemn also an evil organization? It looks so upright. But he is in cahoots with people like Xios and Guisa. Humph. The Eye of God. Xiao Wentian sneered. Other evil organizations at least know that what they are doing is not human. And either they don't care, or at least try to cover it up. Only the evil organization God's Eye thinks that what they are doing is the right thing. And they are proud of it. God's Eye is mainly active in the God-given empire, and has very few members. Every member of God's Eye must start at the throne level. And they all think that they are the judges of the world who act as God's eyes. They wear strict knight armor, and strictly abide by the concept of hierarchy. To put it bluntly, some people are considered human in his eyes, while some people, in his eyes, are not human at all, but just lowly slaves. This group of knights can slaughter civilians without blinking an eye, which is no different from slaughtering slaves at the mercy of others in their eyes. They only respect and elegance for people above their level. Wu Pengpai's voice trembled slightly. Then, this level is throne level. Wu Pengpai took a breath of cold air. The 4 major empires in this world have a total population of about 5 trillion. But there are only about 1 million people who can reach the throne level. That means there will be only one throne for every 5 million people. The value is self-evident. Then in the eyes of the members of the Eye of God, Only one person out of every 5 million can be considered a human being and will be respected by their nightly etiquette. As for the rest, in the eyes of the members of the Eye of God, they are just slaves. Wu Pengpai suddenly felt a chill through his heart. Very good. I didn't hear any objections. In front, Guisu nodded with satisfaction. Then I think you all agree with our way of playing. Guisu snapped his fingers. Well, the game officially begins now. Let's see how long your children can last in this even bloodier bloody hunting game. Ha ha ha. Chapter 200, a bloodier bloody hunting match. With Guisu's order, outside the reception hall, all the members of the Evil Owl Hall and the Level 3 researchers of the God's Blood Research Institute flew out with all kinds of strange props. They want to add a bit more blood to this bloody hunting match. And in the reception hall, Hoyle took out a round of shining mirrors. This round of mirrors is extremely luxurious, with precious gems inlaid around it, and wrapped with gold wire, wrapping the almost perfect mirror surface. This mirror is a numbered item. The God's Blood Research Institute and the Evil Owl Hall have mobilized their own strength, because the Eye of God is an elite organization, without members, and the only bargaining chip Hoyle can bring to the alliance is the numbered item. Hoyle held up the mirror and pointed it forward. Suddenly, the screen on the large screen projection TV in the middle of the reception hall flashed. The TV that was originally broadcasting the news station was replaced with images of the disciples of the God's Blood Research Institute and the Owl Evil Hall, who were going to the bloody hunting competition. This mirror can ignore the signal blockade of the Mosin rainforest and bring live broadcasts. Countless wealthy people were stunned. It's item number 482. The Mirror of Beauty. It seems that these three guys are going to do it for real. Among them, a tall and thin wealthy man couldn't stand it anymore. Shi Wanzhua, are you just watching these three evil organizations people make trouble like this? Why don't you take action quickly? Since Shi Quan shouted that announcement, he has never appeared in the reception hall again. This makes the rich people anxious. The richest in the audience is only at the peak of the star glory level, and can't compete with the 3 throne-level evil organization high-level personnel. Only Shi Quan can fight at this time. You mean old man Shi? Guisu scratched his face and smiled brightly. He has been our man for a long time. What? The rich were shocked and talked about it. They could never think that Shi Quan was one of the planners of this plan. And some rich people reacted and realized what Shi Quan meant by choice at that time. Instantly, they all felt powerless. For throne-level double teams, almost no power to fight. A wealthy man beside Xiao Wentian gritted his teeth and took out something from his storage ring. Although such a thing is precious and rare, every wealthy man in the audience is equipped with one teleportation array magic scroll. The scroll that seals the teleportation array released by the space mage. However, at this time, Hoyle took out a rose. This rose looks like it has been cut off for a long time. The petals are no longer beautiful, with a hint of coldness and shriveling. But the cross-section of its branches is strangely wriggling, as if it contains a strong vitality. It is forbidden to use magic scrolls here. Hoyle gave a faint command. Instantly, the broken part of the rose suddenly grew. The thick thorns burst out from the broken part, quickly forming a magnificent thorn wall, surrounding the entire reception hall. And these thorns were full of roses similar to the roses in Hoyle's hand, and exuded a charming fragrance. These blood-red fragrances interrupted the casting of all the magic scrolls on the field. The teleportation array scroll could not be opened. The rich man who wanted to escape with the teleportation array scroll turned pale in an instant. Guisu came like a ghost and pierced his heart. Blood splattered. If everyone can cooperate quietly, I won't use such a rude solution. Guisu wiped the blood on his black gloves with a smile. After all, you are our cash cow. You must be taken good care of. This sentence formed a great contrast with the body falling under Guisu's feet. Many wealthy people fell into despair. Xiao Wentian was standing next to Guisu at this time, holding the wine glass tightly. Without saying a word, he never told anyone, and no one present knew it. He, Xiao Wentian, is also a throne-level professional, waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the opportunity to take action. The opportunity to decide victory. He only has one throne-level warrior, and to fight against 4 throne-level warriors, he must have the right time, place, and people. Compared to himself, Xiao Wentian is more worried about the situation of his son Xiao Xinshi. I hope Xinshi and Chu Yun are all well. This bloody hunting competition is becoming more and more unpredictable, which makes him completely unable to see through it. In Zone 100, Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher turned around and killed the dying velociraptor. Chu Yun closed his eyes and opened them slightly. Okay. I'm at level 47. Chu Yun can now be called a mid to late diamond level. Although there is an exaggerated gap between each level, it does not mean that there is no gap within the class. There is also a big data gap between level 41 and level 47. Chu Yun's current combat power has increased dramatically compared to when he first entered the Mosin rainforest. Chu Yun is now more confident in facing all kinds of dangers. I have reached the maximum level and can go to do the job transfer task. Xiao Xincher was in high spirits. A genius like him can finally catch up with Chu Yun. After killing the velociraptor, Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher fell into a somewhat embarrassing situation. Yunzi, what is our situation now? I don't know. We have completed the bloody hunting competition. The degree of land reclamation is 100%. And the land reclamation of difficulty 7 can get 7 points. There is not much time left until the end. It is estimated that no team can get a higher score than them. So, just go back like this? But this evil breath still makes Chu Yun very concerned. Forget it. Fatty. Ignore him. Take out the treasure ship, a replica of Skid Pratney. And we will go back on the ship. Okay. Just when Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher made up their minds to return, they suddenly heard bursts of ghosts and wolves howling in the rainforest behind them, and various magic scrolls flashing. A crying voice sounded. Someone. Help. Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher looked at each other. Something happened. Let's go! The two brothers were in sync and took steps at the same time, running towards the source of the sound. The back of Area 100. Young Master Zhang Lin stared blankly at a follower who had died in front of him, and shouted in despair. Someone. Help! Help! Standing in front of Zhang Lin were 7 or 8 members of the evil organization at the top of the diamond level, the members of the Shao Evil Hall. The group of members looked at Zhang Lin with a teasing look. Scream. No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Broken throat. Broken throat. Zhang Lin was in tears, and he had already given up. But to the surprise of everyone present, a clear voice sounded. I'm here with a broken throat. Chapter 201. People from the Evil Palace. The person who spoke was Chu Yun. He came to the rescue. Chu Yun, who was in the woods, was flying here. Huh? Who dares to ruin our good deeds? A member of the Evil Palace immediately said viciously. When he saw Chu Yun running alone, his expression suddenly turned into a mockery. Ha ha ha. You are alone. Are you here to die? And the several members of the Evil Palace beside this person also laughed, looking at Chu Yun, and completely regarded Chu Yun as a dead man. This group of rich children, except for the use of various props and the possession of various props, are no different from ordinary professionals. They are not geniuses at all. As long as they use mature combat techniques and a little bit of props, they can easily defeat this group of rich children. In their eyes, Chu Yun, who rushed over, was just a person who was going to die, and Zhang Lin, who was standing beside him, also showed a trace of despair. It's too late. Chu Yun was running too slowly. He always had a feeling that Chu Yun could actually come quickly, but he chose this slow speed. When the members of the Shao Evil Hall laughed, another thunder exploded. The whole audience was stunned, and the member standing in front of Zhang Lin had a painful cheek from the strong wind. And here comes the young master. Xiao Xincher shouted angrily, rushed over at lightning speed, and kicked him in the face. The fighter is not only good at boxing, but also has first-class leg skills, using both fists and feet. Perfect and without omissions. Gah! This diamond-level member of the Shao Evil Hall was kicked back by Xiao Xincher, his cheeks sunken and blood spitting out of his mouth. Bang! His body was kicked into a tree hole on the trunk of a big tree by Xiao Xincher, and he couldn't be knocked down. His life or death was unknown. Xiao Xincher stood still and rubbed his fists. At this time, Xiao Xincher's whole body was flowing with light green light, which was faint but continuous. It was the huge buff that Chu Yun applied to Xiao Xincher. With these buffs, Xiao Xincher's combat effectiveness has increased a lot, and his ability to resist injuries has increased several times. He can fight more wantonly and wildly exert all his advantages as a fighter. Who are you? The remaining members of the Shua Hall were horrified. This young man, who was as strong as a sturdy man, actually knocked their teammates away with one punch. They could see the level of this young man clearly. He was only platinum level, but they were all diamond level. It doesn't matter who I am. But what matters is that I'm here to beat you up. Xiao Xinshi responded domineeringly. To be honest, Xiao Xinshi couldn't recognize what these people were like. The clothes they wore were all kinds of fancy. And they were afraid that they could be unified a little bit. Everyone was different. And even this arrogant and domineering demeanor was different. They are also different from the sinners. They are fully dressed, each holding their own weapons, and are in a state of war after gathering their strength. They are completely different from the exhausted sinners who have been thrown into the Mozong rainforest for a long time. Oh, you are really crazy. The leading member of the evil hall suddenly became sarcastic. Just now, our brother was accidentally attacked by you. You don't think that we will be as easy to deal with as him after entering the combat state? Brothers of the evil hall, kill these two ignorant boys together. The 4 or 5 members of the evil hall cheered. Ha ha ha. Let's add more blood to this bloody hunting game. Kill. Take all their stuff. These members of the Shao evil hall drew their weapons and rushed towards Xiao Xinshi and Chu Yun. Zhang Lin was shocked. Be careful. The fighting power of this group of people was surprisingly strong, even though he had a large number of magic scrolls and other props, and 3 diamond-level followers following him. He was caught off guard by this group of people and couldn't even use magic scrolls. He couldn't see the reason why these 2 weak reinforcements could defeat this group of people. It turned out to be the Shao evil hall. Xiao Xinshi frowned. But now was not the time to think. He immediately punched and hit a member of the Shao evil hall who was running towards him. This member was immediately knocked back several steps, his face covered in blood. Xiao Xinshi soared up, and with a roundhouse kick, he kicked this member of the Shao hall to the ground, killing him completely. Killing a diamond-level member with 2 moves. Seeing their brother's death, the remaining members of the Shao hall not only did not retreat, but were inspired, and the momentum of attacking Xiao Xinshi became more and more fierce. Shua! One person raised a big knife and slashed Xiao Xinshi directly, leaving a big wound. This is his professional ultimate move, which has extremely powerful defense-breaking ability and high damage. Swoosh! The next second, a green light was injected into Xiao Xinshi's body, instantly filling up his blood volume that had just dropped. It was Chu Yun. Chu Yun was using healing magic in the back, assisting Xiao Xinshi in all aspects. A group of members of the Shao evil hall attacked Xiao Xinshi vigorously, but under Chu Yun's treatment, the blood lost was instantly replenished, and with Chu Yun's assistance, Xiao Xinshi's combat power became stronger. It's really weird. Why is this doctor's treatment so exaggerated? A member of the Shao evil hall, who was attacking Xiao Xinshi vigorously, couldn't help but mutter. If an ordinary doctor treated Xiao Xinshi, they could easily ignore the doctor's treatment, use the advantage of numbers to kill Xiao Xinshi, and then go to kill Chu Yun. Why is Chu Yun's treatment so exaggerated? Chu Yun could heal the full damage of 4 or 5 people with a simple wave of his scepter. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Brothers, go kill that doctor first. The leading member of the Shao hall shouted angrily, and turned to kill Chu Yun. And Xiao Xinshi laughed. Humph! You want to escape? This group of Shao hall members wanted to attack Chu Yun, but their backs were exposed. There were countless flaws. Xiao Xinshi chased them bravely, and Chu Yun looked at the several members of the Shao hall who attacked him, and his face did not show any panic after the auxiliary character was approached by the melee profession, but smiled faintly. A smile of confidence and confidence. The leader of the Shao Evil Palace team felt a jolt in his heart. But he was in a successful position, attacked from behind and in front, and had no way to retreat. He could only grit his teeth, hold the knife, and cut towards Chu Yun. And Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker's staff and lightly tapped it. The green light instantly pierced through the leader of the Shao Evil Palace team. The leader of the Shao Evil Palace team's frightened expression suddenly became ferocious. Haha. You actually lost your mind and gave me blood. Then, his expression froze, because his heart was pierced by the green light. Chapter 202. Chu Yun shows his talent for the first time. A large amount of real damage appears. This green light not only has no healing effect, but also causes him a high amount of real damage. Isn't this light a healing spell? This was the last thought of the leader of the Shao hall team before he died. The doctor is one of the most common auxiliary professions, and the healing spell is a super basic skill that everyone has seen. He can be sure that he is not wrong. But why can this light cause damage? The leader of the Shao hall team fell down forever with strong doubts and unwillingness. under the attack of Chu Yun and Xiao Shenshi. The remaining members of the Shao Yi Hall were quickly killed without causing any waves. So simple. On the side, Zhang Lin and his bruised followers were stunned. In their eyes, these members of the Shao Hall were powerful and terrifying strong men. They tried their best but could not defeat them. In their eyes, the powerful and terrifying members of the Shao Hall fell like straw at the hands of these two young men. Who are these two young men? Zhang Lin immediately stepped forward. Thank you for saving my life. I, Zhang Lin, will definitely repay you. I wonder who you are. Chu Yun. Xiao Shenshi. After Chu Yun and Xiao Shenshi said the names, Zhang Lin's expression was stunned. The followers beside him also showed an embarrassed look. What's wrong? Chu Yun frowned slightly. Zhang Lin looked very embarrassed. But the gratitude in his expression did not fade. In fact, we came to this area to rob your treasure ship, the replica of Skid Pratney. But we didn't expect that in the end. We were saved by you. Then, Zhang Lin hurriedly said, I will never rob again. Don't worry. You are my lifesavers. It doesn't matter. Chu Yun smiled indifferently. In his heart, even if Zhang Lin really wanted to rob him and Xiao Shenshi, he would be killed instantly. The members of the evil palace were no match for them. And Zhang Lin was no match for the members of the evil palace. Who was stronger, and who was weaker? A comparison would tell us who was stronger. Fatty, tell me what the evil palace is like. Why are there people from the evil palace here? Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, and looked around. The Mozong rainforest, which originally had only the rich vitality of the rainforest, has been given a faint blood color. I feel that things are becoming more and more complicated. Reception hall. The rich looked at the projection of the mirror of beauty with pale faces. The projection presented by this mirror can transform different scenes according to each person's different standing position, perspective, and situation, and can be turned at will to ensure that everyone can see every scene. Guisu squatted on a chair, looking at the picture projected by the mirror of beauty in a nonchalant manner. The beloved offspring of you rich people who have spent a lot of effort to cultivate seem to be no match for my brother at all. Oh my! One of the sons of the rich man Chen was accidentally killed. Guisu showed an exaggerated expression of pain. Among the rich people, the rich man surnamed Chen stood in place, trembling all over, and the wine in his glass was shaking violently, representing his extreme restlessness in his heart. This time, he participated in the bloody hunting competition with a pair of twin sons. And in the projection, one of the sons was accidentally killed by the members of the Owl Evil Hall. Don't worry. I can guarantee the safety of your offspring. Guisu patted his open chest, and the tattoo on it seemed alive. Probably, the top leaders of the three evil organizations came to control all the rich people this time, and also spread out the members to capture the offspring of these rich people. As long as they control the offspring of these rich people and control them a little, they will definitely surrender. By then, the rich people in the south of the Tianfeng Empire will all fall into their hands. Thinking of this, Guisu couldn't help but smile happily. The Shaoyi Hall is an organization composed of a group of thugs who do all kinds of evil. Their purpose is much simpler than other evil organizations. That is, for money. At this time, Guisu saw such a discordant scene in the projection. All the members of the Shao Evil Hall in that place were killed. Guisu's smile slightly restrained. Is it good luck? And many wealthy people on the field also saw the feat accomplished by Chu Yun and Xiao Shenshi. They quickly attacked and rescued Zhang Lin, who was supposed to be caught, and killed the arrogant and domineering members of the Shao Evil Hall. Really amazing. Many wealthy people muttered in their hearts. Although there are still many geniuses in other areas who are resisting desperately and were not caught by this group of people in the first time. Chu Yun and Xiao Shenshi are the only two people who have completed the counterattack. Guisu raised his eyebrows slightly and used his means to send a message to all the members of the Shao Evil Hall. Hey, brothers, pay attention. Focus on catching two people. One is Chu Yun, a doctor, and the other is Xiao Shenshi, a fighter. If you see these two people, stop everything you are doing immediately and make catching these two people the top priority. If you catch them, you will be rewarded with millions of dollars. Yes, Boss Guo. The members of the Shao Evil Hall were excited. This group of people are afraid of intimidation and lack of money. As long as they can give enough money and intimidate them with high pressure, they can be controlled at will. And this group of rich people are already fish on the chopping board. Guisu's mood has become much better. Beside Guisu, the throned Shios of the God's Blood Research Institute looked at Chu Yun in the projection and frowned slightly. In the eyes of the members of the God's Blood Research Institute, all living beings are just test subjects. Basically, no external objects can cause their emotions to fluctuate. The higher the level, the more so. The throne-level Shios has basically achieved a calm mind without any fluctuations. But this Chu Yun still made him frown slightly. Chu Yun. He seemed to have heard this name from the director in the institute. Shios stared at the projection where Chu Yun was, and no longer moved his eyes. He was very curious about how far the person mentioned by the director would go in this bloody hunting competition. Moreover, he did not relax at all and took the same action as Guisu. Shios contacted a small number of level 3 researchers in the bloody hunting competition. Level 3 researchers. If you find a doctor named Chu Yun, capture him immediately and use the strongest seal. If you can't not capture him, kill him on the spot and bring the body back. I can use it. Received. In the Mosin rainforest, the relatively rare level 3 researchers of the God's Blood Research Institute responded one after another. Chu Yun had no idea that he had been targeted. Chapter 203 Unite. Huh? Chu Yun? In Area 98. A young man in a black coat with an extremely arrogant expression sneered. He was stepping on a star-level professional, who was already dead and fell in the wet soil and leaves under his feet. It must be very interesting to kill such a focused person. Hee. My blood is boiling. In Area 100. After listening to Xiao Zhencher's explanation, Chu Yun's expression became a little grim. In my opinion, the Bloody Hall I used to work for is an organization under the Xiao Evil Hall. What should we do now? Zhang Lin was very anxious. He felt that there was danger everywhere, and this strong sense of uneasiness made him extremely scared and anxious. Chu Yun said in a deep voice, "It may not be safe to stay here any longer. Let's go back first." The atmosphere around was getting more and more wrong. The evil aura was becoming more and more intense. However, when Chu Yun took out the replica of the treasure ship Skid Pratney and tried to guide it, he found that he couldn't guide it at all, no matter how he urged it. It was quiet and motionless. What? What happened? Is it broken? Zhang Lin's face was pale. Xiao Zhencher observed it carefully, rubbed his chin, and shook his head slightly. It doesn't look broken. It shouldn't be like this if it's broken. Its whole body is well preserved. Something is restricting the activation of the treasure ship Skid Pratney. Chu Yun looked solemn. It's not common to be able to restrict this kind of god-level weapon replica. Fatty. Try to see if the magic scrolls can still be used? Okay. Xiao Zhencher took out some magic scrolls and threw them out. In an instant, the light of various skills shone wildly. Several expensive diamond-level magic scrolls were thrown out by Xiao Zhencher without blinking an eye. And although Zhang Lin was pale, he was not touched at all. Rich kids are like this, throwing away all kinds of magic scrolls as if they were free. And they don't care. This is the leeway of being rich. It works. Xiao Zhencher nodded. And Chu Yun thought about it again. It's strange. The Mosin rainforest restricts the transmission of signals, so it is impossible to use teleportation scrolls from outside. But it does not interrupt the signal itself. In the safe area of the Mosin rainforest, it is not a big problem to use teleportation scrolls over a short distance. Fatty. Try the teleportation scroll. Oh! By the way, to avoid risks. Fatty. Try it with a group of members of the Evil Hall underground. Anyway, they are all dead. No matter how dangerous it is. It doesn't matter. Okay. Xiao Zhencher took out the teleportation array scroll, opened it immediately, and then carried a member of the Xiao Evil Hall and placed him on the teleportation array. The teleportation array flashed, then dimmed, and the open teleportation array magic scroll was quickly closed and closed. Then no matter how hard Xiao Zhencher pulled the teleportation array scroll open, he couldn't open it anymore. No. Yunzi. This teleportation array scroll can't be opened. Sure enough, there's something wrong. Chu Yun frowned. Fatty. Zhang Lin. The Mosin rainforest should have been invaded by the evil organization. And there will definitely be a large number of people from the evil organization in the bloody hunting competition. I don't know why there is no movement at the base camp. There are two guesses. First, the base camp has not discovered that the Mosin rainforest has been invaded by the evil organization. And this is already a good guess. Second, your father and a group of rich people at the base camp have all been hijacked by the evil organization. This, this, this. After all, John Lin grew up in a rich family with a golden key. He knows nothing about these human relationships, and only knows how to be straightforward. He was so anxious for a while. You too. If you have any ideas, just say it directly. I, John Lin, will definitely follow you. Although I, John Lin, have no combat power. The remaining magic scrolls in my storage ring can be counted by tons. My 2 surviving followers also have diamond-level combat power. The 2 followers scratched their heads in embarrassment. It is true that they are diamond level, but they think they can't beat Chu Yun and Xiaoshencher. 1 diamond and 1 platinum level. However, they don't feel ashamed because the 2 young men in front of them are first-class geniuses. I should have asked my dad to help me invite a few star-level masters to watch. John Lin muttered. He never thought that this bloody hunting competition would be so dangerous. In previous years, bringing a few diamond-level professionals as followers was enough. Let's take care of the present now. Welcome to join. John Lin. Chu Yun stretched out his hand. No matter what. Chu Yun was also very clear about the gold content of the 1-ton magic scroll in John Lin's storage ring. Magic scroll bomber. 1 ton of it contains much more than the magic scrolls Chu Yun and Xiaoshencher have now. And now Chu Yun and Xiaoshencher can throw and use magic scrolls at will. Hee. John Lin is a person who has not experienced much in the world. He didn't beat around the bush and simply held Chu Yun's hand. So what are we going to do next? Chu Yun and Xiaoshencher laughed. Xiaoshencher laughed and answered. Let's go save everyone in the bloody hunting game. Chu Yun also nodded. That's right. Area 93. A genius holding a long sword. Covered in blood. Gritting his teeth and looking at the enemy in front of him. At his feet lay the bodies of his followers, and the bodies of the diamond-level members of the Owl Evil Hall. This was a fierce battle. And he was the last genius standing on their side. Standing in front of this genius was a researcher in a white coat. The power of blood was constantly flowing through this researcher, and his star-level strength was fully revealed. Next to this researcher, there was a gangster with a ruffian look on his face. This gangster looked inconspicuous, but he was also a star-level professional and a member of the Owl Evil Hall. All your helpers died or surrendered. So why should you continue to resist and suffer more? The star-level ruffian of the Owl Evil Hall shrugged. Look, your followers have already joined us. Next to the ruffian stood a star-level professional with a flattering expression. He was originally the guard of the genius holding a long sword in front of him. But after weighing the pros and cons of the situation, he chose to join the evil organization. The genius's expression was very sad and angry. The ruffian said happily, as long as you join us, we will eat and drink well. And we will also help you fight for your father's property. If you continue to resist like this, what's the benefit? In the distance, Chu Yun and Xiaoshencher came with John Lin and others. The benefit is that you can hold on until we come to rescue. Chapter 204. Recall the troops and recruit the generals. Who do you think you are? The member of the Shao Evil Hall just shouted angrily, and was hit hard on the head by Xiaoshencher's roundhouse kick. Who is talking so much nonsense with you? Xiaoshencher shouted, his blood boiling. Everyone, come together. Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker staff, and the light green healing light flashed, and many lights flew out, flying toward Xiaoshencher and the genius covered with bruises. At the same time, Chu Yun's dragon speaker staff shook, and some green lights flew out again. But these lights did not have the breath of healing, but carried the power of destruction. These lights that seem to be able to heal can actually cause high real damage, healing and outputting at the same time, controlling the field to the maximum. Behind Chu Yun, John Lin frantically took out various magic scrolls from his storage ring and threw them out to bomb. John Lin's proficiency in throwing magic scrolls is even better than Xiaoshencher's. Xiaoshencher is a diligent fighter who is good at fighting. Although he often uses magic scrolls, he is far inferior to John Lin, a rich kid who uses magic scrolls as his main means of fighting. John Lin can even be considered a genius in the proficiency of using magic scrolls. Before, he was so panicked by the enemy that he couldn't use the magic scroll. Now Xiaoshencher is leading the way to resist damage and output. And Chu Yun gives super high-value assistance and range paralysis control, which gives John Lin the environment and capital to throw magic scrolls at will. Ha ha ha. John Lin threw his hands non-stop, laughing. Various magic scroll effects smashed towards the evil organization members. The ground was covered with burning ice. The air was blowing with strong winds. and lightning was falling from the sky. Zhang Lin's 2 diamond-level followers were wandering around with weapons, protecting Chu Yun and Zhang Lin. Although their combat effectiveness was not high, they were at least diamond-level helpers, which was more than enough to prevent accidents. Much better. The genius holding the long sword, who was alone, only had a trace of blood left. Chu Yun healed him with a magic hand and instantly pulled him to full health, and immediately showed a grateful expression. I will never forget your help. Then, he looked at the members of the evil organization angrily. I have recovered a lot. You can taste my sword skills full of endless anger. Before, he was attacked and severely injured and outnumbered. But now there are so many helpers, and his injuries have been healed. And he immediately showed his due fighting level. I sincerely invited you, but you dared to resist me. You really don't know what's good for you. The gangster was furious and attacked. The only level 3 researcher from the God's Blood Research Institute in the team sneered. You are courting death. 2 fully armed star-level professionals fought with Chu Yun and his group. For a while, the battle in Area 93 was extremely intense. In the reception hall of the host's headquarters, under the projection of the Mirror of Beauty, many rich kids were fleeing in a hurry. And some of them didn't know what happened and were leisurely exploring the area. Most of the geniuses who encountered the evil organization team were either defeated immediately or fought stubbornly. Almost none of them could escape their clutches. Guizhou stared at a picture. The area shown on the picture was Area 93. The usually arrogant ruffian was now panicked. After being hit by a deadly green light, his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. The ruffian was killed. What happened to the ruffian? Guizhou's brows also frowned. The ruffian was a powerful person among the star glory level. How could he fail in this bloody hunting competition with platinum and diamonds everywhere? While Guizhou was thinking, the level 3 researcher of the God's Blood Research Institute, who was in the same team as the ruffian, was also knocked to the ground with a punch. And the blood flowing around him also fell, indicating that the owner had lost his life. Chu Xi's steady and smooth breathing paused slightly. Chu Yun. Area 93. Healing reversed. The green light shot out from Chu Yun's dragon speaker staff and hit the last member of the Owl Evil Hall standing on the scene. He finally roared. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How could we die at the hands of you playboys? However, before he finished speaking, another green light hit him, interrupting his last words. His eyes rolled back, and then he fell to the ground. Now everything is solved. Chu Yun looked at the evil organization lying on the ground and nodded slightly. This battle was very beautiful, and they successfully killed 2 fully armed star-level professionals who joined forces. The rebellious star-level follower was also killed by them, and a large number of diamond-level members of the evil hall could not make any waves at all. After killing 3 star-level professionals, they were only slightly injured, and no one was killed. Chu Yun only needed to wave the dragon speaker staff to heal all these injuries. Thank you so much for helping me. The genius with the sword was very grateful. Chu Yun laughed and looked at him. It's too early to say thank you now. We are still in danger. The situation is still unclear. All they know is that the evil organization has indeed infiltrated the Mosin rainforest and joined their bloody hunting competition. In addition to the Owl Evil Hall, there are also researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute here. Hearing this, the genius's face tightened. Unexpectedly, the danger is still continuing. What should we do then? We plan to rescue everyone one area at a time. Chu Yun's expression was firm. Even if the descendants of these wealthy people have no fighting power, the various magic scrolls in their storage rings are still precious aids. As long as they can coordinate everyone to form a coalition and then launch a counterattack, they will definitely be able to wipe out all the monsters. A group of scattered sand will inevitably be broken one by one. But if the sand is gathered together and uses the reason of leaving the Mosin rainforest as a firm belief and a glue, it is not impossible to collide with the unknown boulder of the evil organization. So, do you want to join? This is a very dangerous move, which may be hundreds or thousands of times more dangerous than the previous bloody hunting competitions. Okay. The sword-wielding genius also became excited. I'll come too. How could he be missing from such a heroic act? The young man's simple sense of justice is surging. Although I am not good at using these magic props, my swordsmanship is barely good enough. Let me join you. Okay. Welcome to join. Chu Yun's rescue team has added another person. Afterwards, Chu Yun's team began to move towards the next area. Chapter 205. The momentum is getting bigger. In District 92, Chu Yun's team easily killed a group of diamond-level members of the evil palace, rescued a group of rich kids who were struggling to resist, and included them in their resistance team. In District 90, Chu Yun's team fought hard to kill 2 Level 3 researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute, and rescued a genius who had been captured. District 81, District 87, District 85. Chu Yun's resistance team is gradually expanding. The members of the resistance team, who were originally afraid of the sudden attack by the evil organization, gained strong self-confidence and familiar fighting methods after a series of victories. The rich kids and young geniuses, who were not familiar with each other, gradually gained a comrade-in-arms friendship by cooperating with each other under the danger of death. A strong cohesive force is emerging in the resistance team. In the reception hall, Guisu's expression is becoming increasingly ugly. The originally extremely stable situation was actually torn open by such a Chu Yun. Now Chu Yun's resistance team has spread the war to about 15% of the area, and the number of resistance teams gathered has reached 30. A powerful and invincible team that has won battles in a row. Guisu's face turned black, and he immediately turned on the communication tool. The various tools can ignore the signal shielding of the Mosin rainforest. It is the props that the Eye of God gave to the Shao Evil Hall and the God's Blood Research Institute. Jisong, rush to Area 63 immediately. Surround and kill Chu Yun's team. And don't let them stir up any waves again. Chu Yun's team is moving fast. If we go to the area where Chu Yun's team is currently located, we will not be able to capture them, and can only eat tail gas. We must intercept them in advance. And Area 63 is a must-go place. Soon. Jisong replied with a grim smile. Understood. Bosqua. I will definitely take Chu Yun's head. Hearing Jisong's voice, Guisu was relieved immediately. With Jisong's help, Chu Yun will be easily killed, and all the geniuses of the resistance team will be captured. And Xios was also worried about the prairie fire of Chu Yun's team. So he took out the communication tools and contacted the genius level 3 researcher who was organized by himself to participate in the bloody hunting competition. Under the projection of the Mirror of Beauty, the expansion speed of Chu Yun's team is getting faster and faster. 16%, 17%, 18%. This percentage jumps almost every few minutes. The wealthy people in the reception hall, who were originally panicking, have actually calmed down a lot. Many of them are pleased to see their descendants fighting side by side with other geniuses, killing members of these evil organizations, and forming a comrade-in-arms friendship. Why did they come to participate in the bloody hunting competition? Isn't it just to strengthen the connection between some wealthy groups in the south, and then train their descendants? Unexpectedly, it was done by accident. It's even getting better. And the remaining wealthy descendants have also become much calmer. Because as long as the Chu Yun team is still there, and the flames of resistance are still burning, they still have hope. Xiao Weitian looked at the projection, and saw Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher struggling in the projection. Come on. If you can hold on a little longer. Maybe. Area 63. Chu Yun's resistance team has recruited 60 people. And Chu Yun's resistance team is fighting with another large group of people at this time. This group of people are not members of the evil organization, but the group of sinners who have been instigated by the evil organization and distributed various props, equipment, and magic scrolls. This group of sinners has reached nearly 80 people. And when they raided, various skill effects and lights were overwhelming. Damn. I didn't expect that there would be sinners attacking here. Xiao Xincher gritted his teeth. We were caught off guard. The genius young masters behind him were also a little panicked. But they also maintained a high level of output and combat under the confidence of past victories. But this was only temporary, because the opponent's sinners' surprise advantage was too high. They had been broken up, and the front row could not stop the sinners at all, exposing the fragile long-range output profession to the enemy. If this continues, we will be defeated. It's time to use surprise troops. Chu Yun snorted, and waved the dragon speaker's staff in his right hand wildly, with countless healing lights and killing lights flying, and his left hand took out a ball from the storage ring. Beast Control Ball. Swoosh. Chu Yun opened the Beast Control Ball, and a golden stream of light flew towards the sinner's team. This golden light was so ordinary, mixed in various magic scrolls, and seemed inconspicuous, and the group of sinners dodged one after another. No one looked at the golden light, and no one would be wary of this golden light. Then, Chu Yun shouted, Golden egg. Use heaven and earth fire. Roar. The golden egg was in the center of the entire sinnders team. And no one found it. The violent flame seemed to be more difficult. And instantly surged in the entire sinnders team. Damn. How did this flame surge in us? Oh no. The back row was killed instantly by the flames. Gather quickly. Hurry up. The originally neatly organized team of sinnders suddenly became chaotic. Their combat experience and mutual cooperation were far less familiar than Chu Yun's team. At this time, a problem occurred, and the people were immediately in chaos. Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker staff and shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me to charge out. Kill!" Xiao shouted angrily, his fists covered in blood, and strode forward to kill the panicked sinners. Zhang Lin laughed loudly, grabbed a bunch of magic scrolls, and threw them out crazily. For a moment, he was unstoppable. The sinners were completely defeated. Haha. Another victory is coming soon. A young master in the resistance team couldn't help smacking his lips in joy. Although he was a rich young master who could get things that many people couldn't get, he had never fought such a good battle. The feeling of being able to fight with so many people together was really wonderful. At this time, a small group of people came running from behind the sinners. This small group of people was only 4 or 5 people. But the sense of oppression they brought could cover the entire sinners team of more than 80 people. When they arrived, the scattered sinners actually settled down, which greatly stabilized the morale of the army. The leader among the 4 or 5 people was an extremely unruly young man, wearing a pitch-black coat that rustled in the wind. This man's eyes were as ferocious as a tiger's, and he instantly locked onto Chu Yun in the middle of the crowd. Then, he bared his brutal fangs. "Chu Yun? My name is Black Tiger Jeet Song, and you should prepare to die." Chapter 206, Interception. Chu Yun frowned. He didn't understand why this person could pronounce his name. What Chu Yun didn't know was that his every move was actually clearly shown in the projection of the mirror of beauty in the reception hall. If Chu Yun knew about this, he would definitely cry out that it was not good. Isn't the signal blocked in the Mosin rainforest? How did his own battle scene get out? He was fighting against the evil organization and had to show off. But he didn't want to be targeted by those evil organizations. But there was no way. He was being targeted now. It's hard to deal with. Although I don't know what hatred you have with me. Chu Yun tightly grasped the dragon speaker's staff in his hand. But since you are going to kill me, I will not hold back. Ha ha ha. I wish for it. Jeet Song laughed crazily, and his roar shook the surrounding trees so much that they dropped their leaves one after another. Then Jeet Song flew up, stepped on the leaves, and rushed over. He rushed like a tiger chasing prey. Xiao, who was fighting in the front, turned his head and looked at Chu Yun. "Yunzi! Fatty! I'm fine." The battlefield was chaotic, and he had to shout to convey his voice. Chu Yun quickly replied, "You are the most important front line of the resistance team. You must not be distracted. I can deal with him." "Damn it!" Xiao looked at Jeet Song, who was running towards Chu Yun, his face full of anxiety. Chu Yun was right. He was the most important combat force in the front row, with full damage resistance and output. But Chu Yun was also the backbone of the entire resistance team. Calm and perfect battle command, full screen control, healing effect that can instantly increase the health of the skin, and attack ability that can kill diamond level instantly. Chu Yun is the backbone of this resistance team. No doubt. I can only trust Yunzi. Xiao gritted his teeth and threw himself into the battle on the front line again. The golden egg was also spewing flames in the center of the sinner, and he couldn't get back. Now the only strongman who could deal with Jeet Song was Chu Yun himself. Jeet Song, who was flying in the air, condensed his right hand into a claw, and a dark energy gathered into the shape of a tiger head, instantly covering Jeet Song's right claw. The air nearby was torn apart, which was extremely terrifying. This blow killed Diamond in an instant. But that was all. Guardian Shield reversed. Chu Yun immediately released a reverse Guardian Shield on himself, which not only allowed him to block, but also counterattack. At this moment, a cold claw stabbed Chu Yun's back from behind. Chu Yun looked back in shock, and there was actually a Jeet Song behind him, who also used the Black Flame Tiger Claw. I didn't expect that Jeet Song, who looked arrogant and domineering, would use such a sinister sneak attack method, and also had the ability to be invisible to deceive everyone's perspective. It was really unexpected that Chu Yun, who was extremely cautious, was deceived by Jeet Song. This claw attack directly shattered Chu Yun's guardian shield, causing him to suffer a lot of damage. Cough. Chu Yun paused and coughed a mouthful of blood. After the reversal, the guardian shield's anti-damage effect was still there, and it immediately blasted Jeet Song into black mist. This Jeet Song was actually fake, but this fake Jeet Song could still cause damage to Chu Yun, and the black flames on the black claws also lingered on Chu Yun's wounds. Burned by black flames. Take 10% of the maximum health value in fire damage and 10% of the lost health value in magic damage per second, and randomly decay the magic value. During the duration, the defense power is reduced by 30%, and the fire and magic defense power are reduced by another 30%, and the movement speed is reduced by 5%. The duration is unlimited. When receiving a control release effect, the duration is changed to 15 minutes, and then each time a control release effect is received, the duration is reduced by 1 minute. Super high continuous damage and defense breaking ability. And the control release effect is also extremely difficult to remove. If left alone, Chu Yun will probably be burned to death by this black flame in just a few seconds. But Chu Yun has never learned any control release skills, because Chu Yun has an ability that is more outrageous than control release skills. That is, to convert negative effects into positive effects. Reverse Black Flame Burn. Black Flame Burn anti-rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the hosts, Black Flame Burn has been reversed. Please check it yourself. Black Flame Burn restores 10% of maximum health, 10% of lost health, and randomly restores mana per second. During the duration, defense is increased by 30%. Fire and magic defense is increased by another 30%. And movement speed is increased by 5%. Duration is 15 minutes. When receiving negative effects, the duration is increased by 1 minute for each control release effect. After increasing to 15 minutes, it is changed to permanent duration. Infinite. Chu Yun's eyelids twitch slightly. If he can withstand a little more negative effects, then this effect explosion buff will always be on Chu Yun. Restores 10% of maximum health, 10% of lost health, and randomly restores mana per second. Plus defense is increased by 30%. Fire resistance and magic resistance are increased by 30%. And there is a permanent movement speed bonus. If he could have this permanent buff, plus his already ridiculous health panel, Chu Yun, a physician, would be much more tanky than most frontline professions. For a moment, Chu Yun was full of fighting spirit. Humph. Jeet Song, you are nothing but this. Then, waving the dragon speaker staff, he used various reverse healing skills on Jeet Song. Jeet Song was hit a little, but he successfully hit Chu Yun with the claws of the Black Flame Tiger again. Ha ha ha. How does my exclusive skill taste? This set of combined attacks against the squishy skin has always been invincible. First, use the Black Tiger clone to attack with a weakened version of the Black Flame Tiger claws. Disrupt the enemy's thinking and add weak and reduced black flames. And then the main body uses the strongest attack to complete the sure kill. But Jeet Song's laughing expression soon froze, because he found that his claw attack could not penetrate Chu Yun's defense at all. What's going on? I have obviously weakened your defense. Jeet Song was stunned. The black flames on Chu Yun's body not only did not cause any harm to Chu Yun, but even seemed to help Chu Yun recover blood. His tactics that had always been successful were defeated here. But he couldn't figure out how Chu Yun got rid of his black flame burning control. But it's not Jeet Song's fault. Except Chu Yun. No one in the world can counter Jeet Song's black flames. The only time Jeet Song loses is when he meets Chu Yun. It seems that the ability you are proud of is completely useless on me. Chu Yun smiled coldly. So is it my turn to fight back? Chapter 207, A Tough Enemy. Jeet Song gritted his teeth. He was indeed a genius, who had fought many battles, and was agile. After confirming that his attack was ineffective, he immediately retreated. He did not covet the advantage of being close to the long-range fragile in close combat, but wanted to avoid Chu Yun's counterattack before making a decision. But how could Chu Yun give him this opportunity? Paralysis applied? Life-saving light reversed. A ray of light with a locking effect instantly flew towards Jeet Song. Jeet Song put his hands together, and a dark tiger figure appeared behind him. Tiger King stands. The flowing black flames wandered on his body like clothes. This move can greatly enhance his defense. No matter how powerful the attack is, it will be greatly weakened by this move. Swoosh. The reverse life-saving light instantly penetrated the black flame's defense and shot into Jeet Song's body. Ji Song suffered a lot of real damage. Ji Song retreated dozens of steps and stood in the center of the sinners, holding his bleeding abdomen, sweat on his forehead, looking at Chu Yun's expression. Very afraid. His strongest attack and defense methods were completely ineffective under this seemingly ordinary doctor. He is a combat genius at the early stage of the Star Glory level. But he was fooled so badly by such a diamond level. Ji Song relied on three things to fight proudly. One is the strong attachment of the Black Flame, high damage and high defense penetration. The second is the extremely high defense provided by the Black Flame, which can isolate most of the damage. The third is that the Black Flame can be used to create a clone that can be temporarily invisible and cause the same damage as the original body, interfering with and attacking the enemy. First, the burning of Black Flames has no effect on Chu Yun. Ji Song has no idea why the Black Flames have no effect. He even vaguely feels that the Black Flames have become a helper for Chu Yun. Second, the Black Flame defense. How can this Chu Yun have such high real damage? Real damage ignores defense. Ji Song suffered a big loss here. Only the last method seems to be able to hurt Chu Yun. No wonder he can become the person that Bosk was so specifically wants to kill. He really has some tricks. Ji Song looked at Chu Yun coldly, and with a flick of his footsteps, he disappeared into the team of sinners, and no one knew where he went. For a moment, the entire sinners team lost their backbone and fell into chaos. The rebel team was very excited. Ha, that Ji Song can only run away in disgrace. Victory will eventually belong to us. Even Xiao Shinsher's expression became relieved. But Chu Yun did not relax at all. Although he could not see Ji Song now, he did not think that Ji Song would leave so easily and rudely, because Ji Song has the means of invisibility. This is an extremely rare skill. Even professional killers may not have it. They can only rely on the imitation of the throne-level weapons to achieve short-term invisibility. Chu Yun did not feel proud of his temporary advantage, because he was facing Ji Song, a star-level combat genius. After a short fight, Chu Yun could confirm this fact. Ji Song is definitely not comparable to those ordinary star-level warriors. Chu Yun waved the dragon speaker staff and kept attacking the sinners in front of him. Death field reversed. Healing reversed. Praise of reason reversed. The light green light flashed, causing a lot of real damage and weakening effects. Chu Yun's position as the core of the rebel team's battle situation was unquestionable, and under the resistance of the sinners, Chu Yun was completely fixed in the reverse Black Flame burning. From then on, Chu Yun had permanent high HP recovery, MP recovery, defense bonus, and speed bonus. The group of sinners fell down in droves under the resistance team's vigorous advance. Ji Song still did not show up, except for Chu Yun. Everyone present thought that Ji Song had already escaped from here. At the moment when Chu Yun put down the dragon speaker staff, a dark shadow burning with dark flame suddenly appeared behind Chu Yun. This was Chu Yun's moment of respite after releasing his skills in this battle, and it was also the best time to attack. Chu Yun, who never relaxed, turned around immediately, and suddenly pointed the dragon speaker staff, and green light shot out. Miraculous healing reversed. The green light penetrated the figure behind him, breaking it into a dark mist. At the same time, 3 more figures approached. Looking carefully, these figures were actually Ji Song. I didn't expect Ji Song to create so many Black Flame clones at once. Which one of them is the real body? If the real body cannot be hit, then it can only be consumed like this. And there is no way to defeat Ji Song. And Ji Song is like a thorn in the bone, which will continue to disgust Chu Yun. But at this time, Chu Yun's eyebrows suddenly raised, because there was a high murderous aura gradually approaching behind him. These Ji Songs in front of him are all clones. The real Ji Song should have hidden behind Chu Yun, ready to give Chu Yun a fatal blow. Suddenly, Chu Yun smiled. It seems that you are the only one who can be invisible. With his hands flipped, a faint cloak appeared, and Chu Yun draped it on his back lightly. Stealth cloak imitation. Category, cloak. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, movement speed plus 15%. Durability, 18/30. Running in the night when not in combat. Movement speed increases by 15%. After entering combat, movement speed increases to 40%. Attack speed increases by 20%. Lasts for 10 seconds. And then the movement speed bonus is removed, and the attack speed bonus is reduced to 10%. Passive skill. Ghost in the night consume 1 durability point. Immediately hide your figure. Enter the invisible state. And immediately enter the out-of-combat state, which lasts for 30 seconds. If you consume 1 durability point to extend the invisibility during the invisibility period, the time will be extended to 45 seconds. During the invisibility period, if you are hurt or attack, you will immediately exit the invisibility state. Chu Yun immediately consumed 1 durability point and entered the invisible state. And because of the forced out of combat, Chu Yun's movement speed suddenly increased by 15%, moving faster, and easily avoided the hidden attack behind him. After dodging, a figure emerged where Chu Yun was originally standing. It was Ji Song. Ji Song held a long sword that rolled up a mighty hurricane, stabbed the target in vain, and was looking around in fear. He didn't expect Chu Yun to have a replica of a throne-level weapon that could be invisible. But after Chu Yun saw the long sword held by Ji Song clearly, he immediately took a breath of cold air. Sword of Storm. Chapter 208. Another weapon of the Thunder God. Ji Song's black flames could not cause any harm to Chu Yun. But if this sword hit Chu Yun, then Chu Yun would be dead or disabled, because this sword is also a replica of a throne-level weapon. After seeing that he could not hurt Chu Yun, Ji Song instantly changed his mind and tried to kill Chu Yun with props. Fortunately, Chu Yun never relaxed and barely avoided this move. But the hurricane on the sword is still expanding, and the power will not dissipate before it is released. Chu Yun's situation is still extremely dangerous. Storm Sword Replica. Category: Long Sword. Level requirement: None. Professional requirements: None. Effect: Attack speed plus 25%. Durability: 7 out of 10. I am the storm attack will have an additional 50% wind damage, and each attack will increase the attack speed by 5% and the movement speed by 1%, with a maximum stacking of 100 layers. When out of combat, 1 layer will be dropped, and then 5 layers will be dropped per second. It can consume 1 durability point to immediately increase the number of layers by 30 layers. I Will Judge can be released at 100 layers, consuming an additional 3 durability points, and immediately release a storm/forward, causing catastrophic wind damage and physical damage with a killing effect. And then a raging wind will rage on the field, causing random wind damage to all targets. The raging wind lasts for 60 seconds. When in the raging wind, the stacking speed doubles, and it is always in combat. The Storm Sword. Another throne-level weapon owned by the throne of the god-granted empire Thor. Thor has 2 throne-level weapons. One is the Thor's Hammer, which is a hammer that condenses thunder, and the second is this Storm Sword. According to legend, after Thor used thunder to blast the frozen ground, he felt that the storm that cleansed the world was still eroding the few lands that the Blue Moon Empire could survive. He personally captured, compressed, and cast the nearly endless storms, and finally sealed the storms that rolled like a catastrophe in the territory of the Blue Moon Empire in the divine power. And this weapon that rolls forever in the divine power shell is the Storm Sword. Breaking the frozen land with thunder and gathering and sealing the storms in the sky has given the Blue Moon Empire countless soils that can allow humans to survive and live. Therefore, Thor is the most believed and legendary god in the Blue Moon Empire. According to legend, Thor held Thor's hammer in his right hand and Storm Sword in his left hand, and he conquered beasts that brought disaster to the world one after another, leaving behind countless epics. And what is certain is that Storm Sword is also a top-level weapon of the throne level that is no less powerful than Thor's hammer. And its replica has even more exaggerated damage. If it is hit hard, it will probably become like those stars that Chu Yun killed with the replica of the throne-level weapon before, and fall. And Ji Song's expression when looking at Chu Yun is no more ordinary than Chu Yun's. And he is also full of shock. You also have a replica of the secret cloak? I have one too? What do you mean I have one, huh? Chu Yun frowned and looked at Ji Song. Ji Song has always been wearing a dark coat, looking arrogant and domineering. But Chu Yun took a closer look and found that there was a thin and transparent layer of cloth under the coat. It's just that the vague layer of cloth is very inconspicuous under the cover of the dark coat. If you don't observe carefully, you can't find it at all. It's the secret cloak. It turns out that Ji Song is also wearing a secret cloak. No wonder Ji Song has the effect of invisibility. This is not the ability of Ji Song's profession, but the invisibility brought by the secret cloak. So you also have a secret cloak? Chu Yun sneered. Ji Song held the Storm Sword with an ugly expression. What do you mean I also have a secret cloak? It's obviously you who have a secret cloak that's unusual. The manufacturing method of the replica of the secret cloak was only recently cracked by their Xiao Yitian. And it is the only one in the world. Even the extremely greedy Xiao Yitian refrained from selling the secret cloak, fearing that the production method would be cracked by outsiders. They only gave it to their own people, and guaranteed that it would never be leaked outside. Even if a member of the Xiao Yitian died, members of the same organization would go to collect the body as soon as possible, just to avoid the spread of the secret cloak replica. And recently, a member of the Xiao Yitian died mysteriously, and the mysterious cloak on his body disappeared. Instantly, Ji Song's pupils shrank. Did you kill Wu Ying? Hearing this, Chu Yun's heart trembled. It seems that Wu Ying is a member of the Xiao Yi Hall. I killed him. So what? Humph. Then I have one more reason to kill you. The murderous intent in Ji Song's eyes became more and more intense. Wu Ying is dead. But the secret cloak must be recovered. This is the biggest weapon for the Xiao Yi Hall to expand. The peak strength of the Xiao Yi Hall is not worse than that of other evil organizations. But there are not many means to win people's hearts. It can only use coercion and inducement. But inducement is always unsafe, as long as the enemy offers a higher price. Their members may rebel. The unique replica of the secret cloak brings the extremely rare ability of invisibility, which makes more members choose to stay in the evil palace and its affiliated organizations. Hearing this, Chu Yun also sneered. Since I know the truth, I never intended to let you leave. Chu Yun still didn't know that his every move at this time was being copied and projected into the reception hall under the illumination of the Mirror of Beauty. The rich people, bodyguards and members of the evil organization in the reception hall heard Chu Yun's words clearly. If Chu Yun knew this situation, he would definitely complain. I would have denied it earlier. You are the one who will die. Ji Song shouted angrily, and attacked in vain with the storm sword. Chu Yun did not dare to resist, and immediately swayed left and right to avoid Ji Song's attack. This violent storm. Even Chu Yun, who is now more tanky than most tanks with big moves, did not dare to resist, can only roam and fight. Chu Yun fell into invisibility again, and from time to time released a reversed healing spell or magic healing to harass. But Ji Song had to hide again, and this high real damage made him unable to bear it. Chu Yun, you are so timid. Do you dare to come out and fight? Ji Song roared. Don't dare. Chu Yun's voice sounded crisp and clear. His body has entered the invisible state, and no one knows where it is. Ji Song became more and more angry, and his movements became more and more chaotic. Finally, Chu Yun exited the invisible state. Ji Song roared. What? You finally have the courage to challenge me? Challenge? Chu Yun laughed. I want to beat you up. Hearing this, Ji Song looked around in horror. All the sinners have fallen, and the resistance team is surrounding him. He has no way to retreat. Chapter 209, One wave rises after another. This, Ji Song pursed his lips, his face extremely ugly. How come it hasn't been long since the fight? All the sinners he has recruited have fallen. Even the several members of the evil palace he brought with him have all fallen. Now he is the only one left on his side, and he has become a commander without troops. And no one on the resistance side has fallen, and they all look at him with ill intentions. Various magic props are ready to go. Beat him up, Chu Yun shouted. The resistance team shouted one after another, and the voices were overwhelming. They used various magic props to bombard Ji Song. There were no more obstacles at this time, and the only target was Ji Song. Everyone threw very smoothly. Chu Yun also laughed and raised the dragon speaker staff, releasing various skills. Countless lights enveloped Ji Song. I don't accept it, Ji Song roared, wielding the storm sword violently, and the wind surged. He wanted to fight back, but the number of people in the rebel team was too large, and the skills and magic scrolls covering them were countless. Ji Song's almost insignificant resistance was instantly covered. Half a second later, Ji Song fell in the muddy rainforest full of dead leaves. His body was already full of scars, and the skills erupting around Ji Song continued. His eyes were filled with deep resentment, which eventually faded away. God wants to kill me. Not because of war. Ji Song, the star-level combat genius of the Xiao Evil Palace, was killed. Reception hall. Guisu, who was holding the wine glass leisurely, suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand after seeing this scene. The red wine flowed from Guisu's hand, and it was unclear whether it was wine or blood. Guisu's face was gloomy, and that unruly look had long been thrown out of the sky. At this moment, His face was so gloomy that it seemed that water could drip out. Jitsong actually. Jitsong was a combat genius that appeared once in 300 years in the Shao Evil Palace. From bronze to star level. He was singing all the way and killing all opponents. This time, Guisa brought him here just to train him again. He had no worries about the danger of this so-called bloody hunting competition. Seeing Chu Yun, this annoying bug, when Jitsong said he wanted to kill Chu Yun, Guisa no longer had any worries, but he never expected that Jitsong would be killed by Chu Yun. Although he was beaten to death, none of this mattered. What mattered was that Jitsong was really dead. Guisa had no idea how to explain to his superiors when he returned. In the reception hall, a group of wealthy people didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that they would be killed by Guisa, who was in a rage at this time. But at the same time, the expressions of these wealthy people became more and more relaxed. The resistance army led by Chu Yun gave them a glimmer of hope. Two respected allies, your slaves are really not good enough. On the side, God's Eye Hoyle showed a very regretful expression and shook his head slightly. Faced with Hoyle's doubts, Guisa's expression became more gloomy. Don't interrupt and question. I know Jitsong's strength best. This Chu Yun is really weird. An evil organization. Saying that others are weird is somewhat funny. Guisa may have some comedy talent. Of course, no one present dared to laugh out loud. Then, Guisa raised his eyebrows and looked at Shiosi beside him. Shiosi also brought a genius researcher from the God's Blood Research Institute to intercept Chu Yun. Shiosi on the side felt Guisa's gaze, frowned slightly, and contacted the genius in his organization again. Be careful. That Chu Yun is very powerful. Got it. A cold voice sounded from the other end of the communication tool. In the Mozong rainforest, 49%, 50%. The rebels have saved half of the people in the bloody hunting competition. The number of rebels has reached 100. And now they can be called a rebel brigade. The more people there are, the faster the battle will be. If you encounter members of the evil organization, you can easily kill them by releasing skills together. Save the contestants and take them into the rebels. Although Chu Yun's rebel team is making great progress. In fact, they have only advanced to 50% so far, and the remaining 50% are still in dire straits. Some rich kids could no longer resist and were captured by members of the evil organization. Some even turned around and joined the evil organization. Area 44. Hey, I know where Chu Yun is. I'll take you there. Gong Sheng had a flattering expression and nodded and led the man in the white coat in front of him. The man in the white coat was tall and slender, and his black-framed glasses could not hide his dark circles. His eyes seemed to feel that everything in the world was ordinary and common, and nothing could make him fluctuate. He has changed direction. The man replied lightly and strode forward. Then, several researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute behind him quickly followed. Gong Sheng looked a little embarrassed, but immediately called his followers to quickly follow. With a flattering expression, when I meet Chu Yun, I will do my best for you. Area 45. A rich young man who had just been rescued showed gratitude. Thank you for saving me. No matter how noble their status was, they were all ordinary people who were in life and death crisis at this time. If they were helped when they were dying, as long as they still had a heart to be a human being, they would definitely be grateful. But Chu Yun, Xiao Zhencher, Zhang Lin, and several people who joined the resistance army at the beginning all laughed. It's too early to thank you now. It's still hard to say whether we are out of danger. So, we need your strength. Join the resistance and kill all the people in these evil organizations. The rich young man was stunned. In an instant, a surge of blood boiled in his heart. Which young man has not dreamed of such a battle? If not, then he would not come to this bloody hunting competition. Those who can come here at least have some blood. Okay, I join. The resistance has one more person. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Oh, it's really a tearful scene. A man with glasses wearing a coat appeared in front of everyone. Although he kept saying that it was tear-jerking, he actually had no expression on his face. And his face was extremely cold, as if he had no emotions at all. Gong Sheng stood behind him, looking at the number of the rebels, his face pale. Are you also someone who wants to destroy our rebels? A rich kid yelled. That Jitsong has died at our hands. And you are no exception. The man in the white coat smiled slightly. I never said I would destroy you. My mission is just to stop you. That's enough. Chapter 2:10 The Enemy's Purpose. When the rebels showed doubtful expressions, Chu Yun suddenly felt that something was wrong. The danger of a catastrophe seemed to be approaching. And Gongsheng, who already knew the intention of the man in the white coat and glasses, laughed wickedly, extremely viciously. You just wait to die here. Ha ha ha. Chu Yun clenched the dragon speaker's staff and frowned. Now, is there any way to break the deadlock? 15 minutes ago, the reception hall, Guosu's expression was uncertain. And Shi Quan, who had been staying in the host's room, could no longer sit still and stepped out. The wealthy people around looked at Shi Quan, who had turned against them. And there was anger in their eyes. It was because Shi Quan joined the dark forces and caught them off guard that they were so passive. I didn't expect that the majestic Shi Quan, the throne, would do such a dirty and despicable thing at this time. Shi Quan turned his head slightly, not wanting to see the eyes of the wealthy people. The reason why he hid in the host's room before was that he didn't want to see these eyes before. These eyes were respectful, because he was the ancestor of the Shi family and the respected throne that protected mankind. But now, these eyes are contemptuous, because he has given up all his previous identities and turned away from mankind. This huge contrast made Shi Quan extremely unhappy. But at this time, there was no turning back. He could only move towards the evil organization and go all the way to the end. Shi Quan took a deep breath and walked towards Guosu and the other two. At the current blood hunting competition, the situation of the evil organization was not looking good, which made Shi Quan look unhappy. He wanted to use this event as a token of his allegiance. He took over most of the southern rich circle and handed it over to the evil organization, and joined it as a huge contributor. Although he was a throne-level professional and could enjoy a lifespan of 500 years, he was still old and his lifespan was about to end. Only by joining the God's Blood Research Institute could he have a chance to extend his lifespan. As for the Shi family and the so-called normal society behind him, in his eyes, they could all be abandoned. But he never expected that this carefully planned plan would be so easily resolved by Chu Yun. His old face was already a little embarrassed. Shi Quan was furious. Three of you. I have decided to go down in person to hunt down Chu Yun and wipe out the rebels. If we continue to watch like this, it will be a big embarrassment. It is better to do it in person and win everything. In an instant, the faces of the wealthy people in the reception hall turned pale. The throne-level strongman actually wants to go down in person. Then even if their descendants are more powerful than the heaven, it will be useless. Although there is only one level difference between the Star Glory level and the throne level, it is indeed an insurmountable gap. The gap between the Star Glory level and the throne level is countless times greater than the gap between the bronze level and the Star Glory level. A genius who can fight across levels can fight against silver with bronze and against star with diamond, but he can never fight against the throne with star. Climb to the top of the throne, transcend the mundane, and gather infinite power in oneself. Only when reaching the throne level can professionals truly surpass the limits of mortals in a preliminary sense. A throne-level professional can easily suppress hundreds of star-level professionals. This is definitely not a realm that can be killed by numbers. Hearing that Shi Quan was going to take the initiative, Guosu, who had always had a grim expression, slowly calmed down. With you, old man Shi, taking action, there should be no problem. Guosu, who has been rebellious all his life and never fallen behind others, nodded and recognized Shi Quan's strength. Hoyle held a gun in front of his chest and performed the knight's salute. Good luck to you, my ally. Shios nodded slightly. As soon as possible, the battle situation may change at any time. The often cold Shios actually warned him. Shi Quan didn't care. Three of you. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Shi Quan turned into a stream of light, running wildly in the air, and rushed out of the reception hall. The unique ability of the throne-level professional. Walking in the air, the originally slightly active reception hall immediately became quiet, and many wealthy people looked depressed. Obviously, they did not think that their offspring could escape the clutches of a throne-level professional. No matter how precious the props are, they have not reached the throne level as long as they cannot reach the throne level. They are no different from firecrackers in front of the throne level. Fancy, but useless. In the depths of the rich, Xiao Wentian held a wine glass in one hand and put the other hand behind his back. And the fingers of this gloved hand moved slightly, a little hurriedly, as if quietly clicking on something. Jinshi, Chu Yun, please hold on for a while. Even one more second. Xiao Wentian gritted his teeth secretly. Area 43. Chu Yun's resistance army has already started a fierce battle with the people brought by the man in the white coat and glasses. The man in the white coat and glasses only brought 7 or 8 level 3 researchers from the God's Blood Research Institute, more than 20 diamond level members of the Owl Evil Hall, and 4-star level members of the Owl Evil Hall. The number of people is far less than that of Chu Yun's resistance army. But because they fought and retreated, they were not defeated by the resistance army for a while. And they were even at ease. There was room for counterattack. The man in the white coat and glasses took a few steps back, avoiding a red arrow that pierced the ground, and then flicked his sleeves. The bright red blood gathered and condensed into a huge blood ball. In the blood ball, one could faintly hear almost endless wailing. Go! The man in the white coat and glasses pointed with one hand, and the blood ball suddenly burst open. The surging blood became a blood column and collided everywhere. The collision of these blood columns not only brought the impact of physical damage, but also brought high corrosive damage of blood attributes. Many people were broken by the blood columns, and the attached blood attribute was rapidly reducing their blood volume. Life-saving area. Chu Yun waved the dragon speaker staff and immediately eliminated their injuries. This kind of super large-scale healing ability can only be possessed by Chu Yun, a doctor who completes 5-star job transfer tasks every time. The members of the resistance army, who were not crushed by the blood column, angrily used various means to fight back. The man in the white coat and glasses sneered and retreated again. After a long battle, the man in the white coat and glasses had retreated nearly 3,000 meters. But the man in the white coat and glasses didn't care. His purpose was really just to stop Chu Yun and the resistance army. But the more he fought, the more uneasy Chu Yun felt. Although the man in the white coat and glasses was not as aggressive and murderous as Ji Song, there was a more terrifying and weird situation. It seemed that something big was coming. When Chu Yun frowned, a stream of light fell from the sky. At the same time, there was also an indifferent and familiar voice. Your fight should end now. Chapter 211, Throne. Shi Quan. When the voice sounded, all parties showed surprised expressions. This voice is Shi Quan. Shi Quan fell from the sky, floating in front of everyone. Looking down, everyone present became excited, whether they were members of the evil organization or the resistance team. The resistance team thought that Shi Quan was on their side and would immediately kill these people from the evil organization. Host Shi. Throne Shi. Cheers rang out from the resistance team. A rich young man burst into tears. Throne Shi. You are finally here. Since you are here, it means that everything in the base camp must have been perfectly resolved. Many people in the resistance army also relaxed and were very happy. This extremely dangerous activity should be over. I was really scared. With the throne of Shi, we are safe. But Shi Quan, who was suspended in the air, did not react at all to these cheering resistance soldiers. Chu Yun never relaxed, holding the dragon speaker's staff tightly. Frowning, the man in the white coat and glasses opposite had a calm expression. But Gong Sheng standing behind him looked like a villain who had succeeded. Ha ha ha. You are finished. And you, Chu Yun, I can't wait to see your death. Hearing this, many people in the resistance army were very angry. This resistance movement was started by Chu Yun, who led them to numerous victories. During the battle, Chu Yun's control, treatment, and powerful and comprehensive output were also seen by them. If it weren't for Chu Yun, it's hard to say whether they could have come this far. For a time, the resistance army was excited. Gong Sheng, you are a running dog who has joined the evil organization. And you are still talking big here. What do you mean? Gong Sheng, don't you know that the throne of Shi has arrived? He can crush you with just one finger. Xiao Zhenshi was also furious. Gong Sheng, shut your stinky mouth. I think you are the one who is about to die. However, Shi Quan did not respond to the enthusiasm of the resistance army, but turned his head and looked at Xiao Zhenshi indifferently. A stream of lava condensed at Shi Quan's fingertips. Noisy. Swoosh. The lava suddenly shot out and pierced Xiao Zhenshi, passing through the various buffs and magic scrolls and magic props imposed by the entire resistance army. This beam of lava pierced through all defenses as easily as piercing tofu, and opened a hole in Xiao Zhenshi's body. With these protections on Xiao Zhenshi resisted the skills of more than 20 people, including the top stars, and did not lose a single drop of blood, but was easily pierced by Shi Quan's slight finger. Xiao Zhenshi flew backwards and hit a big tree in the Mosin rainforest. shaking off layers of leaves. The entire resistance army was shocked. First, they were shocked by the overwhelming dominance of the throne-level battle. Those below the throne level were all ants and needed to look up to them. Any resistance would be futile. Second, why would Chu Yun attack them? The throne? Many people in the resistance army were shocked and confused, and couldn't believe it. Why didn't Chu Yun attack those people from the evil organization, but instead attack Xiao Zhenshi? Although Chu Yun was a bit cold, he was not a member of the evil organization after all. Hee. I know what you want to say, and what you want to ask. Chu Yun smiled coldly, but the next words were even colder than his smile. I'm about to join the God's Blood Research Institute, and you are my token of surrender. These words made the entire resistance army feel as if they were in an ice cave. Everyone was silent. Some were too shocked to speak, or they were already dead in their hearts. Under the shadow of the throne-level professionals, they had almost no room to resist. They stood still, not knowing what to do, and were already confused. Only Gongsheng, who was behind the man in the white coat and glasses, was laughing sharply. Chu Yun. Ha ha ha. The throne you expect is ours. Now let's see who can protect you. Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun, who Gongsheng had been mocking, did not look as frightened or sad as Gongsheng had imagined. Instead, he ran to Xiao Zhenshi, who was beaten to the ground with a nervous look on his face. Xiao Zhenshi collapsed under a big tree, his eyes closed, his head slightly tilted, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his injuries were extremely serious. Chu Yun hurriedly treated Xiao Zhenshi, but found that Chu Yun's attack actually attached a high amount of treatment reduction, which greatly reduced his treatment. Chu Yun. Chu Yun was already a little unhappy, and frowned slightly when he saw Chu Yun's current actions. This Chu Yun actually ignored his majesty, and was not afraid like those trembling rich kids. Instead, he simply walked to Xiao Zhenshi's side and treated him. After a cold snort, Chu Yun spoke indifferently. Chu Yun, don't worry. That kid surnamed Xiao is the son of a wealthy man. I will be careful when I attack him. I will only seriously injure him, not kill him. I just keep him alive. Chu Yun seemed not to hear and continued to treat Xiao Zhenshi. In the resistance army, Zhang Lin opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but under Chu Yun's pressure, he swallowed what he wanted to say. Zhang Lin suddenly felt very scared. He was usually fearless, but he was scared here. On the other hand, Chu Yun was clearly doing what he wanted to do under the watchful eyes of the throne-level professional and under the threat of life and death. He pursed his lips tightly. His heart was constantly agitated. Zhang Lin felt that Chu Yun was so cool. This was what a passionate young man should do. He clenched his loose hands into fists, his arms trembling slightly. In midair, Chu Yun's expression had already faintly shown anger. Chu Yun's expression clearly showed that he looked down on him. Gongsheng also noticed Chu Yun's strong anger, and immediately agreed. Chu Yun is too arrogant. Kill him. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Gongsheng wanted to kill Chu Yun and Xiao Zhenshi the most, because Xiao Zhenshi could not die because of his identity. So Chu Yun must die. Chu Yun nodded slightly and spoke coldly. Chu Yun, you are not the son of those rich people. You have no reason for me to hold back. So, get ready to die. Chu Yun stretched out his finger, and another stream of magma condensed at the tip of his finger. Then, it shot out. This stream of magma expanded like flying, and turned into a surging stream of magma and fire, covering Chu Yun. Many people in the resistance army screamed, Chu Yun! Chu Yun! The diamond level was hit by the throne level without holding back, and 9 out of 10 were going to die. Chu Yun also spoke coldly. This is the fate of disobeying me. Reception hall. Xiao Wentian stared at the projection, and the wine glass in his hand was about to be crushed by him. Just a little bit. Zhenshi. Chu Yun. Give me a little more time. Chapter 212. What is courage? On the side, Guisu smiled. If the throne-level professional takes action, then it is inevitable to win. What a pity. Jitsong was lost. Guisu couldn't help but look at Xios beside him. Xios had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes did not leave the projection, as if he didn't notice Guisu's gaze at all. The genius under his command was the man with white coat and glasses, who did not rush to die. Forget it. Guisu sighed and put his eyes on the projection again. As long as he can successfully win the descendants of these southern tycoons, The huge credit can also mortgage the punishment of Ji Song's death. The place where Shi Quan came. The rolling magma is eroding and burning everything. Nothing can escape. Shi Quan has revealed a sneer, waiting for Chu Yun to turn into a corpse. However, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a figure stood there. It was Chu Yun. Chu Yun was covered in wounds, but he was not dead. Instantly, the whole audience burst into an irrepressible shock and discussion. A diamond-level player actually survived a move from a throne-level player. Chu Yun's resistance this time completely shocked everyone. Chu Yun, who was covered in wounds, straightened his back and looked at Shi Quan. In his eyes, there was a raging rage. I want you, this old thief who is as filthy as mud, to die without a burial place. This voice was like thunder, with the most endless anger of a human being, piercing through stone and splitting gold. Unforgettable. How is it possible? Why aren't you dead yet? Shi Quan involuntarily took a half step back in midair, and for the first time, his expression showed surprise. As a throne-level strongman, he came here to suppress the whole scene and be invincible to everyone. Any action would be annihilated under his power. But his power failed for the first time. Chu Yun was covered with scars at this time. The boiling magma burned Chu Yun's clothes into tatters. Every exposed skin was burned with wounds and kept bleeding. But even so, Xiao Xincher behind Chu Yun was firmly locked in a light green protective field. And no trace of magma could hurt Xiao Xincher again. And Chu Yun's body was surrounded by a drop of green water, which kept Chu Yun's health at a minimum of 1. Without dying, simulating the tears of the god of life, Chu Yun had used the magic hand prayer on himself, and he could remain immortal in the next 30 seconds. A bad feeling emerged in Shi Quan's heart. But Shi Quan still forced a sneer. Humph. But you relied on luck to avoid my attack. You won't have such good luck this time. Shi Quan stretched out his finger again and pointed at Chu Yun. The boiling magma erupted again, and then instantly covered Chu Yun again. Shi Quan sneered. You are dead now, huh? Chu Yun walked out of the magma. There was no place on Chu Yun's body that was good. But he was still alive, and could even stand. Chu Yun could not die in these 30 seconds. Even if the throne came today, he had to wait for 30 seconds to kill Chu Yun. The more he attacked, the more panicked Shi Quan became. His heart was in turmoil. He no longer had the confidence of being invincible. As a throne level, he should be invincible here. But why? Shi Quan threw all kinds of throne-level terrifying skills at Chu Yun like crazy, but still couldn't kill Chu Yun. Chu Yun stood still, waved his hand fiercely, and brushed away the flame in front of him. Chu Yun stood there, the most shining existence in the entire battle, and the spiritual pillar of the rebels. As long as Chu Yun was still standing, the rebels would not disperse. If Chu Yun died, the rebels would have fled in panic. But Chu Yun stood here. That was the backbone. So that every member of the rebels refused to retreat. All members of the rebels. Chu Yun spoke seriously. Even though the rolling magma was constantly washing him, it could not cover his voice at all. And Chu Yun's voice was transmitted to the ears of every member of the rebels. We have walked here from the end of the Mozong rainforest, and have experienced more than 30 battles, big and small. We have defeated thousands of enemies so far, and encountered countless methods. Now, we are facing the throne-level masters. This must be our last battle in this bloody hunting competition. But this battle is extremely dangerous. If anyone retreats, leave as soon as possible. If anyone stands, follow me to fight. Chu Yun raised the dragon speaker's staff and pointed it at Shi Quan in the air. Are there any rebels? Charge with me. The rebels were quiet for a moment. All the rich sons began to tremble. Some were trembling with fear, and some were trembling with excitement. It was Chu Yun who led them to win every victory. And it was Chu Yun who led them to save one person after another. How could they abandon Chu Yun? And this one must be the same. They will definitely win. Zhang Lin, who has always been the most passionate and the most heroic of young people, raised his hands high. I am Zhang Lin, and I will charge. And this voice, like a spark, instantly ignited the dry wood of the entire resistance army. Countless shouts intertwined, and countless arms waved. I am O Bo, and I will charge. I am Li Yuanming, and I will charge. I am Min Guangyuan, and I will charge. I am Chan Shan, and I will charge. The shouts were deafening. No member of the resistance army chose to escape. After all, these rich kids were the most passionate. They all raised their hands and decided to stand with Chu Yun. In the back, The man in the white coat and glasses frowned and took a few steps back, ready to retreat at any time. And in midair, Shi Quan's expression became extremely ugly. This group of platinum diamonds actually dared to challenge his majesty like this. Okay. 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 Shi Quan laughed in anger. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Let me kill the most rampant and hateful Chu Yun first. The entire resistance army gave the strongest buff that each of them could give, without any cooling time and usage cost. To Chu Yun, a young master with a crew-cut head, bulging muscles, and a golden domineering shadow soared out and covered Chu Yun behind him. A lady with long flowing hair chanted a spell, and light blue runes emerged on Chu Yun's body. Someone else took out magic props and remotely blessed Chu Yun. Chu Yun's aura became more and more majestic. Shi Quan's face became more and more ugly. Reception hall. Xiao Wentian's fingers, which were tapping rapidly, suddenly stopped. A trace of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Success? North of Mosin Rainforest. Border of Tianfeng Empire. Military Department. The senior military officials in camouflage uniforms stood up from their chairs and looked at Lung Yin, who was sitting next to them. Your information is actually correct. Let's move forward. Eliminate the evil organization that is attacking. Chapter 213. Work together. For this bloody hunting competition, the organizer and the military agreed to divide the venue in the Mozong Rainforest. The military would not interfere, and the organizer would handle it. So the military should not know everything that happened in this bloody hunting competition. But because of Xiao Wentian's call for help, the military now knows everything. In addition, Lung Yin, the head of the Slime Academy, who has a deep connection with the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire, also came here and told them that many groups of evil organization members have approached the border recently and are likely to participate in this bloody hunting competition. He told them that the military should take strict precautions. Charge. There are so many military masters on the southern border, but in order to guard the overall situation, the military does not plan to send many troops, including Lung Yin. Only 10 thrones were dispatched. Any evil organization would only fight a small battle when facing the armed forces of an entire country. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 10 streams of light flew out from the military camp, the host's base camp, the reception hall. Guisu, squatting on a chair, watched Chu Yun lead the rebel army to fight against Shi Quan on the projection. And the more he watched, the more frightened he became. This Chu Yun, obviously just a diamond level, he was able to lead such a group of platinum diamonds to fight against the power of the throne level. He was a discerning person, and could see that Shi Quan did not hold back at all. But the more this happened, the more exaggerated Chu Yun's leadership ability, and the current situation seemed. Guisu narrowed his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This boy must not be left alive. If even Shi Quan can't kill him, then let me do it. Guisu's fear became stronger and stronger. In his ups and downs in his career, he had never seen such a weird guy as Chu Yun. Aside, Xiaoxi also frowned. No longer the calm look before. Hoyle's expression was solemn. Chu Yun's heroic figure was also deeply engraved in his mind. But no matter how outstanding a slave is, he is just a slave. He dared to resist the dignity of being a human being. Humph. He should be killed. No matter how powerful Chu Yun is, he is only a diamond level. In Hoyle's eyes, he can't even meet the standards of a human being. The 3 members of the evil organization have their own thoughts. Damn it. I can't sit still anymore. Guisu cursed and stood up from his chair. Shi Quan, this old man, can't even beat a group of platinum and diamond level kids playing house? It seems that it's my turn to add more blood to this bloody hunting competition. A terrifying aura spread from Guisu's body. It's the aura of the throne level. If he joins the bloody hunting competition, the situation will instantly become one-sided. Shi Quan and Guisu can easily sweep Chu Yun and the entire resistance army completely. This is no longer a matter of will. Guisu must be stopped. At this moment, among the rich, there was also a breath bursting out, which collided with the breath burst by Guisu, and was completely comparable. There are also throne-level professionals here? This is a variable they had never expected. Guisu suddenly looked into the rich group, and the rich made way for Guisu to see directly who the source of the breath was. It was Xiao Wentian. Xiao Wentian put down the wine glass and tightened his gloves. 3 of you. This farce you brought should end. Ha ha ha. Guisu laughed crazily, not taking Xiao Wentian seriously at all. We have 3 people. And you are just 1 person. And you want to turn the situation around? Or do you think you can win even if you fight 3 people alone? Guisu shook his hands. And huge muscles bulged on his arms, bulging his black suit. Humph. If we haven't fought yet, it's still unknown who will win or lose. Xiao Wentian was full of confidence. Seeing this, Guisu was furious. Just as he was about to rush forward to compete, he was pulled back by Xiao's. Since this person has the strength of a throne, if he has the strength he claims to be strong, why did he hide just now? If he doesn't have strong strength, why did he suddenly show up at this time? Xiao's voice was extremely calm and sober. Guisu was enlightened and understood instantly. This person must have a backup plan. And it is a backup plan that can threaten the 3 of us. If so, the 3 of them are in a dilemma. If they retreat like this, if they are just scared by Xiao Wentian, they will suffer a lot. But if Xiao Wentian really has enough backup plans to make the 3 of them retreat, then the loss will be made up with their own lives. Damn it! Guisu cursed inwardly. I'm retreating. After that, he prepared to run away. It is true that the members of the Xiao Evil Hall are extremely greedy for money. But what is more important is their own lives. He does not have the kind of dedication to science that the God's Blood Research Institute says. Nor does he have the chivalry of the members of the God's Eye. Humph. You want to escape? A cold snort sounded. This voice was not said by Xiao Wentian, or even by anyone present. This voice came from outside. The majestic and domineering voice exploded like thunder. Everyone, hold your head with both hands. Almost all the rich people and bodyguards squatted down. And Xiao Wentian did the same. A strong air wave swept across the entire reception hall, as if it was going to cut the entire reception hall in half in cross-section. And this air wave immediately hit Guisu, who was unable to react for a while, and directly cut a scarlet blood mark on Guisu's abdomen. Zeus was not in a good state either, and only Hoyle held the knight's spear and barely blocked the air wave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 10 throne-level professionals burst out 10 energies that soared into the sky. Surrounding was Sexus and Hoyle. It's really screwed. Guisu gritted his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly. Area 43. Chu Yun and the rebels were fighting fiercely with Shiquan. Various extremely precious props. Various companies' top core secrets and top technologies. Thrown out like they were free. Super hot melt high energy cannon. A rich kid yelled. And instead of using the cannon in his hand, he threw it directly at Shiquan. Final energy blasting mode. The cannon exploded with a shocking and dazzling light. Boom! A replica of the god-level weapon. The banana fan. With all functions unlocked. Another rich lady took out a huge fan burning with strange flames. This fan was in the shape of a banana leaf. And the fluttering flames on it actually contained the power of the wind element. Countless props smashed into Shiquan. And the exaggerated explosion sounded throughout the bloody hunting arena, raising endless smoke and dust. This explosion could only bring a little trouble to Shiquan. But it was that seemingly insignificant trouble that completely submerged Shiquan. Chapter 214. The situation began to reverse. How outrageous. Shiquan kept resisting the countless props that were pouring in, and was shaking with anger. He was a throne-level warrior, and there was an insurmountable gap between him and these ants. Why was he repeatedly blocked here? But he had to guard against the props that flew in one after another with all his heart and soul. Because they were the core and most advanced things of each wealthy company or family. And each one could really hurt the throne-level warriors. Not to mention that there were so many props here that he had to deal with them with all his heart. Otherwise he would get hurt. Chu Yun commanded the entire army while boosting morale. Come on, everyone. This old villain has been choked by our offensive. Even when facing the nearly invincible throne level. They have been fighting for so long. Hearing this, many members of the resistance army who felt heavy and tired became excited again. This kind of record was won by their own hands. Most of the resistance army are children of wealthy families. They basically have helpers when they go out. They rarely fight in person, and rarely experience the joy of winning in person and fighting against the strong with the weak in battle. This behavior itself carries a strong sense of honor. And their team, which has won consecutive battles and never lost, has a stronger sense of honor. Many of them have participated in several bloody hunting competitions, but compared to this time, the previous activities were just like playing house, without any blood. For a moment, the slightly exhausted rebels rose up again under the encouragement of Chu Yun. Shi Quan reached out and slapped away a light ball that had expanded to the extreme, and then reached out and brushed away an extremely sharp arrow. Finally, he wore out all his patience and roared, "You forced me. You forced me." He was old, and it was okay to fight a little. Once he had to use ultimate abilities such as big moves, he would definitely be injured. Therefore, he only used small skills to kill Chu Yun and make an example of him. Moreover, he did not want to hurt these rich children because they were the key factor in threatening those rich people. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun found his weakness due to his carelessness at the beginning, and led the entire resistance army to suppress him with countless props until now. This made his anger reach its peak, and he could not care about so much. The magma flowing everywhere suddenly gathered, and in front of Shi Quan, it turned into a flaming lava sword. Accept death. Shi Quan grinned, ready to resist the power of these props. Even if he was bleeding and injured, he had to kill Chu Yun. At the front of the army, Chu Yun frowned tightly, holding the dragon speaker's staff, ready to deal with all unfavorable situations. At this moment, a figure flew over the sky. "Shi Quan! You shameless old thief!" The roar was deafening, and Chu Yun was very familiar with this voice. Instantly, Chu Yun smiled. "Uncle Shao." The figure flying over was Xiao Wentian. Xiao Wentian clenched his gloves and grabbed Shi Quan in the air. A huge palm appeared out of thin air and grabbed Shi Quan in midair. Below, the rebels cheered loudly, although many of them did not know Xiao Wentian. Since Xiao Wentian had already started to attack Shi Quan, he must be one of them. Shi Quan listened to the sharp and piercing cheers, his face gloomy. "I didn't expect that there was also a throne among the rich." "Humph. Then let me kill you first and shut up these ignorant little ghosts completely. It's just a throne. It's not like he hasn't fought before, even though he is now in his twilight years and his strength is far from his prime." Shi Quan is already filled with anger at this moment. So how can he care so much? "Oh!" Xiao Wentian raised the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. "I don't want to fight with you. What I want is to gang up on you." Swish, swish, swish. As he spoke, 9 streams of light came from the horizon and instantly descended around Shi Quan, surrounding him layer by layer. Shi Quan looked at the clothes of the 9 thrones and immediately understood most of it. Military. Military. Shi Quan's face was pale, and he was speechless. "No. It's impossible. I have restricted the signal and told you not to disturb us." "How did you know the situation here?" Shi Quan had just finished asking, and instantly understood everything. The only person in the audience who could possibly inform the military was Xiao Wentian in front of him. Shi Quan was furious. "You guy. I'll make you look good." Shi Quan had never taken Xiao Wentian seriously, and never expected that Xiao Wentian was actually a throne level. Immediately, Shi Quan grasped the lava sword and slashed at Xiao Wentian. "Do you think we don't exist?" A lieutenant in the military snorted coldly and attacked directly. Shi Quan's action was interrupted instantly. Instantly, all 9 members of the military attacked and instantly clamped Shi Quan. Xiao Wentian looked at Shi Quan's angry look as he was being held, and shook his head and sighed. "I thought Shi Quan, the ancestor of the Shi family, was a righteous man, but I didn't expect that he would end up being a filthy person who fell into evil. It's really disappointing. This sentence is so heartbreaking." Shi Quan gritted his teeth. "You can't do anything to me. The God's Blood Research Institute, the Evil Palace, and the Eye of God have gathered together with mysterious numbered items. Even your military department can't stop them from taking me away." At this time, a member of the military department showed a regretful expression. "We really didn't stop them and let them leave. Hee hee. Now you know how powerful their backhand is." Shi Quan just laughed twice, and his face turned pale. "What about me? The evil organization members ran away without him? How should I know? They ran away so fast." A military member couldn't help but sigh. 5 minutes ago. Reception hall. After Guisu was slashed by the air wave, he felt uncomfortable and sweated on his forehead. The damage of this knife was not high, but it gave him a strong negative effect. The casting speed was reduced to 10% for 60 seconds. That is, when a skill should have been cast at 100%. It can only be cast at 10% and is in the state of being guided. The throne fight was full of crises in an instant. This negative effect can be said to have ruined Guisu within this minute. A throne-level figure fell. It was a member of the military. Guisu, Xiu Si, and Hoyle became serious. wondering how strong this throne-level figure was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Every time a new throne-level figure fell, their expressions became uglier, until all 10 throne-level military members fell. Their expressions turned pale. 9 military throne levels. 1 throne level they didn't know. And another Xiao Wentian. 3 against 11. They had no chance of winning. Chapter 215. It's finally over. My beloved allies. What we are facing this time should be the biggest crisis. Hoyle solemnly raised the knight's lance, and held the iron badge on his chest tightly. The flesh and blood of the throne level is already extremely strong, and the starred level can't cause even a trace of scar to the throne level with a knife. But this iron badge is like piercing ordinary flesh and blood, cutting Hoyle's palm and flowing blood. A member of the military secretly said that it was not good. This group of people are going to run, although they couldn't recognize the effect of this iron badge. As a soldier's instinct, they could easily see their intentions. Instantly, several military throne-level soldiers flew over. Seeing this, Xiao's immediately reached out and patted Guisu beside him. A strange light green aura suddenly rose from Guisu's body, as if he was poisoned. But this poisoning state made Guisu, who was very stiff due to the negative effect, extremely relaxed. He cursed inwardly. Although the control release effect was good, it gave him an additional negative effect. But this negative effect only deducted blood and did not affect his actions. Ha ha! Night palm! Guisu slapped suddenly, and the entire reception hall seemed to be covered with a layer of night gauze, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Supreme holy light! A member of the military shouted, and a strong light burst out from his fingertips. This light instantly illuminated the dim reception hall. A throne-level move. Any move is a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, which can change the environment of the entire terrain. At this time, Hoyle raised the knight's lance. His face was solemn, and he was muttering something. Although his expression was still serious and his posture was still firm, his face was pale and slightly shaking. It seemed that using this method would inevitably cost a great price. Lord, I pay you the most respectful respect. Please let me and my allies come to you. The iron badge instantly absorbed all the blood that flowed out of Hoyle, and then 3 light spots flew out, locking onto Hoyle, Guisu, and Xiao's respectively. Whoosh! The iron badge shrank instantly, turned into a point, and disappeared from the spot. And Hoyer, Guisex's, and the other 3 were also drawn into their own light spots, and disappeared from the spot. The 11 thrones were empty-handed. Damn! They still escaped. A member of the military was angry. We clearly used teleportation isolation methods in order to prevent the 3 members of the evil organization from escaping and ensure 100% capture. They used teleportation isolation devices to avoid the use of teleportation scrolls. And they also flew over. No one thought that these 3 guys would have the means to ignore the teleportation isolation and leave on the spot. I was really careless this time. The remaining military members also lamented. Lung Yin smiled. Actually, I let them go on purpose. Didn't I tell you that I knew they were coming? I also knew they would go back. Otherwise, I would have asked you to send peerless professionals to catch them. Seeing Lung Yin say this, the military members all showed puzzled expressions. Why let them go back? Oh, this is the internal affairs of the Slime Academy. I'm very sorry. I can't tell you. Lung Yin laughed, and these military members nodded slightly and stopped asking. Although the Slime Academy is an academy, it has the support of the entire Tianfeng Empire's top leaders. People above the teacher level of the Slime Academy have the right to command the military to a certain extent. Okay. Now is not the time to talk about these things. I have to hurry to save my son. Xiao Wentian glanced around, and everyone's children are in danger. Humph. Shiquan, that old man, is really unpresentable. He actually joined the evil organization. How sad. The military members sighed a few times, but they did not stop, and followed Xiao Wentian into a stream of light, and flew to the bloody hunting competition. Lung Yin stayed in the reception hall to comfort the rich people. District 43. Shiquan, who knew all the ins and outs, looked even uglier. These bastards actually dared to betray me. Haha. If you have more to say, let's talk about it in prison. A member of the military sneered, and took Shiquan away with several people. When Shiquan left, the voice of unwillingness was still echoing. But everything is over. The rebels were silent for several seconds, and then burst into thunderous cheers. Everyone burst into tears, threw their weapons high, and their eyes were filled with tears. The joy of surviving the disaster, and the joy of complete victory. Xiao Wentian took 2 steps at a time and walked to the unconscious Xiao Wentian, and burst into tears. Jincher, I really wronged you. Then, Xiao Wentian turned and looked at Chu Yun, with a strong gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Chu Yun. Without you, Jincher might have really died. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Anyway, Wentian Company Limited will always support you. Chu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Uncle Xiao, you are too polite. Xiao Jincher is his good brother and best friend. Even if Xiao Wentian ignores him, Chu Yun will do his best to treat him. After cleaning up the mess, 10 throne-level soldiers used flying means to easily bring Chu Yun and the entire resistance army back to the base camp. The wealthy people were finally able to meet their children. They were in tears for a while. The atmosphere was sad and warm. A true survivor. This situation is too dangerous. Because of this separation that almost ended forever, the relationship between many parents and children has deepened a lot. And many rich young masters and young ladies who are weak by nature have also become strong, which makes their parents feel surprised and delighted. This effect is also one of the original intentions of their opening of the bloody hunting competition. Son, I am very happy that you have grown so much and survived successfully. A rich man hugged his son and cried. But the young master shook his head and looked at Chu Yun on the side. It is mainly Chu Yun who led us to victory. Although they were a group of scattered people with some fighting power, they would be defeated easily if they did not gather their strength when facing the real throne level. It was Chu Yun who led them to form a resistance army, won battle after battle, and held on to the end, achieving an incredible record without a single death. Many rich children also praised Chu Yun's achievements to their parents, attracting those rich people to look at Chu Yun with special attention. For a moment, Chu Yun, a person without any relatives or friends in the audience, became the focus of attention. Chapter 216 Hope Foundation and Hope Resistance Army. Chu Yun's honor is beyond doubt. But some people who join the evil organization are not so lucky. Gong Xingcai's face was pale. His son had joined the evil organization and his life and death were unknown, which made him, as a father, extremely embarrassed. A military throne came and took him away. The military also dispatched people to take away the few people on the field who were involved with the evil organization. This big purge is enough to dig out all the people who are hidden in the circle of the rich in the south, who are connected with the evil organization. The people on the field looked at the people taken away by the military with contempt, and looked down on these people who joined the evil organization. When they looked at Chu Yun, their expressions changed to gratitude and appreciation. So many young people sincerely admire Chu Yun, so they naturally have their reasons. And they have also seen Chu Yun's wonderful performance in Hoyle's Mirror of Beauty. By the way, everyone, I have a suggestion. A respected rich man looked at the people in the audience. To celebrate our survival after this disaster, I think we should set up a foundation to commemorate our hard-won victory, and to unite us in the future, work together again, and overcome difficulties. As soon as this proposal came out, it immediately received support from all the rich people. This plan has actually been brewing for a long time, but it has been difficult to implement. Launching it at this time can be said to be a natural outcome. Okay, this is a good idea. I support it. I have had this idea for a long time. I support it. Xiao Wentian also nodded. I support it. And I propose that after the foundation is established, a part of the funds should be allocated immediately to reward those who have made outstanding contributions in this bloody hunting competition as a reward. As soon as this was said, it also received a lot of support. The wealthy people contributed money and materials to set up the foundation. What should this foundation be called? Everyone pondered and looked at Chu Yun. In the current situation, although Chu Yun's strength is not outstanding among the crowd, his achievements and personal performance are enough to amaze the audience. Chu Yun, you think about it. Then I will obey your order. Chu Yun smiled slightly. I suggest that this foundation be called the Hope Foundation. Our resistance army fought to the last moment with all the hope. It is hope that supports our will and allows us to move forward bravely. Then, Chu Yun glanced at the whole audience with a sincere look. Therefore, I also propose that if we can gather again in the future, our army will be called the Hope Resistance Army. On this day, the Hope Foundation and the Hope Resistance Army were established. In the future, These two organizations will stir up a great storm, saving the humanity that is about to collapse in the endless dangers and unspeakable doomsday. No one thought that the establishment of these two organizations was so ordinary and so secretive. But they also contain extremely passionate hearts. The contribution of this bloody hunting competition will be divided into 3 levels. It is the first operation, so don't go into too much detail. The third level is those who participated in the resistance in this bloody hunting competition, while the second level has made outstanding contributions, and the first level has made great contributions, which makes everyone convinced, almost without any surprises. Chu Yun successfully became the first-tier option, and he was the first and the person with the greatest contribution. And Xiao Xinshi was also in the first tier. Xiao Wentian looked at Xiao Xinshi, who was lying unconscious on the temporary bed beside him, and shed tears of relief. Xinshi, your performance is also very good. And to Chu Yun's surprise, after everyone analyzed it, they decided to put the golden egg in the first tier of the contribution list. This cub of the golden holy dragon has many strange tricks, and its control and output are not weak, and its contribution is huge. Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The golden egg is his pet, and the golden egg doesn't need these things of humans at all. So doesn't that mean he will receive double the reward? The golden egg flew beside Chu Yun, tilting its head strangely, not knowing what happened. Lung Yin finished taking care of everything and walked over. Hi, Chu Yun. As expected of the person I chose. He is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yun was not very proud and complacent. I just tried my best. This was both modest and true. Chu Yun had never been satisfied with his current achievements. Diamond level was still too weak. Shi Quan's throne level strength had easily overwhelmed him. If it weren't for the entire resistance army desperately helping him, and the most advanced props of countless companies and families, he would not have been able to compete with Shi Quan and just competing, wanting to defeat or even kill Shi Quan. The success rate is negligible. You must become stronger, and even stronger, to gain a foothold in this world where strength is respected. Chu Yun doesn't want to be robbed by the evil organization while eating and singing on the road one day. Losing money is a small matter, but I am afraid that I will lose my life. I must be able to settle down. Seeing that Chu Yun did not have a trace of pride and complacency, Lung Yin nodded immediately, with deep appreciation in his eyes. You have won such an honor, but can be so stable. Not bad. Not bad. With your character, even if you are placed in the slime academy full of heroes, you are still the best. I think you can get a good ranking in the entrance competition. Chu Yun heard this, and was immediately moved. Entrance competition? Lung Yin suddenly became embarrassed and rubbed his eyebrows. Sorry. Just pretend you didn't hear it well. You still heard it. But I did not reveal the content of the competition, so it shouldn't be considered a violation of the rules. Ho ho. Chu Yun rubbed his chin. No wonder Deng Pei has been hiding the information about Slime Academy. It seems that he has to keep it secret from these students, and then use a sudden entrance competition to impact the students who come and test their on-the-spot reaction. Although Slime Academy is not famous, it is indeed the highest official institution of learning in the Tianfeng Empire. Qingxing Baitian and others can only compete for the second place. The first place will always be Slime Academy. The Slime Academy is also different from other schools. As long as other schools choose student soldiers to issue admission notices, admission is a sure thing, but to really enter the Slime Academy, you still have to go through the test of the entrance examination. If you slack off, you will be kicked out. Slime Academy will always only cultivate the top human talents, which is for the future of mankind. At this time, Lung Yin patted Chu Yun on the shoulder. Haha. It's not the time to talk about this now. Let's take a look at the present. Chapter 217 Super Rewards. That is, you get the first prize of the blood hunting competition and the Hope Foundation. Okay. Chu Yun also smiled. Getting a reward is always exciting. Lung Yin handed over a black card. The Foundation's idea is to give you unlimited support. The card here contains all the funds of the Foundation. The account of this card is the most core account of the Foundation. There are 5 cards in total, which can be deposited and withdrawn. This is one of them. If you want to use the funds, you can use them at any time, no matter how much. Chu Yun opened his mouth slightly, a little shocked. I didn't expect that everyone would be so confident in him. But, because Chu Yun has the ability to reverse, Chu Yun will not be short of money. Maybe in the future, Chu Yun will have to make a move to fill the gap in the Foundation. Although the foundation does not belong to Chu Yun now. From a certain perspective, Chu Yun already owns 1/5 of the foundation. Then, Lung Yin brought a lot of props. All kinds of things. These are the core props of the company and the family. Very precious. And now they are all placed in front of Chu Yun, so that he can use them at any time. Super hot melt high energy cannon. Iron gravel grenade. Imitation of the throne level weapon banana fan. Chu Yun looked at one thing after another, sighed, and showed joy on his face. These things are not props that can be bought with money at the moment. They can be said to be really precious. The super hot melt high energy cannon can fire the strongest flame ray comparable to the star level fire mage. And the only requirement is to aim at the enemy and press the launch button. If you carry it, it is like carrying a star level fire mage with you. And the super hot melt high energy cannon can also decompose itself when encountering the greatest crisis, causing a lot of fire damage. The iron gravel grenade is equivalent to a super melt high energy cannon that can only self-destruct, and is also a full-strength attack at the Star Glory level. But its advantage is that it is small in size, easy to carry and very concealed to use. And the cost is much lower than that of the Super Melta Cannon. After all, the Super Melta Cannon is built with the idea of multiple uses, and it is designed for blasting, so the cost is low. There is only one Super Melta Cannon here, and there is a full box of iron gravel grenades. Wow! A replica of the god-level weapon. The banana fan. Chu Yun touched the replica of the banana fan and couldn't let it go. This is a weapon as big as a banana leaf. It looks no different from an ordinary banana leaf, but its edges are constantly flickering with temperatureless flames. With a little sensing, you can find that these flames are actually flickering with the energy of the wind element. The banana fan is a replica of a god-level weapon that has never been seen before. It must be the latest technological product developed by a certain company. Banana fan replica category. Giant fan level requirement. Non-professional requirement. None effect. None durability. 200/200 Tingfing consumes 1 durability. Immediately flaps the fan blades forward, causing wind damage and repelling the target in front a total of 50 meters. You can choose to fan again within 1.5 seconds after the fan is completed. And the durability consumed this time is +1. And the effect is doubled. Can be stacked infinitely. Rage wind can only be used after flapping 5 times in a row. Immediately consumes all remaining durability. Each point of durability will be calculated as releasing a rage wind, and will be calculated and used according to the highest value of the remaining durability. And all effects will be caused immediately. Wind attribute damage treasure. Instant explosion treasure. Unfortunately, this is just a replica, and it can hardly exert the power of the original weapon. But it is enough to shock Chu Yun. Rumor has it that the banana fan is the weapon of the Heavenly Wind Empire's throne iron fan. It is rumored that this fan can directly blow away all the mountains rooted in the earth with a slight flap. A long time ago, when the earth was still in chaos, there was a mountain that inexplicably caught fire and was called the Flame Mountain. The Flame Mountain continued to emit heat, burning all the flowers, plants and trees within thousands of miles around to death. And crops were naturally not spared. Many people even died of heat stroke due to the heat. For a time, the area around the Flame Mountain seemed to be a plague god. With wailing, Iron Fan could not bear to watch this tragic scene. She casually picked up a piece of banana and fanned it vigorously. A layer of the flames of the Flame Mountain had been blown away, but this layer that was blown away quickly burned up again. Iron Fan continued to wave. The amplitude of the movement became larger and larger, and the waving speed became faster and faster. An entire Flame Mountain covering an area of 800 miles was uprooted and blown away by Iron Fan with the most ordinary banana leaf, successfully solving the surrounding troubles and disasters. Later, this banana leaf followed Iron Fan and gradually possessed mythical power, officially advanced to a throne-level weapon. The banana fan. This is the throne-level weapon of their Tianfeng Empire. In addition to these props, there are also many super props from companies and families. Chu Yun was almost dazzled, but now he is still outside. Chu Yun decided to wait until he is free to check them one by one, because what's coming next is the highlight. As the first place winner of the blood hunting competition, and the first place winner of the Hope Foundation, you deserve the props. Lung Yin smiled, handed over a box, and opened it. These are 3 rusty iron rings. The one in the middle has a complicated pattern, while the 2 on the side are extremely simple. There is a fragment outlined on each of the 3 rings, and these three fragments can be combined together to form a vampire pattern. There is a faint blood color flowing between the three Morag rings, with one main ring and two secondary rings as the circulation, never stopping. It is exactly what Chu Yun had introduced before the blood hunting competition began. Morag's ring. Morag's ring category, numbered item no, 404 level requirement, non-professional requirement, non-effect, plus 10% of the main ring's upper limit of health, minus 5% of the secondary ring's upper limit of health. Durability, non-life gift secondary ring skill. When the main ring wearer is hurt, if there are two secondary rings in use, each will share 25% of the damage. If there is only one, share 50%. If the main ring wearer's current health is less than 5% or receives fatal damage. If there are two secondary rings in use, each will share 50% of the damage. If there is only one, share 100%. Life return main ring skill. When receiving treatment that exceeds the upper limit of health, if there are two secondary rings in use, the secondary ring wearer will be treated at a rate of 25%. If there is only one, the secondary ring wearer will be treated at a rate of 50%. Chapter 218.3 Numbered Items. A very practical life-saving numbered item. As long as you can find two substitutes to wear the secondary rings and wear the main ring, you will never die before the substitutes die. This is definitely a life-saving tool that some powerful people are extremely eager for, even if it becomes extremely indifferent. They will not care. I am afraid that Chu Yun has changed from being highly respected to what he is now, because he has worn the Morag ring for too long. The main ring is faintly bloody, and it seems to be tempting. But Chu Yun just looked at it simply, but did not do it, and did not dare to wear it casually, because Chu Yun himself knows best how evil the numbered items are. If you don't do it well, there may be big problems. It's just for looking at. Who knows what might happen if you really wear it? So you better keep it for now. Chu Yun shrugged and accepted the numbered item, although he couldn't use the numbered item for a while, since he had it in his hand. It gave him confidence. Chu Yun was still a little satisfied. It seems that this is the biggest gain of his time. Not only that, Lung Yin smiled. You also come to claim the reward of your golden holy dragon cub. That means there is another numbered item. Lung Yin brought a mirror over. This is also yours, Chu Yun. Although the rich people had seen it, Chu Yun had never seen this mirror before, and was a little curious for a while. This is an extremely luxurious mirror, inlaid with precious gems and wrapped with gold wire, covering the almost perfect mirror surface. Although it looks particularly luxurious, it does not have any special feeling of being a numbered object. After taking a closer look, Chu Yun suddenly remembered a certain numbered object, which is very consistent with the characteristics of the mirror in front of him. Numbered object number 482. The Mirror of Beauty. Mirror of Beauty. Category, numbered object number 482. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, increase sanity by 15%. Increase resistance to negative effects by 15%. Durability, none. Perfect projection. Select one or more areas, and completely project the scene in them onto the mirror surface, or project the scene on the mirror surface to another place. When projecting, 0.5% of the user's current health is consumed every 15 seconds. The more areas are selected, the higher the health consumed, up to a maximum of 5%. Perfect imitation consumes 25% of the current health, selects a unit, and creates an indelible replica. The replica lasts for 30 seconds. The replica has the same thinking ability and instincts as the original, and has the same physical fitness and abilities as the original. During the appearance of the replica, an additional current health value plus 5% of the current health value consumed last time can be consumed to extend the duration by 15 seconds. The cooling time is refreshed at midnight every day. This Mirror of Beauty can actually completely copy itself. Whether it's personality or combat power, they can be copied perfectly. Is it really good to copy a brand new self? Chu Yun couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. At that time, who is the real self? It's worthy of being a numbered object. It's really evil. Chu Yun sighed repeatedly. None of the numbered objects that Chu Yun saw now is a good person. But although they are evil, they do have very powerful power. With these three protecting you, it can be said that you are infallible. Haha. 3 numbered objects for self-defense? You are unique in the diamond level. Lung Yin patted Chu Yun's shoulder, and his admiration became stronger. Let alone the diamond level. It is extremely difficult for a throne level to get a numbered item as a treasure. For the Star Glory level, forget it. It is rare for Chu Yun to achieve this achievement at his current level. Okay. This bloody hunting competition has been full of twists and turns. But it has ended successfully. Lung Yang clapped his hands. On behalf of the military, I declare that it is disbanded. Xuanqing, Xiao Wentian's villa. Xiao Zhencher lay on the bed, still with his eyes closed, not waking up. How is it? Is Xiao Zhencher seriously injured? Lung Yan stood in front of Xiao Zhencher's window, frowning slightly. Originally, he only wanted to recruit Chu Yun, and Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu were just a byproduct after recruiting Chu Yun. But the wonderful performance in this bloody hunting competition made Ling Yan understand that Xiao Zhencher is also a rare genius, and is qualified to compete in the Slime Academy. Xiao Zhencher. He also admires him very much. However, there are only 2 days left before reporting to Slime Academy in Guanghai City. If Xiao Zhencher can't wake up at this point, if it is other schools, students are delayed due to serious illness or injury, there is no problem. But Slime Academy has an entrance exam. If Xiao Zhencher can't fight, I'm afraid he will be eliminated. Chu Yun stood aside and smiled. Although Fatty is seriously injured, I have already used the most comprehensive treatment to treat him. Now Fatty is fine, but he still needs to rest. Xiao Wentian also nodded. Yes, Zhencher will wake up on the day he goes to Guanghai City. That makes me feel relieved. Lung Yan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Chu Yun with a smile. The day after tomorrow morning, I will come with Ding Pei, the president of Xuanqing Professional Association, to find you two and Yun Mu, and take you to Guanghai City to report to Slime Academy. Okay. Chu Yun was a little excited. After Lung Yan left, Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This bloody hunting game really took up too much of his energy. Now that it is completely over, he can rest, which is much better. Uncle Xiao, I want to see my 3 dwarf followers and then take them home. Okay. Xiao Wentian answered cheerfully. He also went to the bloody hunting competition with Chu Yun. I don't know how the forging masters in the company discussed with the dwarf craftsmen, and whether they learned the key knowledge of the dwarves. Chu Yun and Xiao Zhencher came to the backyard of the villa, which is the most secret forging field of Wentian Company Limited. A group of forging masters are talking closely with 3 dwarf youths. I don't think this is good. Well, we should refer to the users' habits more. Xiao Wentian walked over and smiled. How is the discussion? It's fruitful. The forging master of Wentian Company Limited nodded. The dwarves' forging skills are really high. Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. The hammer looked at Chu Yun happily. On behalf of Chu Yun, you are back. We are preparing to give you a surprise. That's right. The wind shovel and scraper answered. What surprise? Customized weapons made for you. Chapter 219 Active Meteorite. Oh! Chu Yun showed a little surprise. Although he was very happy that the 3 dwarves could make a special weapon for him, Chu Yun thought that they would first follow the business ordered by the dwarves. It seems that following such words is really not a joke. Wind Shovel swung his pigtails and took out a red-hot strip from the furnace. Chu Yun, the dragon speaker staff you are using now is almost unsuitable for you. This is the prototype of the staff we made for you. Chu Yun pondered. The dragon speaker staff is originally a diamond-level weapon, which is an item dropped after killing a diamond-level dragon. But Chu Yun often fights across stages, facing countless powerful enemies. Most of the equipment on his body is far beyond the same level, because only in this way can he have the confidence to fight across levels. Now, the dragon speaker staff is indeed a bit limited. But Chu Yun just got promoted to diamond level and came to participate in this bloody hunting competition. Until now, he has not had time to change it. And Xiao Wentian was quite surprised when he saw the red-hot strip. Active meteorite iron? You are going to forge it successfully? That's right. The forging master showed a gratified expression. We have never been able to do anything with this iron before. And now, with the help of the dwarf craftsmen, we have successfully carried out the initial forging. The scraper said quietly, although this is the first time we have encountered such a tricky piece of iron. But as long as it is a piece of iron, we will conquer it, even if it is something. Active meteorite iron. Hammer's blood boiled. Chu Yun heard this name for the first time. Uncle Xiao, what is this active meteorite iron? Xiao Wentian smiled. This active meteorite iron is extremely rare. It's normal that you don't know about it. 30 years ago, when Zhencher was not yet born, I was still an explorer who loved adventure. I found these iron blocks in a secret cellar of a ruin. At first, I didn't care. But at that time, I was seriously injured by the mechanism of the ruins. I sat next to these iron blocks to rest, but unexpectedly found that my injuries were recovering rapidly. I was very surprised. Brought these iron blocks back, and looked through the information, only to find that they were extremely rare active meteorite iron. And I have only obtained such a batch of active meteorite iron so far. Active meteorite has the powerful ability to absorb and devour all injuries, allowing creatures to regain their vitality. But it is extremely hard and difficult to smelt and forge. But as long as the forging is successful. Xiao Wentian smiled. That is a throne-level weapon. Chu Yun was slightly shocked. Chu Yun is now wearing throne-level equipment. The domain of Moradin. This set of equipment gives Chu Yun an extremely exaggerated degree of toughness. With various buffs, Chu Yun is already 3 points tougher than the tank profession of the same level. Other professionals who have not come into contact with throne-level equipment may not be able to perceive the bonus of throne-level equipment so clearly. But Chu Yun has been wearing it all the time. Throne-level equipment is simply incomparable to equipment below the throne level. A world of difference. If he could get a throne-level weapon, Chu Yun's combat power would soar. But you're using Uncle Zhao's iron to make my weapon. Isn't that bad? Chu Yun was a little embarrassed. This active meteorite iron is extremely valuable. It's iron that can be used to forge throne-level weapons. And it's definitely far beyond what money can measure. Chu Yun can't afford it. Let alone these 3 penniless dwarf youths. Don't mind. The forging master smiled. This piece of active meteorite iron is a reward given to you by our forging team. If you hadn't come to give us instructions and help, I'm afraid this batch of active meteorite iron would have been wasted forever. In this way, it is better to say that you have helped us a lot. Xiao Wentian is the first person in charge of Wentian Company Limited, but various research groups and development departments have some autonomy, which Xiao Wentian gave them, in order not to limit and restrict their thinking space. Xiao Wentian also nodded and smiled. You helped the participants of the entire bloody hunting competition escape from danger and saved Jinshi. I haven't had time to thank you yet. How could I be reluctant to give you even a mere active meteorite? Chu Yun. Take it. Thank you. Uncle Xiao. Chu Yun felt a little warm in his heart. This is part of the interpersonal relationship. If Chu Yun was indifferent to the world, he would never get the Moradin domain on his body, let alone the active meteorite in front of him. In this world, we must interact with each other. In an era when fierce beasts are boiling and noisy and demons are making a comeback, humans must unite to strengthen each other's strength. How long will it take to forge this active meteorite? It looks like it has just been heated up. Is it just getting started? The forging master wiped his sweat. Active meteorite is not like other things. It takes a long time to forge. The most difficult part is to get it into a smelting state. I estimate that it will be ready in about a day. The morning of the day after tomorrow at the latest. Hammer was busy again, and then turned to Chu Yun and said something. Okay. Chu Yun nodded. Lung Yin and Ding Pei will take them to Guanghai City around the morning of the day after tomorrow. It would be best if the forging can be completed before then. After chatting for a few more words, Chu Yun and Xiao Wentian walked out of here to avoid disturbing them. Chu Yun rubbed his eyebrows. Uncle Xiao, I'm a little tired, so I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going home to sleep. Wait a minute. Xiao Wentian sighed lightly. I learned a piece of news about Slime Academy through some means. That is, when you enroll, you can't become a student directly, but you have to pass the entrance examination. Originally, Xiao Wentian was still puzzled by Xiao Xincher's choice of Qin Sheng and Bai Tian. After spying, he found out that Slime Academy was the first academy in Tianfeng Empire, and the various special features are completely different from other academies. Is that so? Chu Yun showed an expression of just knowing. After all, he had to cover up for Lung Yin's slip of the tongue. Xiao Wentian looked at a room behind him again, his eyes flashing with distress. Jinshi hasn't woken up yet. I'm worried whether he can pass the test of Slime Academy. I'm here. Uncle Xiao. Chu Yun smiled brightly. He would not let Xiao Xincher be eliminated. Xiao Wentian immediately showed a grateful expression. Thank you very much. I wonder if there are any shortcomings in your combat power that can be improved. Just say it. I will give you all the support I can give. Xiao Wentian said generously. Hearing this, Chu Yun pondered. Now Chu Yun has basically no defects on his body. Without defects. It's time to add icing on the cake. Chu Yun's thinking direction suddenly became clear. Uncle Xiao, I want to learn some skills. Chapter 220 Choose Skills. Chu Yun is already at the diamond level, and the enemies and beasts he faces are all at the star level. Although the skills Chu Yun has gained from his job change are powerful, many of the skills he learned before are gradually not good enough and have little effect when used. It's time to expand your skills. Want to learn some skills? Xiao Weitian nodded and led Chu Yun to the skill book storage room. What skills do you want to learn? I think your healing ability is already very powerful. Why don't you learn some damage skills to be more comprehensive? No. Just learn healing skills. Chu Yun smiled. Healing skills can be easily reversed into damage skills. Chu Yun is not lacking in output. Well, develop in the direction of your own expertise. After all, most of the real battles in the future will still be in teams. A strong team that can face all situations must at least meet the requirements of the front row for damage resistance, the main output for damage, and 3 auxiliary people who buff treatment and apply debuff. And according to the definition of the situation, more other positions will be derived in a team. The skill book storage room is very large, and at this time, there are many people walking in it, choosing skill books. The skill books on the bookshelf are all sealed with light blue seals, which require special means to open. Xiao Weitian gave Chu Yun a deep blue card. Use this card to scan the skill book, and you can get it. By the way, I have set it to get a maximum of 3 books. It's better to bite off more than you can chew. The battle formations are ever-changing, and most people can only use one skill during on-the-spot reactions, so you must choose the one that suits you best. I understand. Chu Yun nodded seriously. As expected of a throne-level master, Xiao Weitian's casual insights are extremely profound. The battle situation is ever-changing in an instant, and using the most critical skill is much more important than holding countless miscellaneous skills in your hands. Chu Yun walked into the skill book storage room and began to choose. Chu Yun simply ignored those ordinary skills with low learning requirements and walked directly to the end, looking for those powerful skills. The skill books on the bookshelf here are glowing with a faint brilliance, and they are indeed incomparable to those ordinary skill books. Chu Yun walked back and forth, deliberated for a long time, and finally selected 3 skill books. Glory of Sacrifice. Immediately lose 10% of your current health, and deploy a sacrifice aura, which increases the movement speed of all teammates in the aura by 15%, casting speed by 25%, defense by 35%, and resistance to control effects by 45%. When the target with the bonus releases an attack, it will cause an additional 10% of your current magic value in light attribute damage, and restore 50% of your magic value for that damage. For every second the aura lasts, 1% of the current health is lost. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. A very strong large-scale buff skill, with comprehensive and solid effects, and the extremely rare bonus of control effect resistance. During the opening of the aura, teammates and yourself can also cause additional light attribute damage that is basically unprepared, and restore mana to the doctor who already consumes a lot of mana. If it is superimposed with a life-saving field, the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2 will appear. Chu Yun was very satisfied and began to try to reverse it. Reverse the Glory of Sacrifice. The Glory of Sacrifice is reversed. Ding. Congratulations to the host's Glory of Sacrifice. Please check it yourself. Immediately gain 10% of the lost health, and open the sacrifice aura yourself, reducing the movement speed of all enemies in the aura by 15%, the casting speed by 25%, the defense by 35%, and the control effect resistance by 45%. When the target receiving the bonus is attacked, it will be attacked by light attribute damage that causes 10% of your lost mana, and you will lose 50% of the mana of the damage. For every second the aura lasts, 1% of the current health is gained. Cooldown time 60 seconds. In an instant, the comprehensive and powerful frontal skill turned into a large debuff inflicting skill. The only flaw is that it will easily burn your own mana. But since Chu Yun can't release this skill without releasing the frontal situation, he doesn't need to worry too much about mana consumption. The Glory of Sacrifice after the reversal is superimposed with a life-saving field once again. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Chu Yun happily learned this skill. As long as you take down the skill book, you can learn it. And the authority is like this. There are 2 places left. Chu Yun needs to be more selective. After a long time of selection, Chu Yun decided on another skill book. Mid's healing bullet. Choose a direction and immediately shoot a large pack of healing bullets. The range can be adjusted autonomously, up to 1,000 meters. The healing bullets fall to the ground after the flight and wait for pickup. The mit's healing bullets exist for up to 30 minutes. After picking up the healing bullet, immediately restore 40% of your own health limit. Increase the movement speed by 100% for 3 seconds. And immediately reduce the cooling time of a skill that is still in a cooling state and has the shortest remaining cooling time among all current skills by 10 seconds. Cooling time 3 minutes. Chu Yun admires this skill very much, because this is the skill of the famous Midas. It has been made into a skill book. Midas is the healing archbishop of the Church of the God-given Empire, a master of the Holy See. He is almost only one step away from the throne of God. And just talking about this skill alone, it has many advantages. It is currently the skill with the longest release distance among Chu Yun's skills. If the treatment is missed, the person can stay where he is and wait to be picked up. 10 existing treatment bullets can be prepared in advance, which can temporarily increase the movement speed by 100%, and has an extremely scarce cooldown reduction ability. This skill is not only powerful, but also expands the direction that Chu Yun can go. Then, try to reverse it. Reverse the mit's healing bullet. Mit's healing bullet reversal begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The mit's healing bullet has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Choose a direction, and immediately shoot a large bag of healing bullets, which can adjust the range independently, up to 1,000 meters. The healing bullets fall to the ground after the flight, waiting to be picked up. The mit's healing bullets exist for up to 30 minutes. After picking up the healing bullet, you will immediately receive true damage of 40% of your own health limit, and reduce your movement speed by 100% for 3 seconds, and immediately increase the cooling time of a skill that is not in a cooling state and has the longest cooling time of all skills by 10 seconds. Cooling time 3 minutes. Chu Yun's eyes lit up when he saw the effect of this reversal. It's simply a trick to intimidate people. Chapter 221 Precious Records. Past images of the God of Life. As long as one's own people use the healing bomb pack of this positive skill, and then pretend to make a mistake and launch the reversed healing bomb pack to let the opponent pick it up, it can create unexpected excellent effects. Or launch a reversed healing bomb pack in a secret cave or unmanned open space, so that the enemy can quietly pick it up without knowing it. At this time, the enemy's strongest skill with the longest cooldown will suddenly have an extra 10 seconds of cooldown, which is a good opportunity for a surprise attack. Just thinking about it can be applied to countless scenes. Chu Yun learned it with great satisfaction. Now 2 skills have been learned, and there is only 1 spot left. Chu Yun decided to learn a super large range high healing skill to use as a big move after the reversal. Chu Yun's previous large range AoE mainly relied on Holy Light healing and Nova Burning. But Holy Light healing is a pseudo AoE. The fewer targets, the better the effect, and the more targets, the worse the effect. And Nova Burning can no longer keep up with Chu Yun's pace. There must be a big move that can calm the scene. Chu Yun walked back and forth, but he was not very satisfied. Although the skills here are all very good, there is no skill that can serve as a big move. Chu Yun muttered slightly, and suddenly found that the surrounding skill aura was much weaker. Well, I didn't pay attention, and actually walked out of the bookshelves of the strongest skills. Chu Yun shook his head, and decided to go back. But at this moment, Chu Yun suddenly stopped, because a hazy and beautiful light was attracting him. Isn't that the bronze level skill in that direction? Chu Yun stood there, and thought for a few seconds, and decided to go over and take a look. Anyway, I have been walking around here for a long time, so it's okay to go over and take a look. When I walked to the bookshelf related to the bronze level, there were many people here, coming and going, and Chu Yun walked directly to the skill book emitting a strange light. This skill book seems to be exactly the same as the surrounding skills, and there is nothing outstanding, but it has a trace of breath that attracts Chu Yun to approach. The breath related to the God of Life. Chu Yun frowned and began to check this skill book. No response. Huh? What's going on? I can't check it. All the skill books here should be able to be checked. At this moment, Chu Yun suddenly thought of a possibility. Finally, he twisted his fingers and spoke softly. Pray with your hands. A drop of pure emerald green liquid appeared in Chu Yun's hand. It was the fictitious tear of the God of Life. And at the moment when this tear appeared, a powerful suction force emerged from the skill book, sucking away this fictitious tear of the God of Life, and at the same time sucking in Chu Yun's consciousness. A long but exceptionally clear memory emerged in Chu Yun's mind. This is a vast forest full of ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The sunlight shines on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, forming a mottled light and shadow. It is quiet and peaceful here. Only the occasional birdsong and wind break this tranquility. The breath of life is everywhere. Chu Yun was watching the memory at this time, and could not do anything. The only thing he could do was think. This place, ancient forest. If it was a place like the Mozam rainforest, it would never be possible to have this level of pure life breath. But for some reason, this forest is filled with hidden decay. Chu Yun's vision is following the flow of memory. Deep in the forest, a magnificent magic altar stands there. And its breath of life is even more magnificent than the surrounding forest. It's actually an altar made of starlight stone. This altar is made entirely of starlight stone, a rare gem that contains infinite possibilities. It is emitting a faint light, as if constantly calling for the power hidden deep in this forest. Above the altar, a transparent magic rune flickers in the sun, used to protect this mysterious land. At this time, a young magician came and stood in front of the altar. He wore a white robe with gold edges, and complex magic runes were embroidered on the robe. His eyes were deep and bright, like the brightest stars in the night sky. Chu Yun stared at him, but the magician's face was extremely blurry, and could not be seen clearly at all. And his fingers gently passed through the air, guiding unknown skills. The surrounding air began to become distorted, forming a huge magic vortex. As the vortex rotated, a powerful life energy surged from the depths of the forest and injected into the magic altar. The magician quickly chanted a spell, and as the last spell fell, the magic runes above the altar began to emit dazzling light. In an instant, a powerful energy burst out from the runes, forming a gorgeous magic array. This array exuded a dazzling light, as if to cover the entire forest. And in this light, Chu Yun knew very well that this was the holy light with healing effects. This healing holy light was concentrated, like a bright pearl, slowly floating in the air, emitting warm light. The magician stretched out his hand, and instantly spread the pearl-like magic holy light. This holy light magic illuminated the entire forest, which was already full of vitality, like a beam of light. In the forest, countless injured lives recovered under this light with infinite healing power, and the painful expressions of those injured creatures gradually became peaceful and calm under the illumination of the light. Many creatures here were also things Chu Yun had never seen before. This holy light also had a soothing effect. It almost overwhelmed Chu Yun's rational praise. The holy light swept over, and the wounds of these animals were completely healed, as if they had never been injured. During this healing process, the magician stood in front of the altar, always maintaining concentration and piety, with a kind of divinity attached. Every movement of his was full of awe and respect for nature and life, as if paying tribute to all life in this world. Seemingly humble, but actually divine. As the last healing holy light dissipated, the magician took a breath and sat down on the ground tiredly. This skill really consumed his magic power and physical strength. His robe was soaked with sweat, and the whole person fell into exhaustion. But he didn't sit down for long. He slowly stood up and walked away, behind the endless, dense forest full of vitality. There was a rolling black smoke that covered the sky and the sun, and the evil breath was stirring. The thin figure of the magician was so firm that he seemed to die for the sake of righteousness. But Chu Yun, who had watched the entire memory image, couldn't help but take a breath. As a super academic, Chu Yun naturally knew this historical story that had been recorded in books for thousands of years. The god of life heals the ancient wilderness. Chapter 222. Green leaves absorb nectar. Flowers bloom with fragrance. Chu Yun never expected that this was actually a past record of the god of life. And it was a famous legend that the god of life healed the ancient wilderness. As one of the thrones with the widest authority, the god of life has far fewer stories than the other thrones. Until now, only a few legends have been left. Whether it is the inheritance of the god of life, the throne-level weapons of the god of life, or more credible historical materials, etc., they are all extremely scarce. The god of life healed the ancient wilderness, which is basically the most widely circulated, most detailed, and most credible historical record of the god of life. The ancient wilderness was eroded by black fog, and the god of life intervened to save it, which saved the world from hundreds of years of ferocious beasts. The ancient wilderness, a god-level copy, is extremely mysterious and is known as the origin of all creatures. The ancient wilderness contains all creatures in the world, as well as creatures that do not exist in the world. Moreover, Every creature in the ancient wilderness has a history of millions of years, and is the ancestor of all animals outside the world. These ancestors are related to the spiritual roots of all descendants. When the ancient wilderness was not yet polluted, there was no concept of ferocious beasts in the world. The real enemy of mankind was only the demons from hell. Until the savage ancient realm was completely polluted, countless creatures fell into rage, indiscriminately attacking all creatures, including humans. These creatures were eventually identified as fierce beasts, becoming as dangerous as the demons, and a few creatures that escaped the pollution in the savage ancient realm still maintained clean thinking ability, were not aggressive, and did not harm humans. Just like the unicorns that Chu Yun met when he was still at the bronze level. After the savage ancient realm was polluted for about 100 years, the god of life took action and swept the pollution of the entire savage ancient realm with his own strength for hundreds of years. At that time, the human race thought that the threat of fierce beasts had been completely quelled, and the god of life suddenly disappeared and never appeared again, and the savage ancient realm fell into pollution again, and the creatures on the earth were transformed into fierce beasts until today. That ordinary-looking magician is actually the god of life. Chu Yun pondered. Although this magician does look ordinary, Chu Yun can't catch any of his breath and characteristics, nor can he remember his appearance. As long as he changes his clothes, Chu Yun will definitely not recognize that the two are the same person. As difficult as Wu Ying's ability, Chu Yun sighed a few times and prepared to delve into this memory again. After the god of life healed the ancient wilderness, the god of life seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and there was no news of it. The fact that the god of life healed the ancient wilderness was also a legend from 10,000 years ago. In the past 10,000 years, countless scholars have speculated that the god of life has fallen, but his authority as the throne of God still exists. If we can find out where the god of life is going, this is probably an unimaginable opportunity. But just when Chu Yun wanted to go deeper, this memory could not be explored again. TSK. I really have finished reading it. Chu Yun was a little disappointed. As expected, if he wanted to explore the secrets of the throne level, there was still a bleak future. He is only diamond level now, and the road ahead is still long. Among all the thrones, Chu Yun felt that the authority of the god of life was most closely related to him. If you want to become a throne, you must either condense your own godhood or inherit from another throne. Chu Yun suddenly felt a grayness in front of his eyes, and this memory image was rapidly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the skill book storage room from the lush and green ancient wilderness. Although the memory image disappeared, Chu Yun still remembered it clearly. Chu Yun suddenly found that the skill book in his hand could be viewed. Moreover, it was still blooming with an exaggerated and rich breath of life, attracting the attention of people around. This skill book is more precious than the entire skill book storage room. Green leaves absorb nectar/flowers bloom with fragrance. Special skills immediately guide and condense the surging vitality around in your hands, condensing it into nectar. The maximum channeling time increases with the level, currently up to 10 seconds, reduces the health limit of all surrounding units by 10%, and reduces the movement speed by 10%. The longer the channeling time, the higher the reduction value, up to 50%, and lasts for 10 seconds after the channeling ends. For every 1 second of channeling, all units that are losing their health limit will have their full skill cooldown increased by 2.5 seconds. When you have nectar, you can release the second stage. Select a unit, let the nectar in your hand bloom for it, and increase its health limit by the same amount as all the health limits reduced by the nectar, for 15 minutes. Then it will recover all injuries, restore its health to its health limit, remove all negative effects, and reduce the cooldown of all skills by 1 hour. Then the fragrance spreads, and according to the distance of the nectar blooming, all units gain a blooming effect that is weakened in proportion to the distance. No cooldown time. Release consumption is a trace of the meaning of the god of life. Fuck. Chu Yun saw the effect clearly and couldn't help but burst out with a curse. The value of this skill is too terrifying. It is worthy of being a skill that is strongly related to the god of life. Not only is it marked as a special skill, but it also has a second effect. No cooldown time, and it does not consume mana. After releasing the green leaves to absorb the nectar, no tank dared to claim that they could resist injuries in front of Chu Yun. One move easily knocked off 50% of the upper limit of health. What's more exaggerated is that the range of this skill is ridiculously large, and the high deceleration makes it difficult to move. Of course, It is not possible to cover the entire boundless ancient wilderness like the god of life. And Chu Yun cannot use the altar. The second stage of the flower bloomed with fragrance, which directly silenced Chu Yun. It is no exaggeration to say that this skill can directly increase a person's upper limit of life value by 10 times. And this is just a conservative estimate. It is impossible to predict how outrageous the number can be in actual combat. In addition, removing all negative effects and reducing the cooldown time of all skills by 1 hour are all functions that are extremely outrageous. It is worthy of being a skill left by the god of life. Now, Chu Yun also understands why this skill is sealed. It can only be unsealed by using the magic hand to heal the tears of the simulated god of life. Because this skill can only be released if it is related to the god of life. If not, it is useless to unseal it. How many people or things can be related to the god of life? Chu Yun is one. This is the great opportunity that has been waiting for Chu Yun. Chapter 223 The Mysterious God of Life. As long as you have the magic hand prayer, you can connect with the god of life. But I am the only one who can have the magic hand prayer. Chu Yun murmured in thought. Among all the auxiliary professions, most have more or less healing abilities. Only the doctor is the purest healing profession, which is closest to the authority of the god of life. There are countless other professions, including rare professions, who have obtained 5-star job transfer tasks and have been connected with the throne. But Chu Yun can't remember anyone who can connect with the god of life. Perhaps only the doctor can connect with the god of life after repeatedly obtaining 5-star job transfer tasks, but everyone knows that the rarer the profession, the higher the probability of obtaining a 5-star job transfer task. And the more common the profession, the more difficult it is. As the most common auxiliary profession, most doctors just find a 2-star job transfer task to complete the job. Some talented people can get a 3-star job transfer task, and those who can find a 4-star job transfer task are rare. Only Chu Yun is an outlier who has completed all job transfers and 5-star tasks. And the skills he obtained are extremely powerful. Although he is only a doctor, the powerful skills obtained from the high-star job transfer tasks are enough to make Chu Yun stand out from the crowd. What a fate! Chu Yun sighed. Although he was extremely excited, the surprise was not over yet. Because it can be reversed. Reverse the green leaves to absorb nectar, and the flowers to bloom and smell fragrant. The green leaves absorb nectar/flowers bloom and smell fragrant. Reverse the rules. Ding! Congratulations on the green leaves absorbing nectar/flowers blooming and smelling fragrant have reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Immediately guide and condense the surging vitality around in your hands and condense it into nectar. The maximum channeling time increases with the level, and the current maximum is 10 seconds. Increases the upper limit of health of all surrounding units by 10%, and increases the movement speed by 10%. The longer the channeling time, the higher the increase, up to 50%, and lasts for 10 seconds after the channeling ends. For every 1 second of channeling, all units whose upper limit of health is increasing have their cooldown of all skills reduced by 2.5 seconds. When you have nectar, you can release the second stage. Select a unit, let the nectar in your hand bloom for it, and reduce its upper limit of health by the same amount as all the upper limits of health reduced by the nectar, with a minimum of 1%, for 15 minutes. Then it will gain 100% treatment reduction, remove all positive effects, and increase the cooldown of all skills by 1 hour. Then the fragrance spreads, and according to the distance of the nectar blooming, all units are affected by the blooming effect, which is weakened in proportion to the distance. No cooldown time. Release consumption is a trace of the god of death. The skill effect is reversed, and the consumption of the connotation is also changed from the god of life to the god of death. Directly reduce the target's health limit to 1%. This is almost equivalent to killing it instantly. Chu Yun took a breath, and it is not such a simple fixed point blasting, but a spreading effect. It is a definite AoE skill. Chu Yun just thought about the scenarios where it can be used, and he can think of countless scenarios. After the reversal of this skill, it can really be involved with the god of death. For a moment, Chu Yun's thoughts deepened. The god of death is as mysterious as the god of life. But unlike the lack of information about the god of life, the god of death is more of a person that the world dares not spy on. Occasionally, a few adventurers or historians who dare to covet the secrets of the god of death have also thrown themselves into the arms of the god of death. Compared with the limited information about the god of life, the deeds of the god of death are even more blank. In this way, Chu Yun has two choices, the god of life and the god of death. This trip to the skill book storage room was really fruitful. Chu Yun walked out of the skill book storage room happily. At this time, Xiao Weitian stood outside the door with a surprised expression. Chu Yun, that very surging breath of life just now is. This surging vitality made him, a throne-level person, feel particularly comfortable. The old illnesses brought by adventures in the early years were cured a lot by this pure breath of life. And these illnesses could not be cured at all by ordinary means. Well, I made it. Chu Yun took out the blank skill book of green leaves absorb nectar/flowers bloom with fragrance and shook it. Although the skill book is called a book, it is more like an energy body. It can only be learned by one person. After learning, the energy in it will dissipate, and only an empty shell will be left on the outside. Just like a book without words. It's this one? Xiao Weitian was amazed. I didn't expect you to crack it. Chu Yun's eyes lit up. Uncle Xiao, do you know the origin of this skill book? Of course. In this entire skill book storage room, about 1,000th was brought by me. And I remember this one particularly clearly because it was unearthed together with active meteorite iron. Xiao Weitian couldn't help but recall what happened at that time. At that time, I walked into the cellar and found a huge tree. The whole body of this tree was made of iron. And it was extremely hard. But there were a few old branches. Just gently bend it, and it can be broken off like breaking firewood. Chu Yun was very surprised that there are such magical trees in the world. The world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. These broken iron branches. Could it be? Yes. It is active meteorite iron. Xiao Weitian smiled. Before this, I didn't know what active meteorite iron was. I only found out about it after looking up information. At that time, I didn't care about these branches. But what surprised me was actually another thing. That is, an iron fruit fell from this iron tree. Chu Yun looked at the blank skill book in his hand. So this skill book is? Haha. Just as you guessed. This skill book appeared from the iron fruit. Xiao Weitian had a look of reminiscence. And the surprise and the memory never dissipated. It is obviously an iron fruit. But it looks like a real fruit. Because it fell because it was ripe. The flesh separated, revealing the core inside that is. This sealed skill book. The flesh is made of iron. The branches are made of iron. And it is made of iron all over. But it breathes like life. I felt the extraordinariness of this thing. And brought back everything I could. I have studied this skill book for a long time. And I couldn't even crack the active meteorite iron. Let alone this thing. I had to put it in one of the most obvious places in the skill book storage room. Waiting for someone to crack it. I didn't expect that, Chu Yun. You came here and solved the smelting of active meteorite iron and cracked this skill book. I really don't know how to thank you. Chapter 224 The Field of the Future. For a moment, tears flashed in Xiao Weitian's eyes. This was something he experienced when he was still young and adventurous. And it was obvious that this matter had become a knot in Xiao Weitian's heart. As long as it was not solved, it would pile up in his heart. Chu Yun came this time and directly untied both of his knots. For a moment, Xiao Weitian was extremely happy and exhaled repeatedly. Uncle Xiao, this is your skill book that I took. Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Weitian shook his head and didn't care. I have promised to let you choose. So I naturally assumed that it was your thing. So why would I be confused about it? As a businessman, the most important thing is reputation. If you have good reputation, you will have endless wealth. If you lose your reputation, you will basically have no business. I am more interested in how you crack the seal. Chu Yun smiled slightly. This is actually related to the god of life. Then, Chu Yun told Xiao Weitian the method and situation of cracking, but did not mention the memory reading. Chu Yun felt that this memory was strange and unspeakable. If it was not related to the god of life, it was best not to touch it. After hearing the general situation, Xiao Weitian's expression was also very moved. I didn't expect this to be related to the god of life. Although the god of life is one of the most powerful thrones, there is too little information about him. And he does not have enough inheritors, like other thrones. Chu Yun was more curious about where these things came from. Uncle Xiao, where did you find these things? In a relic. And this relic is outside the Tianfeng Empire. Chu Yun frowned. In other empires? Although the four empires were not in a state of war, there was not much exchange between the empires. It was very troublesome to go back and forth. And there were many restrictions. Xiao Weitian shook his head again. No. This relic is not in the Tianfeng Empire. nor in the other 3 countries, but outside the human realm. What? Chu Yun was shocked. The land of this world is extremely vast, which is completely different from the Earth where Chu Yun lived in his previous life. The Tianfeng Empire alone, one of the 4 empires, has an area that is several times wider than the land and sea of the entire Earth combined, and the number of citizens is even trillions. But among the 4 empires, the territory of the Tianfeng Empire can only be regarded as the second. The territory of the Blue Moon Empire is nearly twice that of the Tianfeng Empire, although most of it is uninhabitable frozen land. And in these 4 empires, there are already countless secret realms, countless copies, and countless stories, enough to be sung for eternity. An ordinary person, let alone walking through the entire empire, even walking out of the province, is extremely rare. There are countless unseen scenery in their own city. Only the real strong can step out and admire the distance. But these countless stories are almost insignificant in this world. The 4 empires seem majestic, but in fact they are the last pure land of mankind, known as the human realm. In the records of 10,000 years ago, the territory where humans were active was countless times that of the 4 empires today, and they fought against the ferocious beasts and evil demons everywhere. Even so, there were still countless unknowns waiting for people to explore. The Mosin rainforest is the territory outside the border of the Tianfeng Empire. The weirdness and danger of this place are enough to make Chu Yun drink a pot. Behind the almost endless Mosin rainforest is the real evil land. The ferocious beasts that can walk in the human territory are all the trash that have been washed clean by the human throne. The truly violent and terrifying ferocious beasts are fighting each other at the end outside the human territory, splitting the sky and breaking the earth. Hee. Although it is outside the human territory, the danger level there is not high, just a little higher than the Mosin rainforest. Xiao Wentian looked relaxed, as if he was not talking about any dangerous places at all. However, Chu Yun's scalp was numb when he heard it. The place I went to was the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu Yun was even more shocked after hearing this. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. Xiao Wentian smiled. Oh, yes. You also have a Golden Holy Dragon in your hand. Although this relic is called a tomb, it is actually very large. Even larger than the ancient relic near our Xuanchen, where countless relics are clustered together. The Golden Holy Dragon's corpse in the tomb has not been found yet. But if you look around here, you can find something shocking enough. I didn't expect that this place is actually related to the god of life. Maybe this Golden Holy Dragon is not dead yet. Xiao Wentian's face was full of memories. Chu Yun took out the beast-controlling ball and opened it, and the golden egg was sleeping inside. Chu Yun has looked up a lot of information about the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon, but still doesn't know how to cultivate it, resulting in the golden egg still being gold level and almost unable to keep up with his pace. Uncle Xiao, do you have any way to improve the strength of the golden egg? Xiao Wentian smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is a cub of the Golden Holy Dragon. It's rare for us to see it, let alone cultivate it. Then, Xiao Wentian said seriously, but I know very well that the Golden Holy Dragon is rare. It is one of the top races among the dragons. It is rare in the world. I suspect that the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is related to your Golden Holy Dragon cub. You must pay more attention to it. It seems that if there is a chance in the future, I need to go to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Although he is still worried about the cultivation and growth of the golden egg, he now has a goal and is no longer a headless fly. Chu Yun chatted with Xiao Wentian for a long time, and finally Xiao Wentian sent someone to send Chu Yun home. When Chu Yun got in the car, he was already yawning. I am so tired. Chu Yun lay in the car, squinting his eyes, half asleep and half awake. After the bloody hunting competition, Chu Yun needed to concentrate on his thoughts and rest for a while to prepare for the Slime Academy competition. Somewhere in the Tianfeng Empire, this is a city that is always shrouded in the night. There are many lights and wine in the city. There are many celebrities and rich people coming and going, with a decadent smell of money. This is the most hidden and most unrestrained city of love and moon in the entire Tianfeng Empire. And the organization that controls this city can be said to make a fortune every day. And this organization is the Shao Evil Palace. In the center of the city is an extremely luxurious and tall villa-like restaurant. This restaurant is extremely gorgeous and towering. People who don't know it think it is a super VIP club. In fact, this is the headquarters of the Shao Evil Palace. Guizu stood at the door with a slightly ugly face. Chapter 225 being targeted. Boss Gua. The ordinary minions standing under the headquarters building of the Xiao Palace immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Guosu was extremely annoyed and ignored them and walked straight in. The minions looked at each other. Boss Gua has a very ugly expression. Didn't he go to hold that bloody hunting competition and dig up a large number of rich people? Hey, why didn't I see that guy Ji Song? Guosu, who was walking in front, became more and more annoyed as he listened. He immediately turned around and yelled, "Shut up." The minions were silent and dared not say anything. Although these people made Guosu extremely angry, they were after all the watchdogs under the headquarters. Guosu could not teach them a lesson directly. Otherwise it would hurt the face of the palace master. Guosu took the elevator to the top floor with a gloomy face and met the master of the Xiao Hall. The master of the Xiao Hall sat in a low-key and luxurious boss chair, with his back to him, holding a half-burned cigar in his hand. How is the mission? I'm very sorry. It's not that Guosu is incompetent. It's all because of another change. Guosu half knelt on the ground, gritted his teeth. The mission failed. The burning cigar suddenly stopped, as if time had frozen at this moment. Just as Guosu was trembling with fear, the master seemed to see something and slowly spoke. And in this voice, there was a hint of doubt and a strong disdain. Hey, Chu Yun? Somewhere in the God-given empire, at the end of the holy and boundless noble palace, a sun is rising slowly, shedding holy light. The angel with 12 white wings behind him holds the scripture in his hand and whispers to himself. Chu Yun. The border of the Wind-Wrathful Empire. The cold and closed mechanical electronic door slowly closes, and an old and elegant professor with white hair and a white coat sits on a swivel-soft chair, holding a sketchboard in one hand and rotating a pencil in the other. Next to him is an iron bed, and several complex and sophisticated instruments are conducting experiments on the person on the bed. The person on the bed is in extreme pain and keeps wailing, but the old professor ignores it and quickly draws on the sketchboard. After a while, a sketch head appears, lifelike, and this avatar is Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Xuanqing. Chu Yun, who had just arrived at the villa to get the key and open the door, probably had no idea that he had been targeted by the leaders of 3 evil organizations. Chu Yun returned home, washed up, and fell asleep on the bed. After sleeping for about 10 hours, the fatigue on his body was relieved a lot. Chu Yun rubbed his head. His current physique was still not strong enough. No matter how strong it is below the throne level, it is just a flesh and blood body. Even if it can achieve unimaginable combat power, it will still be exhausted due to lack of sleep or exhaustion of energy. Only when it reaches the throne level can it begin to break away from mortals and achieve true transcendence. Chu Yun woke up now, but he didn't wake up by himself. His cell phone rang. Someone was calling him. Hello? Yunzi! I'm back to full health. He was full of energy when he called, and he didn't feel dying at all. Good job. I knew you wouldn't die easily. Chu Yun laughed. The two chatted on the phone for a long time and learned that Yunmu also came from his hometown. And Yunmu also got a certain inheritance from his ancestors, which greatly increased his strength. Dad said that he saw the time was right and gave me everything that could enhance my strength. Xiao Wentian also got a significant increase in strength. Before, Chu Yun, Xiao Xinshi and their battles and experiences were nothing more than children playing house in the eyes of the throne. Now that they are about to enter Guanghai City, which is full of heroes, Xiao Wentian is no longer stingy in giving. He even gave me a large sum of money. In the future, I can use the money from home whenever I want. It's really surprising. Xiao Xinshi laughed heartily. As a second-generation rich man, now I can finally spend like a second-generation rich man. In the past, his pocket money and so on were all tightly controlled by Xiao Wentian. Although he had the name of a second-generation rich man, he did not have the wealth of a second-generation rich man. He was short of money and could not recruit any younger brothers. Only Chu Yun was willing to play with him. Yunzi, I will buy everything you want in the future. What are you talking about? In the future, it should be Fatty who will buy everything you want. Chu Yun also laughed, with the ability to reverse. It is as easy for Chu Yun to make money in the market as to fish in the river. The two brothers laughed and looked forward to what it would be like to enter the Slime Academy. By the way, Fatty, Uncle Xiao must have told you that there is an entrance competition in the Slime Academy. Right? In a flash, the day after tomorrow arrived. The two gathered at Xiao Wentian's villa, and Yunmu also came back from his hometown. Oh my god. You guys were so thrilling these days? After hearing the story, she, who was usually quite silent, was shocked. Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher scratched their heads. We didn't expect it to be so dangerous. It's true that if you're not careful, you'll lose your life there. Yunmu began to talk about what happened to her in the past few days. She returned to her hometown and accepted the inheritance of the older generation. The essence of the orcs is to drink different kinds of blood to change their forms. But it is inconvenient to preserve different kinds of blood. This inheritance is to make blood into blood pills that can be transformed at any time. And this blood pill is condensed in the body. Whenever I need to transform, I can use magic points to melt it. I don't need to drink blood to transform anymore. In this way, it is convenient and fast. And the seemingly insignificant changes actually make a huge difference. The battlefield is ever-changing. And the speed of skill release is an extremely critical attribute. The pre-swing and post-swing of any skill will determine the changes in the battle situation. Xiao Weiqian waved to Yunmu kindly. Good boy. There is still some time before you set off. Go to the skill book storage room and choose 3 skills to learn and improve your strength. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Yunmu's eyes lit up. As a child from a poor family, Yunmu could hardly have any money to buy skill books, let alone more advanced skill books. Yunmu had never had any skills and mainly relied on transformation to fight. Xiao Wentian's opening this time was simply a remedy for Yunmu's urgent need. But what Yunmu didn't know was that Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher were now extremely wealthy. As long as Yunmu needed something, they could easily solve the problem. Xiao Xincher was rich, but Chu Yun was already beyond the limit of being rich. No worries about money. As long as it could be solved with money, it was not a problem. At this time, Hammer, who was covered in dust, came over from the backyard and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chu Yun, the weapon we made for you is ready. Come and have a look. Chu Yun looked up in surprise. Come on. Chapter 226 The Staff of Life Source. Chu Yun and Hammer came to the backyard and were immediately blinded by the light. But the light was extremely warm, making Chu Yun feel comfortable all over. You guys still turn on such bright lights in broad daylight? It's not the light. Wind shovel scraper. Turn off the light of the Staff of Life Source. The other 2 dwarf youths fiddled with it quickly, and the strong light that burst out began to slowly dissipate. A staff that looked like a small tree lay quietly on the forging table. But this small tree was shining brightly in silver. Chu Yun picked it up. It was just wide enough for Chu Yun to hold. About 1 meter long. And the top was like a tree with branches and leaves spread out. Each silver leaf was swaying slightly like a real one. Chu Yun tried to pull a leaf, but found that it was extremely solid. But it could dance with the wind, which was amazing. Hammer put his hands on his hips, looking extremely proud. This is the throne-level weapon we carefully crafted for you. The Staff of Life. Staff of Life category. Staff level requirement. 1 professional requirement. Physician effects. Health limit plus 100%. Health recovery speed plus 100%. Treatment effect plus 100%. Mana plus 620 million durability. Light of Life immediately turns on the light, allowing all units within the range to recover 1% of their own health limit and 1% of their health limit every 0.5 seconds, and reduce the duration of a negative effect by 1 second. Can be turned off and on at any time. Hope of Life every time a treatment is released. You and each treated target have a 1% chance to obtain a certain buff effect with a random value. But the maximum is not more than 50%. Damage reduction. Control resistance. Defense. Toughness. Strength. Critical hit rate. Movement speed. Attack speed. Casting speed. Health. Health limit. Mana. Mana limit. Continuous health recovery. Continuous mana recovery. Lasting 10 seconds. Once triggered, the same buff effect cannot be triggered again within 10 seconds. Passive skill. Recognize the master. When Chu Yun uses this equipment, the movement speed is plus 10%. When this equipment is used by a non-Chu Yun unit, if this unit has the breath of the God of Life, the equipment skills cannot be used. If there is no breath of the God of Life, the equipment skills cannot be used, and the basic effect is reduced to 25%. If there is a breath that makes the God of Life resist, this equipment cannot be used. Gambling Dog Staff. Chu Yun was amazed. Needless to say, the powerful range of the Light of Life can restore health. The various numerical bonuses of Life Hope can reach a limit of 50%, and cover almost all attribute aspects. It is extremely comprehensive. As long as you are lucky, you don't have to worry about the lack of buffs. The basic value of this staff is even more outrageous, directly doubling Chu Yun's original health limit. And the life recovery and treatment effects are also doubled. The healing effect is doubled. In other words, Chu Yun's output capacity is also doubled. It is worthy of being a throne-level weapon. The value given is exaggerated. The forging ability of the dwarf craftsman has adjusted the use level of this weapon to 1, which is now available to everyone. But as long as the recognition function is added, Chu Yun's movement speed will be increased by 10%. And this equipment is basically guaranteed to be Chu Yun's exclusive equipment. Chu Yun held this tree-shaped life source staff and sighed slightly. At this time, he didn't know how much waves and epics he would create by using this staff in the future. Chu Yun looked at the 3 dwarf youths and nodded slightly. Thank you very much. Haha. I was planning to give you the weapon. What are you thanking me for? Hammer was careless. And the wind shovel and scraper also nodded. The dwarves are very simple and honest, and they have never thought too much. Xiao Zhencher came over and saw the staff of life in Chu Yun's hand, and he took a breath. I was wondering where this pure breath of life came from, but I didn't expect it to be on this little tree. This little tree has become my staff. Wow! Xiao Zhencher laughed. This staff looks really unique. Most staffs are long iron rods inlaid with various gems. A staff like this one that looks like a little tree is extremely rare. Time passed, and the agreed time of departure had arrived. Leng Yan and Deng Pei walked out of the teleportation array. Everyone, it's time to set off for Slime Academy. Yun Mu, who had selected the skill books, also walked out of the skill book storage room with Xiao Wentian. When Xiao Wentian saw Leng Yan and Deng Pei, he immediately patted Xiao Zhencher on the shoulder. Zhencher, you have grown up, and you may go to countless places for adventures in the future to pursue all your future. As a father, I don't have so many requirements. I just hope that everything will be safe and sound for you. Xiao Wentian's voice was lonely. Although he was a throne level, he never used his combat power to show off his strength, but worked harder to manage his identity as a businessman. He had no children, and his wife died early. So Xiao Wentian only had Xiao Zhencher. So Xiao Wentian worked so hard to cultivate Xiao Zhencher, hoping that he could become a talent. But on the other hand, Xiao Wentian didn't want Xiao Zhencher to become a talent, because in this world, the most dangerous profession is the main combat profession responsible for fighting outside. The stronger the person, the more dangers he will encounter. As a father, he only hopes that his son can be safe. Well, I understand, Dad. Xiao Zhencher, who was always cheerful and sunny, became very soft at this moment, with tears streaming down his face. Yun Mu seemed to recall his farewell to his parents in his hometown, and was suddenly filled with sadness. Chu Yun also fell into deep longing. He didn't know where his parents were now, and if he returned to Xuanqing by chance, he would not be able to find him in that dilapidated alley. Their sons have achieved success and fame, but where are they now? For a moment, the 3 people on the field were all in different thoughts. Deng Pei didn't know what to do for a moment, and Leng Yan, as the head of the academy, had seen many such separations from family members. So he clapped his hands and said, Okay, we should set off. After arriving in Guanghai City, it's not like we can't use the teleportation array to teleport back. If you miss home, just ask for leave and use the teleportation array. The future will be beautiful. There's no need to look like we're parting forever now. The 3 young men gradually regained their resolute expressions. Yes, the future is still long. Leng Yan nodded slightly. Okay. Guanghai City Teleportation Array. Start. Chapter 227. Arriving at Guanghai City. The teleportation array flashed. Leng Yan and Deng Pei stood in it. Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu walked over, and Chu Yun also walked in with 3 dwarf youths. Chu Yun finally turned his head and looked at the Xiao family mansion, and finally looked at the not-so-prosperous Xuanqing. Perhaps he will not come back for a long time. Whoosh! The teleportation array flashed. Chu Yun closed his eyes and opened them. And then the scene in front of him had changed greatly. Chu Yun was no longer in front of the Xuanqing he was used to seeing, but a city with high-rise buildings and trees. This teleportation array is on the top of the mountain, and you can overlook the entire Guanghai City in front of you. There are tall buildings, bustling streets, and various public facilities. Guanghai City is an academy city, and it is also a diversified center that integrates technology and professions. In such a big city, People can directly feel the forefront of technology and the wonders of professional masters. Advanced transportation systems, smart buildings and various colleges of higher learning are everywhere. At the end of these buildings, you can see the endless blue sea and feel the refreshing sea breeze. Guanghai City is a coastal city, where you can see far away and feel what an endless city is. Lung Nian stood in front of everyone and bowed slightly. Welcome to Guanghai City. Chu Yun was amazed. Xiao Zhencher nodded repeatedly. And Yun Mu was stunned. It's not that they haven't seen all kinds of information and records about Guanghai City on the internet. But these are far less shocking than seeing the scenes of Guanghai City with their own eyes. The three dwarf youths behind them looked around. And every place in the human world was enough to make them curious. Okay. Let's find a place to have lunch first. Deng Pei spoke. Lung Yin and Deng Pei took the group of young people who had just entered Guanghai City down the mountain by car, and kept explaining everything about Guanghai City. In addition to modern facilities, Guanghai City is also rich in cultural and historical heritage. After all, it is a city of learning for generations, with endless heritage, various museums, art centers and historical sites, and also various ancient relics that have lasted for thousands of years. In addition, Guanghai City is also an economic center with various industries and commercial activities. The young people in Guanghai City are students. But there are also a large number of middle-aged and elderly people in Guanghai City. Most of these people are former students who started businesses, invested and conducted business here after graduating from Guanghai City, enjoying the various conveniences and consistent prospects of Guanghai City. Chu Yun and others were mesmerized by what they heard. These contents are not known to ordinary people. When promoting Guanghai City, they only focus on teaching resources, but do not pay much attention to describing what kind of city the city is. Let's go here. Lung Yin stopped in front of a nice-looking restaurant. A group of people walked in, and each person ordered a dish, which was enough to fill the whole table. When the waiter was recording the names of the dishes, she looked at Chu Yun and the other two a few more times, with obvious surprise in her eyes, as if Chu Yun and the other two were here to make her feel very confused. Seeing this, Deng Pei laughed. In Guanghai City, all young people are students. After all, it is a school city. All students will wear their own school uniforms. And you who don't wear school uniforms will be particularly conspicuous. Chu Yun asked quietly. Does our slime academy have school uniforms? Of course. Lung Yin nodded as a matter of course. But you haven't entered the school yet. So naturally there is no school uniform. So what are we like in the eyes of these people in Guanghai City now? Xiao Zhencher was confused. Deng Pei ate the peanuts said by the restaurant. It's almost like traveling. Guanghai City is an academy city. But it is not a closed city. People can come and go. There are also many people who can't enter the academy in Guanghai City. But they also want to come to Guanghai City for tourism. Walk around, see the scenery, and fulfill their wishes. From a certain perspective, tourists who come to Guanghai City for tourism will be more relaxed than students who are busy with their studies and becoming stronger. In addition to Chu Yun's table, there is also a table full of people. This is a table of young people in school uniforms. They laugh wantonly and look domineering. One person leaned on the back of the chair, put his feet on the table, and spoke arrogantly. Humph. Guanghai City is good everywhere. But it always allows a group of people with no talent and no ability to come in for sightseeing, causing Guanghai City to be polluted by garbage. That's right. It's as if anyone can come to Guanghai City. Brother is right. But it's not bad for us to occasionally see the monkeys running in from outside. The group of students laughed sarcastically. Xiao Zhencher held the glass of hot tea tightly and was very angry. He was about to get up and fight. However, Chu Yun held him down and shook his head slightly. Fatty, let's bear it first. We are unfamiliar with this place. So let's take a look at the situation first. Chu Yun's words were indeed reasonable. The very angry Xiao Zhencher also slowly calmed down and stopped looking over there. He pretended not to hear the shouting over there. Deng Pei saw this scene and nodded slightly. Lung Nian's eyes flashed with admiration. It's really good to be able to endure your mentality at such a young age. You will definitely be a great talent in the future. Where are there no passionate young people? But there are not many calm and cautious young people. In the future, there will be many situations facing the beasts and demons. The main combat professions are people who walk on the edge of life and death. Only cautious people can live long. And those who are fast are strong. Most of the time. Only those who are not fast or slow are the final winners. Chu Yun also has his own opinion. It's impossible for others to scold him casually, and he will pick up a weapon to fight others? Should he learn from someone and say that not daring to cause trouble is mediocre? Chu Yun will not do that. Yunmu frowned and looked over there. I didn't expect that the students of Guanghai City are so uncultured. Yunmu's words did not contain any malicious intent or counterattack. Instead, they were an indifferent evaluation, as if he was looking at a monkey in a zoo. If you are competing with others, then there is still some explanation. But if you are treated like a monkey, it is simply an endless humiliation. The students at that table were quiet for a moment, and suddenly became furious. How can Guanghai City be uncultured? This is just so it's just that you are uncultured? Yunmu himself is a bit naive. And this simple question almost made the other party dizzy. Yes, no. In short, we are very cultured. Guanghai City is even more cultured. The group of students roared. They have always been proud of being students of Guanghai City. Chapter 228, Guanghai City. A city with simple folk customs. Even when they had to choose between the two, they would rather belittle themselves and admit that they were the bad apples in the elegant and noble Guanghai City, rather than belittle Guanghai City and be told, this is what students in Guanghai City are like. This is a very profound sense of honor. Of course, Chu Yun and others basically cannot understand their sense of honor now. Yunmu smiled very calmly, not taking these people seriously at all, and seemed to have accepted their statement. And this result made the students at this table even more angry. But they could only sulk. They couldn't win the argument. But they couldn't really fight in this restaurant. Chu Yun frowned slightly as he looked at the uniforms of these students. A white jacket with azure blue embroidery, and an epaulet on the shoulder with the school emblem of their school painted on it. It was a drooping star. Lung Nian raised an eyebrow. From Xingdou Academy. Chu Yun moved his gaze over. How is this academy? Lung Nian smiled slightly. If the schools in Guanghai City are divided into 3 tiers, the worst third tier is at the bottom of Guanghai City and may be moved out of Guanghai City at any time. The second tier is the cornerstone tier of Guanghai City's middle schools. And there are the most schools in this tier. The first tier is the most advanced academy in Guanghai City, occupying the entire city center of Guanghai City. And this Xingdou Academy is a top-tier high-tech academy with countless students. And this academy is also very good at teaching students with star-related abilities. Speaking of this description, Chu Yun thought of a past enemy Ji Kun. Ji Kun's profession is a star priest, so he is very suitable to come to this Xingdou Academy. Ji Kun's bad character is also suitable for this Xingdou Academy. Of course, Ji Kun has now turned into fertilizer and can't come to this Xingdou Academy. On the side, Xiao Jincher whispered curiously, what about our slime academy? Lung Yin smiled again. About the outside. The mystery of the slime academy is in all aspects. Even if it is in Guanghai City, it is only to use the resources of Guanghai City, not to dominate Guanghai City. From a certain perspective, the students of Slime Academy are top-secret masters carefully cultivated by the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire. When these masters graduate from school and spread out into society, they do not need to tell anyone that they are from Slime Academy. They only need to know that they learned real skills in Slime Academy in the past. The teaching qualifications of Slime Academy are only open to true geniuses. The spirit of Slime Academy is only inherited by those who look to the future. So, even in the eyes of most people in Guanghai City, Slime Academy is just an ordinary academy. That's true. Ding Pei spoke up next to him. And it's a third-tier academy. Of course, the third-tier college in Guanghai City is one of the best in the outside world. But it is only considered third-tier in the extremely crowded Guanghai City. Baitian and Qinsheng also have branches in Guanghai City. But because the main teaching staff is in Kyoto, the Baitian Qinsheng branch here is just a college. Chu Yun nodded slightly, and his expectations in his heart became deeper. Slime College, which is superior to all colleges, is the only one in the world. How amazing is it? Soon, the dishes were served, and Chu Yun and his group ate them up in a hurry. Chu Yun's only feeling about the dishes was that they were really damn expensive, and the quantity was really damn small. Ding Pei thought so too. Big cities are big cities, and the prices are really expensive. The plate here looks exquisite, but it is actually a small amount of roast meat, and the price is more than 5 times that of Xuanqing, and the amount is really too small. Speaking of this, Lung Nian seemed to remember something, looked at Chu Yun and the other two, and said seriously, do you have money? Xiao Zhencher was stunned. I guess, yes? Xiao Wentian's financial resources are considered to be in the middle of the rich circle in the south. Now Xiao Zhencher can use it as he wants. But this is Guanghai City, where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even Xiao Zhencher, a second-generation rich man, dare not pat his chest and say that he is indeed rich. Yun Mu's full hand shook. Why? Why? Is the tuition fee of Slime Academy very high? Yun Mu's family is the poorest in the whole place. If she suddenly asked for a large sum of money at this time, she really couldn't take it out. No. No. The purpose of Slime Academy is to recruit geniuses. If tuition is required, those poor geniuses can't get in. This goes against the original intention of Slime Academy. Lung Yin sighed. The academy does not charge any fees. As long as there are things marked as school, you can use them at will. All expenses are provided by the Tianfeng Empire government. I want to ask if you have money. Mainly because after entering the academy, if you have money, you can buy many things for poor students. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean? Lung Yin laughed. Although everyone in the Slime Academy is a genius, they do have different funds in their pockets. The academy gives everyone the same amount of certain resources. But some poor students are willing to sell some of their resources in exchange for money. And the rest will be available to the highest bidder. It's actually like this? Xiao Zhencher was very surprised. Doesn't the school care? Of course not. Why should we care about students exchanging information and friendly exchanges? Lung Yin smiled. We are training true geniuses. Geniuses with absolute tenacity in both combat talent and will. If they give up their learning resources to others in the academy, even if we stop them, it will be the same outside. While talking, Lung Yin looked at Yun Mu again. Although Lung Yin was a very gentle person, when talking about certain topics, his temperament would instantly become sharp. Yun Mu's body trembled. No matter how poor I am, I won't sell it. Very good. Lung Yin returned to his smiling face. I am looking forward to your performance. Let's go. Go to Slime Academy. The group had eaten and rested enough, so they all got up and went to Slime Academy. The students of Xingdou Academy at another table gritted their teeth and watched Chu Yun and his group leave, their eyes swollen with a bit of resentment. Humph. Slime Academy? Isn't that the third tier of Guanghai City? A shabby academy that may move out of Guanghai City at any time? Ha ha ha. That's right. Boss, I didn't expect this group of people to come to Guanghai City to study. And to such a shabby academy. Hee hee. The leading student had a fierce look in his eyes. This year's academy competition. Slime Academy can't hide anymore. Let me see how to teach these ungrateful guys a lesson. Chapter 229 The Mysterious Location. Xiao Zhencher walked to the door, listened to all these words, and clenched his fists tightly. If they meet us in the future, we will definitely teach them a lesson. Chu Yun also nodded slightly. This group of people are really too arrogant. Don't they know that there are mountains outside the mountains? They are so arrogant on weekdays. If they meet a real master, won't they be beaten up at the beginning? And Chu Yun sensed their level. They are just a group of stars, which is nothing at all. Yun Mu also nodded slightly. Lung Yin looked at the three people a few more times. Even Chu Yun, who has the highest level, is only at diamond level now. He is actually laughing at the group of stars? But Lung Yin also understood very well that Chu Yun's fighting power was so exaggerated that he was invincible under the throne. And it was normal for him to look down on a group of stars. I wonder if Chu Yun will not take the throne level seriously after he reaches the star level. Ding Pei was infinitely sighing. When I first met Chu Yun was just a silver level job changer. And then he struggled to survive under the star level. Now he has reached the diamond level in the blink of an eye, and can easily defeat the star level. It's so fast. This is also because President Ding has protected him well. Chu Yun smiled. It was Ding Pei who stopped by Chu Yun when he was the most immature and protected Chu Yun until today's achievements. It's too sad to talk about this now, so I won't say it anymore. Ding Pei waved his hand. I won't go to the Slime Academy. I'll go directly to the Guanghai City Job Transfer Association reporting area. And I'll take these 3 dwarf youths to the Guanghai City Job Transfer Association. Okay. Ding Pei took the 3 dwarf youths away. If these 3 dwarf youths followed Chu Yun to the Slime Academy, they would probably be delayed. If they followed Ding Pei to the Guanghai City Job Transfer Association, they would be able to meet forging masters everywhere and exchange experiences. Lung Yan took Chu Yun and the other 2 and started to go to the Slime Academy. But Lung Nian was not heading to the city center. Chu Yun asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to the city center?" "Of course not. Because Slime Academy is not in the city center," Lung Nian said leisurely, as if he had long been accustomed to being asked this question. "But aren't only schools in the city center the best schools? Our Slime Academy is outside." Chu Yun and the other two accepted Lung Nian's words. Lung Nian led Chu Yun and the other two around. And they actually walked out of Guanghai City and came to the dense forest on the left side of Guanghai City, while Chu Yun and the other two followed patiently. After walking for about half an hour, they were already a short distance away from the edge of Guanghai City. And Lung Nian stopped. "We're here." What appeared in front of Chu Yun and the others was only a small shop standing in the wild. Xiao Xincher was stunned. "Is this the Slime Academy? There is only one small shop here. It's a super shabby one. This is the small shop of the Slime Academy." Lung Nian walked to the window of the small shop seriously and knocked on the glass window. "Old man, wake up. There are students coming." The old man who was sleeping soundly under the glass window was disturbed and woke up. He was quite unhappy. When he saw that it was Lung Nian, he smiled. "Lingzi, you are back. Don't embarrass me in front of the freshmen." "Okay, old man." Lung Nian was a little embarrassed. "Open the door for me quickly." "Got it." The old man took down an old and broken plastic fly swatter from the wall and slapped the wind chime hanging next to the glass window. The wind chime swayed suddenly, and a crisp tinkling sound rang out. And this sound seemed to have the ability to break the spell. And the surrounding environment changed in an instant. Chu Yun looked at his feet in surprise, which had changed from grass to concrete. Behind him was the open gate of the Slime Academy. And in front of him was the Slime Academy. This is not an academy. This is simply a palace complex. It is extremely luxurious and domineering. Many preparatory students of the Slime Academy are walking here. They are wearing all kinds of clothes, with serious or excited expressions. Then, there is a very shabby store standing very abruptly on the side. It seems that this is the door to the Slime Academy. If Slime Academy is so arrogant, then it will be impossible to keep a low profile. Lung Nian raised his hand. "Let's find a place to rest for a while. The entrance competition should start soon." Lung Nian found that he had let something slip again. But at this time, it seemed that it didn't matter whether he had let it slip or not. So Lung Nian smiled awkwardly. Chu Yun looked around at the various students who were either anxious or quiet here. Those who can appear here are geniuses, who are rare in 10,000. And here, Chu Yun and the other two also met many old acquaintances who frequently appear in the news. One-sided acquaintances. A young man in a blue robe and carrying a broken scepter stood beside a big tree with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was gathering his strength. When the students around him saw him, they were all in awe. "Oh my god! Isn't this the ultimate genius of Jiang province? Falling 9 heavens Jiangbai?" Jiangbai, a professional Hanhai Daoist, once had an exaggerated record of a gold level killing a diamond level, and cross-level battles were commonplace. He also obtained part of the inheritance of the water god and a part of the sea god's scepter, which could cause the tide to fall. He was extremely powerful, and was a genius famous throughout the country. And somewhere, there was another genius with his hands in his pockets, wearing headphones and listening to music, completely ignoring the hustle and bustle around him. Yun Province's Thunder Hand Shou Lijia. Shou Lijia, a thunder fist master who can hold thunder in both hands. A pair of fists full of thunder paralysis effects that can beat invincible hands. His heroic record can be written into a book, and his fame is not inferior to that of Jiangbai. Almost everyone standing in this Slime Academy is a famous genius. And even many people recognize Chu Yun. Is this the owner of the Golden Holy Dragon Cub? Chu Yun? Really awesome. He should be the only one in the world who has a Golden Holy Dragon now. Right? I heard that he is a doctor and a beast master at the same time. And he can do two things at the same time, which is very powerful. All kinds of discussions. Disturbances. On the side, Xiao Xincher leaned on Chu Yun's shoulder and joked, "Hey, Yunzi, you are really famous. Go away. I got this fame all because of the golden egg." Chu Yun was speechless. In fact, Chu Yun didn't even want this little fame. In this world, famous people are the most dangerous. You don't know when he will be watched all the time. What Chu Yun didn't know was that he had actually been watched for a long time. Soon, a solemn voice echoed over the Slime Academy. The entrance competition is about to begin. Chapter 230 Yin Ruoqing joins the team. Hearing this, many students on the field were stunned for a while. Entrance competition? What's going on? Aren't we already here at Slime Academy? This. There is still a competition? Many people were very confused. And this solemn voice continued to speak. Slime Academy adheres to the principle of only teaching true geniuses. And true geniuses can stand out even here where geniuses gather. Geniuses? You can be called geniuses outside. But here, everyone is a genius. You need to show more genius than geniuses to stay in this Slime Academy for further study. If you don't want your self-esteem to be crushed, please turn around and leave immediately to accept the crowds of the world. But our teachers don't have time to teach these ordinary people who are not top-notch. And this entrance exam is your stage for making noise. Let everyone present know where your genius lies. Instantly, the whole square was plunged into an uncontrollable noise. Almost everyone was ready to go. Who of those who can come here is not a genius, who stands out from the crowd? Who of those who can come here can be discouraged by these words and turn around and leave? What they want is to prove themselves. The solemn voice never stopped. Next, I will tell you the rules of this entrance exam. Wait a minute. All freshmen will be led to the thousands of miles of forests and the 10,000 miles of Gobi in the west for a battle royale. The one who can stay until the end of this battle royale will be the first. And the first 25% to be eliminated will not be able to enter the Slime Academy. For a moment, the whole audience changed their faces. A full quarter of the people in the audience will not be able to enter the Slime Academy in the end. This number is too large. And what are the rules of this battle royale? No one can be killed or injured. Other than that, there are no rules. Then, this serious voice, with a hint of aftertaste. Here comes the point. This competition is about your methods. Whether you eliminate other students or hide yourself. Let us see your methods. The methods you use this time will ultimately determine the academy you enter. The students talked a lot. The last 15 minutes. Immediately form your team. Minimum 1 person. Maximum 5 people. Many people on the field were unmoved. Some of them had already formed their own teams, while others decided to form a team and act alone. Chu Yun formed a team of 3 with Xiao Jincher and Yun Mu and finished the job. Leng Yan waved to them and walked away. The next entrance competition is up to you. I am looking forward to your performance. If you are lucky, you are welcome to join the Night Watch. Chu Yun was stunned. Night Watch? How do you join? The serious voice said that the performance in the entrance competition would determine which college they would eventually go to. Is this Night Watch where Leng Yan is? Leng Yan smiled awkwardly. I let it slip again. Anyway, I can't reveal more. But this name alone should reveal some information. Xiao Jincher and Yun Mu were both confused, while Chu Yun was thinking deeply. Night Watchman. Night Watchman. While Chu Yun was thinking, a petite figure was approaching. This was a girl in a detective uniform, wearing a detective hat, holding a camera and a magnifying glass. Hey, Chu Yun? The girl showed a sunny smile. Are you still short of people in your team? Can I be one of them? Chu Yun looked at the girl, stunned for a long time, and then said in surprise, Yin Ruoqing? When Chu Yun was still a weakling and challenged the Holy Sound Spider, he met a genius from the next city in the dungeon. This genius saved Chu Yun and defeated the Holy Sound Spider together with Chu Yun. Chu Yun thought that they would never meet again after that, but he didn't expect to meet again in the Slime Academy. So, Yin Ruoqing is still an ultimate genius chosen by the picky eyes of the Slime Academy. Yin Ruoqing seemed to know what Chu Yun wanted to ask, and was a little embarrassed. I don't know how I was kidnapped to this Slime Academy. Anyway, my combat ability is very poor. Does your team have an empty shield to protect me? Alright. Xiao Jincher is very cheerful. He is like this every day, full of heroic appearance. Yun Mu has never looked down on Yin Ruoqing. Those who can come to this Slime Academy are definitely not ordinary people. And he nodded slightly. If Miss Yin wants to come, I welcome you very much. Chu Yun, what about you? Yin Ruoqing blinked her big, shining eyes, looking pitiful. Chu Yun didn't care. There are only 3 of us. If you want to come, then come. Okay. Yin Ruoqing jumped up and down, holding a magnifying glass. My profession is a detective, and I have super cool professional abilities. Yin Ruoqing was very proud, and then instantly became like an eggplant hit by frost. But I have almost no frontal combat power. Then, the sun came back in an instant. So, it's all up to you. What's wrong with this girl? Why is she so startled? Chu Yun smiled slightly. You know, I'm a doctor, Yunmu said. I'm a half-orc. As a frontline anti-injury. Xiao Zhencher nodded. I'm a fighter. Mainly for output, but in terms of output, the team still has to look to Yunzi. Yin Ruoqing didn't comment on this. When fighting side by side with Chu Yun in that dungeon, Yin Ruoqing wondered how Chu Yun, a doctor, could have direct combat power. Now think about it. This should also be one of Chu Yun's secrets. But detective can barely be considered an auxiliary profession. I will give you a lot of assistance. 4-person team. Assemble. 15 minutes passed quickly. 15 minutes have passed. All team members, hold hands together immediately. This means you are a team. Xiao Zhencher held Chu Yun's left hand without hesitation. And Yunmu held Chu Yun's right hand without hesitation. Yin Ruoqing was a little embarrassed, because she also wanted to hold Chu Yun's hand. So now she had to hold Yunmu's other hand. The whole square was shining with a strong light, which was the light of teleportation. All students in the square will be teleported to somewhere. This is not a teleportation array, but a directly generated teleportation skill. There is actually a space mage who starts at the peerless level in the Slime Academy. Swoosh! Chu Yun opened his eyes. They were teleported to a forest. A serious voice echoed over the forest. The circle you are in will shrink over time. Try to move to the center. Battle Royale officially begins. Chapter 231: The 4 Major Slime Branches. If the last survivor has not been determined, the competition will end immediately when the deadline arrives. The deadline for this competition is 72 hours from now. In these 72 hours, how to survive depends on your own reserves and exploration. There will be natural or unnatural food or props and other supplies on the field, waiting for you to obtain. All the rules have been introduced. Come on. Let the entire Slime Academy take a good look at your means to gallop in the world and look down on the heroes. After saying this, the serious voice that was hidden like a child's mischief disappeared. It seems that the competition has really started from this moment. Is the competition time 72 hours? Xiao Zhencher patted his stomach. No wonder President Ding took us to the restaurant for a big meal first. It seems to be to come here to lay a foundation. It's a pity that we were not reminded to prepare dry food first. Chu Yun shook his head. If I remind you like this, it would be a bit of cheating. Although Leng Yin is a bit thick-skinned, he would not make this mistake for us. Yin Ruoqing was a little embarrassed. I haven't eaten anything yet. She heard that the Slime Academy doesn't cost a penny for food and clothing, and she thought that she could save some money by eating after arriving at the academy. But she didn't hear about the entrance competition. Let's take a look at the terrain around us first. Maybe we can find food. Chu Yun raised his head and looked around. Just now, the announcement said that there are natural or non-natural food or props and other supplies. I really don't understand what non-natural means. At this time, the 4 people were in a large dense forest. Of course, it was just an ordinary forest. Not a terrifying place like the Mozam rainforest. The ferocious beasts in this forest were also swept away by the Slime Academy. Only a few were roaming here. The real opponents in this competition were still other students. Yunmu sniffed. Her half-orc profession had a very keen nose. There is a smell of fruit nearby. As she said that, Yunmu bent down and picked up a thumb-sized stone. She threw it upwards, and a bright fruit was knocked down by Yunmu. Moreover, Yunmu's technique was superb. He only broke the fruit stem with the stone, but did not damage the fruit flesh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yunmu quickly threw a few more, leaving several fruits, enough for everyone to hold one and eat. Thank you, Sister Yunmu. Yin Ruoqing's eyebrows were curved. Very happy. This should be the so-called natural materials. Right? Xiao Zhencher ate the fruit. What is the unnatural? Although it is no problem to eat fruits for 3 days, Xiao Zhencher still wants to eat something else. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's walk first. Chu Yun led the 3 people to eat fruits and walked forward slowly. This scene was relaxed and peaceful, as if they were not here to participate in the competition, but to travel and sightsee. At this moment, all the students on the competition field responded differently, and their countless performances were seen clearly by the judges of the Slime Academy. Sitting behind the light curtain, there were 4 towering seats, and the 4 people sitting on them represented the leaders of the 4 branches of slime. Sitting on the far left was an old woman with one blind eye, sitting upright in the seat, emitting a cold aura all over her body. Hee. I wonder how many geniuses our second academy can recruit this year. It was Chu Yun, the boss of the second academy. A peerless peak level 78 professional. Known as the Devil's Hand. The second academy is the one of the 4 major academies that focuses on learning instant burst professions. Here, students can learn the essence of how to make their strength burst instantly. Anyone who likes instant burst has the opportunity to enter the second academy. Sitting next to the old woman was a middle-aged man with torn muscles and full of vigor and blood. Instead of entering your second academy, why not come to my 4th academy? This man was none other than Wu Kailiang, the boss of the 4th academy. A top-level 79 professional, known as the Blood of War. The 4th academy is an academy for learning frontal combat professions. And it is also the academy with the most students in the Slime Academy. Here, students can understand the grandeur of war, the coordination of battles, and every detail involving life and death in battle. It is suitable for students who want to fight hard. At the side, an elegant middle-aged man with a white halo on his head and wearing a pure white robe shook his head. The 4th academy has recruited countless talents, and it's time for the 3rd academy to benefit from them. Kevin, the leader of the 3rd academy, is a peerless peak level 80 professional, known as the Angel's Wing. The 3rd academy is a learning academy for all students with auxiliary professions and healing abilities. It focuses on cooperation between people, and tries to reduce casualties and stabilize the battle formation when facing the tide of beasts and monsters in the future. It mainly recruits students with auxiliary professions and front-row meat shields. But as long as they have a heart of love, the 3rd academy will recruit them. Wu Kailiang shrugged. Students these days like to rush forward with their heads pointed. And you are not in line with the ideas of young people. Sitting on the far right was an old man who was dressed simply and had cloudy eyes. Just like an ordinary old man. Hey, it seems that the first college will not be able to recruit many students this year. The old man laughed. It's because your requirements are too high, Chu Yun scolded, making the old man embarrassed. If Chu Yun saw this old man, he would definitely be shocked and confused. Isn't this the old man who runs the shabby store at the door? How could this person sit here? But in fact, this person is the boss of the 1st academy. The only saint-level strongman among the teachers of Slime Academy. As high as level 82. His name is Gu Pan, known as the Brain of God. The 1st academy is also the academy with the fewest students in the entire Slime Academy, and has almost no sense of existence in the entire academy. The biggest reason is that Gu Pan, the boss of the 1st academy, is so picky. There is no conclusion at all about the students he chooses. And even he himself doesn't know what type of students he wants. Almost only 1 or 2 students can be received every year. And some years not even 1 student is accepted. The people chosen by Gu Pan are either extremely unique or extremely mediocre. But these people are not considered true geniuses in the eyes of the other 3 bosses. But they are discovered by Gu Pan to shine, making these gold shine successfully. To a certain extent, the other 3 bosses are picking gold, while Gu Pan is knocking gold out of the stubborn stone. Wow, this Chu Yun is very interesting. Chapter 232. The highly anticipated Chu Yun team. Gu Pan rubbed his chin. His cloudy old eyes flickered with a faint light. In this situation, Gu Pan slightly washed away the appearance of an ordinary old man. And in the light curtain, countless students had countless reactions. And Gu Pan took a fancy to Chu Yun at first sight. Nothing else. Because Chu Yun's expression and even behavior were too relaxed. It was not a relaxed relaxation, but the kind of leisure after a long battle. These things in front of him were trivial in Chu Yun's eyes, and he couldn't take them too seriously. When other students were extremely cautious and anxious, the Chu Yun team seemed to be traveling, relaxed and comfortable. And during the conversation, they had already analyzed most of this big competition. Wu Kailiang stared with thick eyebrows and big eyes. This guy named Chu Yun is young, but he looks like he has been through many battles, and is calm in the face of adversity. Not bad. Not bad. He is very suitable for the 4th academy. Can you leave some talents for the 1st academy? Only by being relaxed at all times can you reach the peak of strength in an instant. While those who are always tense will feel tired at the critical moment. Chu Yun nodded slightly. He is also suitable for the 2nd academy. Sister you. This Chu Yun is a doctor. Of course, he should come to the 3rd academy. Kevin said as a matter of course, come to the 3rd academy. I can give him the best teaching. Kevin, do you also want to compete with me? An old man? For a while, The leaders of the 4 colleges began to compete for Chu Yun. However, the entrance competition has just begun, and under these 4 seats, there was a slightly embarrassed person leaning against the wall. It was Lung Nian, and Lang Nian's slightly embarrassed voice also sounded. Ahem. In fact, we night watchmen also want to. Go away, the 4 leaders said in unison. Lung Nian shrank his neck. Ha. You guys talk about yours. I won't interrupt. Ha. In the forest, Chu Yun still didn't know that he had become a favorite in the eyes of the 4 leaders. After experiencing the bloody hunting competition, Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher have developed a calm demeanor, while Yun Mu himself has no expression. So it seems that only Yen Ruoqing is more nervous. Everyone, are we in the competition? If you're not careful, you'll be eliminated. Yen Ruoqing held the magnifying glass with a confident expression. Fortunately, there is a detective genius to protect you. As long as I'm here, I can warn you of all dangers. Really? Chu Yun smiled slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. Yen Ruoqing was stunned, and then lost her temper like a spoiled child. I'm trying hard, but you guys should also pay attention to me, eh? The magnifying glass in her hand flashed with light. Everyone, there's danger. Swoosh. A cold arrow rushed from the middle of the woods and shot towards the back of Yen Ruoqing's head. Chu Yun suddenly took a step forward and pushed Yen Ruoqing away. The arrow was stuck in the ground, and the tail was shaking violently, showing its strong remaining power. Chu Yun. Yen Ruoqing was stunned. She didn't expect the danger to come so soon. And Xiao Xincher and Yun Mu also came up. Miss Yin, come behind us. Detective is a purely auxiliary profession. When the real battle begins, it has to be Xiao Xincher, Yun Mu, and Chu Yun, the hexagonal warrior. Who are you? Who only knows how to shoot arrows in the dark? Chu Yun shouted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instead of answering Chu Yun, there were 3 cold arrows in response. These 3 cold arrows were aimed at Chu Yun's head, throat and heart respectively. Chu Yun snorted coldly. He was a little angry. The competition between students does not involve casualties, and every move is to attack the vital points. With his hand clenched, the staff of life source appeared in Chu Yun's hand. Ding ding ding. All 3 arrows were easily blocked by Chu Yun waving the staff of life source. The arrows hit the seemingly fragile leaves of the iron tree and sparks were scratched, and then deflected to other places. Miraculous healing reversed. Chu Yun suddenly pointed out the staff of life source and fired the reverse miraculous healing at the source of the arrows. Not long after, a young man screamed and fell from the tree. The young man held a short crossbow and looked at Chu Yun with a face full of unwillingness. Brothers, grab your weapons. As the young man roared, 4 people suddenly rushed out from the surrounding woods. Each of the 4 people held a weapon, looking at Chu Yun and the others with a fierce look, and the aura on their bodies was all at the peak of the diamond level. Chu Yun looked at the 4 people with a very calm expression. Peak of diamond level? In Chu Yun's eyes, it was not good enough to be without the star level. Although the 4 people had a strong fighting spirit on their faces, their arms holding the weapons were trembling and shaking slightly, both excited and nervous. This was the appearance of a middle school student who had not fought many people and had a bit of crazy taste. Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher had long since left this level. In the eyes of Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher, the double team of these 4 people is no different from a few street urchins trying to take on real soldiers. Yunzi, I think you can handle it by yourself. Xiao Xincher looked grinning. No way. Fatty, you don't even have the interest to fight? Chu Yun shrugged, as if he was very bored. I believe in Chu Yun. Yun Mu was indifferent. Yen Ruoqing behind the 3 was dumbfounded. His 3 teammates were too confident. Don't underestimate the enemy. You should say this to the other side. Chu Yun smiled slightly, held the staff of life source, stepped out. Watch my show. This relaxed look, as if he was not about to face a battle, but was going to show off a talent. The 4 of them were furious. How dare you underestimate us? There are 4 of us who can fight, and you only have 3. 4 against 3. The advantage is mine. Go! The geniuses used their own methods to attack Chu Yun. However, everything was in vain. Healing reversed. Chu Yun casually threw a healing spell, and a genius was immediately hit by the green light and suffered a huge amount of real damage, so huge that he was killed instantly. The genius's eyes went black and he fainted. The domain of Moradin on Chu Yun is a throne-level equipment. And the staff of life in his hand is the same. And the skills are all 5-star job transfer tasks. The values and skills are already powerful to a certain level. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yun waved the staff of life a few times. And the 4 geniuses fell in front of Chu Yun. The solemn voice echoed in the sky. Xiao Yi. Eliminated. Yi Qiwu. Eliminated. Hong Hao. Eliminated. Tong Mingtian. Eliminated. Chen Zitong. Eliminated. Chapter 233 The hidden level set up by the slime. The 5-man team was defeated instantly, without any surprises under Chu Yun's attack. The expressions of these 5 geniuses were full of disbelief. Impossible. Why are you so strong? You obviously look like a guy with no experience in dealing with the world. Why is this happening? One genius was drunk. He looked at Chu Yun and his group of people, who looked like they were on a spring outing, and thought they were soft persimmons that could be easily taken advantage of. Unexpectedly, they encountered a tough guy who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. The 5 people flashed with light, and a strong suction took them out of the examination room of the competition. Wow! First show. Gu Pan looked at Chu Yun in the light curtain, and the admiration in his eyes became stronger. Not only is his mind strong enough, but his strength is also top-notch. In the competition examination room, on a cliff with dense forests, a strong torrent fell from the sky, destroying countless trees. The entire genius team could not withstand this violent torrent, and was eliminated one after another. Jiang Bai, holding the broken scepter of the sea god, did not even look at these eliminated goods, but felt something faintly. In the Gobi Desert, the flying yellow sand was suddenly shattered by thunder. In the flying sand and gravel, there was the sound of the numbing flow of thunder and lightning. Thunder Hand Zhou Lijia grabbed the genius by the collar and threw him to the ground casually. The genius' hair was extremely fluffy, and his face was blackened by lightning. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. The rest of the team with this genius knelt down hurriedly and begged for mercy. Zhou Lijia was quite bored. Isn't there any real master to challenge me? And at a cave in the forest, a young man in a white shirt walked in slowly. The characteristic of his profession is to avoid the world. And the battle royale is also a great mode for him to play. And he is also confident that he will win the first place. At the top of the Gobi Desert, a genius in tight clothes scanned the entire map. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Although the environment at the top is bad, no students are willing to get close. Being here, you may have the last laugh. For a while, each genius showed his magical power. And the Chu Yun team in the forest was still slow and didn't think there was any difficulty in this competition. Yin Ruoqing was stunned. Everyone is too amazing. When she first came to this team, she just saw Chu Yun, an acquaintance, and subconsciously came over. She was even ready to use her superb and unique detective ability to lead the team to the end. I didn't expect Chu Yun's fighting power to be so exaggerated. It feels like they can kill right through. So, I am lucky to have a big leg? Yin Ruoqing's eyes rolled around a few times. It seems that this big leg must be tightly held. Team Chu Yun continued to move forward. Apart from the team that was completely inconsiderate at that time, Team Chu Yun did not see anyone else along the way. Instead, various elimination announcements came one after another. Well, there were no accidents. It's good to be safe all the time. Xiao Xincher patted his stomach. I'm a little hungry now. It was dusk now, and the golden sunset light passed through the leaves, sprinkled in the forest. It's time for dinner. Yun Mu sniffed again. I smell food. What kind of fruit? Not fruit. Oh! The other 3 became interested. What other food could there be besides fruit in this forest, where there were almost no small animals? The Slime Academy really cleaned up this forest. Not to mention the beasts. There was really no trace of even a small animal. Yun Mu laughed. It's food. It smells like bread and barbecue. Bread and barbecue? Chu Yun and the other 2 looked at each other, and then their eyes lit up. This should be the unnatural food and props mentioned in the solemn voice. It seems that these 3 days will not be so difficult to get through. Let's go. Fine bread. Chu Yun and his group cheered and set off. Soon, Chu Yun and his group came to a cave. The entrance of this cave was covered with vines and tightly sealed. It felt like it had not been opened for more than 10 years. But Yun Mu firmly believed that the aroma of bread came from inside. The orc's sense of smell was almost unquestionable. But Xiao Xincher was still confused. If the Slime Academy put the supplies into the cave, how could it not destroy the vines? Chu Yun pondered for a while. Let me try. Now this competition is still a mystery. It is very likely that the organizers have malicious intentions here. If they cannot crack it, it is very likely that their evaluation in the Slime Academy will be reduced. This entrance competition is not about who is better, but about their ability to show. Chu Yun used the Staff of Life Source and tapped the vines lightly. Pure vitality bursts out. The vines that were fixed to death seemed to burst out with full vitality in an instant, began to twist and grow, and then slowly made way for Chu Yun's team to enter the cave unimpeded. You go in first. After Xiao Zhencher, Yun Mai and Ruoqing and others went in. Chu Yun also went in, waved the Staff of Life Source again, and tapped lightly. Pure vitality bursts out again. The vines that had scattered all over gathered together again, wrapping the cave entrance layer by layer, as if it had never been opened. As expected, Chu Yun smiled. Outside the field, Kevin, the boss of the Third Academy, looked at Chu Yun and almost drooled. Such a talented doctor can only shine in my Third Academy. I don't think so. Come to the Fourth Academy, and I will explore his full potential. Hee hee. As long as he comes to the Second Academy, I will definitely teach him the strongest ability. Hey. 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 This is the student that my First Academy likes. Okay? The four bosses almost quarreled again. Until now, Chu Yun is the only one who has cracked the secret clues on the map. In this competition, the Slime Academy set up many secret clues, including caves blocked by vines, caves covered by mud and sand, trap cellars covered by only one layer of leaves, and mirages that appear and disappear in the Gobi Desert. These places must be cracked and entered using special methods to receive the reward materials represented by the Slime Academy. And if Chu Yun did not use this method of moving the vines, but forcibly destroyed the vines, the road would be completely blocked. Although Chu Yun also felt that he had done something very remarkable. For now, let's take a look at what is in the cave. Chapter 234 Unnatural Food. Go inside the cave and see what the bread and barbecue smell like. Chu Yun and his companions headed deep into the cave. This cave looks deep from the outside, but it is actually very shallow inside. After walking a few dozen steps, they reached the end. At the end, a rotten wooden treasure chest lay quietly, but the rottenness seemed to be just a show. There was not a single rotten smell, but the rich aroma of bread and barbecue was becoming clearer. There is something delicious in here. Yun Mu sniffed and his eyes lit up. The fragrance comes from this treasure chest. Yen Ruoqing was very confused. Do we have to open a treasure chest? Why does this feel like a game? Or is this just a bad taste of the organizer? As a very rigorous detective, Yen Ruoqing would feel a little confused when encountering some illogical situations. Chu Yun thought about it, half crouched on the ground, and opened the rotten treasure chest. Instantly, the dust accumulated on it for many years fell off, and inside the treasure chest was a large bag of bread in different packaging. Chu Yun knew at a glance that these breads were bought from various supermarkets and randomly piled in the treasure chest. The freshly baked bread on the clean table was placed here in the rotten treasure chest. What kind of bad taste is this? Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Behind Chu Yun, Xiao Zhencher poked his head out. Yunzi, is there any barbecue in this treasure chest? Where is the barbecue? Xiao Zhencher is a carnivore, and his eating habits are quite different from Chu Yun's. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't eat meat for a day. Yun Mu is also greedy. In fact, she doesn't like meat that much. But since she changed her job to a half-orc, this preference has become stronger and stronger. Chu Yun, on the contrary, after awakening as a doctor, wants to eat everything, regardless of meat or vegetables, and has a deeper understanding of the true meaning of life. Yen Ruoqing doesn't have any dietary restrictions either. She is simply greedy. Chu Yun searched in the rotten treasure chest. There was a pile of bread and milk on it, enough for the four of them to eat and drink tonight. And there was a layer of tin foil at the bottom. Chu Yun didn't know why there was tin foil here. If it was for cleanliness, there was no tin foil on the left and right walls of the treasure chest. And the bread and milk were all packaged, so there was no need to worry about dirt. I didn't see any barbecue. Chu Yun turned his head. Strange. I clearly smelled the smell of barbecue. Yun Mu frowned slightly. She was still very confident in her sense of smell. Just when Chu Yun was also confused, Chu Yun suddenly felt that the bread in front of him seemed to be one layer higher. It was a very abrupt one layer higher. Chu Yun thought about it, and immediately reached out to touch the tin foil under the treasure chest. It's so hot! The barbecue is here! The barbecue has appeared! It turned out that the big bag of tin foil underneath was wrapped in barbecue ore. Now, the tin foil is barbecue. Chu Yun took out the tin foil wrapping and unwrapped it quickly. The rich aroma of mutton immediately spread out. Wow! It's grilled lamb chops. The food in this school is really good. I'm looking forward to my life in school in the future. Everyone immediately ate the lamb chops with bread and milk. It was already dinner time. Everyone was a little hungry and ate happily. Especially Yan Ruoqing, who was already starving. For a while, the rich aroma filled the cave. But while eating, Chu Yun was still a little confused because just now, he was sure that there was only a layer of tin foil underneath. And the grilled lamb chops appeared suddenly. Or more accurately, they should have been teleported. One thing that can be confirmed now is that there is a senior executive in the Slime Academy with a very bad taste. Although it was dinner time, Chu Yun still did not stop any analysis and thinking about the situation and environment to ensure that he could deal with it safely in any situation. The calmness he usually showed was to save his energy and put it in more critical places. In front of the light curtain, the light on Gu Pan's left fingertips dissipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I caught up. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. Then, he kept chewing the lamb chops in his right hand. Without the demeanor of a saint-level professional, the other three people in charge were also a little greedy. But because of their status, they couldn't lose their demeanor because of their quick words. Only old man Gu Pan could be so careless. In the light curtain, Chu Yun and others were tearing the lamb chops. The lamb chops were roasted just right. Soft and boneless. There was not much sauce, but it could highlight the deliciousness of the lamb chops. This made Chu Yun and others praise it. This skill is better than some chefs. Seeing this, Gu Pan laughed. Lung Yin, they are all praising your good skills. At this time, Lung Yin was next to the 4 seats. He had already set up a barbecue table and was grilling meat vigorously. Why do I have to do this job every year? Our school cafeteria is not a decoration. Although he complained, Lung Yin kept working, and his speed and technique of grilling were not slow at all. He turned the meat over and sprinkled seasoning on it, and the aroma filled the air. Ha ha ha. But in the entire Slime Academy, you, Lung Yin, are the best at grilling meat. Gu Pan praised him generously. Lung Yin curled his lips slightly and didn't respond. If he was disabled and couldn't fight again because of some war, his choice would indeed be to go to a big hotel to be the head chef of barbecue, or to retire in this Slime Academy, or open a cooking school. It might as well be called New West. The competition venue was in the cave. Chu Yun tore open the packaging bag of a piece of bread, and just after taking a bite of the bread, he suddenly found that something had fallen out of the packaging bag. Chu Yun reached out and caught it lightly. This was an ancient round plate with a very vague map engraved on it. A blue light flashed somewhere, and a red light flashed in another place. The 2 light spots were a little far apart, and Chu Yun couldn't estimate where they were. Although this thing was small, it was heavy and very substantial. Xiao Zhencher bit the lamb chop, looked at Chu Yun's thoughtful expression, and asked, "What's wrong? Yunzi, did the desiccant fall out?" "No. I found something." Chu Yun shook the disc. "It's not clear what it is yet." Several team members spoke up. "Why does it feel like a compass? Where did you find this?" Chu Yun observed the disc. It fell out of the bread bag. To be more precise, it should have been transported into the bag the moment Chu Yun tore open the bread bag. This school really has a mysterious hobby. Chapter 235 Ambush. The 4 of them discussed it one after another, but there was no definite conclusion. This compass was really complicated, and they couldn't figure it out. Perhaps they were missing some other clues. So they put down the compass and began to concentrate on eating and drinking. The sun was setting. Chu Yun and his friends had eaten and drunk enough, and the sky outside had already darkened. At nightfall, "Why don't we sleep here tonight?" "I agree. Let's go tomorrow. In this big competition, I don't know where this battle royale poison circle is shrinking." The Chu Yun team decided to rest. And in the air, the sound of various students being eliminated was still coming one after another. Although it was night, the crisis was still constant. Students wandering outside would be eliminated if they were not careful. Only Chu Yun's team could rest so leisurely in this cave. However, it was still necessary to be vigilant. "Everyone go to sleep. I will keep watch tonight." Chu Yun held the staff of the Source of Life. leaned against the wall, and kept watch. Xiaoxincher, Yun Mian Ruiqing, found a clean and flat place in the cave and lay down safely. This competition lasted for 72 hours. So they needed to conserve their energy. Several people fell asleep one after another. Time passed quickly, and it was midnight. Chu Yun leaned against the wall. His eyes were closed, and only his consciousness was still awake, so that he could rest while ensuring that he could wake up as soon as he sensed any movement. At this time, Chu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, because he sensed something unusual. It was footsteps. The footsteps were so light in the peaceful night, and it was obvious that the person who came deliberately lightened his footsteps. Everyone, wake up! Someone is coming! It is not known whether the person who came already knew that there were people here, or whether he was used to keeping quiet in the night to avoid danger. In short, he had to be alert now. Xiaoxincher, Yun Mian Ruoqing, and the other three woke up one after another and looked at Chu Yun at the same time. Yunzi, what should we do? Who in this team can give people a full sense of security? It is undoubtedly Chu Yun. Chu Yun pondered. It would be great if we could hide. I have a way. Yin Ruoqing whispered. I can make a group invisible. What? Xiaoxincher and Yun Mu were stunned. And even Chu Yun couldn't help but be shocked. Invisibility is an extremely rare special ability. At present, Chu Yun has only seen the invisibility ability on the replica of the secret cloak, and it can only make himself invisible. Group invisibility, without a doubt, is an explosively powerful ability. No wonder Yin Ruoqing was chosen by the admissions officer of Slime Academy. It seems that he has his own special skills. Such a powerful ability. Bring it up quickly. Okay. Yin Ruoqing hit Chu Yun on the head with a magnifying glass. Chu Yun touched his head, then touched himself. I'm not invisible. He can still see his body. Yunzi? Aside, Xiaoxincher made a puzzled sound. Where are you now? Fatty. I'm right here. Am I invisible? But my body is clearly not. Yin Ruoqing said proudly. My ability is called psychological invisibility. The effect is to isolate other people's sensory effects, making them think that the invisible target is not here. Okay. Okay. Don't explain. Quickly give us all psychological invisibility. Xiaoxincher was in a hurry. The vines at the entrance of the cave were slowly being pushed aside, and someone outside would soon come in. Yin Ruoqing cried out, and quickly cast psychological invisibility on the remaining two people and himself. For a moment, Chu Yun felt that his companions in front of him had disappeared. But Chu Yun understood that this was only a psychological means of invisibility. Even if Chu Yun tried his best to observe whether there was anyone in front of him, his consciousness would be forcibly moved to the stone wall of the cave without considering so much. Everyone. Although the invisibility effect of psychological invisibility is very good, don't show up in front of those people. There is still a risk of exposure. Yin Ruoqing's voice sounded from the corner of the cave. Chu Yun looked at the treasure chest beside him. The packaging bags and garbage had been cleared away, leaving only this empty treasure chest. Suddenly, Chu Yun had an idea. Mitsu's healing bullet reversed. The life source staff suddenly appeared in his hand, and countless iron leaves swayed slightly. Then a small suitcase-like cannon was assembled from the void next to the life source staff. A cannonball that looked like a small backpack was fired from the barrel and landed in the empty treasure chest. Chu Yun closed it with a snap. Okay. Now it's safe. Then, he stepped back several steps and leaned against the stone wall of the cave to avoid bumping into the uninvited guests. Although he was in stealth mode, if he ran into them head-on, he would still be suspected. It's better to avoid them. Not long after, a noisy voice rang out at the entrance of the cave. It's still the eldest brother, who cracked the secret in one go. The voice was flattering and complimenting, and several people on the side also echoed it. It didn't take a long time. It took a lot of effort, and this voice was full of humility. But it was easy to hear the pride that could not be concealed in this voice. As the footsteps became clearer, a team of 5 appeared in front of Chu Yun's team. The leader was an extremely proud figure, with his hands behind his back, and a magic book floating beside him, with the power of water elements constantly emerging from it. Although such people are strong enough to be confident, they are also more likely to fall into traps. Brother, you are going to defeat Jiangbai, the 9 heavens. A mere puzzle is no problem. Yes. Yes. And there is Hua Feng. Chu Yun, they are nothing. Brother will eventually become the #1 magician of the Slime Academy. Several younger brothers complimented him. Chu Yun, who was in psychological invisibility, raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that he would hear his own name here. It seems that his reputation among all the students still has a place, but the accumulation of this reputation should be more due to the golden eggs. Brother, why do I always feel that something is wrong in this cave? A swordsman in the team looked cautious. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Could it be that Yen watching psychological invisibility was about to be seen through? However, after hearing this, the smile on the face of the eldest brother in the lead immediately fell. This is the cave I discovered and opened with my own hands. What? Do you have any objections? Get out of here immediately. You will not get anything found in this cave. The swordsman's face flushed, and he turned around and left without saying a word. And this eldest brother looked arrogant. Come on, brothers. Let's see what treasures are in the treasure chest in this cave. Chapter 236 Young Legend Jiangbai. This big brother is not ashamed of driving away the perceptive swordsman among him, but proud of it. If such a person really goes to the battlefield, he will not live long. The Chu Yun team also breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that this psychological invisibility will never be exposed. This big brother and three little brothers, who only know how to say yes and yes, approach the rotten treasure chest with hidden secrets. Boss, what will be opened in this box this time? What else can it be? It is very likely to be food and that compass of unknown stuff. Compass? Chu Yun's heart moved. A little brother was also puzzled at this time. But why is there no fragrance in this treasure chest? What do you know? This treasure chest may not be edible. The elder brother instantly slapped his own guess in the face. And he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand and opened the rotten treasure chest. A small backpack appeared in front of the four people. There is a backpack in the treasure chest? A younger brother reached out to touch the backpack. And in an instant, the whole backpack burst into a strong light. The younger brother, who was naughty, was immediately hit by a real damage critical hit. Ahem. The younger brother rolled his eyes and fainted. Now! Chu Yun picked up the staff of the source of life. And the vitality began to gather. And he shouted, paralysis is applied. Holy light treatment reversed. The shining holy light fell from the sky, paralyzing the remaining three people on the spot. The eldest brother's happy and confused expression was fixed. Hey ha! Xiao Xincher immediately took the initiative to get rid of the psychological invisibility. His muscles bulged, and he knocked a younger brother to the ground with one punch. Yun Mu didn't even turn on the half-orc beast, and easily subdued another younger brother. Chu Yun waved the life source staff in his hand easily. Miraculous healing reversed. The high amount of real damage directly broke the eldest brother's last bloodline. The short 2 seconds of paralysis time was enough to directly decide the entire battle. The eldest brother fell down unwillingly. I have been brave all my life, but I was defeated by you. Who are you? Tell me your name. This elder brother is quite immature. Chu Yun squatted down and looked at the man's face. I am the Chu Yun that your younger brother mentioned before. What? The elder brother suddenly raised his head, glanced at Chu Yun, and looked around. It seemed that he didn't see what he wanted to see. He shook his head immediately. Who are you kidding? Chu Yun will have the golden holy dragon by his side. You are definitely not Chu Yun. You are stubborn. Right? Chu Yun took out the beast-controlling ball and put it in front of this guy. The elder brother widened his eyes and stared at the golden egg sleeping in the beast-controlling ball. Very surprised. Golden holy dragon cub. I didn't expect you to be Chu Yun. After reading it, the eldest brother was satisfied, as if losing to Chu Yun was an acceptable fact. But soon, he turned into an expression of unwillingness. Xiao Xincher on the side couldn't help but complain. If you learn face changing, you will definitely have a lot of potential. However, the eldest brother still spoke to himself. What a pity. What a pity. I failed to defeat Jiangbei. I am unwilling to lose. I am unwilling to lose. Not only did he say that he was unwilling to lose, but his expression was even more earth-shattering, as if he was about to die heroically. However, the 25% student node has not yet been reached, and his elimination now also means that he can no longer enter the Slime Academy. In this way, it is understandable that his expression is so sad. Who is this Jiangbai? On the side, Yin Ruoqing also emerged from the psychological invisibility, very confused. Ah? Don't you know? The eldest brother was particularly shocked. And Chu Yun and Xiao Xincher were also a little puzzled, because Jiangbai has been a top genius who has appeared frequently on TV and in the news. Yin watching was a little embarrassed. I don't pay much attention to the news. Humph. You have only seen Jiangbai's methods on the news. The eldest brother was full of pride. I have seen it with my own eyes. Just you? Chu Yun glanced at him. This guy is a top genius outside. But he is not good enough for Chu Yun, and he will be even less good for Jiangbai. What's the big deal? I was also the one who took Jiangbai's blow. What happened after taking it? Just lie down. The elder brother gritted his teeth in sorrow. I was also the one who obtained part of the sea god's inheritance. Facing Jiangbai's powerlessness. It's hard to describe. Yunmu looked at the elder brother lying on the ground in disgrace. And couldn't believe it. You are also the inheritor of the sea god? That's right. The elder brother quickly became proud again. The inheritance of the sea god was split into countless pieces. And there are so many inheritors. And I am one of them. But Jiangbai is the one who obtained the greatest inheritance. The level is the peak of the star glory level 59. And the strength is unfathomable. Jiangbai once won the first place in the Tianfeng Empire youth competition, easily sweeping all the geniuses in the entire Tianfeng Empire. He once broke through the 500th floor of the Imperial Mausoleum alone. And the clearance record he left was recently broken by the mysterious Master Mosaic. Jiangbai once subdued the ancient beast Yuan Koi and completely suppressed it. Jiangbai found the greatest inheritance of the sea god in the abyss. And since then, his already domineering genius path has become even more powerful. Various shocking records. One after another. Chu Yun, who was very relaxed so far, couldn't help but slightly clench the staff of life source in his hand. I'm afraid that Jiangbai will be the most difficult opponent in this entrance examination. At this time, the eldest brother's elimination sounded. This eldest brother, who spoke and had funny expressions, had a tear in his eye and was teleported away. In fact, he still had many life-saving moves. But they were life-saving moves, not moves that could be used in this student competition. His strength was not fully utilized. However, he could only be eliminated with regret. At this time, somewhere in the forest, a man in a white robe was sitting by the campfire, taking care of his broken Poseidon scepter. It was Jiangbai. At this late hour, such a large campfire was very eye-catching. If you were not careful, you would be double-teamed. But Jiangbai didn't care at all. He even let the enemy double-team and besiege him at will. He accepted everyone who came because he was Jiangbai. He was so confident. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone's elimination. Jie Gaofeng. Eliminated? Jiangbai's hand paused slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Jie Gaofeng was eliminated? Who did it? In his eyes, there were hundreds of students in the entrance examination, and less than 10 people with fighting power could catch Jiangbai's eye. And Jie Gaofeng was one of them. If he could unleash all his abilities after obtaining part of the sea god's inheritance, Jiangbai would even have to pay close attention. Did Zhou Lejia take action? Or Qinli? Hua Feng? Or Chu Yun? Chapter 237, Jiangbai, the first genius of Tianfeng Empire. Among the less than 10 people that Jiangbai thinks can fight, Chu Yun is the most mysterious and has the least information. The only thing worth mentioning is that he broke the record of Jiang province in the virtual space. But that is only bronze and silver level, which cannot be discussed at the moment. The more mysterious Chu Yun is, the more Jiangbai dares not be careless. In these deeds, Chu Yun has never used the power of the Golden Holy Dragon, and Jiangbai suspects that on the day of Chu Yun's big test, he just took the Golden Holy Dragon cub to try it out. The real strength should still be hidden. Although Jiangbai has not heard much about Chu Yun's deeds, nor is he clear about Chu Yun's specific combat power. He has never underestimated Chu Yun. As the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Tianfeng Empire, Jiangbai's powerful combat power, cautious character and indomitable domineering attitude allow him to sit firmly on the throne. Under this throne, there are several people eyeing it, always vying for the first throne. But they were all defeated by Jiangbai. Chu Yun. Jiangbai took out his mobile phone and kept searching for information related to Chu Yun. But there was very little content, because most of the information had been blocked by Deng Pei for Chu Yun's safety. And only the information that could no longer be covered up would be revealed. Jiangbai swiped his finger, and a wonderful collection of mosaics quick pass through the Imperial Mausoleum was recommended. Jiangbai subconsciously swiped away this recommendation, but suddenly thought of something and wanted to go back and take a look. But this recommendation had been swiped away. His fingertips paused, and Jiangbai thought for 4 or 5 seconds, and finally gave up the idea of searching for Mosaic's quick pass through the Imperial Mausoleum. During the days when Mosaic was popular, Jiangbai also read a lot of wonderful collections about Mosaic. Jiangbai thought he didn't need to read them again. And Jiangbai never thought that Mosaic and Chu Yun were the same person, because Marx's main body combat power was extremely high, and Chu Yun was more like a beast master who mainly controlled the Golden Holy Dragon and worked part-time as a doctor. If Jiangbai compared Mosaic's battle video with Chu Yun's battle video during the exam, with his genius vision, he would definitely be able to find that Chu Yun was Mosaic. But while thinking, Jiangbai took the wrong path to recognize Yun's combat power, because Jiangbai never thought that Chu Yun's body was very strong. It's better to say that everyone who doesn't know Chu Yun thinks that Chu Yun can get to where he is today, all thanks to the Golden Holy Dragon. Outside the cave, the swordsman held the sword in his arms, and when he heard the news that Jie Gaofeng was eliminated, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Big brother. He lost? Although Jie Gaofeng had an extremely strange temper. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes angry, sometimes happy, which often made people angry. And his temperament and speech were also extremely exaggerated. His combat power was unquestionable. When the magic book came out, everyone fell down, and cross-level battles were commonplace. Looking at the entire Tianfeng Empire, he was a well-known figure. Jie Gaofeng used all his strength, and he could even fight against Jiangbai, the #1 man in the world, and fight Zhou Lijiao for several rounds. How could he be eliminated in this ordinary cave? Or, is there healing reversed in this cave? A green light shot out and hit the swordsman. The swordsman suddenly fell to the bottom, and his health bar had reached the bottom. A little light flashed on the swordsman, and then he was pulled out of the competition venue. He was eliminated. Zhou. Eliminated? Chu Yun stood at the entrance of the cave, watching the swordsman being dragged away by the light, and smiled. His current strength is enough to use a reversal healing spell to kill people in seconds. Walking back into the cave, Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu still had a trace of excitement. I didn't expect that the chatterbox we just eliminated was Jie Gaofeng. The cave is too dark. I can't see clearly. I didn't expect it to be him. Yen watching poked his finger. Is this Jie Gaofeng very powerful? But this guy was clearly knocked down by them in an instant. Chu Yun had already walked back to the cave and joined in. Very powerful. A young talent in the first echelon of the world. Jie Gaofeng's eccentric temperament and powerful strength complement each other, bringing him extremely high fame. I didn't expect that they would be eliminated like this. No matter what kind of expert, once they are caught off guard, they will still have many flaws. But no matter what, didn't this Jie Gaofeng still get defeated by us? Yen Ruoqing smiled. It seems that our team has already reached the top of the slime. However, at this time, her other 3 teammates shook their heads at the same time. Not really. Chu Yun frowned. This young talent, who has already reached the top of the world's first echelon, a strongman who looks down on countless young people, can only withstand one move from someone. Who? The world's #1 genius. The most impeccable genius, who can beat the team ranked 3rd and 10th combined, is an absolute strongman with a gap. Jiangbai? Xiao Zhencher also nodded seriously. This person is not easy to deal with. When they check the news on their phones every day, they can easily see all kinds of news about Jiangbai. Not to mention the younger generation. Even the old seniors, who have been famous for a long time, can't stop Jiangbai's almost invincible pace. Yun Mu thought of the various videos in the news, closed his eyes and thought. Jiangbai's various big moves are almost comparable to the power of the throne level. The authority of the sea god is increasingly shining on him. The final inheritance of the sea god may really fall on Jiangbai's head. At that time, he will be the one who has the hope of impacting the throne level. Throne level. A level that people look up to. There is an insurmountable gap between the Star Glory level and the throne level. The famous masters, who have been at the peak of the Star Glory level for a long time, want to challenge the strong who have just broken through the throne level. It is completely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chu Yun spent countless companies' top products at that time, burning money like water, and barely blocked the attack of the aging Shi Quan. And this was when Shi Quan had no intention of killing but only wanted to catch people. There are countless famous geniuses who upgrade from bronze to star level as easily as drinking water. But they are stuck at the throne level and have not made any progress in their lives. Such as the silent old man in Deng Pei. The biggest original intention of Slime Academy is to allow star-level students to try to break through the throne level. Slime Academy has the best educational resources in the Tianfeng Empire. And with the best geniuses, it can make the best use of everything. The potential of the throne level. This is not what Chu Yun and others can consider now. The throne is a god. Yin Ruoqing on the side said weakly. Jiangbai can beat the 3rd to 10th place combined. So the 2nd place is... In an instant, Chu Yun and the other two laughed. That is naturally Jiangbai's old rival. The Thunder Hand Zhou Lejia. Chapter 238, Crack the Secret of the Compass. Thunder Hand Zhou Lejia. The 2nd most talented person in the Tianfeng Empire. A strong contender for the 1st place. And Jiangbai's old rival. Whenever Zhou Lejia achieves a new achievement, Jiangbai will immediately achieve a new and more powerful achievement, overshadowing Zhou Lejia's prestige. Zhou Lejia was extremely angry about this, and had challenged Jiangbai several times. But each time, he was one step behind, and unfortunately lost. His hands can burst out with electricity that can light up an entire dim city. And his movement speed is as fast as lightning. He is extremely powerful in both offense and defense. No genius can withstand Zhou Lejia's thunder attack. And even if they can withstand it, they can't counterattack Zhou Lejia at all. He is a pure hexagonal warrior. So powerful. Yin Ruoqing was very surprised. But I still can't beat Jiangbai. After all, he's always the runner-up. I don't know if Zhou Li's family will make a decision with Jiangbai again in this entrance competition. Then should we take 1st place? Xiao Zhenshi and Yun Mu talk easily, leaving Yin Ruoqing speechless. You just said that these two geniuses were invincible. But now you're wondering if you can take 1st place. Chu Yun saw through Yin Ruoqing's thoughts and smiled slightly. Sister, I'm very strong. Yin Ruoqing paused, as if she wanted to complain about something. But in the end, she just shook her head, looking helpless. Forget it. I'm already on the pirate ship. And the future depends on you. Several people went to sleep again. It was still late at night, and they had to continue to rest and replenish their energy to prepare for tomorrow. Chu Yun continued to keep watch and picked up the thing dropped by Jie Gaofeng, a compass. Why is it this compass again? This compass has strange patterns engraved on it. And there are also flashing light spots. One blue and one red. Chu Yun took out the compass he got and compared it with this compass. The patterns of the two compasses are the same. And the blue light spots are also in the same place. The red light spot of the compass that exploded from Jie Gaofeng is the same as the blue light spot. In the same place, almost blending into the same light spot. Chu Yun seemed to realize something. Took the compass that exploded from Jie Gaofeng's body, walked out of the cave, and stood at the door. As expected, the blue light spot on it shifted slightly, and no longer overlapped with the red light spot. At this point, Chu Yun had already understood. I understand. This blue light spot represents the location of this compass. And the red light spot is likely to be the location of the treasure. The red light spot on this compass is facing his cave. That's why Jie Gaofeng was able to find this place with this compass. Behind the light curtain, the 4 leaders sat in their seats, looking at Chu Yun with appreciation. Although it was late at night, they were still sitting here in high spirits, observing the every move of all the students. The peerless saint-level professionals are extremely energetic even if they work without rest for a month. Their physical functions have long surpassed those of ordinary people, and cannot be explained by common sense. This Chu Yun understands very quickly. Gu Pan sucked the handmade orange juice made by Lung Yin, and his old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. He was very satisfied with Chu Yun's thinking ability. On the side, Wu Kalian sweated. Mr. Gu, it's a bit unfair for you to treat Chu Yun like this. When obtaining the compass, the person who obtains the compass will be able to get the instructions for using the compass immediately, so as to stimulate students to move quickly and compete for resources. But when giving Chu Yun the compass, Gu Pan suddenly had an idea and decided not to give Chu Yun a hint to see what Chu Yun could do. Chu Yun did not disappoint and successfully cracked the method of using the compass. However, Gu Pan did not care about Wu Xiaoyang's complaints and just waved his hand. The battlefield is ever-changing and full of dangers. How can there be any fairness? These students must be made to feel the changes and unfairness of war at all times and train them in advance. Besides, didn't Chu Yun also successfully crack the secret of the compass? Gu Pan happily sipped his handmade orange juice. Aside, Shi Wan couldn't help shaking her head. This old man was too messy. If Chu Yun missed the opportunity, it would be a big problem. But Chu Yun understood more clearly that this old man only teased the students he was interested in. And teasing like this meant that Gu Pan really appreciated Chu Yun. Alas, this Chu Yun wants to go to the second academy too. Grandmashi. That's wrong. Why don't you come to my third academy? Hey, going to the third academy is a waste of talent. It should be the fourth academy. Stop arguing. Chu Yun is still the most suitable for the first academy. The four people in charge started to quarrel again. Lung Nian was grilling meat quietly below, and even made orange juice by hand. He was so skilled that even some chefs couldn't match Lung Nian. Lung Nian seemed to be able to see his future life more and more. They are happy. But I just think it's noisy. Alas, I don't know if Chu Yun has the chance to join their night watch. Outside the cave, Chu Yun, who had figured out everything, ran back to the cave quickly and looked at the compass he found. The light spot on it was not far from here. Yun Mu and Yan Ruoqing had already fallen asleep, while Xiao Jincher was still half asleep. Yunzi, Fatty, I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Don't worry about me. Ah? Xiao Jincher was still in a daze, and Chu Yun had already run out. Although Xiao Jincher didn't know what happened, since Chu Yun said he would be back soon. Xiao Jincher chose to believe Chu Yun. He is Yunzi. If Chu Yun said he wanted to help, Xiao Jincher would definitely stand up. But Chu Yun said he would act alone. So even if he followed, he might just be a burden. Xiao Jincher lay down again with ease. Sleep. Sleep. Chu Yun ran wildly in the woods and the night. Countless scenery was constantly receding behind Chu Yun. The blue light spot on the compass in his hand was moving quickly towards the red light spot. We're almost there. This red spot is less than 20 minutes away from the cave where Xiao Jincher and his team rested. If Chu Yun rushed at full speed, he could reach it. This is why Chu Yun chose to explore alone at high speed. It's better to strike first, so that the supplies inside will not be emptied, or there will be people inside. Just like Chu Yun's team has occupied the entire cave. It was late at night, and the elimination sounds that had been heard just at night had become sparse. During Chu Yun's rush, there was no elimination sound. At this time, he should never be disturbed. Supplies are coming. Chu Yun climbed over a small slope and looked at the tree hole where supplies were stored. Outside, there was a huge monster squatting. Chapter 239 The Tarzan Ape guarding the treasure chest. This huge monster has muscular body and black hair all over its body. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it is mighty. Oh my god! Chu Yun couldn't help but complain. He didn't expect there would be a guard here. This huge monster was sitting in front of the tree hole. If you want to get the treasure chest from the tree hole, you must pass through its site. It is basically impossible to avoid it. Chu Yun immediately thought, I didn't expect there would be a ferocious beast. Chu Yun guessed that there must be obstacles in the treasure, such as the thorny vine puzzle in the cave. But Chu Yun didn't expect there would be a ferocious beast here. It turned out that the treasure was guarded by a ferocious beast. There were no small animals in this forest, let alone fierce beasts. Chu Yun once thought that it had been cleared out by the Slime Academy, but it seems that it has not been cleared out. But it is hard to say. The fierce beast in front of him is most likely placed here by the Slime Academy as a box guard. Although this fierce beast looks like it has fallen asleep, no one can guarantee whether it will wake up in the next moment. Chu Yun took out a translucent cloak from the storage ring and put it on his shoulders. Secret cloak. Turn on invisibility. Chu Yun quietly walked to the front of the fierce beast. The fierce beast closed its eyes and snored loudly, as if it had fallen asleep. Chu Yun nodded slightly and tiptoed to the big tree. In the tree hole, there was a rotten treasure chest. That's it. However, just as Chu Yun stretched out his hand and was about to touch the treasure chest in the tree hole, the beast behind Chu Yun suddenly opened its eyes, and a blood-red fierce light suddenly shot out, hitting the invisible Chu Yun. Chu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Am I not in invisible mode? But there was no time to think about it. The beast had already punched him, and Chu Yun suddenly rolled over and avoided the punch. The fist with explosive power hit the tree, and the thick trunk that 10 people could not hold was broken instantly. Sawdust, leaves and dust flew at the same time. Chu Yun held his hand in his hand, and the staff of the source of life appeared in his hand. It seems that we have no choice but to fight. The beast didn't get hit with a punch, but didn't get angry. Instead, it immediately turned its head to look at Chu Yun, who was ready to attack. Ready to launch another attack. Tarzan Ape. Level 59. HP 975300000. Beast of the Mountain Guardian and Forest Tyrant only effective when in the forest. Tarzan Ape's movement speed increases by 10%. Attack power increases by 20%. Defense power increases by 30%. And any abnormal movement in the forest will be detected by Tarzan Ape. When Tarzan Ape takes the initiative to attack, its attack speed increases by 100%, which lasts until the end of this attack. Passive skill. Food. Supplement. Tarzan will occasionally grab things around him and eat them, then restore 5% of his health. If he eats leaves, he will restore 10% of his health and increase his movement speed by 5% for 5 seconds. If he eats berries, he will restore 20% of his health and increase his movement and attack speed by 10% for 30 seconds. Tarzan presses down. Tarzan suddenly jumps up and falls, causing huge physical damage to the designated target and stunning it for 1 second, and creates aftermath in the surroundings, interrupting all spellcasting, and taking 30% damage, and slowing down by 20% for 5 seconds. A peak beast of the Star Glory class. Any unusual movement can be detected by the Tarzan Ape? Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder his invisibility was seen through by the Tarzan Ape. So this battle must be fought? Slime Academy doesn't want students to cheat by using invisibility. Or in other words, it's not to restrict invisibility, but to deal with enemies who can ignore invisibility in advance? While Chu Yun was thinking, the Tarzan Ape suddenly punched again. This fist broke through the gusts of wind, which was very powerful. But the speed was far less than before. The initial attack acceleration just now was the passive effect of the Tarzan Ape. After Chu Yun dodged that attack, the Tarzan Ape was no longer so fast, and no longer dangerous. He raised the Staff of Life Source, exited the invisible state, and at the same time, magic power surged. Healing with magic hands reversed. The green light suddenly shot out and hit Tarzan Ape. Tarzan Ape felt pain and roared angrily. Ouch! Oh my! This ape is really weak. Chu Yun and Tarzan Ape started fighting, although Chu Yun's damage was off the charts. That was for humans. When facing Tarzan Apes, who were naturally weak and considered an elite race among fierce beasts, they still needed to fight with their hearts. For a while, the domineering fists knocked the forest clang, and many big trees were broken by Tarzan Apes. At the same time, there were all kinds of holy lights flashing wildly. This was the skill Chu Yun used in the battle. Ouch! Tarzan Ape screamed, grabbed a big tree, and lifted it up high. Chu Yun suddenly stepped sideways, trying to avoid the blow. However, Tarzan Ape did not smash the big tree down, but put it in his mouth and chewed it. The blood bar that was half empty was immediately restored by Tarzan Ape eating leaves. Chu Yun was stunned. I almost forgot about the skill. Oops. Tarzan Ape attacked again. However, Chu Yun could not use various magic scrolls. Otherwise it would inevitably cause a bigger sensation. If those sleeping students were awakened and came to snatch them, it would turn into a big melee, which would be bad. For this reason, Chu Yun did not even use the big skills. It seems that I can only use some powerful skills. Chu Yun held it out with one hand. A drop of emerald green liquid appeared in his hand. In an instant, countless life forces seemed to be pumped by a water pump, rushing towards this drop of emerald green liquid. Green leaves absorbed the nectar. For the first time, a look of fear appeared in the eyes of the Tarzan Ape. Soon, the whole forest was filled with an exaggerated breath of life, and the whole forest echoed it, as if cheering for this breath. Boom! The last drop of blood of the Tarzan Ape was knocked out by Chu Yun, and he fell to the ground dejectedly, smashing countless dust. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. This Tarzan Ape is really difficult. All the damage of Chu Yun was reversed to real damage. Any defense was nothing in front of Chu Yun. But this Tarzan Ape had the ability to recover blood by eating, which made Chu Yun's fighting steps a little bit blocked. Reaching out to hug the rotten treasure chest, Chu Yun shook the secret cloak, entered the invisible state again, and left quickly. The night became quiet again. Not long after, a figure appeared next to the body of Tarzan Ape with a whoosh. Who is this vast life force? The figure frowned and reached out to lift his hood. Countless tiny lightning snakes surged in his hands. The handsome face of the young man appeared in the middle of the night. It was the second genius of the Tianfeng Empire, the Thunder Hand? Zhou Lijiao. Chapter 240. Mysterious Master Chu Yun. Zhou Lijiao walked to the body of the Tarzan Ape and began to observe the cause of death of the Tarzan Ape. There were no knife or sword marks on the body of the Tarzan ape, which looked more like injuries caused by a magician. But there was no trace of elemental energy on the body, which puzzled Zhou Lejia. After investigating clearly, Zhou Lejia paused for a moment, with an incredible look flashing in his pupils. All the damages hitting this Tarzan ape are real damage. Where did this expert come from? Zhou Lejia frowned, as if facing a great enemy. What's the matter with this real damage? But he clearly sensed a vast vitality. A team of two, a mage and an assistant? Compared with the vast vitality, this exaggerated full real damage made Zhou Lejia feel even more daunted. In his memory, there has never been a genius of the younger generation of the Tianfeng Empire who can make all damage real damage. Real damage is the noblest attribute damage. There is no other. It can only be reduced by damage reduction, ignoring all defenses, and can make those frontline tanks or meaty beasts known for their defense as easy to kill as crispy skin, making the enemy complain. The average knight will make a trade-off between the two bonuses of defense and health limit. The one with health limit does not need to bother with a wide variety of defenses and can also resist damage. But this is not friendly to the treatment assistant behind him, and he can't save him at all. The one with various defenses can withstand more damage with less blood, and the treatment assistant can easily fill up the defense front row. But it is easy to be targeted by real damage, and become a fragile skin that is not much different from the back row. A full amount of real damage can directly kill the defense front row as a fragile skin, which is also Zhou Lejia's nemesis. The thunder snake he released can cover his whole body, focusing on the attack in his hands. And the thunder flowing in the rest gives Zhou Lejia extremely high defense and movement speed bonuses, which makes Zhou Lejia always an offensive and defensive hexagonal warrior. But if he encounters this genius full of real damage, his defense is like paper, and he may be killed at any time. Zhou Lejia looked at the body of the Tarzan ape again, closed his eyes, and silently calculated the time. From the time when the Tarzan ape launched the first attack, directly shaking the forest, to the time when the Tarzan ape lost the last drop of blood and fell down with leaves falling. After the calculation, Zhou Lejia slowly opened his eyes. 29 seconds? The level of this Tarzan ape is the peak of the Star Glory level. The Tarzan ape is a combat genius among the fierce beasts. Its muscles can easily destroy the array of dozens of Star Glory professionals and sweep across the battlefield. Only when there is a sacrifice can this Tarzan ape be taken down. And these are all masters of true damage. It only takes 29 seconds to kill this Tarzan ape. Zhou Lejia frowned and silently calculated how long it would take for his combat power to take down the Tarzan ape. Although Zhou Lejia is a very proud person and never wants to say that he is inferior to others, he is alone now and does not need to lie to himself. If he has always been blindly arrogant, he would not have the strength and achievements he has today. 51 seconds. Zhou Lejia finished the calculation and frowned even more deeply. He was not very satisfied with this number, but it was a fact. If I use that move, no. That move has too long a cooldown time. It can only be used once in this entrance examination and must be used on Jiangbai. Zhou Lejia put on his hood, with lightning snakes all over his body, turned around and left, his body surrounded by thunder. Then, wrapped him and left quickly. But the biggest enemy has another person whose identity is still unknown. This world is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. His low voice echoed in the forest. Behind the light curtain, Wu Kaoyan clapped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad. When seeing the enemy, he can quickly analyze the situation and compare his own strengths and weaknesses. This is the quality that a genius should have. His eyes were full of admiration for Zhou Lejia. Kevin nodded slightly. I didn't expect that he could immediately judge Chu Yun as being in the same dangerous level as Jiangbai. It's really commendable. Zhou Lejia's image to the outside world is that he is invincible, the eternal second, arrogant and domineering, etc. Now it seems that it may be to confuse outsiders. In fact, Zhou Lejia is cautious and private, and is good at analyzing the situation of opponents and enemies. It is far from what he said to the outside world that he does not take all enemies seriously. It was Chu Yun who killed the Taishan ape in half a minute that surprised me more. She put her hands in her pockets and said slowly, "We have a lot of cough. Because of the video materials we obtained. We know that Chu Yun, a chaotic professional, is both offensive and defensive, and is at the top level of the young talents of the world in all aspects. However, The strength that Chu Yun burst out this time is still far beyond our judgment based on those video materials. As a fierce beast at the peak of the star glory level, the strength of the Taishan ape is unquestionable. Wu Kaoyang nodded in agreement. I didn't expect that Chu Yun still has hidden strength, which is really unfathomable. In fact, they didn't expect that this was not Chu Yun deliberately hiding his strength, but that he really didn't undergo a major upgrade with Xiao Wentian at that time. The current Chu Yun is much stronger than in the bloody hunting competition. Gu Pan was eating the candied haws, and his satisfaction with Chu Yun in the light curtain became stronger. Zhou Lijiao believes that it will take 51 seconds to kill this Taishan ape. If Jiangbai comes, as soon as Gu Pan said this, the other three laughed. It shouldn't take even a second. Right? It's a bit too bad to compare with Jiangbai. Old Gu. After eating this string, it's gone. Who sells candied haws late at night now? I won't do it. Lung Yan's complaining voice sounded below, and Gu Pan shrank his head. It's okay. I'm waiting to eat barbecue. In the examination forest, Chu Yun ran wildly in the night, holding the rotten treasure chest. For some reason, this decayed treasure chest has a strong space membrane, which cannot be placed in the storage ring, and can only be held by hand. Chu Yun did not want to open the decayed treasure chest for the time being, because the box was very light. According to Chu Yun's speculation, the things inside were very likely empty, but the fragrance was transmitted, and the things inside would only be transmitted the moment Chu Yun opened it, in order to ensure that the things inside are fresh enough to wait until the next day to eat. It is better not to open it now. Chu Yun quickly returned to the cave, put the treasure chest aside, and took a spirit pill. This is a spirit-boosting drug developed by Xiao Wentian Company, which can make people full of energy. The disadvantage is that they will be very tired later, but it is enough to get through this night. Chapter 241: The Past and Establishment. The sky was getting light. The sun shone in from the vines at the entrance of the cave. Xiao Zhencher and others got up one after another, and Chu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his dark circles, waved his hand. Everyone, open the treasure chest and have breakfast. I will get up in an hour. After that, he fell asleep. Young people have good sleep quality, although the star glory level can attract countless mortals' unimaginable power. This body is flesh and blood after all, and will be hungry, tired and thirsty. Only when you really reach the throne level can you get rid of all this, and the upper limit of your life will increase fivefold. And when you reach the throne level, you can truly enter the ranks of the strong and no longer worry about the invasion of the evil organization. I'm not strong enough, Chu Yun murmured as he fell asleep. None of the three people beside the rotten treasure chest opened it. Although it was already breakfast time, the three of them subconsciously thought that they would wait for an hour until Chu Yun got up, and then open the treasure chest and eat together. After all, this was the treasure chest that Chu Yun had earned back. Yun Mu looked at Chu Yun from time to time. Xiao Zhencher looked at Chu Yun's words that he would become stronger in his dreams, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Yun Zi is just too tense, never willing to relax. And even if he relaxes, it's just to deal with the next battle. Why is he like this? Yin Ruiqing was very curious. She was not very interested in fighting and levels. Her interest was everything that interested her. To be honest, she didn't know what she was interested in, because this slime academy was unknown to outsiders. She suddenly became very interested, so she came here. And now, she is very interested in Chu Yun. Maybe it's because he has no place to live. Xiao Zhencher leaned against the stone wall and said slowly, Yunzi's parents have not been around since he was a child. It is difficult for his parents to come back to see him once, and they may not see him for 3 or 4 years. Perhaps because of this reason, Yunzi has been much more sensible than his peers since he was a child. And I, who was ignorant, was attracted by his temperament. Yunzi has never had any reliable relatives or friends. There are only a few friends who come and go around him. I am the only one who is still around him. Yunzi probably has no sense of security, so he always wants to become stronger. Only the strong can get more in this world, including the sense of security that Yunzi needs. Yen Ruoqing nodded in confusion. So that's it. Although her family is not rich at all, her parents have loved her since she was a child, so she doesn't understand these things. She even wanders around mischievously, and then wanders to this slime academy. Yunmu looked at Chu Yun a few more times, and his understanding of Chu Yun deepened a little. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had just experienced a big dream. Huh? Wake up. How much did you eat? Did you leave me some? Chu Yun looked at the rotten treasure chest. The treasure chest was not opened. Chu Yun was stunned. Xiao Zhencher laughed and patted Chu Yun on the back. Yunzi, we are a small team. You didn't come to eat. How can we eat? That's right. Yun Mu smiled and nodded. Yin Ruoqing couldn't wait any longer and quickly opened the treasure chest. Okay. Chu Yun is awake. It's time to have breakfast. A large bag of bread and milk was thrown on Chu Yun. Chu Yun was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled. Okay. Let's have breakfast. Having lived 2 lives, Chu Yun has always had a subtle gap with the people in this world. Sometimes, Chu Yun would miss the past because almost no one in this world could really care about him. At this moment, Chu Yun was indescribably moved. Chu Yun, can you stop laughing so meanly? What? Am I laughing so meanly now? Chu Yun rubbed his face hard. Really? Ha ha ha. Laughter and laughter echoed in the cave. After the 4 of them had enough to eat and drink, they found a compass in the treasure chest again. Chu Yun is now very skilled. As expected, the blue light spot is still somewhere on this compass. Exactly the same as the previous 2 compasses. And the red light spot is farther away. Chu Yun took out the first 2 compasses and wanted to compare them, but found that the red light spot on the previous compass had disappeared. Instead, a pure white light spot stood somewhere, as if guiding, and there is a faint halo outside the white light spot, as if it is covering an area. The positions of the white light spots on the 2 compasses are the same. I don't know what the marked places mean. Chu Yun scratched his head in distress. It's really a headache. Behind the light curtain, Wu Kaoyan looked at Chu Yun's distressed look and was a little speechless. Mr. Gu, you really don't want to give a hint? It's obvious that when the other students see this light spot, a hint will sound. But you don't give Chu Yun. Young man, practice more. Gu Pan bit a roasted chicken leg, and with Chu Yun's intelligence, he will definitely be able to crack the secret of this compass soon. I am very optimistic about him. The other 3 people who spoke were a little speechless. This was too unfair to Chu Yun. Gu Pan said slowly, and Chu Yun has already obtained 3 compasses. Looking at the entire competition, who can do it? Even Jiang Bai has only obtained 2 compasses at this time. Now about 80% of the students who have not been eliminated do not even have a compass, and are still arguing with each other in confusion. And I didn't test Chu Yun in vain. There will definitely be a way to make up for it later. As he said this, Gu Pan chewed the chicken leg happily, as if he had everything planned out. The other 3 people in charge were all moved. Does Mr. Gu have a backup plan? You are worthy of being the brain of God. You really have considered everything. Mr. Gu, do you have any plans? Gu Pan laughed. That's easy. Even if Chu Yun doesn't make any good achievements, it doesn't matter. My first academy will accept him reluctantly. The other 3 people in charge never thought that Gu Pan would come up with this idea, and they were all unhappy. Mr. Gu, why do you want to snatch Chu Yun again? He is obviously the most suitable for my 4th academy. Nothing good will come of following you. If I come to my 2nd academy, an old lady. Hey, Chu Yun is a doctor. It's more orthodox to come to the 3rd academy. As soon as Kevin finished speaking, the other 3 immediately retorted. Chu Yun's focus is on chaos professionals. Kevin was a little embarrassed, and the angel halo on his head flickered for a moment. And then he slowly said, I think chaos professionals are also suitable for my 3rd academy. Impossible. The 4 leaders quarreled. Chapter 242 Market. The Chu Yun team in the cave finished organizing and began to move towards the depths indicated by the compass. The red light spot has been clearly identified as the storage place for extra food. And there is also a new guiding compass, while the white light spots all mark a place. And there is also a layer of light circle around the periphery. And I don't know what the marking means. But now I can't figure it out. So I just go to the next red light spot and finish it. According to the rules of the competition, the first 25% of the eliminated people will no longer be able to enter the Slime Academy. And the subsequent 75% of the students have already entered. And they only need to show their magical powers to let the bosses see clearly. After some discussion, the Chu Yun team didn't know how to show their talents, and finally decided on a direction becoming a compass collector. Since this competition has no clear direction, let the Chu Yun team find a clear direction. The Chu Yun team rushed at full speed, and soon it was noon. At this time, they were still some distance away from the red dot, but they had eaten and drank enough in the morning, and even had some food hidden in the storage ring. so they didn't feel hungry at all. Huh? The Chu Yun team found a clearing in the forest. This was a clearing in the forest that was suddenly open. 30 or 40 students were stationed here, setting up stalls to sell things. And it seemed to have become a market. They agreed that they couldn't make a move here, because the top 25% of the students had been eliminated. Now, whether they were eliminated or not, admission was set in stone, so there was no need to fight to the death. Wow, this is really strange. Chu Yun brought 3 people to this small market, where many people were setting up stalls and shouting. And without exception, these people were basically pale and thin or slightly depressed. I think they didn't live well in this forest. It was hard to find food and sleep well. And no one said they wanted to collect money. Most of them were collecting food. Some people even set up stalls on the ground with big words written on them, "Buy food with a large sum of money." And the group of students looked at the rosy-cheeked Chu Yun team, who had obviously just eaten a full meal. And they all looked sideways for a while. Wow, these 4 people don't look hungry at all. Could it be that this group of people prepared dry food in advance? If I had known, I would have prepared more dry food in my storage ring. This time it was a painful lesson. A group of people sighed. Yin Ruoqi behind Chu Yun secretly laughed. Everyone, we will find the next treasure spot soon. Do you want to come here to see if we can exchange our current food for something? Agree. No problem. Listen to Chu Yun. Although the Chu Yun team has not yet determined the captain, the other 3 are basically determined by Chu Yun's arrangements. Because Chu Yun is the most powerful and executive among the 4. And also the wisest and most rational. His best friend Xiao Jincher has long stopped thinking and obeys Yunzi's arrangements. Because Yunzi's arrangements are basically not wrong. Yun Mu also agrees with Chu Yun. She joined this team because of Chu Yun. Needless to say, Yin Ruoqing also came to this team because she saw Chu Yun, a familiar person. Chu Yun smiled. The fat man agreed with him. He didn't expect Yun Mu and Yin Ruoqing to cooperate with him so well. If you want to buy anything, you can tell me. The other 3 can discuss with him whether it is worth the price. Okay. Their storage is only 5 or 6 packs of bread, 3 or 4 packs of snacks, and 2 boxes of milk. These foods that look completely insignificant outside are extremely precious here. Chu Yun and the other 4 dispersed and walked around in the student market. Most of the things sold here are magic props. But no one wants to use these things in the entrance examination to show themselves. And Chu Yun and Xiao Shincher have countless of these things in their storage rings. A diamond-level god-thrown weapon replica only costs 2 loaves of bread or a box of fried rice. And the quantity of other food is negotiable. Xiao Shincher looked at the Thor's hammer on a stall, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Outside, a Thor's hammer replica can be exchanged for countless loaves of bread. But here, food is more important. In addition to these magic props, there are some stalls selling strange things, and it is impossible to tell what the value is. Huh? Chu Yun felt strange and looked at a certain place in the market. Most of the stalls in this small market are simply placed on the ground, and occasionally a few with cloth are placed on the cloth. Only a stall set up by someone is isolated with a sword energy to prevent people from stealing. He is so concerned. There may be good things among them. Chu Yun approached quickly. The owner of this small stall was a young man in black with long hair covering his eyebrows. He was sitting cross-legged on his stall with a simple long sword on his back. Chu Yun was stunned when he saw this young man. Are you Hua Feng? There are countless geniuses in the Tianfeng Empire. Jiang Bai is the first. Shou Lejia is the second. And the remaining 3rd to 10th are all good at their own strengths. Hua Feng is the 6th among the young geniuses in the Tianfeng Empire, known as the Black Swordsman Hua Feng. His swordsmanship seems ordinary, but he has gradually reached the realm of breaking all laws with a sword. His moves are swords. With simple swordsmanship, he has already mastered countless skills and created countless legends. Hua Feng raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Yun. He didn't say anything, and then simply nodded. Most of the items here are 5 loaves each, and the others are calculated separately, with bread as the standard exchange rule. Someone must have found a treasure and used bread to exchange for supplies. Otherwise it could be biscuits, etc. And after the exchange, it became a convention in this market. I don't know what good things the black-clothed swordsman Hua Feng will sell. Chu Yun leaned over and observed the things on the stall. While observing, Chu Yun kept swaying his body slightly to avoid the sword energy wandering on the sword formation. Hua Feng saw Chu Yun's subtle but effective movements and couldn't help but smile slightly. This is the smile of a strong man appreciating a strong man. Chu Yun did not sense Hua Feng's smile, but continued to observe the stall. The things on this stall are very strange, and it is difficult to judge their value. There is a broken clock with a missing corner, a scratched mahjong, a broken porcelain piece, and a broken gold necklace with only the rope left but no beads. Chu Yun observed carefully, and did not miss any of them. He believed that Hua Feng dared to sell here, and naturally he had his reasons. Hua Feng was also the most serious person among all the geniuses in the Tianfeng Empire. Suddenly, Chu Yun's eyes lit up. In front of Hua Feng, there was a thing like an iron beam. But Chu Yun recognized it was active meteorite iron. Chapter 243 Bargaining. Chu Yun has a lot of active meteorite iron. The life source staff in Chu Yun's hand is made of a lot of active meteorite iron. If needed, he can ask Xiao Wentian for more. This bean-sized active meteorite iron is insignificant. But the important thing is that since Hua Feng has active meteorite iron, he must know where to get it. Finally, Hua Feng is an honest man, and there is no need for him to lie to Chu Yun. Hua Feng, where did you get these things? Hua Feng looked at Chu Yun again and said slowly, if you buy something, I will tell you the origin of that thing. If you just ask, I won't tell you. Chu Yun nodded slightly, not intending to choose the active meteorite first, but instead swirled his fingers around and chose a very strange-looking transparent test tube. A piece of bread? Hua Feng spoke lightly, and Chu Yun did not hesitate to take out a piece of bread from the storage ring and handed it over. This test tube is yours. Hua Feng took the bread, picked up the test tube from the sword energy of the sword formation, and handed it to Chu Yun. I got this test tube from a level 2 researcher at the God's Blood Research Institute. The specific effect is unknown. Take it. Level 2 researcher at the God's Blood Research Institute. That's a throne-level professional. He was able to get items from a throne-level professional and get away with it. Hua Feng had already torn the bread and started to eat it. He had sensed Chu Yun's surprised look and said lightly, it was just luck. I sell everything on this stall. Most of the things can be exchanged for one bread. Hua Feng put the half-eaten bread beside him and didn't eat it anymore. In fact, Hua Feng was very hungry. But if he divided it into small meals, he could last longer. He didn't know if there was any more food to be obtained. Chu Yun was able to take out bread, which made Hua Feng, who was conservative and cold by nature, enthusiastically promote it. After Chu Yun used another bread to buy a seemingly special but inconspicuous thing, he pointed his finger at Chu Yun's real target, the active meteorite iron beam. A loaf of bread. Chu Yun took out the storage ring again, but heard Hua Feng's indifferent voice. Sorry. Bread doesn't sell this thing. Oh. Then what do you want to buy? Is there anything in this market that can't be bought with food? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows slightly, and had already guessed something. Although Hua Feng, who was sitting cross-legged in front of Chu Yun, did not move. His eyes still scanned the surroundings and said calmly, this iron beam needs a compass in exchange. Sure enough, such a top genius cannot be unaware of the wonderful use of the compass. Chu Yun frowned and said nothing. Now Chu Yun has a compass with blue and red light spots in his hand, which can guide the user to the next treasure hiding place. There are also 2 compasses whose blue and red light spots turn into blue and white light spots after tracking the treasure hiding place. The use of these 2 compasses is still unknown. If you use the latter compass to buy it, it's not impossible. Chu Yun now has 2, so it's okay to use one. As if seeing Chu Yun's hesitation, Hua Feng gritted his teeth slightly. The compass with white light spots is also okay. Seeing Hua Feng's anxious look, Chu Yun laughed in his heart. This Hua Feng is too honest. The most taboo in a transaction is to show a desire for a transaction. This will only let the other party know that you are eager for a transaction and become fearless. Chu Yun showed a thoughtful expression. This compass is very precious. Hua Feng said without hesitation, if you are willing to buy this iron beam, I can also give you 2 things. You can choose any of the stalls. Chu Yun still looked hesitant, and slowly said, can I ask? Hua Feng, what do you want this compass for? This question is very dangerous. If the other side is interested, then the offensive will be reversed. Now Chu Yun needs to know what this compass is for. But fortunately, Hua Feng is an honest man. Hua Feng showed a little doubtful expression, but he was straightforward and didn't think too much. The blue light of the compass guides our current position, and the white light guides the safe zone. If there is no compass, we will be like a headless fly. and eventually fall outside the safe zone and be eliminated. So that's it. Extremely critical information. This information is probably worth countless bread here. Just when Chu Yun was showing his joy in his heart, he heard Hua Feng's doubtful voice again. Why are you asking me again? Isn't this something you should know after getting the compass? It's clearly stated in the personal report. Or are you testing whether I have obtained the compass? What? Chu Yun was shocked. Where the hell did they say this? Could it be that? Chu Yun suddenly looked up at the sky. In a flash, Chu Yun had figured it out. Someone in the Slime Academy was deliberately deceiving him. In the Slime Academy? There must be a senior academy official with a very strange and weird temper. Chu Yun's angry expression suddenly became peaceful again. And he laughed. Even if there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his heart, he still had to smile in front of the academy's senior officials. This is the way to behave in the world. Behind the light curtain, Gu Pan, who was eating grilled sausage, said, "This kid changes his face very quickly." Kevin was a little speechless. "Old Gu, people have seen through you playing tricks on him. As long as I don't admit it, and you guys don't tell anyone, who will know that I played tricks on him?" Gu Pan said, and easily resolved the embarrassing problem that Chu Yun might face in the future. Although his title is the Brain of God. In fact, Gu Pan rarely uses any sophisticated and unusual strategies in daily life. Most of the time, he pursues simplicity. The more sophisticated the strategy, the more interlinked it is, the less mistakes it can make. The most direct and simple strategy is simple and effective. Although this kid is young, his every move reveals maturity and caution beyond his peers. Gu Pan's eyes were full of admiration. This student, my first academy wants him. Hey, Gu Lao. You? In the small market in the forest clearing. After looking at the sky with a hint of contempt, Chu Yun lowered his head and looked at Hua Feng with a smile. I didn't expect you to see through it. I did want to test you, but I didn't mean any harm. Since Hua Feng had already given Chu Yun a way out, Chu Yun naturally couldn't refuse. Of course, Hua Feng himself should not have realized this problem. Chu Yun tried his best to make his smile less awkward. After some consideration, I decided to sell the compass to you. As Chu Yun spoke, he had already turned the tables and took out the compass with a smile. Just treat it as making friends. Hua Feng was stunned, then nodded slightly. Okay. Chapter 244, third on the genius list. Yi Shan. Hua Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, Hua Feng, owe you a favor. Chu Yun smiled again. My name is Chu Yun, and we will be friends from now on. He made a fortune in this deal. Chu Yun originally had 2 of these compasses, so it didn't matter if he gave up one. And he successfully took on so many things. As the top genius and an honest man of the Tianfeng Empire, Hua Feng's favor is invaluable. Hua Feng didn't say much about the name Chu Yun, but picked up the iron bean and stretched it out from the sword formation. The name of this iron bean is active meteorite iron, which I found in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Sure enough, the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. This name appeared again. Now the golden egg is still sleeping in the beast-controlling ball. It needs more and more sleep now. Not only has its strength not improved, but its physical condition has gradually deteriorated. However, Chu Yun is still anxious now, because looking at the entire Tianfeng Empire, no one can guarantee that they know how to cultivate the cubs of the Golden Holy Dragon. And in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, there must be props for the growth of the golden egg. Since Hua Feng can go, Chu Yun can definitely go and explore. Chu Yun fell into deep thought, stretched out his hand to catch the iron beam of active meteorite iron, and then handed over the compass in his other hand. However, before Hua Feng could take it, a hand suddenly appeared in the air. A hand holding a compass. With a whoosh, the compass was taken away by this hand. Chu Yun and Hua Feng were both stunned, because Chu Yun wanted to hand it to Hua Feng. He didn't hold it tightly in his hand at all, but he didn't expect that it would be snatched away in an instant. And the person who snatched the compass suddenly appeared. This was a cold and unruly young man, holding the compass in his left hand and a dagger in his right hand, with a provocative look on his face. Yi Shan, we agreed not to fight in the market. What do you mean by this? Hua Feng's face was gloomy, and he stood up with a whoosh, and drew his sword. Yi Shan sneered back. There are no rules in this entrance exam. Do I have to abide by the promise you made here? It's ridiculous. Chu Yun frowned and looked at Yi Shan. Yi Shan, the third in the Tianfeng Empire's genius ranking. Except for Jiangbai, who is invincible, and Zhou Lijia, who is always the second. Is Yi Shan, who is the third? Although the gap between the third and 10th place in the genius ranking is not obvious. Yi Shan is in the third place. And there is a reason for it. Yi Shan is dark and cold, and his actions are extremely unrestrained. While he is extremely talented, his reputation is extremely bad, and he has done countless bad things. But because the power behind Yi Shan is extremely strong, it suppressed all kinds of public opinion and let Yi Shan roam freely. Countless people also demanded that Yi Shan be kicked out of the genius list. But the genius list only judges talent, so Yi Shan still ranks third. Since you don't intend to comply, don't blame me for punishing you. Hua Feng spoke coldly. Surrounded by sword energy, ready to fight at any time, Yi Shan raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and looked at Hua Feng indifferently. You are only the 5th on the genius list, and you dare to challenge me. The 3rd? I will make you understand that the arrangement of the genius list has its own reasons. Hua Feng's eyebrows became more and more cold, and he wanted to take action immediately. But his steps were blocked by Chu Yun's hand. It's just a petty thief. Why do you need Brother Hua to take action? Look at me to catch him. Chu Yun stared at the unruly Yi Shan. He actually dared to snatch things from his hands. No matter what, the compass must be taken back. Hua Feng paused. He looked at Chu Yun with interest and nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll leave it all to Brother Chu. As he spoke, Hua Feng's sword energy was restrained, and it seemed that he really left it to Chu Yun. Oh! Yi Shan glanced at Chu Yun up and down, his expression cold. Where did you come from? Chu Yun snorted. Now give me the compass. Kneel down. Call me master, and I will let you go. If you don't obey, you will be eliminated. Yi Shan was furious. How long has it been since he was provoked? Anyone who dares to provoke him will have to bear his anger. You want to eliminate me with your idiot? In Yi Shan's eyes, Chu Yun is a completely unknown person. Yi Shan has also heard of the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon Cub, but he has never known him in depth, let alone Chu Yun's appearance. Before Chu Yun took out the golden egg, Yi Shan had no idea who Chu Yun was. Even those who know Chu Yun think that Chu Yun's fighting power mainly depends on the Golden Holy Dragon Cub. What kind of fighting power can a doctor have? Want this compass? Then take it from me. Yi Shan's face was ferocious. I will make you regret having a talking mouth. Kid! After the words fell, Yi Shan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. This is one of Yi Shan's famous abilities, invisibility. It is well known that the invisibility ability is rare. Currently, only the secret cloak made by the Shao Evil Palace has the invisibility ability. Among all the characters in the world, Chu Yun only knows that Yi Shan has the ability of invisibility. This kind of invisibility is not the psychological invisibility like Yen Ruoqing, which can be recorded by machines or cameras, and only the parties at the scene cannot see it. But it is a real way to cover up your figure. And no matter what device is used, it cannot be photographed. Swoosh. Swoosh. The sharp sound of breaking wind sounded everywhere, and no one knew where it came from. Chu Yun held the staff of the source of life and slammed the ground. The glory of sacrifice reversed. A layer of golden waves rippled and swept around. Yi Shan, who was in the invisible state, was shocked. His actions began to drag on, and he was also interrupted from the invisible state. TSK, Yi Shan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Chu Yun to have such a large-scale group restriction skill. Dark energy emerged and wandered around Yi Shan, quickly removing the negative state on him. And Yi Shan's expression became more and more angry. Being broken by an unknown guy made him feel very unhappy. Yi Shan decided not to hold back. On the dagger held upside down, the dark red flame was condensing. Swish. The sound of air being cut was heard beside Chu Yun. Guardian shield reversed. A high damage reduction and damage counter-damage shield appeared on Chu Yun. However, Yi Shan smiled coldly and stabbed Chu Yun with his dagger. My move has high defense penetration. No matter how many skills you use, you will take the full damage of my stab. Yi Shan laughed. And then, he couldn't laugh anymore. Chu Yun's health bar dropped from 100% to 91%. He hit with all his strength, but he didn't even knock off 1/10 of Chu Yun's health. This. How is this possible? Chapter 245 Zhou Lijia appears. Yi Shan was extremely shocked. The main purpose of this move was high penetration, which was almost the same as true damage. although the damage itself was not impressive. It could easily reduce the health of a defense tank, and it was more than enough to kill a fragile mage in seconds. But he covered it, and he didn't even hit 1/10 of the blood. What kind of exaggerated blood volume is this, Chu Yun? Is this still the blood volume that a fragile profession should have? Have you had enough trouble? Chu Yun looked meaningfully at Yishan, who was sweating in front of him, and stretched out the staff of life source, which hit Yishan's body. Yishan's forehead was sweating, and the dark energy surged again, and he shouted, "Cage in the middle of the night." Healing with a magic hand reversed. A turquoise light burst out. Yishan, who was held up by the staff of life source, had nowhere to escape. Dark energy had been generated and covered Yishan, but he could not resist Chu Yun's skills at all, and was instantly shot through. This dark energy exploded instantly. The ground cracked, and a cloud of dust surged across the entire market. What happened? Someone is fighting in the market. Many people were talking about it. Not far away, Xiao Jincher seemed to sense something and walked over quickly. Could it be that Yunzi was fighting with someone? The smoke and dust dissipated, and the dark energy also dissipated. Yishan knelt on the ground with his eyes wide open, covering his bleeding abdomen in disbelief. His defense was instantly penetrated by Chu Yun like paper, and his full health bar was also emptied by Chu Yun in one move. I didn't expect that I would be by you. Yishan's resentful expression flashed in the last second, and a light spot instantly pulled Yishan away. A compass fell to the ground, turned a few times, and made a jingling sound. The serious announcement echoed in the ears of every student in the examination room. Yishan, eliminated. At this time, whether they were on the road or resting, fighting or confronting, everyone heard it clearly. Yishan, who was third on the genius list, was actually eliminated. Before, Jie Gaofeng, who was ninth, was also eliminated. Now 2 of the top 10 geniuses have been eliminated. Standing on the top of the yellow sand, Jiangbai looked at the entire Gobi Desert. A thoughtful look appeared between his eyebrows. Did Zhou Lejia take action? In Jiangbai's estimation, in the entire examination room, only he and Zhou Lejia could defeat Yishan. But this speculation was quickly overturned by Jiangbai himself. No. If Zhou Lejia took action, Yishan would definitely be able to escape. How could he be eliminated? There must be a hidden strongman that Yishan despised, who defeated Yishan with thunder, leaving him no chance to escape. Thousands of miles away, Jiangbai easily deduced the battle situation. But even Jiangbai could not have expected that the person who defeated Yishan and Jie Gaofeng would be the same person. In the forest clearing, in the market, people around looked at Chu Yun in shock. Chu Yun killed Yishan in one move? Who on earth is this person? Chu Yun simply picked up the compass and handed it to Hua Feng with a smile. Your benefit compass. Hua Feng looked at Chu Yun and nodded to take it. According to the agreement, you can pick 2 more. It's worth it to let me see such a novel scenery. That's not necessary. Chu Yun waved his hand slightly. He had just looked at it all. The things inside were basically of indistinguishable value. The research value of that active meteorite iron beam far exceeded its practical value. How could that be used? But for those who have never seen active meteorite iron, it is worth studying. Okay. Hua Feng has remembered it, and I will definitely compensate you next time, Hua Feng said. He is a very strict person, and Chu Yun likes to deal with such people, because at least he will not be cheated. Not far away, Xiao Jincher came over. Yunzi, what happened? That Yishan. Well, I eliminated him. Hee. You are really worthy of it. Although Yishan was the first to attack, the eyes of the people in the market looked at Chu Yun with some strangeness. First, Chu Yun still fought and broke the agreement here. And second, Chu Yun was really too strong. Yishan, who was ranked 3rd on the genius list, was eliminated after a face-to-face encounter with Chu Yun. And he couldn't withstand a single move from Chu Yun. This made everyone in the market look at Chu Yun. Chu Yun felt embarrassed. For various reasons, Chu Yun didn't like to show off in front of everyone. After chatting with Xiao Jincher for a few words, he left the market with Yun Mu and Yan Ruoqing and headed for the next treasure spot marked by the compass. Before leaving, Chu Yun gave Hua Feng a few more loaves of bread. Hua Feng was stunned again and wanted to refuse. Finally, under Chu Yun's insistence, he nodded and accepted it. It's easy to gain favor with such a person. Chu Yun believed that Hua Feng now regarded him as a real friend. To deal with honest people, You should be more honest and sincere. It's that simple to gain favor. If you want to go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon in the future, you have to rely on Hua Feng. You must make arrangements in advance. Chu Yun, in a good mood, left with the three people, talking and laughing. Hua Feng sat down again, put the bread given by Chu Yun into the storage ring, and then slowly ate the remaining half of the bread. There is no hurry to go now. If you sit for a while, if no one still exchanges food for things, Hua Feng will consider leaving. However, not long after sitting, a figure flew backwards from the forest and hit the ground. This figure was covered with burnt scars all over his body, and a faint electric current flowed through the wounds. Some sharp-eyed people saw the identity of this person. Isn't this Bai Hanfang, the seventh on the genius list? Why was he beaten so badly? It seems that he flew backwards from the forest. The students in the market changed color, having just eliminated Yishan. The third. Is he going to eliminate Bai Hanfang? The seventh? The next moment, a young man in a hooded sweater flashed in like thunder and stood in front of Bai Hanfang. Thunder Hand Zhou Lejiao. A battle between the second and seventh? Bai Hanfang was a heavily armored warrior holding a shield axe. He gritted his teeth and bled from the corner of his mouth. No, I didn't expect the gap between us to be so big. Zhou Lejiao looked completely indifferent. Only Jiang Bai can be my opponent. As for you, since you challenged me, I will eliminate you. After saying that, his right hand was full of thunder, and he was about to grab it. Wait! A voice sounded, attracting Zhou Lejiao's attention. Hua Feng stood up not far away, with sword energy rising from his body. Fighting is prohibited here, but I must eliminate Bai Hanfang. The thunder in Zhou Lejiao's hands gradually became violent. Or do you want to be eliminated too? Hua Feng was fearless. Then let me try my sword. Chapter 246 Chu Yun? Hidden Dragons and Crouching Tigers. Fulfill your wish. Zhou Lejiao snorted, moved his body, and the thunder in his hands suddenly rushed out. In return, I will send you out. Facing the surging pressure, Hua Feng was not timid, but raised his sword and aimed at Zhou Lejiao. The sword energy gushed out, and for a moment, it was even equal to Zhou Lejiao's thunder. Thunder Hand Zhou Lejiao. I have long wanted to test your strength. In the back, Bai Hanfang, with blood on the corner of his mouth, laughed loudly, struggled to stand up again, and clenched the round shield and battle axe in his hands. Hua Feng, I didn't expect that our first meeting would be like this. I will help you fight Zhou Lejiao. As he spoke, a shadow slowly condensed behind Bai Hanfang. It was the shadow of a huge angry bear. The countless sharp sword chi and the angry bear shadow gathered together, confronting the surging thunder. Hua Feng nodded and attacked with a sword. I'm on. I'm here too. Bai Hanfang ran. Zhou Lejiao showed a trace of disdain, and the thunder in his hands expanded wildly. The students in the market fled in all directions, not daring to face the thunder. In the forest, the Chu Yun team talked and laughed. I used a piece of bread to find an unknown iron piece. I smelled a strong blood in it, but I still don't know what it is. I only know that the power inside is very strong. Yunmu took out a piece of iron. This was an ordinary piece of iron, but there was a trace of blood on it, as if it had seeped into the iron. Chu Yun sensed it. The blood inside still contains the breath of life, but it is clearly on the iron. Xiao Xincher opened his eyes. This type of thing looks familiar. I wonder if you have heard of blood-stained wood. I have heard of it. Chu Yun nodded. Blood-stained wood, like lightning-struck wood, frostbound wood, etc., is a top-level acquired mutant wood species. When the powerful blood stains the trees, most of them will not be able to withstand the power of the blood and die, and only a very small part can absorb it and begin to mutate. This iron sheet is probably just like the blood-stained wood, absorbing the blood energy inside, which is extremely extraordinary. So this iron sheet is really precious? That's right. But the specific value is still difficult to infer. When we enter the academy, let's ask those seniors. Chu Yun and his friends talked freely. In this market, they all found some treasures. And Chu Yun found the most treasures not for those things, but for information. Information about the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. And a favor from Hua Feng. It seems that cultivating golden eggs in the future is just around the corner. The current golden eggs are still gold level, and they can't exert their strength at all. While thinking, two announcements resounded through the sky. Bai Hanfang, eliminated. Hua Feng, eliminated. Chu Yun was startled, then surprised. By Confronting, the seventh genius on the genius list. How come he and Confronting were eliminated at the same time? Yin Ruoqing said, "Is it a dispute between the snipe and the clam?" Chu Yun shook his head slightly. "I don't think things are that simple." A faint sense of uneasiness echoed in Chu Yun's heart. Looking down at the compass, Chu Yun urged, "Everyone, let's hurry up. I feel that if we are late, something bad will happen." "Okay. Hurry up. Hurry up. I'm so hungry." The leisurely pace of Chu Yun's team began to become swift. In the marketplace of the forest clearing, Bai Hongfang fell to the ground again, with tiny lightning snakes wandering all over his body. This time, he didn't even have the strength to speak. Only a look of submission appeared in his eyes. Zhou Lejia is really strong to a certain level, although the gap between the second and the seventh seems to be not much. It is already a huge difference. Bai Hongfang swallowed his last breath, and a little light flashed, teleporting him away. Hua Feng was bleeding all over, holding the sword and half kneeling on the ground, panting. "I am satisfied to be able to fight the second one." The fierce sword energy lingering all over his body has become dim at this time, and it is simply unable to resist the thunder that is almost all over the sky in front of him. This battle made him realize the gap between himself and the person in front of him. But this would not make Hua Feng frustrated. It would only make Hua Feng understand that he could become stronger. Sooner or later, he would reach Zhou Lejia's level. Zhou Lejia ignored the trembling students around him. The thunder dissipated from his body, his hands in his pockets, and said lightly, "The dark traces on the ground must be the movement of Yishan." During the battle, he had already noticed the bumpy ground. That must have been made by Yishan. Zhou Lejia's eyes flashed with a sharpness. "You should know who eliminated Yishan. There are many people who can defeat Yishan, but there are very few who can defeat Yishan. Victory and defeat are two completely different concepts. As far as he knows, only Jiangbai can defeat Yishan in an instant. But when Jiangbai takes action, this place must have been flooded. Or in other words, a master mage who uses vast vitality and exaggerated true damage. Until now, Zhou Lejia doesn't know who that master is." "Yes," Hua Feng answered slowly. "His condition is getting worse and worse, and the light spot may take him away at any time." Zhou Lejia obviously didn't expect Hua Feng to be so honest. He was slightly stunned, and then said, "Who is this person?" Since others asked, Hua Feng was ready to answer. Anyway, it was not a big deal. "Chu Yun." Hua Feng finally read out these two words, and was teleported away by the light spot. Zhou Lejia stood there, frowning and thinking. Chu Yun, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon? Did he only have the Golden Holy Dragon to eliminate Yishan? Zhou Lejia immediately asked the students around him, "Hey, how was Yishan eliminated?" As he said that, Zhou Lejia's hands in his pockets began to emit thunder again. "If you don't say it, or it's false, then I can only ask you to eliminate it." The group of students were shocked and rushed to speak out. One person may not be able to speak clearly, but a group of people spoke up, and a relatively complete battle scene was recounted. After hearing it clearly, Zhou Lejia frowned even more deeply. "You used a staff that looked like a sapling to push Yishan down, and he was killed instantly. Yishan's shadow energy can provide high defense, even if he used lightning damage that no one in the world could resist. It would take several moves to defeat Yishan, and these students didn't look like they were faking it at all." Zhou Lejia picked up the compass that Hua Feng dropped and looked into the distance of the forest. "Chu Yun. Humph. It seems that there are really hidden talents in this entrance examination." Chapter 247. It's time to speed up. Behind the light curtain, the four leaders were very satisfied with Zhou Lejia's record, as expected of the second place on the genius list. This strength is well deserved. Jiangbai, who ranked first, is invincible among the young generation, and no one dares to challenge him. Although Zhou Lejia is the eternal runner-up who competes with Jiangbai, and is equally powerful, almost everyone thinks that it is a stepping stone before challenging Jiangbai. If you want to challenge Jiangbai, challenge Zhou Lejia first, and then prepare to challenge Jiangbai if you win. Therefore, most of Jiangbai's records circulating on the internet are fighting against fierce beasts, while Zhou Lejia's records of fighting against people are too many, and most of them are challengers who come to challenge him. Zhou Lejia is coming to my second academy. There is no objection to this, right? She once said happily. Zhou Lejia's violent thunder is very suitable for the essence of her second academy's quick battle and quick decision. If he comes in, he will definitely have a lot to do. Wu Kalian opened his mouth slightly. His fourth academy also wanted this talent. But Jiangbai was basically bound to enter the fourth academy. It would be a bit embarrassing to compete for another top talent. Think about it. Forget it. Now Kevin is the only one who has not received a top talent. But Kevin's mentality has long been calm. If the outlier of the first academy is not counted, the third academy has always been the academy with the least students. It's okay to recruit people. As for Gu Pan, although he looked at Zhou Lijiao with admiration in his eyes, he did not show any interest. Appreciating a person and being interested in that person are two completely different things. From the beginning to the end, Gu Pan only wanted to recruit Chu Yun. Old Gu, you are so interested in Chu Yun. But it is hard to say whether Chu Yun will hold on to that team. Wu Kalian laughed. If you don't want to recruit Chu Yun, he still wants to recruit Chu Yun. This genius, Gu Pan said. It doesn't matter. Even if Chu Yun enters the first academy can only teach him the key things. In daily classes, he still has to rely on you three academies. In daily life, it is easy for Chu Yun to meet and train with his teammates in other academies. Mr. Gu, this is really a good way to get the wool. Facing the dissatisfaction of the other three people in charge, Gu Pan laughed. Okay. You three stop complaining. It's time to let this competition come to an end. Gu Pan stretched out his finger, and the fingertips flashed with silver light. A layer of silver light immediately shot into the light curtain, and even swept the entire examination room. The examination room began to shrink. Chu Yun had already seen a layer of grid light shield in the sky, which was slowly shrinking inward. What's going on? What's wrong? Xiao Zhencher and the other two looked puzzled. You can't see it? Chu Yun thought about it, and divided the compasses. Sure enough, he could only see it when holding the compass. At this moment, a serious voice sounded from the compass. Due to too many students being eliminated, the entrance exam has come to an end ahead of schedule. From this moment on, the skylight will appear from the periphery of the examination room and eventually choose a place as the center to shrink inward. If you leave the light shield, you will definitely be eliminated. The light shield is visible when you hold the compass. Good luck to all candidates. After saying this blessing, the serious voice dissipated. The Chu Yun team immediately started a discussion. No light shield? No. It can only be displayed by those who hold the compass. This light shield can only be seen when holding the compass. In this way, the compass is the key prop to hold on to the end of this entrance exam. If you don't have it, you will definitely be confused like a headless fly. Those without a compass will be eliminated quickly. Chu Yun looked at his compass that could find the treasure again. The red dot and his current direction were in line with the direction of the light shield shrinking. If he went over, he would not go against the final destination. Everyone, we have to move faster. Okay. Chu Yun's team marched quickly and headed deep into the cave. At this time, many students in the examination room were swaying, completely unaware that the elimination light shield had shrunk. Only a few geniuses with compasses knew that the entrance exam was about to end, and began to chase the place marked by the white light on the compass. A genius in the forest just climbed up a tree and picked an apple. Damn. I only found this one apple after searching for so long in such a dense forest. The genius was pale and thin, probably because he was extremely hungry. He complained. But before he could put the apple into his mouth, an extremely thin light shield passed through his body, and he didn't even notice it. Nong Yuan, eliminated. The genius was stunned, and the apple in his hand fell off the tree. What happened? I was eliminated just because I picked an apple? Or is it forbidden to pick apples here? Is it forbidden to complain? However, no one answered him. A light spot flashed on his body and took him away. Many students on the field were accidentally passed through by the light shield and eliminated one after another. The most elite geniuses in this entrance competition are all heading towards the place marked by the white light, the junction of the forest and the next door, covered with wood and sand. Yunzi, we have collected a lot of compasses, Xiao Zhencher said happily while chewing chicken legs on the road. They did not waste any time on the way, tracking the treasures one by one with compasses, and they ate their fill. Chu Yun held a piece of steak in his mouth and said vaguely while eating, "It seems that there are more than 20. Moreover, The teams or individuals met on the road were defeated in the competition with Chu Yun's team, and the compasses were taken away by Chu Yun's team. Yin Ruoqing couldn't help but smack her lips slightly when she saw those students who competed alone and were defeated instantly. Fortunately, she had already held on to Chu Yun's thigh, and she had a smooth journey. Otherwise, she would be eliminated like these people sooner or later. Those who can really act alone must be the strongest. For example, the top 10 on the genius list basically act alone. At this moment, the forest shook, and 5 people carrying big swords jumped down one after another. Ha ha ha. This road is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass by here, leave money for the road. The 4 younger brothers behind shouted like singing an opera. The leader was a young man with messy hair, evil behavior and evil appearance, carrying a big sword on his shoulder, and looked eager to try. Leave the food and get out. This man's face was greasy. It seems that he looted a lot of food. Dishu, the 10th on the genius list? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Dishu laughed. I didn't expect you to recognize my name. So why don't you hand over the food quickly? Ouch. A green light hit his body. Chapter 248. The one who uses his brain wins. Dishu. Eliminated. A serious voice echoed in the air. Chu Yun ate the steak in his mouth, and the 5 blockers in front of him had been captured by the light spot. Dishu and his brothers would never have thought that the guy they blocked, who looked like a passerby, had easily killed Yishan. The 3rd place. Hee hee. Oh my god. Everyone run fast. The light shield behind is rolling over again. Before Chu Yun's team had time to be happy for long, they hurriedly went to the covered sand again. After Dishu was eliminated, there was no compass dropped. No wonder he was still hiding here. If he stayed for a while longer, they would be eliminated. The light curtain behind swept very fast. In the short time that Chu Yun's team wasted in eliminating Dishu and the other 5, the light curtain was almost approaching their eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures were running wildly in the woods. They were already rushing on their way. But the speed of the light curtain was even faster than their running speed. Acceleration aura. Glory of sacrifice. Chu Yun raised the staff of life source, and the light of the skill burst out from the top of the leaves. For a moment, the speed of the 4 people was raised to another level. Yin Ruoqing was shocked. Wow! Such a large-scale auxiliary skill. Is this still a doctor? This is not a skill of a physician. Chu Yun complained as he ran. This skill was obtained by Chu Yun from Xiaowentian's skill book storage room. The physician's skill itself was very powerful because he had completed 5-star job transfer tasks many times. But it was still a little insufficient. The profession of physician has its shortcomings after all. It would be great if he was really a chaos professional. Chu Yun was thinking, and suddenly heard Yun Mu's slightly happy figure. Famu Sandy Land? We are here. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, Chu Yun's team arrived at the place pointed by the compass. Famu Sandy Land. At the end of the site is the Gobi Desert with yellow sand all over the sky. And behind the 4 people is the lush forest. This wood-covered sand is the junction. Although the ground is dry yellow sand, there are still many trees on it that are crooked and tenaciously growing here, adding a bit of light green to the rich yellow, presenting a sense of both decay and rebirth. This junction is not narrow, but it is not easy for students to hide here. The meaning of Slime Academy is very clear, that is to force students to fight. Boom! A student flew backwards from a distance, fell to the ground, and vomited blood. CE. Eliminated. A flash of light teleported the student away. Not far away, 2 teams were fighting fiercely, and the student who was teleported away was one of them. And in the distance, many people were fighting. At the junction, the light shield will shrink narrower and narrower, and there will be fewer and fewer places to stand. Before the light shield shrinks, many teams will choose to start the battle in advance. Yunzi, what do you say? The 3 teammates looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun pondered for a few times and said, if there is no direct conflict, there is no need to start. Save every bit of physical strength. We are ready to take down the last surviving team. Chu Yun's words may seem ordinary, but if an outsider hears them, he will definitely feel extremely arrogant, because the first place in this entrance competition has basically been reserved by Jiangbai. Say this means that Chu Yun's team is confident that they will beat Jiangbai. However, the 3 teammates believe in Chu Yun very much. Okay, where to go next? It's up to you. In this world where strength is respected, All kinds of tactics, strategies, and military strategies, etc. are extremely sophisticated techniques. Because the greatest function of these techniques is to allow two groups of people who cannot use strength to compete. One group of people can beat the other group with the advantage of tactics, strategies, and military strategies. But at a low level, there is no need to learn these. If you need to defeat your opponent, the better way is to level up. If you are at a higher level than your opponent, you can defeat your opponent. Such strategies are learned after the level cannot be improved. A throne-level person feels that he has no hope of breaking through the peerless level in this life. If he wants to become stronger, he must learn strategies. Therefore, these things are just that the student's geniuses have never learned them. Their geniuses are more about upgrading and fighting. However, Chu Yun has lived two lives. In his previous life, he had seen some things that he did not pay attention to at a low level in this life. The power gap between people in the previous life was not exaggerated. He could not break all the laws with one force. So he needed to specialize in strategy. This strategy engraved in his bones was the key to Chu Yun's confidence. Chu Yun smiled slightly. The ancient said, "Good people will not lose. Bad people will not lose. And the only ones who will lose are those who never consider strategy." Yunzi. Which ancient said this? Don't interrupt, Fatty. Anyway, the team will first send out a bait that seems to be hesitant and may be eliminated at any time, waiting for other teams to take action. And then we will attack it together, like a mantis catching a cicada, while the oriole is behind. Yin Ruoqing scratched his head. Will this trick work? It sounds a bit too simple. The simpler the trick, the less likely it is to go wrong. The kind of interlocking tricks take time and energy, and it is impossible to think of it in such a short time. Chu Yun pointed at the students fighting in the distance. The lights of various skills appeared one after another, and it seemed that the battle was in full swing. Look at them. Do these students have even a slight desire to use tricks? That's right. A little trick is enough to make these young people go around in circles. So just now, Di Shu was just a simple ambush. And he didn't even know the compass. And he was able to rob many people and eat a lot of greasy food. Yin Ruoqing was a little speechless, and complained that you are also young, and then asked curiously, who will be the bait you mentioned? Chu Yun, Xiao Zhencher, and Yun Mu all laughed and looked at Yin Ruoqing. Yin Ruoqing said hesitantly, it won't be me. Yes, it's you? Who else is more suitable to be a bait than you? You are a genius in the world of bait. Chu Yun and the other two praised her. Yin Ruoqing is petite and looks pitiful. She has no frontal combat power. If she encounters real danger, she can only run away. She is simply the most perfect bait. Why do I always feel that you are not praising me? Anyway, hurry up. Hurry up. The bait depends on you. Chu Yun and the other two pushed Yin Ruoqing to a slightly obvious place, and then hid in a hidden place to see the situation. Sure enough, a team approached this side. Chapter 249, there are still hidden masters. Hey, where did this lone girl come from? This team has a total of 4 people. They originally had 5 people, but one teammate has been eliminated, and the remaining 4 are all veterans who have experienced several battles of varying sizes. Seeing the lone Yin Ruoqing, they decided to directly attack and send Yin Ruoqing to elimination. Since you are alone here, you can't blame us. These people seem to be sympathetic to women, but in fact they are very decisive, and all kinds of skills are instantly smashed at Yin Ruoqing. Yin Ruoqing picked up the magnifying glass and knocked on his head, nervously shouting, psychological invisibility. Then, a layer of green light flew out from the tree and injected into Yin Ruoqing's body. It was Chu Yun's healing technique. Yin Ruoqing's health that had just been knocked down was instantly restored. Oh my god! Invisible? I've never heard that Yi Shan is a woman. The 4 people were all shocked, not knowing that they had fallen into several negative state domain range skills. The leaves shook off a few times, and Chu Yun and the other 2 jumped down. This place is mine. This tree is mine. Anyway, eliminate me. Xiao Zhencher rushed out suddenly, punching and kicking, and knocked one person down directly. Yun Mu also rushed over and knocked another person over. After Chu Yun's reversal, these students were caught off guard again and were eliminated immediately because of the double weakening of the life-saving domain and the glory of sacrifice. The remaining 2 struggled in vain and were soon eliminated, and all this was done silently by Chu Yun's team. The 4-man team was eliminated without a sound. Wow! This trick is really effective. No wonder Dishu looks brainless, but can eat so greasy. Stop talking. Let's hide again. Yen Ruoqing. You can quit the psychological invisibility. Soon, Yen Ruoqing's figure appeared in front of Chu Yun and the other two. She was actually standing there all the time. But she could not be sensed or seen by others. The psychological invisibility skill is really effective. Chu Yun vaguely feels that it is almost a super-evolved version of the shadowless skill of the Blood Hull. Yen Ruoqing is still trembling. I am not suitable for direct combat. Don't worry. I won't let you fight. Just make others want to fight you. A ruthless voice came from the woods. And Chu Yun and the other two had hidden again. In fact, as long as Chu Yun is here, no one can eliminate Yen Ruoqing. Yen Ruoqing. The bait seems dangerous, but in fact, it is very safe. It is better to say that since she has become Chu Yun's teammate, she must be safe enough. Another wave of teams approached and found Yen Ruoqing, who was alone. There is a lone person here. Let's go together and eliminate her. Just when this group of teams was focused on attacking Yen Ruoqing, Chu Yun and the other two fell from the tree, catching them off guard and sending them to elimination. This group still has a compass. Not bad. Chu Yun put away the compass and hid in the tree again with Xiao Jincher and Yun Mu. Yen Ruoqing was a little helpless, but she continued to be the bait, because she also understood that this trick really worked. But is she really that much like a bait? Not long after, another person approached, and Chu Yun and the others immediately repeated the same trick. Xiao Jincher was happy. This trick is really tried and tested. Chu Yun shook his head slightly. Those who should be eliminated have already fallen to our hands. And the next ones will not be so easy. There were not many who could hold on until the junction of the wood-covered sandy land. And the rookies among them were basically eliminated by Chu Yun's team. Those who were not eliminated next would be the ultimate veterans. However, we are not afraid of these veterans with our strength. Chu Yun spoke again, boosting the confidence of his team. Of course, this sentence is also an ironclad fact. Whether it is Yi Shan who ranked 3rd on the genius list, Jie Gaofeng who ranked 9th, or Di Shu who ranked 10th, they could hardly survive a confrontation with them. Hua Feng who ranked 5th can be regarded as one of our own, counting by Han Fang who has also been eliminated. If we are not beaten by the whole audience, only Zhou Lejia and Jiang Bai will pose a threat to us. The genius list is not only for this year's geniuses, but all young talents under the age of 20 can be on the genius list. It's just that this year's talents are so numerous that Jiang Bai and Zhou Lejia are the two who stand out from the crowd, occupying the 1st and 2nd places, the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th and 10th places. And they are also geniuses who entered college this year. Only the 4th, 6th and 8th places are geniuses from last year, who have entered the Slime Academy and are not here. There will be a battle between Zhou Lejia and Jiang Bai. We will wait until the battle between the two of them is over before making a decision to see if we can come up with a trick to save the day. While the Chu Yun team was making repeated achievements, other top geniuses were not idle either. On the side of the wood-covered sandy land near the forest, endless electric currents were spreading among the trees. Several students wailed, were struck to the ground by thunder, and were pulled away by the light spots, and were eliminated. Zhou Lejia was flying among them, and every time he went out, he could blow up a bunch of trees and eliminate several students. These students were famous geniuses outside, even the first in the province, with countless halos. But they were so fragile under Zhou Lejia's hands full of thunder, almost vulnerable. Just when Zhou Lejia was about to take advantage of the victory, a figure blocked him. The one who blocked Zhou Lejia was a young man with an extremely cold face. He held a strange black giant sickle, and his whole body was covered with coldness that penetrated into his bones. If an ordinary person saw this young man, he would shiver involuntarily, as if he was facing death. But Zhou Lejia was not afraid. Are you here to challenge me too? Huh? The young man sneered. Between you and me, you are the challenger. A strange coldness broke out from the young man, and the grass and trees that were touched withered quickly. This was not the physical coldness of the ice mage, but the coldness that attacked the soul. Zhou Lejia was fearless. What an arrogant guy. Tell me your name. The thunder in his hands became more and more violent. Ready to go. The young man curled his lips and sneered. My name is Gu Yan. Remember this name? This will be the name of the first place on the next genius list. After saying that, he swung a giant sickle that was taller than him and slashed forward. As he swung, thick black fog spread from the blade of the giant sickle, almost covering the entire forest in darkness. You still want to defeat Jiangbai? You must defeat me first. Zhou Li's thunder shook, and the lightning snake flickered and spun among countless trees, confronting the black fog. Thunder and black fog have already become a confrontation. Chapter 250. The Zhou Li family was defeated. While Chu Yun's team was discussing the next tactics, Chu Yun frowned and heard very subtle footsteps. Although this place is not hidden, they no longer let Yin Ruoqing go out as bait. Under normal circumstances, no one would notice this place. Someone is coming. Hide back in the tree? You can, but you will definitely be discovered. The person who comes is definitely an ultimate strongman. Chu Yun has already sensed a bad breath. Yin Ruoqing, use group psychology to become invisible. I know. Yin Ruoqing hurriedly cast psychological invisibility on the 4 people and hid in the tree again for double assurance. Soon, the footsteps gradually became clearer. The person who came was a young man in a white robe, holding a broken staff in his hand. Although the staff looked shabby, the water element energy contained in it was extremely terrifying. Jiangbai, Yun Mu, who was hiding in the tree, couldn't help but say the name of this young man. The first on the Tianfeng Empire's genius list. The strongest peak that looked down on all geniuses. The Sea God Priest. Jiangbai? Jiangbai laughed and looked leisurely. Everyone. Should we come down from the tree? Chu Yun's heart tightened. Jiangbai actually found them hiding in the tree in an instant. He knew very well how effective Yin Ruoqing's psychological invisibility was. Even now, he couldn't see where the other 3 teammates were. However, Jiangbai saw through it at a glance. Chu Yun removed his psychological invisibility, jumped down, and stood in front of Jiangbai with his hands behind his back. How did you know I was hiding up there? Chu Yun was talking about me. Not us. And Chu Yun waved his hands behind his back, signaling the other 3 not to come down. Jiangbai smiled. If you are willing to fight, I will tell you. How about it? For Jiangbai, most people can be killed instantly as long as they attack. But for Chu Yun, Jiangbai believes that Chu Yun can only be defeated if he does not choose to retreat. This is a very high recognition. Chu Yun suddenly smiled. This is the excitement of being able to fight against the top strongman, challenging the world's #1 genius. The life source staff appeared in his hand, pointing directly at Jiangbai. Fight! The 3 people hiding in the tree had also lifted their psychological invisibility. And Xiao Shincher frowned. Should we go down to help Yunzi? Yun Mu shook his head. Since Chu Yun said he didn't want us, then we don't have to go. Trust our teammates. Yin Ruoqing was still immersed in the shock of her psychological invisibility being seen through. This trick has always been successful for her, but she never expected that Jiangbai would see through it. Jiangbai smiled slightly. I can sense the existence of all water. On this tree, there are 4 balls of water that are completely different from trees. They belong to human beings. It's easy to recognize them. All abilities such as invisibility are ineffective against me. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. This is a very powerful ability, which can directly destroy Yishan, who ranks 3rd. Nothing hidden in my eyes can escape. Jiangbai took the incomplete body of the sea god's scepter, and his body gradually surged with endless water element energy like the sea. Chu Yun clenched the staff of life source, and the vast vitality also surged from his body. Chu Yun had long wanted to try it out. Where is the gap between himself and the world's #1 genius? This battle has nothing to do with winning or losing, and there is no reward. Chu Yun just wants to compete and see how strong he is. You must have the passion to always want to move forward, so that you can become stronger. The battle is about to start. However, at this moment, a cold and serious voice sounded in the sky. Shou Lijia, eliminated. Xiao Zhencher and the other 2 on the tree were stunned. And Chu Yun and Jiangbai, who were confronting each other on the ground, were also stunned. Shou Lijia was actually eliminated. All the people who have the ability to eliminate Shou Lijia should be here. Is there another hidden super master on the field? Even Jiangbai frowned slightly. Could it be that person? That person? Chu Yun keenly caught this statement, and Jiangbai nodded lightly. That person's name is Gu Yan. Behind the light curtain, several people in charge stared at the defeated Shou Lijia. In the woods, Shou Lijia had no scars on his body, but at this time, he was completely withered like the surrounding trees, becoming extremely tired, sitting on the ground with his knees supported, panting, and the wandering lightning snakes had also decreased countlessly. unable to fight again. Yes. Interesting. Zhou Lejia took his last breath, and a light spot emerged, teleporting him away. Only a compass fell to the ground, and the last words echoed in the air. I'm afraid you can really defeat Jiangbai. Gu Yan retracted the giant sickle, and the endless black fog that filled the forest suddenly dissipated. He seemed to have no interest in defeating Zhou Lejia, and turned away without even looking at the compass on the ground. This extremely strong look is shocking. Wu Kaoyang immediately looked at Gu Pan. Mr. Gu, your grandson is very powerful, but his temper is totally unlike Mr. Gu. I wonder who is stronger, him or Jiangbai. The three leaders discussed, and Gu Pan put down the food in his mouth with a little embarrassment. Anyway, I will accept Gu Yan into my first academy, and I will promote the virtuous regardless of relatives. Hearing this, the other three leaders breathed a sigh of relief, as Gu Yan is Gu Pan's grandson. If he went to the other three academies for further study, they would probably be very anxious, because if Gu Yan's strange ability came to them, they would not dare to guarantee that they could train Gu Yan well. So it would be better for Gu Pan, as a grandfather, to worry about it himself. Moreover, Gu Yan's temper is also very strange. She is stubborn, awkward, and arrogant. She is very easy to quarrel with others. If she is under their control, it will be very difficult to manage her because of Gu Pan's face. Since Gu Pan is willing to take it, they are happy to do so. It's a pity for Chu Yun, who may also enter the first academy. Haha. Chu Yun's calm personality will probably be irritated by Gu Yan. Right? Gu Pan shook his head slightly, and a wise look appeared in his eyes. Wrong. If Chu Yun and Gu Yan really get together, I guess it's Gu Yan who will be irritated by Chu Yun. There's this thing? Several people in charge chatted very easily, but their eyes were fixed on a certain place on the wood-covered sandy land. Chu Yun and Jiangbai. The place of the final fierce battle. Although the information that Zhou Li's family was eliminated shocked Chu Yun and Jiangbai, it would not stop the two of them from competing. Nothing else. Just a martial arts contest. Jiangbai raised the sea god's scepter and smashed it to the ground, turning the rivers and seas upside down. Chapter 251, Chu Yun vs. Jiangbai. A peak showdown. This is Jiangbai's most famous move, the most frequently used in Jiangbai's battle videos on the internet, and also the most classic skill. The ground seemed to be cracked by the scepter of the sea god, and countless cracks appeared. Waves of violent water element energy erupted from countless cracks and swept towards Chu Yun. This move was so powerful that it destroyed countless enemies, and Jiangbai was also ready to use this move to defeat Chu Yun as easily as he defeated countless people. I was really underestimated. Chu Yun couldn't bear to show weakness and raised the staff of the source of life. Gravity reversed. Chu Yun's body suddenly became extremely light and soared into the sky. The waves that came over passed by Chu Yun's feet, destroying countless trees on the wood-covered sand. But they still couldn't hit Chu Yun at all. Xiao Zhencher and the other two had retreated into the forest to avoid being affected. Jiangbai didn't speak, but the expression between his eyebrows became more serious. The ability to fly is as rare as the ability to be invisible. Most people must reach the throne level before they can soar to the realm of stepping in the void. Occasionally, there are a few means of flying that also rely on wings. Chu Yun doesn't even need wings to walk in the air. Healing reversed. The green light burst out from the staff of life source, looking inconspicuous. Jiangbai did not relax either, and immediately waved the incomplete body of the sea god's staff. The sea water under his feet suddenly surged up, forming a water wall in front of Jiangbai. Sea god water curtain. This water wall can block attacks, making the power of these attacks extremely weak. But the light of the healing spell completely ignored the water wall, easily passed through, and directly hit Jiangbai. Jiangbai took a step back, and he found that he was actually suffering a lot of real damage. This seemingly inconspicuous skill. Is it Chu Yun's ultimate move? Jiangbai was not sure. The incomplete body of the sea god scepter swung, and his health bar, which had been slightly knocked off, was instantly filled. The sea god priest profession had some healing abilities, although it was not as good as a professional healing profession. It was more than enough to heal himself. After the defense was completed, it was time to counterattack. Jiangbai pointed the incomplete body of the sea god scepter at Chu Yun, and the waves flowing under him began to boil. Turbulent waves. The waves below began to form a vortex, and the vortex finally bulged out suddenly, like a huge water dragon cannon, shooting towards Chu Yun in the sky. The green light emerged from Chu Yun's body, covering Chu Yun's entire body. Death field. The water dragon cannon suddenly hit Chu Yun, but was mostly blocked by the life force of the field. This move of raging waves was blocked by Chu Yun. Healing with a miraculous hand reversed. The staff of the source of life waved again, and a larger green light flew towards Jiangbai. Jiangbai frowned, grasped the incomplete body of the sea god's scepter, and knocked it heavily on the ground. Golden armor of sea god. The water quickly gathered upwards, wrapping Jiangbai layer by layer like an eggshell. But this water cover that looks like an eggshell can reduce countless damage, which is an extremely powerful defensive skill. But this move, facing the miraculous hand healing after Chu Yun's reversal, is also ineffective. This move is originally a healing skill that locks on the target, whether it is a water wall or a water cover. It cannot be determined when determining whether to reduce damage. Only when it hits Jiangbai in the end. The healing amount will be reversed to real damage. This huge amount of real damage immediately emptied Jiangbai's health bar. Seeing Jiangbai's gradually surprised expression, Chu Yun smiled slightly. How about it? Real damage is hard to block. Jiangbai nodded slightly, agreeing with Chu Yun's words. Then, he also smiled slightly. Your damage can't kill me in seconds. And I also have the ability to recover. Are you starting to feel helpless? Chu Yun frowned slightly. Because what Jiangbai said was true. Relying on the throne-level equipment and various buff bonuses, Chu Yun can do a reversal of healing to kill Yishan, the third place on the genius list, in seconds. But when it hits Jiangbai, it can only knock off half of Jiangbai's health bar. Jiangbai's body is just that of a mage. How come he is so much stronger than Yishan, who is half assassin and half warrior? Chu Yun wondered why Jiangbai's health was so high. But he forgot that his own health was also ridiculously high. Yishan's powerful attack didn't even knock down 1/10 of Chu Yun's health. Chu Yun's health was much higher than that of geniuses known for their resistance to injuries. It's too early to say now. Right? Let me see how many of my moves you can withstand. Chu Yun floated in the air, waving the staff of life source again, and all kinds of green light shot out. My skills are far from exhausted. Just watch. Jiangbai held the incomplete body of the sea god's scepter and slammed it on the ground. Endless seawater surged from the ground. The surging seawater and the endless life force collided. Chu Yun and Jiangbai fought to a draw. Not far away, Xiao Zhencher and the other two were stunned. Oh my god! Jiangbai's skills are so exaggerated. Most of the range skills below the throne level are key skills with super long cooldowns. But Jiangbai's skills are so open and closed, as if there is no skill limit at all. And he can use super large range skills at will. They have seen Jiangbai's power on the internet, but watching it up close in reality, this powerful exaggeration is even stronger. It's really better to see it with one hand. Chu Yun can fight Jiangbai to this extent. Chu Yun is also very exaggerated. Yin watching huddled in the grass, eyes wide open. Jiangbai, the world's #1 genius, couldn't defeat Chu Yun. Then there is only one explanation: Chu Yun is also a top genius. A genius who can be compared with Jiangbai. The endless sea water rushed more and more fiercely, and many students in the wood-covered sand were washed out of the light shield by the water flow and eliminated one after another. The light shield was still shrinking, and did not slow down because of the fierce battle between Chu Yun and Jiangbai. Gu Yan was swept by the light shield while running. Gu Yan, eliminated. Gu Yan's mind was full of black lines, and he was teleported away by the light spot. Xiao Zhencher and his two companions, who were resisting the water flow in the forest, could not hold on any longer, and were pierced by the light shield and eliminated. Only 2 people were left standing on the field. Chu Yun. Jiangbai. What a hearty fight. Jiangbai laughed freely. The light shield will shrink soon. Let's each use our strongest move, and see who wins. Chu Yun laughed. That's exactly what I meant. Jiangbai's momentum suddenly increased, and a surging breath from ancient times emerged from Jiangbai's body. Fall to the 9 heavens. Chu Yun twisted a drop of pure green liquid, and with it as the core, absorbed the vast vitality. Green leaves absorb nectar. Chapter 252. Chu Yun did not intend to use this move after the reversal. What he and Jiangbai needed to decide was who was better, not life or death. So, Chu Yun decided to use this move to completely block Jiangbai's most famous move, which was even regarded as Jiangbai's title by the world. Luo Jiuqian. It is rumored that Luo Jiotian's move was so powerful that it once defeated a throne level. And it was this record that established Jiang Bai's title of the world's first genius. And at this time, Chu Yun was going to block a skill that even the throne could not block. In front of him, the heavy aura on Jiang Bai became stronger and stronger. At this time, Jiang Bai seemed to be implicated in the whole world, and his humanity was gradually being replaced by divinity. With every move, the waves of the whole world seemed to obey Jiang Bai's orders. Chu Yun looked serious. You have already grasped a trace of power. Reaching the throne level is already a preliminary step beyond the level of mortals. And it is a step deeper. But it is still a long way from reaching the level of power. Even the Holy Throne can only pursue such a faint power. After truly mastering a certain power, the godhood will be born immediately. No matter what level it is now, it will be instantly promoted to the throne level and called God. Jiang Bai has already explored this realm. Whether it is future potential or current strength, it is unparalleled. Although Chu Yun was serious, he was not afraid at all. The Terra-simulated life in his hand was madly absorbing the life force around him. Whether it was the trees knocked down by the tide or the seemingly lifeless tide, Chu Yun was constantly absorbing the breath of life. Jiang Bai suddenly closed his eyes, and the last trace of humanity on his body was completely covered. Then he opened his eyes, flashing a blue light. It was as if the sea god was reborn. The incomplete body of the sea god's scepter pointed at Chu Yun in the sky. And this time, it was as if the sea god was using the sea god's scepter in person. As if he was using it with his arm. Infinite. Luo Jiotian, infinite. Jiang Bai's strongest move. All the water currents on the scene have surged. And in the purest and simplest way, they rushed towards Chu Yun. Simple and crude, but extremely powerful. The waves surged and hit, and the sponge stirred up waves. Chu Yun was now covered by the real sea, and every inch of sea water was attacking him. There was no way to retreat, no way to escape. But Chu Yun never thought of escaping. The emerald green liquid in his hand had been concentrated to the limit, turning into a bright and sparkling light green crystal gem. It's time to release it. Chu Yun held the crystal clear gem that was full of vitality in his palm and pressed it against his heart. Flowers bloom in fragrance. Endless life force burst out from Chu Yun's heart. A huge light green field expanded with Chu Yun as the center. Countless fallen trees sprouted and reborn. And the air also had the fragrance of flowers and fragrance. The seawater rushed in, balancing the life field. Behind the light curtain, the three leaders who were watching Chu Yun and Jiang Bai couldn't help but stand up. This is really a peak showdown. Support me. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. The impact of Luo Jiotian's infinite power was still exaggerated. Even Chu Yun, who had been mentally prepared, was extremely surprised. His life field was actually shaken by the collision, falling into the sea erosion. Defense reduced by 0.1%. Water element resistance reduced by 0.1%. Lasting for 15 seconds. When receiving damage from the water element * seawater branch, the value is reduced by another 1%. And the duration is extended by 15 seconds. Up to 100%. At 100%, the duration is extended to infinity. Reverse the sea erosion. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. It's still too late to remedy it now. This seawater causes more than 10 times of damage per second. If it is stacked up, it will become a real injury. Sea erosion counter rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host Sea Erosion. Please check it yourself. Sea erosion defense increased by 0.1%. Water element resistance increased by 0.1%. Lasting for 15 seconds. When damaged by the water element * seawater branch, the value is increased by 1% and the duration is extended by 15 seconds. With a minimum increase of 100%. At 100%, the duration is extended to infinity. Another permanent buff has appeared. As long as you can hold on to 100% water element resistance. But I can't hold on any longer. The effects of the two skills of green leaves absorbing dew and flowers blooming fragrance are more powerful than all of Chu Yun's previous skills combined. But they can only barely resist the waves. Chu Yun is now like a ship sailing in the sea. Although it has not capsized under the beating of the waves for the time being. Once a flaw appears, it will be completely defeated. Although Chu Yun was gritting his teeth and holding on, Jiang Bai was not having a good time either. Jiang Bai held the incomplete body of the sea god's scepter tightly and pressed it to the ground, while his arms were still shaking. Every second this move lasted was a great test for Jiang Bai's body and magic power. Jiang Bai's indifferent eyes as if possessed by the sea god, scanned his shaking body, and his body was about to reach its limit. Now, it depends on who can hold on to the end. Jiangbai or Chu Yun. Guardian shield reversed. Healing spell. Healing with wonderful hands. Praise to reason. Praise to reason. Praise to reason. Mitsu's healing bullet. Chu Yun threw all the skills he could use on himself, barely restoring his gradually dimming life field. But it was useless. Various waves crashed in, directly knocking off the last trace of green light on Chu Yun's body. Jiangbai smiled. It seems that Chu Yun is going to lose, huh? Chu Yun, who no longer had the protection of light, did not lose his health bar in the endless sea water. Chu Yun flew in the air, smiling at Jiangbai. His reverse sea erosion has been stacked to 100%, with 100% defense bonus and 100% water element resistance, and is no longer afraid of any water element attack. Now Chu Yun can swim freely in all the sea water, ignoring their high damage. No, it's you who lost. Jiangbai. Chu Yun drained the last of his magic power and waved the staff of life source towards Jiangbai. Healing with wonderful hands reversed. The green light shot out and hit Jiangbai. The divine Jiangbai showed a humane look of admiration, and the surging waves stopped at that moment. Jiangbai was barely holding on to this move, and now he was hit by the reversed healing with a real injury that broke his defense, instantly interrupting his skills. I lost. Jiangbai smiled bitterly. A little light flashed and took Jiangbai away. Jiangbai. Eliminated. Chapter 253. The entrance competition is over. Excellent. Kevin sat down and slapped the armrest excitedly. The battle between Chu Yun and Jiangbai was a very exciting one for them to watch. They are indeed the talents I have chosen. Gu Pan stroked his gray beard with satisfaction. People from the First Academy must not only have extraordinary strategies and superhuman courage, but also top strength. Chu Yun. Not bad. You have to take advantage of all aspects of the relationship? Ahem. Gu Pan coughed a few times and changed the subject. Lang Nian. It's time to close the stall. The entrance competition is over. I will send the students over soon. Lang Nian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put away the barbecue stall. Although he only made this once a year, it was really tiring. It seems that it is time to pass on this barbecue skill. No. It is time to recruit new blood in the night watch. In the large square outside the Slime Academy, the last 75% of the eliminated students gathered here. The first 25% eliminated have been sent out of school, and the remaining 75% stayed here, chatting with each other, and from time to time saw new students being eliminated and teleported in, waiting for the final battle result. Many academy doctors wandered here, treating the newly teleported students. Zhou Lejia teleported here, covered in wounds. Zhou Lejia was defeated. Was it Jiangbai who did it? But the wounds on his body don't look like they were caused by Jiangbai. There was a lot of discussion around. The main character Zhou Lejia had a dull expression, and didn't want to answer the group of people's arguments, but just quietly accepted the treatment of the college doctor. Not long after, Gu Yen teleported here with an irritable look on his face. He had no wounds on his body, and was eliminated by the light shield that covered him. Although it was Gu Yen who eliminated Zhou Lejia. Zhou Lejia was so tired at this time that he didn't want to say anything, so Gu Yen was too lazy to speak. No one knew that he defeated Zhou Lejia, and no one paid attention to Gu Yen, thinking that he was an ordinary student who survived to the late stage. Xiao Zhencher, Yun Mu, Yin Ruoqing, and the other two were also teleported over. Wow! This final battle should be the final battle between Yun Zi and Jiangbai. Right? I don't know who will give birth to. Yun Mu's face was full of worry, although she had absolute confidence in Chu Yun. Her opponent was Jiangbai after all. Facing Jiangbai, it would not be shameful even if she lost miserably. Who else has not been eliminated now? I just checked. Only the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon Chu Yun and Luo Jiutian Jiangbai have not been eliminated. Wow! It seems that Jiangbai has won the first place again. Many students discussed. Although Chu Yun's title of the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon sounded intimidating, they still did not think that Chu Yun could defeat Jiangbai. That's Jiangbai? Many students talked about this, becoming more and more certain, while Yishan, who was sitting in the corner with a gloomy face, said nothing. After experiencing Chu Yun's instant kill, Yishan understood Chu Yun's horror very well. Perhaps Jiangbai's undefeated legend will be broken. Hua Feng stood somewhere, holding a sword and closing his eyes to rest. Chu Yun. Let me see a miracle. Most people on the field thought that Chu Yun was doomed to lose. And only a few people who knew Chu Yun's background were silently waiting for the result. Suddenly, somewhere on the square, Jiang Bai, who had reached the limit of his physical strength, was teleported over. Jiang Bai couldn't support his body and sat on the ground, panting. The whole place fell silent. It was not Chu Yun who was teleported over, but Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai lost? Chu Yun, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, actually defeated Jiang Bai. The 9-day heaven. Is the Golden Holy Dragon cub so powerful that even Jiang Bai can hardly resist it? For a moment, the students who were not aware of the situation were in an uproar and talked about it. Jiang Bai's undefeated legend was completely broken. Is the first place on the genius list going to change? At this time, a light spot appeared on the chest of all the students, and they were all attracted. Swoosh! All the students on the field were teleported under the light curtain, facing the 4 people in charge. Chu Yun, the last person left in the examination room, was also transported to the front of the 4 leaders by the light spot. Shi Wan, Wu Kaoliang, Kevin and Gu Pan sat on the seats in the sky, looking down at the students in the audience. Many students were shocked. Is this the peerless master from the 4 colleges of Slime Academy? Great! Such a strong pressure. Help me. My whole body is weak. Shame on me. I just have a little trembling in my legs. Many students were shocked. The pressure from this peerless master was not to be underestimated, and this pressure dissipated in an instant, becoming like a spring breeze. The 4 leaders just wanted to simply knock on this group of geniuses who were easily rebellious, so that they would understand that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. Facing the pressure of the peerless masters, a small number of students showed no fear and retreated. For example, Chu Yun, who was standing in the front. In fact, if Chu Yun had not experienced watching the memory of the God of Life, he would also be shocked by the current scene. But once you have seen the sea, you will never be surprised by the current scene. Leng Yin had already packed up the barbecue stall, put on a cold personality, leaned against the wall with his arms folded, and scanned the students. All students, Kevin said. Every move you made in this entrance competition has been seen clearly by us. We know your level and ability, but which college you want to enter depends on your choice. The second academy, which focuses on various instant burst abilities, will teach you how to bring out all the advantages of your profession in an instant, so that you can take the lead in battle, be one step ahead, and win the battle in an instant. Shi Wan laughed. The battle situation is ever-changing, and there are countless in the world. Only speed cannot be broken. This is the way to win. Zhou Lejia raised his head, and he was already interested. Wu Kaoliang laughed loudly, and his whole body was full of energy and blood. The 4th academy is the Academy of War. I will teach you how to bring out every inch of your professional ability, so that you can achieve the most perfect and optimal solution. Enter the 4th academy. I will not waste even a little bit of your talent. All of them will be brought to the extreme. Kevin smiled gently. The 3rd academy is a school that takes things slow. Here you will be able to learn all the coordination and design of battles, how to survive in dangerous places, how to protect the lives of you and your teammates, and how to make your skill release and mana plan more reasonable without any omissions. Everyone, you can have everything if you are alive. Finally, it was the turn of the 1st academy to introduce, and Gu Pan just spoke lazily. Sorry, the 1st academy does not accept students well. It's not that we don't accept. Chapter 254 4 major colleges. No, 3 major colleges are recruiting students. It's the same as saying nothing. All the students in the audience were complaining in their hearts. But it's obvious that the 1st college will not recruit students. And Gu Pan is far less enthusiastic than the other 3 leaders. Gu Pan is old. Although he is a powerful saint-level person and has experienced countless history, his lifespan is coming to an end. It is unknown when he will pass away. For many reasons, there are students who don't want to join Gu Pan. If you want to join a college, just walk into the light gate under the leader, which means you have entered, and you can't regret it. Gu Pan spoke lazily. And there was indeed no light gate under him, only under the other 3 leaders. You have 1 hour to choose. If you exceed the time, the one will be randomly assigned. After explaining the rules, Gu Pan began to close his eyes and rest. All the students in the audience began to stir. Chu Yun and his 3 teammates began to gather, and they were all lost in thought for a while. Many students nearby were not in a hurry to think about their school choices, but looked at Chu Yun curiously. As the person who defeated Jiangbai, it was hard for him not to attract countless attention. Is this the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon himself? Where is his Golden Holy Dragon? He has the beast taming ball, and he must have put it back into the beast taming ball. Many students nearby were talking about it. Chu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to them, and continued to discuss with his teammates which college to enter. These colleges all seem good. Shi Wan's second college teaches instant bursts. Wu Caoyang's fourth college studies strength to the extreme. And Kevin's third college teaches various practical skills in battle, and the essence of cooperation with teammates. As for the first college, everyone, what do you think? I don't have an idea. I think all are fine. Yun Mu said it didn't matter. She was very satisfied to be able to come to this slime college, and she could enter any specific college. And in her eyes, these three colleges were indeed similar. Xiao Jincher rubbed his chin. I think the fourth college will be better. This academy can bring his combat power to the extreme, which is just right for him. Yin Ruoqing said weakly, I want to go to the third academy. The knowledge Kevin learned in the third academy is of great use for survival and life-saving, and she is very comfortable for those who are not suitable for frontal combat. I think the second academy is also good. Chu Yun was slightly tempted. At present, Chu Yun has reached the top level in terms of output and defense and life-saving, and there is nothing missing. The most obvious flaw at present is the casting speed. If the casting speed can be greatly improved, and the attack can be as fast as thunder, and countless skills can be used in an instant, then Chu Yun's combat power will be able to rise to another level. Xiao Xincher was in a dilemma. It seems that we can only choose among the three colleges. Chu Yun thought about it and smiled. Why do we have to choose among the three colleges? Yunzi, tell me what you mean. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. What I mean is, why do we have to go to the same college? Are we going to split up? Xiao Xincher and the other two were surprised. They are now a team. If they want to split up, who said we have to split up? Chu Yun was speechless. Are we divided into several colleges? Can't we get together and become a team? As soon as Chu Yun finished speaking, a calm voice sounded, and this voice seemed to ring in the ears of everyone in the audience. No. It was Gu Pan who spoke. He said cheerfully, since they have been divided into different colleges, it is difficult for them to meet each other in normal teams. Is that so? Chu Yun frowned, thinking that this rule was unreasonable. A truly well-rounded team must have someone who is good at instant burst, someone who is good at all-round combat, and someone who is good at protecting teammates. It should be a team that gathers the strengths of hundreds of schools to be an excellent team without shortcomings. Unless, Gu Pan raised his voice, and Lang Yin next to him said cheerfully, unless you join the night watch. That's right. As long as one person in the team joins the night watch can call all the team members at any time in his own name, regardless of the school rules. And in the school competition, he will fight as his own team. Chu Yun felt something was wrong the more he listened. The night watch is where Leng Yin is. It sounds like there are many benefits, but there must be a price. What is the price? There is only one spot for the night watch this year, and this spot is in my hands. Gu Pan smiled slightly. As long as you come to the first academy, I will let you become a night watch. The whole audience was in an uproar. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Chu Yun. Gu Pan, the leader of the first academy, who seemed not to accept any students, actually started recruiting people. How could they not be surprised? Chu Yun was also slightly stunned. Chu Yun, what do you think? Xiao Jincher quickly said. Yunzi, look at your own heart. Don't delay yourself for us. Yes, you are also our teammate. If you are in trouble, and we make money, I won't do it. Yan Ruoqing scolded. Yun Mu simply said, Chu Yun, I believe in your judgment. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, and slowly opened them. Okay. I promise you. I choose to join the first academy. The students around were talking about it. Among the four colleges, the first college has few students, and it is more like an empty shell. If you go there, you may not learn anything. But Chu Yun also has his own considerations. Because Chu Yun has lived two lives, there are actually many tactics and other principles. Chu Yun may be clearer than some teachers. Chu Yun's combat power and research and development have reached the peak. What Chu Yun needs more now is some kind of opportunity. Among the four people in charge, Only Gu Pan has the highest level. He is probably the only saint-level professional that Chu Yun can see in the future. If he enters the first college, it is actually not a loss. Gu Pan smiled. His old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. Okay. Chu Yun walked under Gu Pan, holding the staff of life source and standing there. Because there was no light gate here, Chu Yun could only stand here awkwardly. Xiao Zhencher and the other two finally decided to go to different colleges to learn from each other. At this time, a gloomy and indifferent voice sounded. I want to enter the first college. The person who spoke was a cold and indifferent young man. It was Gu Yan. Chapter 255 Gu Yan's True Identity. Many students around cast their eyes on Gu Yan. Is the first academy so popular? Why have two people in a row wanted to enter the first academy? Some students have even been tempted to see if they can also enter the first academy. The atmosphere was quiet and a little weird. Gu Pan stroked his beard and nodded. Okay. Then you are a member of the first academy. Come to my seat. Then, Gu Pan waved his hand wearily. The first academy has recruited enough people this year. If you still want to enter the first academy, I would like to inform you that there are not enough places. Is there not enough places after recruiting two people? This first academy is too casual. Chu Yun's mouth twitched slightly, and he began to doubt whether there was a problem with his choice of the first academy. It seems like he has really fallen into a trap. However, after thinking about it carefully, Chu Yun reaffirmed his idea because Gu Pan is a professional of the Holy See level. No matter how bad Gu Pan is, as long as he gives out something, it will be enough to benefit himself a lot. Moreover, there are basically no students in the first academy, and the competitive pressure will definitely be much less. Chu Yun thought about it and looked at Gu Yan, who was wearing a cold aura. Walking over. Hi! Chu Yun greeted him. And they would be classmates in the future. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chu Yun to greet him. And he hesitated for a moment and said slowly, hello. This hello was extremely stiff. And more importantly, the voice was very hoarse. It was obvious that Gu Yan was suppressing her original voice, as if hiding something. Could it be a woman dressed as a man? Although this guess was a bit outrageous, Chu Yun still felt that it was possible. Chu Yun looked at Gu Yan again, and then retracted his gaze. He did not intend to explore the secrets of this classmate for the time being. It would be impolite to ask too many questions when they just met. Seeing that Chu Yun had no doubts, Gu Yan turned around, her cheeks slightly red, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Because Gu Yan's true identity was a girl, she came to Slime Academy disguised as a man with the pressure of her family, her cold personality, and the need to suppress her voice at all times to ensure that her gender would not be revealed made Gu Yan a little distorted. It was hard for her to imagine that it was so difficult at the beginning, and how painful it would be to continue to study in disguise as a man. Fortunately, this classmate named Chu Yun doesn't seem to be a nosy person, at least for a while. His identity will not be exposed. However, Gu Yan didn't know that Chu Yun had already guessed it. Xiao Zhencher and Yan Ruoqing, who were talking among the crowd, also chose their respective colleges. Xiao Zhencher and Yan Ruoqing were still the same as what I just said. Xiao Zhencher went to the 4th college to fully explore all his combat potential, while Yan Ruoqing went to the 3rd college to learn how to protect himself and his teammates in the increasingly dangerous battles in the future. Yun Mu went to the 2nd college. The beast transformation of the half-orcs was indeed powerful and flexible, but the guidance time of the beast transformation was still too long. In the face of the truly dangerous peak battle, it was still necessary to greatly reduce the guidance time of the skills. The three of them said goodbye to each other, walked to the light gate under the academy they wanted to go to, and walked in. Zhou Lijiao put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the light gate of the 2nd academy. Thunder is already fast, but Zhou Lijiao is still not satisfied. He wants to reach the pinnacle in terms of speed, shorten the already extremely short shooting time again. Shi Wan showed a gratified expression. The 2nd academy has recruited top talents. In the crowd, Jiang Bai, acting alone, holding the incomplete body of Poseidon's scepter, ignored the students who were talking around him, and walked towards the light gate of the 4th academy. He was still not very proficient in using the Poseidon scepter. He needed to polish himself very thoroughly, develop his talents and abilities to every aspect, and make himself stronger. Wu Kaiyang laughed and clapped his hands. Okay. I will never let you down. Jiang Bai. The 4th academy has recruited top talents. Yi Shan snorted coldly and walked into the light gate of the second academy. Hua Feng walked to the light gate of the fourth academy with a sword in his arms. Bai Hanfang followed closely behind. And Dishu, who was scratching his head and feeling embarrassed in the crowd, went to the light gate of the second academy. About half of the light gates on the field were heading to the fourth academy, and of the remaining half, 2/3 were heading to the second academy, and 1/3 were heading to the third academy. Kevin, the boss of the third academy, sighed. This year, the third academy did not recruit any top talents. The number of students recruited was also the least. The students were all young people, full of vigor and vitality, and liked to learn offensive skills. Only a few were interested in Kevin's course. Alas, will they understand it later? Only by living can everything continue, Kevin said, his eyes occasionally glancing at Chu Yun, who was sitting under Gu Pan. He still envied Chu Yun, the ultimate genius, who was full of social skills. Won the first place in the entrance examination, defeated Jiang Bai, and had both strategy and strength. Gu Pan sensed Kevin's gaze and immediately stared at Kevin like a calf. Go away. Stop looking. Chu Yun is already a student of my first academy. There were only a few students on the field, and the first academy only accepted Chu Yun and Gu Yen. Gu Pan stood up and prepared to leave. Then I will leave from the first academy. After saying that, Gu Pan disappeared from his seat in an instant and stopped in front of Chu Yun and Gu Yen. Gu Pan looked like a little old man, but at this time, he was in a vigorous posture. Not at all the drowsy look he had in the canteen. He put one hand behind his back, and the other hand was relaxed in front of his chest, with dots of silver light flashing on the tips of his 5 fingers. This little light may seem insignificant, but it can instantly teleport a person or a group of people thousands of miles away, or cut the target in space. It can even easily control the movement of every grain of dust in a radius of thousands of miles, as long as this silver light flashes. And this extremely powerful silver light is being manipulated by the seemingly insignificant old man in front of him. Gu Yen, Chu Yun. Gu Pan smiled. From now on, you two are students of my first academy. Students of me God's brain Gu Pan. This sentence seemed to have a magical power, which instantly stabilized Chu Yun's mood. This is a kind of self-confidence. Then, let's go to the first academy district. Gu Pan snapped his fingers. 2 silver lights merged. Chu Yun blinked, and before he blinked, he was still under this light curtain, and there were still 3 other seats for the decision-makers in the sky next to him. After blinking, he had arrived at a slightly desolate, but brand new campus. First Academy District. Chapter 256. The Rules of the First Academy. The First Academy area is not big. At least not as big as Chu Yun imagined. The area of the First Academy area is roughly the size of a primary school. On the left is a row of towering school buildings. In front is a bunch of strange and special buildings whose purpose is unknown. On the right is the road to other campuses and an exquisite dormitory. And in the back is a lush forest. These surround a huge battle playground, and the playground is surrounded by a circle of runways. Chu Yun roughly estimated that this is about a 3,000-meter runway. Chu Yun looked around curiously, while Gu Yen stood coldly in place, staring at Gu Pan in front of him. Grandpa, please explain quickly. I'm already very tired. Grandpa? Hearing this, Chu Yun looked at Gu Yen and Gu Pan in surprise. Although both of them were surnamed Gu, Chu Yun had never thought that they were actually grandfather and grandson. It was very reasonable for Gu Pan to accept Gu Yen to the First Academy. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Gu Yen felt the scrutinizing look of Chu Yun and was immediately a little annoyed. I didn't come here because of my status. I'm better than you. Chu Yun did not answer. Chu Yun could not make a conclusion about what kind of combat power Gu Yen had and whether he could compare with Jiang Bai. But Chu Yun believed that Gu Pan was not the kind of person who would shoot without purpose. This Gu Yen must be capable. Gu Pan coughed a few more times. As the saying goes, one should not avoid relatives when selecting talents. Gu Yen is indeed very capable, and has defeated Zhou Li's family. As for whether she can compete with you, Chu Yun, it's hard to say. If half an hour ago, Gu Pan would have definitely replied that Gu Yen was stronger than Chu Yun. But now he dared not say so. Chu Yun was able to defeat Jiang Bai head-on. This was far beyond Gu Pan's expectations. This was an exaggerated record that even Gu Yen could not achieve, which made Gu Pan appreciate Chu Yun more and more. Since Gu Yen was not clear about the battle situation, she only thought that Chu Yun was able to achieve this with the help of the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon. So it was you who defeated Zhou Lejia. Chu Yun couldn't help but look up to Gu Yan and nodded slightly. Zhou Lejia is a top genius, who is only half a step behind Jiangbai. Compared with other geniuses, he is much stronger. When Chu Yun fought with Jiangbai, he actually used his reversal ability to defeat the sea erosion. If Chu Yun were to fight Zhou Lejia now, the outcome would be unknown. This Gu Yan is very strong. Humph. Gu Yan snorted lightly. But she was very happy in her heart. Although she has outstanding talent and strong strength. Because she is the granddaughter of the Holy Sea Gu Pan. She has been burdened with much more requirements than others since she was a child. The success that would satisfy ordinary geniuses would only get a disappointed glance from Gu Yan. But now Chu Yun's extremely serious recognition also makes Gu Yan feel quite satisfied. After humming, Gu Yan stopped talking. There was a slightly awkward atmosphere between the two. Gu Pan laughed and tried to smooth things over. Don't be so reserved. You too. There are only 2 students in the first college this year. You will be classmates in the future. You will definitely be able to make friends. By the way, Yenner, the world outside is not like home. You are already a top genius who looks down on countless people. There won't be so much pressure on you. Gu Pan smiled and patted Gu Yan's shoulder. Your grandfather is here. No one can bully you. This sentence is very important. In this slime college, what Gu Pan said is an ironclad fact. The people that Gu Pan wants to protect. No one can move unless the throne comes. Then, Gu Pan looked at Chu Yun with a smile. Chu Yun was a little scared by being looked at. Yenner, I actually want you to relax and learn more about the ways of the world when you come to Slime Academy. Your skills have reached the pinnacle, and you can progress step by step. But the way is not something your family can teach you, so I want you to follow this Chu Yun and learn how to deal with people, Gu Pan said slowly. During the entrance competition, Gu Pan instantly fell in love with Chu Yun, who was calm, cautious, but leisurely and calm, and had a mind that was far beyond his peers, and wanted to bring Chu Yun to this first academy. He had this idea because Gu Yan was also coming this year, and Gu Pan hoped that Chu Yun could teach Gu Yan how to deal with people. In other words, Chu Yun is your master from now on. What? Gu Yan said in a lost voice. Her voice was almost unable to hold back. Chu Yun twitched his lips, never expecting Gu Pan to arrange it this way. Gu Yan glared at Chu Yun. Although this is what Grandpa meant. I will also learn from you. But don't even think about me calling you master. I know. Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as if he really liked to take advantage of others and call others his apprentice. Seeing Chu Yun and Gu Yan so harmonious, Gu Pan nodded with relief. Because the first college has a small population, there is no way to give you systematic teaching. I have already told the people in charge of the other 3 colleges that if you need to study in class on weekdays, you can go directly to the other 3 colleges as auditors. The teachers will not expel you. Chu Yun was slightly stunned, and then he showed his joy. This is great news. So, although he entered the first academy, he has entered 3 academies at the same time, and he can learn the essence of all these 3 academies. Coming to the first academy is a big win. The other 3 academies are closed for 2 days on weekends. You can take a vacation by yourself, or go out to hunt beasts by yourself. Or, if you need my guidance, just recite my name, title, or honorific, and I will come to help you. The guidance of a saint-level professional. Chu Yun's breathing was slightly rapid. This is what he needs. Looking at the entire Tianfeng Empire, the only place that can get so close to a saint-level powerhouse and receive guidance is in this slime academy. Even in top schools such as Qinsheng and Baiqian, the strongest teachers are only peerless. But Gu Yan was indifferent to this. I think it was because Gu Pan was already her grandfather, so she was not very excited. What interested her was the flexible and independent rest mechanism on weekends, which made her very satisfied. At home, rest time is calculated by the minute. After a short breath, you have to start extremely high-intensity training again. Even on birthdays, there is no holiday. This makes Gu Yan, or tortured, cold and gloomy. She is not like this by nature, but this demeanor is her protective shell. Of course, this cold and gloomy demeanor is also related to her current job. Okay, the specific situation is almost introduced. If you have any questions, you can ask later. Gu Pan snapped his fingers. It's time to go to the dormitory. Chapter 257 Awkward Cohabitation. Gu Pan's fingertips flashed silver light, and Chu Yun and Gu Yan were already standing downstairs of the dormitory building. The dormitory building was very exquisite. Although it was not as good as the villa outside, it was equally exquisite. It had a small garden, an open-air balcony, various facilities, and special rooms. The floors were also high. Although it was not crowded, the number of people who could live there was very small compared to ordinary dormitory buildings. But it was not a problem to have 100 people living in it. This dormitory building is almost 20 years old, but there are not many people living there. And it is renovated every year. So it is still very new. Gu Pan handed 2 keys to Chu Yun and Gu Yen. This is your room key. You will rest here for the next few years. Chu Yun looked at his key, which was a key carved from a strange wooden barrel. The tip had no bumps, but only a faint silver glow. On the tail, 301 was written crookedly with an oil paint pen. Gu Yen, who was standing by, looked at his key and put it in his pocket. All the daily necessities needed in the dormitory are in the room. You don't need to go out to buy them. You can live in the dormitory in one step. Gu Pan finally waved his hand. Tomorrow is Monday. You two should have a good rest today. Starting tomorrow, you can go to other colleges to study on your own, or you can rest without studying. The main point is a flexible time. Strength is cultivated by yourself. I won't force it. Okay. I've said too much. I'm leaving. As soon as the words fell, a silver light flashed, and Gu Pan disappeared from the spot. He is such a casual person in charge, without the dignity of a saint-level professional. But such a person is much easier to talk to than a dignified person. If Chu Yun wants something, it won't be so difficult. Chu Yun and Gu Yen looked at each other awkwardly and walked into the dormitory. The first floor of the dormitory is a hall decorated with a library. A woman wearing glasses and with an elegant figure stopped in it and was flipping through a book. Although few people enter the first college, there are still people. Some people have come in the previous few classes, and this woman is obviously their senior sister. As a newcomer, Chu Yun did not intend to interrupt his senior sister's reading and went up to the second floor. Gu Yen simply ignored the woman and went up to the second floor. The second floor was full of various halls and rooms, which seemed to be used for meeting guests. It was quiet, and no one was there, considering that it was Sunday. Chu Yun and Gu Yan, senior brothers and sisters, might have gone out to play because Gu Pan was now responsible for the entrance exam and had no time. Now that it had just ended, Gu Pan didn't know where to go to relax. Chu Yun and Gu Yen went up to the third floor. For various reasons, Chu Yun and Gu Yen walked at a clear distance. Gu Yen walked to the left against the wall, while Chu Yun walked with the handrail. There was a faint sense of embarrassment in the air. It should be fine to leave a private space when everyone goes back to their rooms. Gu Yen grew up in a dull family training and had never been outside. Everything was very restrained for her. Although Chu Yun had seen many types of people, this was the first time he had seen Gu Yen. For a moment, he had no idea what to say. Going to the third floor, there were rows of dormitory rooms. Chu Yun and Gu Yen stood at the door of 301 and fell into silence. Chu Yun spoke slowly. Gu Yen, I'm in room 301. Which room is yours? I can take you there. Standing at the door like this was awkward. Chu Yun was too embarrassed to go in. I'm also in room 301. Gu Yen spoke slowly. As soon as the words fell, the two of them took out their keys and looked at the room number, and then glanced at the room number of the key in the other's hand. It was 301. Gu Yen quickly stepped back, turned his back to Chu Yun, and quickly dialed the phone. Grandpa, there are so many rooms here. Why do I have to live with others? Gu Pan's slow voice sounded from the phone. What outsider? That's the master. I told you to learn how to behave with the master. So you have to live with him and change all those rigid habits at home. Gu Yen was a little anxious and seemed to want to refute something. But she heard Gu Pan's leisurely answer. Don't forget, this is a test from the family. If you can't do it, Grandpa can't hold you back. So you can only go home. Gu Yen gritted her teeth. I know. This is not only a test from the family, but also a test from Gu Pan. She must not back down at this time. She must be exactly the same as a man. Even if she lives with a man, she should not change her face. Chu Yun stood at the door of the dormitory, carefully concentrating, trying to hear the content of Gu Yan's call clearly, but still couldn't hear it clearly. Gu Yan's expression was very cramped, and then became firm, and it was unknown what he was muttering. Finally, Gu Yan hung up the phone and spoke with some difficulty. Grandpa said that there are no other dormitories, so we can live in one. Okay. Chu Yun didn't care. As long as Gu Yan didn't care. Although this reason was quite lame. Chu Yun didn't intend to expose it. Who knows if it contains Gu Pan's intentions? It would be impolite to ask too much. After opening the dormitory door, the two walked into the dormitory. This dormitory was more spacious than Chu Yun imagined. There was a living area on each side, with a desk, wardrobe, and various living utensils. The bed was on the second floor. The aisle in the middle was very wide, and there was a small sofa. At the end of the dormitory was an open-air balcony and a separate bathroom. It had everything you could need. Chu Yun walked to the left, and Gu Yan also walked to the right at the same time. They each started to tidy up their beds. There was an awkward atmosphere between the two. Gu Yan needed to try his best to maintain the setting that he was a man, while Chu Yun had to turn a blind eye to a lot of flaws, which was quite torturous. For our peace of mind in the future, and to avoid quarrels in advance, let's make 3 rules first. Gu Yan turned around and looked at Chu Yun. First, when one party is sleeping and resting, the other party must be completely silent. Second, you cannot explore any privacy of the other party. Third, you cannot come to the other party's area. Not even a step. If you violate it, move out immediately. Okay. Very reasonable 3 rules. Chu Yun thought Gu Yan would say something about the unequal treaty that oppressed him. But now it seems okay. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Okay. Gu Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. The two began to make the bed, and the sunlight from the window had turned golden yellow. It was already dusk. Chapter 258. Chu Yun, the smart one, and Gu Yan, the stiff one. Chu Yun didn't spend much time to prepare the bed and daily necessities. In this life, Chu Yun's parents went out to adventure early, and Chu Yun grew up by himself in that broken house. So he was very good at taking care of daily life. On the other hand, Gu Yan was so exhausted from making the bed that her hair was messy. How do I fix this thing? Gu Yan helplessly pinched the quilt cover and quilt core. She had no idea how these two things could be combined into a quilt. In the Gu family, her daily life was taken care of by someone. The only thing she needed to learn was to become stronger. As for such a trivial matter as putting on the quilt, she really didn't know. Gu Yan suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Yun's neatly arranged bed, and her body paused. She thought Chu Yun would have the same difficulty as her, but she didn't expect that he could make the bed so quickly and well. Chu Yun was drinking a bottle of water at this time, and he felt Gu Yan's gaze and spoke slowly. If you need my help. No, Gu Yan said awkwardly. We just made 3 rules. You can't come to the other party's area. I won't let you break the contract. Chu Yun didn't care about it. Okay. Just now. Chu Yun said he wanted to help. Firstly, because he was kind-hearted. And secondly, to be a competent master, as Gu Pan said. Since the disciple said he didn't need help, a considerate master like Chu Yun would not force him. Looking at Gu Yan again, who was holding the quilt core and quilt cover with a messy face, Chu Yun drank water and walked out of the room. According to Gu Yan's progress, I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it by bedtime. We'll talk about it then. Pick up the phone and open the group chat. Chu Yun and the other 4 have opened a new team group called A Loving Family. I am the nanny. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Has everyone finished cleaning up? I am the nanny. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Let's go to the canteen and see if there are any delicious foods. All expenses of the Slime Academy are provided by the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire. It is very likely that there will be ingredients and dishes that cannot be seen outside, which is worth looking forward to. I am a crispy person. Please protect me, Xiaojinshi Yunzi. I have finished packing. I am a crispy person. Please protect me, Xiaojinshi. How about going to the first canteen? Beloved animals, Yunmu. Okay. I am a nanny. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Here I come. I am a crispy person. Please protect me, Xiaojinshi. Step. A ball of air. Yin watching. Huh. I haven't packed yet. You go first. I'll be there soon. Chu Yun smiled and went downstairs quickly to the first canteen. Although everyone has gone to different colleges, it is still easy to get together. In the dormitory, Gu Yan's hand stopped in the distance. Chu Yun actually left. Her refusal just now was actually a bit arrogant. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun, who played straight, did not understand her meaning at all. Or maybe he had understood it, and just took advantage of her refusal and slipped away. Gu Yan gritted her teeth and fiddled with it again. This feeling of being ignored was the first time, which made Gu Yan very unwilling. But no matter how unwilling she was, she still couldn't do it. First canteen. Yunzi. This way. Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu had already arrived, and Chu Yun quickly joined them. Yin Ruoqing said she needed some time. Let's try the canteen of Slime Academy first. Xiao Zhencher clenched his fist and pointed his thumb at the tall and wide 5-story restaurant behind him. The aroma of food even ran outside the canteen. Even though Xiao Zhencher was a second-generation rich man who had tasted all kinds of delicious food, he was still tempted by the food. Let's go. Let's go. Chu Yun, Xiao Zhencher, and Yun Mu walked into the first cafeteria while talking and laughing. This cafeteria is self-service, and you don't have to pay for any food, because the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire have already paid for it, and the students here just need to eat as much as they want. Xiao Zhencher walked to a barbecue window and looked at the barbecue inside with a little surprise. Could the meat here be? Yes, it's the meat of the gala crocodile. The barbecue chef smiled and said, this is a fierce beast of the Star Glory level, and its meat is also one of the few edible fierce beast meats. Eating it can invigorate your spirit and replenish your blood. Do you want some? We want all 3 of us. Xiao Zhencher was very excited. The gala crocodile is an edible beast that is extremely powerful to ordinary people, but too weak to be truly powerful. Eating it is very good for the body. In the past few decades, wild gala crocodiles have been hunted to extinction, and the gala crocodile breeding system has only recently been established. I didn't expect that it would be immediately supplied to the Slime Academy cafeteria. It's Qingxian fruit. Chu Yun looked at a plate of light green fruit at the fruit and vegetable area and was slightly startled. This fruit is very precious and has the effect of improving eyesight. Eating one can effectively relieve the negative effects of blindness. It is the main material for preparing the blindness antidote potion. Drinking it regularly can also eliminate all eye fatigue. A Qingxian fruit costs at least 100,000 Tianfeng national currency. But I didn't expect it to be so casually placed here, like ordinary fruit for people to enjoy. Look, there are yay vegetables here. Yun Mu looked at a plate of stir-fried vegetables in surprise. Yay vegetables are a kind of wild vegetable that only grows in the sun. Except for growing in the sun, any other ecology is completely random. It can't be planted artificially at all, and you can only go out to pick it. I didn't expect such a rare yay vegetable to be so much fried here. Slime Academy gathers all the precious resources of the entire Tianfeng Empire, and has the strong support of the top leaders of the Tianfeng Empire. You can see anything that you can't see normally here, and it's all very normal. But this did not prevent Chu Yun and the other 2 from shouting and feeling happy. A young man with gorgeous clothes and an arrogant demeanor came over with a plate. Seeing Chu Yun and the other 2 talking and laughing, and looking fresh everywhere, he immediately showed a look of disdain. Slime Academy is good in everything, but this is not good. Every year, these poor ghosts, who have never seen the world, are recruited. The young man was dressed very luxuriously, and there were several followers behind him. The followers immediately echoed, that's right. One of the followers comforted him as if mocking, Master, you can't say that. The time we have to enter the Guanghai training tower depends on buying it from these poor kids. Hee hee. That's true. Ha ha ha. The young man and his followers laughed very badly. Chu Yun took the barbecue plate from Xiao Zhencher and walked up to the young man. Say it again? The young man was stunned and said viciously, I say. You poor guys. Pa! The barbecue was smeared on the young man's face. Chapter 259 Hong Yuan Long. The plate and the barbecue slowly fell from the young man's face. The young man's face, which was covered with oil, suddenly showed a furious look. The followers behind him were also stunned. How dare you attack me? It's your face that accidentally hit my plate. Chu Yun replied indifferently. Just before making a move, Chu Yun had already observed the surroundings. It seemed that the young man's arrogant and domineering attitude had been going on for a long time. The people around him were used to it, and were unwilling to look at him. Even Chu Yun's confrontation with him did not attract any attention. Therefore, Chu Yun was completely sure and confident to slap the barbecue on his face. You are the one who slapped this plate of barbecue on my face. The young man stamped his feet in anger, and the followers behind him nodded one after another. Chu Yun turned his head to look at Xiao Zhencher and Yun Mu. Is that so? No. Xiao Zhencher shook his head firmly. Then he must protect Yunzi. No. Yun Mu said lightly. She would naturally protect Chu Yun. The young man was furious. You lowly person. Do you know who I am? I am Hong Yuanlong, the son of the confidential minister. If you mess with me, You will suffer. Chu Yun thought about it. And he had no impression of this name at all. It has nothing to do with me. You? Hong Yuanlong was so angry that his head could spit fire. It was Chu Yun who slapped the barbecue on his face just now. And now he said it had nothing to do with him. Hong Yuanlong pointed at Chu Yun, suppressed his anger, and ordered the followers around him. Go. Go and teach him a lesson. Slime Academy does not prevent students from sparring with each other, as long as there are no casualties. The rest is up to you. This is not that Slime Academy condones evil, but that Slime Academy only recruits top talents in all aspects. If you can't even stand this, it means that you have shortcomings. So you can only appease them and send them out of Slime Academy. Gu Pan did not tell Chu Yun about this rule. Chu Yun understood it when he saw Hong Yuanlong ordering his followers to attack him. In Slime Academy, regardless of one's social status, the school rules are the same for everyone. Here, talent is valued, not origin. Even if Hong Yuanlong attacked Chu Yun, it meant that this was not against the rules. Not because Hong Yuanlong had a strong background. This also meant that Chu Yun could strike first. Ha! The two followers roared and attacked Chu Yun. These two followers were actually mid-level Star Glory professionals. One at level 54, and the other at level 55. Chu Yun held the plate in one hand, and put the other hand behind his back, looking at the two followers running over with a look of contempt. The combat experience was too poor. There were so many flaws. The lack of these details may not matter when facing a ferocious beast, but it is extremely fatal when facing humans. Chu Yun was too lazy to use the Staff of Life Source, and even too lazy to punch. With a diamond body, he swept two Star Glory. Sweep kick. Chu Yun let out a huh, and directly swept one person to the ground, and then kicked another person in the stomach. Ah! Cough. The man's eyes widened, showing an unbelievable look, spitting blood, and was kicked away by Chu Yun. Although Chu Yun's original profession is a weak doctor, his physical fitness is now far superior to most of the Star Glory frontline injury-resistant professions. Even without the Staff of Life Source, it is more than enough to beat some ordinary geniuses. You? Hong Yuanlong was shocked, and several followers behind him also retreated. Untouchable. Tell me your name. Say it again? Chu Yun looked at Hong Yuanlong coldly. His eyes were sharp and serious. Although Hong Yuanlong refused to admit it, he was sure in his heart that if he said those two words again, Chu Yun would kick him in the face without hesitation. Hong Yuanlong gritted his teeth, but he couldn't lose face anyway, so he could only pretend that he didn't understand what Chu Yun meant, and slowly said, "Tell me your name." Chu Yun smiled. He who knows the times is a hero. Not bad. My name is Chu Yun. You must remember it. Chu Yun waved at Hong Yuanlong, and then left with Xiao Xincher and Yun Mu, chatting and laughing. Hong Yuanlong stood there. His expression turned blue and purple, and then turned pale in an instant. Chu Yun, isn't this the first place in this year's entrance examination? Chu Yun defeated Jiang Bai, the first place on the Tianfeng Empire Genius list. Hong Yuanlong's legs suddenly became weak, and he hurriedly left with a few followers. He was not in the mood to eat this meal. Yunzi, will that guy come to retaliate against you? It's okay. I have people to support me. Chu Yun laughed. Besides, I should also establish a more ruthless personality, so that there will be fewer people who cause trouble in the future. Chu Yun's idea is that as long as someone hears Chu Yun's name or sees Chu Yun, they will not dare to move. The three of them picked some food and found a place to sit down. The students around them kept watching Chu Yun and the other two, talking quietly. Some were afraid of Chu Yun's decisive and ruthless actions, while others were excited and admired Chu Yun for daring to challenge the evil young man. Not long after, Yin Ruoqing also rushed over. Oh my god! Chu Yun, you just beat up a young master? The word beat is too strong. It's just that the young master accidentally pressed his head into my plate. Chu Yun said slowly. It is an indisputable fact that Chu Yun beat up two followers of Hong Yuanlong. Yin Ruoqing gave Chu Yun a blank look. You're talking too lightly. After that, she started to eat heartily. A big part of the reason why she came to this slime academy was to eat here. Seeing Yin Ruoqing eating like a little rabbit, Chu Yun and the other two laughed. And at the same time, they began to eat like a whirlwind. Get food. Eat it. Get more food. Eat more. Chu Yun sat in his seat and burped. Chu Yun tried almost everything on this floor, and he was very full. Let's go. Yunzi. I'm going back first. Let's go. Let's go! After Chu Yun and the other four had enough, it was time to go back to their respective dormitories to rest. Anyway, they could chat online. So they rested early to prepare for the first class tomorrow. Yun Mu. See you tomorrow morning? Okay. Yun Mu didn't think too much about it. She thought Chu Yun was inviting her to a breakfast together. She nodded slightly and turned to leave. But she never thought that Chu Yun would go to the second college as an auditor of the first college tomorrow. Chu Yun got up slowly and prepared to go back to the dormitory. But Chu Yun took a look at the food on the shelves around him and finally sighed softly. Forget it. In order to avoid being hungry at night, I'd better bring some supper back. Or maybe someone wants to eat. Chapter 260 Straightforwardness defeats slenderness. When Chu Yun returned to the dormitory, it was already dark. But the dormitory 301 was on, and someone had already turned on the lights. Chu Yun walked into the dormitory carrying a bag of steamed buns, barbecued meat, and some pastries. Chu Yun looked at Gu Yen in shock. Although Chu Yun saw that Gu Yen was not good at hands-on work, he never expected that Gu Yen didn't even put in a quilt and quilt cover. This is a bit outrageous. Could it be that this young master, or young lady, has always been a novice? Gu Yen saw Chu Yun walking back, turned around suddenly, and her face flushed. What's the matter with this weird expression? But Chu Yun understood that Gu Yen must have been fiddling with the bed for a long time, but didn't make any progress, and definitely didn't eat dinner. Chu Yun raised the bag in his hand. Want to eat something? Gu Yen looked at the bag in Chu Yun's hand, which was emitting a strong aroma, tempting her gluttony. What good things has she not eaten? It's just that she is really hungry now. Gu Yen forced her head to turn aside. I am not hungry. If I'm not hungry, I will eat. In fact, Chu Yun was already very full. But if Gu Yen didn't want to eat, then he would definitely eat. Because Chu Yun didn't like to eat food that was heated and then cooled. Seeing Chu Yun's serious look as if he was about to eat, Gu Yen was a little anxious. Was Chu Yun really not going to ask any more questions? Although I'm not hungry, the food you brought back is quite delicious. Gu Yan's stomach growled, which made her blush. Can you give me some food? Sure. Since Gu Yen wanted to eat, Chu Yun didn't plan to eat it, and directly handed over the whole bag of food. Gu Yen was stunned for a moment, stretched out her hand to take it, and shouted in a very light voice, "Thank you." She immediately opened the bag, took out a bun and started eating. Although she was very hungry, she ate very elegantly, and it was obvious that she had a very deep upbringing. Chu Yun glanced at her bed again. Do you want me to help you make the bed? Gu Yen chewed a bun, her face buried low. Please. Chu Yun nodded slightly, stood up, and walked into Gu Yan's area. The 3 rules at this time seemed to have been invalidated. At this point, Chu Yun already understood why Gu Pen wanted him to be Gu Yan's master. A character like Gu Yen, who was extremely awkward and a little arrogant, was really hard for ordinary people to handle. Chu Yun considered himself a more straightforward person, so he was chosen by Gu Pen. Could this be the legendary straight ball overcomes arrogant? The bed utensils on both sides were the same. Chu Yun made his own bed quickly, and now it would be even faster to make up the bed that had been made once. In a few seconds, he put the quilt cover and quilt core together, which had troubled Gu Yen for a night. In Gu Yan's silence and embarrassment, Chu Yun shook the quilt and spread it flat on the bed, clapping his hands. Done. It doesn't look easy. Gu Yen slowly ate the buns and said slowly, It turns out that it is so difficult for the servants at home to make the bed for me. I always thought it was easy before, but it also requires in-depth learning and training. It's actually very easy. Chu Yun spoke, ruthlessly interrupting Gu Yan's excuse. Gu Yan's face instantly turned red with anxiety, and she didn't know how to start, while Chu Yun looked at her seriously. But no one is born with the ability to make a quilt. This is normal. If you don't know how to do it, just learn it. If you don't know how to do it, just ask. It's no big deal. Since Gu Pan has already let Chu Yun be Gu Yan's life master, then Chu Yun will naturally do his best. After all, Gu Yan is Gu Pan's grandson, granddaughter, and it is absolutely right to please her. Chu Yun smiled. Will I laugh at you if you don't know these? Gu Yan was stunned. A tear flashed in her eyes, and there was a warm light. Then Chu Yun immediately said, Of course I will laugh at you. The atmosphere fell into stagnation. Just ignore what I said just now. Chu Yun actually wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Why is it so awkward on the spot? Chu Yun believes that he is not a rigid person. He brags and talks with Xiao Zhenqian and Mu Yanruoking in his own group. But he is restrained in front of Gu Yan. Perhaps it is because Chu Yun and Gu Yan are not familiar with each other. Gu Yan's nose was red. "Don't even think about me calling you master." She turned her head, facing Chu Yun, and ate the bag of food silently. Chu Yun touched his nose awkwardly. He pretended not to hear what Gu Yan said just now. And Chu Yun actually didn't care about the title of master. And he didn't have any special fetish. "Go to bed early. We have to go to the second academy tomorrow. Don't secretly drop little Pearl in the quilt. And you won't be able to sleep all night and feel gloomy the next day." This was a sharp remark. And Gu Yan almost broke down. "Don't say it anymore." "Okay." Chu Yun accepted the advice and stopped talking. He lay back on the bed and started browsing his phone. Xiao Zhenqi and the other two have also returned to their respective dormitories. "I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. What are your roommates like?" "I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Who knows about family members?" "My roommate is a pure cold otaku." Lying on the bed, Chu Yun glanced at Gu Yan, who was eating below, and was sure that his adjective was not wrong. "I am crispy. Protect me, Xiao Zhenqi." "Oh, Yunzi. Don't talk like that." "I am crispy. Protect me, Xiao Zhenqi. My roommates are all quite normal. But too normal. Suspected to be a bit gay. Loves small animals, Yun Mu. I don't pay attention to my roommates. A ball of air, Yin Ruoqing. My roommate likes to rub my face. Do you have any idea?" After talking a lot in the group, Chu Yun started to browse various platforms again. These platforms are chasing the hot topics of current affairs, which can allow Chu Yun to quickly understand what has happened recently and keep up with the times. Breaking news. Breaking news. Jiang Bai, the first genius of Tianfeng Empire, was defeated. When Chu Yun saw this title, his eyebrows jumped. He seemed to have known what was written inside, but he still subconsciously clicked in to take a look. Because Chu Yun was extremely curious, isn't Slime Academy a very hidden academy? How did this news leak out? Breaking news. According to a confidential minister who did not want to be named, Master Hong Yuanlong, Falling Nine Heavens Jiang Bai had a world-class battle with Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon Chu Yun recently. The final result was regrettable. The strongest genius of Tianfeng Empire was defeated by the young body of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chapter 261, a brand new list of geniuses. Chu Yun's mouth twitched. What outrageous news! Not to mention other things. The news about the confidential minister, young Master Hong Yuanlong, who did not want to reveal his name, was already outrageous. But with this kind of news, it is not bad to block the field of vision. Outsiders believe that Chu Yun's real combat power depends on the golden egg. So the shock and effect brought by Chu Yun's own powerful combat power suddenly attacking will be more significant. But Chu Yun really wants to cultivate the golden egg. Now the golden egg is hard to wake up. Not to mention fighting. It has been sleeping in the beast ball, and is in standby mode. Chu Yun can't find anything good to cultivate it. He still has to find an opportunity to meet Hua Feng, to go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon as soon as possible. After swiping his phone a few more times, Chu Yun saw big news that suddenly popped up. The latest list of Tianfeng Empire geniuses is out. Chu Yun subconsciously clicked it in. Jiang Bai, who had been firmly in the first place, has fallen to second place. And Shou Lejia, who has always been the second place, has even dropped to fourth place. Now Gu Yan is in third place. And Chu Yun is in first place. This is the newspaper of the professional temple in Kyoto. Its authority is unquestionable. But the reason why Chu Yun and Gu Yan are on the list is dry. Among the dazzling achievements of other geniuses, Chu Yun and Gu Yan's achievements are ridiculously few. First place, Chu Yun. Title, Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. Reason for being on the list, defeated Jiang Bai. Chu Yun looked down. Second place, Jiang Bai. Title, Luo Jiuyan. Reason for being on the list, the greatest successor of the sea god. Defeated the golden beast four-eyed four-winged bat in the Bronze Age. Defeated 3 silver-level peaks. In the Golden Age, he trampled through the ancient ruins, dispersed the deepest pollution, and swept away the evil beasts of the Black Wind Mountain. In the Diamond Age, he defeated the long-established star-level peak master, and crossed the sea to the Wind Rage Empire alone. In the star-level age, he obtained the incomplete body of the sea god's scepter, and officially rose up, crossing the impossible natural chasm to defeat the throne level. The reasons for Jiang Bai's being on the list are countless. filling up an entire page of the phone. And every one of these things would make other geniuses proud for most of their lives. But these proud achievements were so exaggeratedly gathered together, all accomplished by Jiangbai. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Jiangbai was indeed very powerful. Chu Yun, who had always been invincible in the same period, felt very difficult and almost lost. Third place, Gu Yan, reason for being on the list, defeated Zhou Lejia. Although Chu Yun's identity introduction was already monotonous enough, Gu Yan's was even more monotonous than Chu Yun's. After all, Chu Yun had a well-known golden holy dragon cub. Gu Yan was truly unknown before. And now, he didn't even have a title. Chu Yun glanced at Gu Yan, who was still sweating while packing up daily necessities. The granddaughter of the Gu Saint. I don't know what powerful ability she has. In this world, professions are not inherited. Parents may be warriors, but their children may be mages. What parents can bring to their children is more the rarity of the profession itself and the individual's combat power. For example, if both parents are rare professions, the children born are likely to be rare professions. But what exactly is this child's rare profession? Before the full-time ceremony, it is not easy to draw a conclusion. So although Gu Pan is a space mage, Gu Yan should not be. Chu Yun flipped through the post and found that it had not been long before the discussion below was very intense. The netizen with the highest number of likes asked a simple and crude question. How could Jiangbai be defeated? Immediately after this question, a netizen replied, Poke. It's the golden holy dragon. Then there were a lot of questions about the identities of Chu Yun and Gu Yan and a lot of verbal battles. Due to the lack of various information, the verbal battles of these netizens were just floating roots. What shocked Chu Yun even more was the timely update of the Tianfeng Empire Genius List. But the more timely it is, the more it can show its authority. Chu Yun read the news again. It was getting later and later, and Chu Yun was ready to go to bed. However, Gu Yan was still sorting, but her movements were getting more and more confused and slower. Although she had finished the bag of food, she seemed to have no energy at all. Whether she was tired or something, Chu Yun really couldn't bear it. Stupid. Can't you search the internet to do something? In this fucking developed internet age, there are actually people who are so stubborn. Chu Yun was still thinking about whether he could make her see things more clearly. However, for a guy like Gu Yan who knows nothing except training and fighting, it seems reasonable that she subconsciously searches Baidu when she doesn't encounter something she doesn't understand. Gu Yan quickly took out his mobile phone and searched online for how to take care of his daily life, and then fiddled with it very clumsily. Chu Yun turned over and got out of bed. I'll help you. If I don't help you, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep tonight. Gu Yan didn't mention the 3 rules, but said in a very low voice, Why do you want to help me? Because I am the master appointed by your grandfather Gu Pan. If I don't help you, Gu Pan will definitely make things difficult for you in the future. But Chu Yun certainly wouldn't say that, but said lightly, If you can't sleep tonight and make a lot of noise, it will affect my sleep. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Do you understand? Gu Yan is such a proud person that she would never owe anyone a favor. She had to take care of it right away for her own reason. Otherwise Gu Yan would definitely do this and that again. Having suffered a loss just now, Chu Yun would never take advantage of the completely unnecessary advantage in his words this time. Chu Yun suddenly sighed. I didn't expect that at such a young age. I seem to be living like an old hand. Despite his size, Chu Yun's hands were not slow, and he managed Gu Pan's area in a few seconds. Chu Yun straightened up and patted his slightly dusty hands. Okay. Now you should have no problem resting. You can see where I put the various daily necessities. If you are not used to it, you can adjust it yourself. Go to bed early. After saying that, Chu Yun yawned and went to wash up. Gu Yan's hands were suddenly empty. She seemed to have nothing to do, and sat on her bed in a daze. Chu Yun finished washing up, and walked out with his upper body naked. Gu Yan, who looked lonely, was shocked instantly. Ah, you put on clothes for me. Ah, got it. Shouldn't you be a man now? Chu Yun wanted to complain like this, but due to various factors, he didn't complain. After putting on his clothes, he turned over and got on the bed. Putting down the phone, Chu Yun quickly closed his eyes. Indistinctly, he seemed to hear Gu Yan's weak voice. Thank you. Chapter 262, Second College. Class 1. The next day, Chu Yun and Gu Yan got up early and went to the first canteen near the second college area to meet Yun Mu. Yun Mu pointed at Gu Yan. a little confused. It's a long story. Let's talk while eating breakfast. When facing people other than Chu Yun, Gu Yan no longer had that reserved look, but was extremely simple and cold, and indifferent to people thousands of miles away. Yun Mu was a calm person and didn't care about Gu Yan's expression. But Chu Yun was not happy. Don't have such a depressed expression when you go out. It's hard to imagine that you are a good person when outsiders see you like this. Gu Yan pulled the corner of her mouth and revealed an extremely ugly smile. Forget it. You'd better not smile. There's a long way to go. A long way to go. The three of them walked into the cafeteria, took some food and started to sit down to eat breakfast. During breakfast, Chu Yun also explained the specific situation to Yun Mu. Yun Mu nodded. So that's how it is. Students of the first academy. Can you come to the other three academies as auditors to study? That's pretty good. Originally, their team was separated into several different academies for further study in order to learn from others. Unexpectedly, students of the first academy were already able to do this. Then I'll take you two to my class. How about it? No problem. Chu Yun nodded. In a place like Slime Academy, there shouldn't be any useless classes. You can learn something as long as you go there. Gu Yan also nodded, but didn't say much. Hee. Chu Yun, the first genius of Tianfeng Empire, is coming to our class as an auditor. Yun Mu laughed. She also saw the latest list of geniuses of Tianfeng Empire last night, and Chu Yun's name was ranked first. Gu Yan raised her head in surprise. The first genius of Tianfeng Empire. It's the one sitting next to you eating noodles without any image. The usually quiet Yun Mu is now a little active. She is very happy that Chu Yun can achieve this result. Chu Yun was slurping noodles without any image, which attracted many students around him to look at him and talk about it. That's Chu Yun. Is that the person who defeated Jiang Bai? That person is not quite accurate. It should be that person's spirit pet. Chu Yun didn't care about the discussions around him. There were jealous sarcasms and flattery in these voices. But in Chu Yun's eyes, these were not as important as the bowl of noodles in his hand. Some people pointed at Gu Yan. That's Gu Yan, right? Looks so mysterious. There is no information about this person. Slime Academy is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. One of the prizes of fame is to be noticed all the time. Chu Yun and Yun Mu didn't care much about these, but Gu Yan felt a little anxious. If we're done, let's go. Gu Yan held the bun in her hand and ate it in big mouthfuls. She didn't want to be watched like a monkey here anymore. She didn't really like this bun. But Chu Yun brought her this bun last night. Eating this bun gave her a strange sense of security. The three of them quickly finished their breakfast and left the canteen. Not long after the three of them left, a figure wearing a hooded sweatshirt flashed into the canteen, picked up a portion of fried dough sticks and soy milk, and left here like lightning, leaving a trace of electricity in the air. Is that Zhou Li's family? Yes, it's Zhou Li's family. He looks more like a master when he comes to get food like that. The students nearby agreed. Second college. Each grade in the second college is divided into 10 classes, and the classes are arranged according to the student's performance in the entrance examination. Because Yun Mu was at the bottom, he was assigned to class 1, which is the strongest class. But many students in class 1 were not interested in Yun Mu. You have no fighting power. You can only retreat and fight. Ha! You can only be at the bottom in class 1. After Yun Mu walked into the classroom, 2 or 3 students immediately made sarcastic voices. There are a total of 25 students in class 1, and each of them is a very strong genius. A genius among geniuses. And each has his own pride and character, which is very unique and cannot be disciplined by ordinary people. The students in class 1 who had already arrived in the classroom either looked at Yun Mu with playful eyes, wanting to see how Yun Mu would respond, or ignored him and chose to stay out of the matter. Yun Mu frowned and wanted to refute, but she found a hand patting her shoulder, supporting her immense strength. Yun Mu, I'll do it. Chu Yun walked into the classroom, half leaning against the wall, smiling at the students in class 1 who were almost all in shock. A girl couldn't help but cry out, Chu Yun? Instantly, the whole classroom burst into discussion. They were extremely shocked by Chu Yun's arrival. Chu Yun? Aren't you in the first academy? Chu Yun clapped his hands. Everyone, I am Chu Yun. From today on, I will study in this class as an auditor. I hope you will not embarrass me. Chu, of course. Don't embarrass my teammate Yun Mu. Do you understand? The faces of the students who had started to embarrass Yun Mu, suddenly darkened. One of them gritted his teeth and spoke. Even if it's Chu Yun. So what? You are just a beastmaster who relies on the golden holy dragon. I'm afraid your body is so fragile that it will break with a single knock. Shut up. Gu Yan's cold voice sounded. And she walked in from outside. The students in the classroom were shocked for the second time. Gu Yan? How come two heavyweight characters suddenly appeared in the classroom? Although they are all top-notch among the top. Each of them dares to compete with the geniuses on the Tianfeng Empire genius list, but this goal must be below Zhou Lejia. From Yishan, who was previously third, to Dishu, who was at the end. They always dared to challenge. And after losing, they thought they were only one step away. But facing Zhou Lejia and even Jiang Bai, who is even higher, they can only look up. Jiang Bai and Zhou Lejia. Well-deserved gap-level existence. And these two gap-level supermasters, who are almost undefeated myths, were suddenly defeated by Chu Yun and Gu Yan. How can this not make these geniuses afraid? Gu Yan spoke slowly, her voice cold. Everyone. I am Gu Yan. From today on, I will study in this class as an auditor. I hope you will not embarrass me. Gu, of course. Don't embarrass my roommate Chu Yun. And my friend Yun Mu. Do you understand? The whole class fell into silence. They never thought that Yun Mu would suddenly have two big hands to support him. At this time, a flash of lightning flashed outside the class. Zhou Lejia walked in with fried dough sticks and soy milk. His sleepy look in the morning was immediately awakened when he saw Gu Yan. Chapter 263, the first theory class with explosive content. After the explanation, Zhou Lejia showed a strange look. Auditor? Yes. Chu Yun and Gu Yan both nodded. Zhou Lejia squeezed and loosened the dough stick in his hand, and looked at Chu Yun seriously. Can I ask you? How did you defeat Jiang Bai? This is Zhou Lejia's hard knot. He has challenged Jiang Bai countless times. And he knows very well how terrible Jiang Bai is. But this Chu Yun in front of him can actually defeat Jiang Bai, who can wield the incomplete body of the Sea God's scepter. Chu Yun thought about it, and looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan shook his head. I have no grudge against him. It's just a normal exchange. How Gu Yan defeated Zhou Lejia is also a mystery. Anyway, now that Gu Yan is one of them, Chu Yun decided to ask her what she meant. And Gu Yan didn't seem to have a bad impression of Zhou Lejia. Chu Yun nodded and looked at Zhou Lejia and smiled. Brother Zhou, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zhou Lejia took out his phone. Let's add each other as friends and talk about it when we have time. Okay. Chu Yun and Zhou Lejia added each other as friends. Chu Yun's avatar on social software is a physical combat nurse with muscle bumps all over her body, while Zhou Lejia's avatar on social software is a hand that is madly pulling a sweater. Does this mean that it will produce static electricity? What a strange avatar. On the other hand, Zhou Lejia also thought Chu Yun's avatar was very strange. Chu Yun was a relatively handsome and thin person. Why was his avatar so rough? After the two added each other as friends, they didn't have to talk about this matter so anxiously. Not long after, several more students came to the classroom, and the original 25 people were all present. Chu Yun looked around and felt a little strange. Why don't I see Yishan? Yishan, who was ranked 3rd before, and is now ranked 7th, is actually not in class 1? He also entered the 2nd academy. Yishan was eliminated too early, and didn't even make it to the final time of the entrance competition. So he only went to class 2. Zhou Lejia said lazily. Although Yishan is also a top master praised by the world, he is nothing in Zhou Lejia's eyes. Chu Yun nodded. Yishan was indeed eliminated by him too early. He didn't even make it to the back. Although he is strong enough, he can't enter the first class due to comprehensive factors. Gu Yan listened to all this quietly. The ordinary exchanges between these students were so new to her. Yun Mu also listened quietly. Unlike Gu Yan, she felt very comfortable listening to Chu Yun's conversation. Not long after, the class bell rang. Chu Yun walked into the classroom tremblingly with a cane. The peerless professional came to teach them. The students in class 1 were breathing a little harder. They didn't expect Chu Yun to come to teach them. Good morning, students. Chu Yun glanced at the 25 students in the class, then looked at Chu Yun and Gu Yan, who were sitting at the end, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Last night, Gu Pan and the 3 college leaders talked about the auditor. It was nothing, as they had always done so in the past. But Gu Yan's identity was really special. If something else happened, The three leaders really didn't know how to deal with it. Pan was happy. Everything will be arranged by Chu Yun, putting these things behind her for the time being. Chu Yun smiled and spoke. I won't go into all the formalities. Anyway, congratulations on coming to Slime Academy and to Class 1, which I teach. In order not to waste my time and your youth, let's get down to business right away. Chu Yun waved her hand, and 27 textbooks flew out and landed in front of the students. Let's turn to the first page right away. Chu Yun spoke very quickly and densely, and almost every word was a knowledge point. The most important thing Chu Yun taught was how to compress the time of each move, even if it was compressed by 0.1 seconds. And these compressed times added together would be an unparalleled fast move. Taking the lead, some students' foreheads were already sweating when they were only halfway through the lecture. These inner soft. Too profound. Chu Yun stopped talking and added, our classes will be filmed and recorded by surveillance cameras. And finally said to our class group, it doesn't matter if you don't understand now. Just listen. And replay it after class to appreciate it yourself. Suddenly, several students breathed a sigh of relief. And Chu Yun instantly sped up the teaching speed. When the mage is channeling skills, it is not necessary to immediately put all the magic power and focus on the staff or the ball. Chu Yun had a great insight. What Chu Yun taught is all real stuff. Yes, I didn't think of these before. If I do this, the release speed of each of my skills can be almost 0.25 seconds faster. This is only the first class. The teaching is so practical. When most students feel that the teaching is profound or difficult, Chu Yun feels that it is very helpful and nods frequently. Zhou Lijiao beside him also nods continuously and takes notes quickly. 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the bell rang. Chu Yun walked out of the classroom with a cane. 10 minutes of break between classes. We will have practical exercises in the next class. Most of the students in the class breathed a sigh of relief. No longer tense. They thought that this first class would be very easy, but they didn't expect it to be so dense and continuous. Wow! The teaching is too difficult. As expected of Slime Academy. I came to the right place. Why can't I understand anything? Complaints and discussions were intertwined, and many people looked at the seats in the back. Chu Yun, Zhou Lijiao, Gu Yan, and Yun Mu were actually talking. Brother Zhou, I think what Shi Jusai said just now is very good. The action we are used to does not necessarily mean the fastest. That's right. Just by listening to this class, I can be sure that my strength has improved a little bit. Zhou Lijiao was very satisfied. A genius like him had already reached a bottleneck and could not make any progress. The benefits brought to him by this class were very clear. What is taught here is completely different from the style at home, and it is very useful. Gu Yan also nodded. Yun Mu sensed the blood pill in his body. My speed of attack is faster. Chu Yun had originally prepared to learn nothing here, but this class gave Chu Yun clear progress. What you think all day is not as good as what you learn in a moment. Ah? Yun Mu, Gu Yan, and Zhou Lijiao looked at Chu Yun in confusion. Chu Yun recalled that the history of this world is different from that of the previous life, and there is no such sentence in this world. He smiled awkwardly. Just treat it as something I said casually. The bell rang. The theory class has been completed for one class. The practical class begins. Chapter 264, Speed Test. Although there is a 10-minute break between classes, many students are still tense and nervous about the next class. This is only the first class, and many students are already under great pressure. This is Slime Academy. If you learn a little slower, you will be exhausted. I can't understand those contents at all. Look at those people. They look relaxed. While talking, these students looked at Chu Yun and others who were talking and laughing, and their hearts were full of mixed feelings. Even if they are all called geniuses, there are still differences between them. Many students cheered up, and Chu Yun leaned on her crutches again and motioned the students to leave the classroom. Go out to the playground as fast as you can. Chu Yun glanced at the students in the class. Let me see your skills. The theory class of Class 1 is on the 10th floor of this building. Although all the students in the class are Diamond Star level professionals, it is still difficult to go down to the first floor and the playground without using some tricks. The word self means that props such as teleportation scrolls are not allowed to be used. Everything depends on your own ability. If it doesn't work, go downstairs by climbing the stairs. Zhou Lijiao stood up first. Everyone, I'll go first. The surging thunder instantly covered Zhou Lijiao's whole body. With a whoosh, The thunder took Zhou Lijiao out of the classroom and flew down the 10th floor, landing safely on the playground far away from the site. This set of actions took less than half a second and was completed in one go. Not bad. She nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. As expected of a top genius, she is always extraordinary among this group of students. After Zhou Lijiao went to the playground, the remaining students showed their abilities. A student ran on the spot. A cloud of dust gathered under her feet, and then she quickly rushed out of the classroom and climbed down the stairs. In less than 15 seconds, she reached the playground. Although there was a clear gap between her and Zhou Lijiao's grades, the ability she showed had already far exceeded the requirements of reaching the level of genius. A student jumped directly from the 10th floor. His strong body directly shook the ground concave when he landed on the ground, and then ran to the playground at full speed. Although he omitted a lot of time climbing the stairs, his speed was not fast, and it took more than 30 seconds in the end. The remaining students also started to go to the playground, some fast and some slow, but in the end no one could reach a speed of less than 10 seconds, which was a far cry from Zhou Li's half a second. Yunmu stood in the corridor, circulating the blood pills in his body. Begin the beast transformation, the soaring winged giant bird. Orc. Begin the beast transformation. The beast transformation is complete. Beast transformation target, the soaring winged giant bird. Behind Yunmu appeared a giant bird with its wings spread. This giant bird was just a phantom, but it was extremely clear and lifelike. Then, Yunmu waved his arms, and the wings of the giant bird behind him quickly rose, driving Yunmu to fly high. She is flying. It is an extremely rare flying ability. Awesome. Many students were surprised. Flying ability is an extremely rare ability. When you reach the throne level, you can walk in the air. But below the throne level, flying is an unattainable ability, and its rarity is no less than the invisibility ability. But because of many transportation tools and magic props, this flying ability has become a bit useless. But it is extremely effective at critical moments. Any ability given by external objects is far less powerful than when you have it yourself. Yunmu landed smoothly and stood on the playground. It took 7 seconds. Besides Zhou Lijiao, he is the fastest person. In the back, Gu Yan snapped her fingers. A shadow made of dark fog appeared beside her. This shadow looked about 70% like Gu Yan. Gu Yan snapped her fingers again, and the shadow rushed out like a loyal soldier, flipped over the railings of the corridor, glided down in the air with the inertia of running, and arrived on the playground. Gu Yan in the classroom was covered with black fog, and the next moment, Gu Yan's body had arrived on the playground. Now in the classroom, it was the dark shadow. Gu Yan on the playground snapped his fingers again, and the black shadow clone in the classroom dissipated. A look of surprise flashed in Shiwan's eyes. It took 3 seconds. Not bad. 3 seconds. A number that makes people look up to it. And this is just the black shadow used to hurry on the road. If it keeps changing its shape in the battle, its strength is obvious. Chu Yun walked out of the classroom, stood in the corridor, and looked at the crowd gathered on the playground. Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, do you want to summon the Golden Holy Dragon to ride? Many people's eyes sparkled, looking forward to seeing the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon with their own eyes. However, Chu Yun denied this idea. That's not necessary. Chu Yun shrugged. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Yun decided not to use his full strength even in the Slime Academy, and the golden egg had to be deeply protected, trying his best to show the others a posture of I can beat you up even without the Golden Holy Dragon. In this way, those students who were abused by Chu Yun and cried will have a deeper respect for Chu Yun. Chu Yun is so strong. Then how terrifying will the Golden Holy Dragon cub that Chu Yun is famous for be? In fact, the golden egg has been asleep and can't exert much strength at all. Chu Yun's current combat power is only the body. How can you get through without the Golden Holy Dragon? Chu Yun's body is just a doctor. Haha. Does he want to run down the stairs? Then he will definitely be the last one. Several students speculated with a little malice. The profession of doctor is not very mobile. Chu Yun laughed. And then he clenched his fist, and the staff of life appeared in his hand. This staff is a small tree? Such a pure breath of life. What kind of weapon is this? Their mocking expressions turned into surprise. Just now, many students had to take out weapons to release skills, and those weapons had their own mysteries. But these knowledgeable geniuses did not show any waves but the staff of life in Chu Yun's hand. The vast breath of life was too abundant. This is not at all like an equipment that a student can use. Chu Yun held the staff of life and smashed it to the ground. Gravity reversed. Chu Yun's body became lighter. And then Chu Yun grasped the staff of life source, jumped up, and stepped out of the railing. At this moment, Chu Yun was walking in the air, leisurely and comfortable. The students, who were already very shocked, were horrified at this time. A throne-level strongman, walking in the air? Chu Yun has a throne level? Chapter 265 Test of Reaction Speed. Chu Yun certainly didn't have the throne level. Not even the star level. This was just the effect of walking in the air simulated by flying in anti-gravity. But Chu Yun's effect was achieved by being able to scare these students. Chu Yun frowned slightly and smiled. Chu Yun understood that she had seen through the logic of why he could fly, and most likely also understood his intention to do so. After all, she was a peerless professional. She had a sharp eye. No doubt. However, Chu Yun didn't seem to have any intention of exposing Chu Yun at all, and there was even some appreciation in her eyes. Chu Yun quickly landed, put away the staff of life source, and joined Yun Mu Gu Yin. Chu Yun. 8 seconds. Chu Yun read out the number. 8 seconds may seem like a lot, but it is still far better than all other students. And the sight of Chu Yun walking in the air still leaves many students in shock. Finally, all the students reached the playground. Chu Yun, who was standing on the railing outside the classroom, raised her cane and took a step forward, like an ordinary old man. But in the next step, she teleported directly to the playground and continued to walk with her cane, with no change in her movements. Your performance is okay, Chu Yun commented lightly, although not as good as the previous class. It is barely at the level of Class 1. Many students were agitated and showed dissatisfaction. But soon they calmed down. When Chu Yun said this, she couldn't help but look at Chu Yun, Shou Lejia, Gu Yananmu and others. Although the other students were of lower level, but these top geniuses were still extremely exaggerated. Chu Yun hadn't seen top geniuses of this level for decades. Before the practical class, I will briefly explain the concept of this class. In the battle formation, everything can be used to the extreme. Fighting is not something that must be fair and above board. If a move can deceive or pass or be faster than all enemies, then use it boldly, because what you need is not fair and above board, but victory. Many students were silent. I understand. Then let's start. Chu Yun tapped the ground with her cane. The ground of the playground suddenly flashed with a layer of silver light. And then, 27 beasts appeared in front of the students in an instant. The students drew their weapons in panic, only to find that these beasts were just frozen in place. Frozen in the ferocious moment of baring their fangs and claws. Motionless. And they looked exactly the same. These are all beasts projected by the projection device of the Academy, Chu Yun explained. They have the same strength as real beasts, but they are under control, so they can be stopped at the right time, and are the best training materials. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. The principle of these projected beasts should be somewhat similar to the beast projection of Yun Mu's half-orc. In fact, the projections of these beasts have become so substantial that even their attributes can be seen clearly. Wind-breaking pig. Level, 55. HP, 566100000. Running wind after entering combat. The wind-breaking pig's movement speed increases by 5,000%. Attack speed increases by 500%. Attack power increases by 100%. And defense power is reduced to 25%, which lasts until the attack is released, and lasts for a maximum of 1 second. Passive skill. Escape at the sight of the wind. The wind-breaking pig immediately enters the out-of-combat state, and increases its movement speed by 20%, which increases to 100% after 5 seconds as the duration increases, and lasts for a maximum of 30 seconds. Groundless. The wind damage received by the wind-breaking pig is reduced by 50%. Every time the wind-breaking pig moves 1 meter, it will gather a wind blade around it, and then attack the surrounding enemies, causing wind damage based on the wind-breaking pig's 5% health limit. When an enemy is attacked by multiple wind blades in a row within 3 seconds, the damage will be aggravated, up to 30%. Passive skill. Chu Yun thought he saw it wrong at first glance, but found that he was not wrong at the second glance. After the elite combat state, the movement speed of the wind-breaking pig can be increased by 5,000%? Is this number a bit unreasonable? Could it be that the wind-breaking pig itself is very slow, and it will be very fast with this bonus? The students talked about it. The practical task of the next week is to successfully defeat the wind-breaking pig, Chu Yun said slowly, if you can successfully counterattack the wind-breaking pig in this class. You can choose not to come to the practical class in the next week. Anyway, you will practice with the wind-breaking pig here. You can review the theory class or take a rest, etc. Whatever you want. If you still can't counterattack successfully by Friday, then don't blame me for occupying your rest time on Saturday and Sunday. After these words came out, many students were eager to fight. After all, they were one of the billion selected from the entire Tianfeng Empire. How could they be afraid here? Come on! A young man holding a dagger was full of confidence. In terms of speed, he was confident enough. A stagnant wind-breaking pig standing in front of him began to move. Swoosh! The wind-breaking pig hit him, and the surrounding strong winds were blown away around the wind-breaking pig. Too fast. The young man widened his eyes, and was hit by the wind-breaking pig in an instant, and was knocked flying. Ahem. The young man crawled on the ground, showing an unbelievable look. This is too fast. Even though he was confident in his speed, he was unable to fight back against this wind-breaking pig. There were also many students around who did not believe in evil, and they all activated the wind-breaking pig in front of them. For a while, many people were knocked away on the entire playground. After being knocked away, the wind-breaking pig quickly returned to the initial stagnant state. After all, this was just a projection. Try slowly. Don't rush. You don't have many choices on the battlefield, but you do here. Practice your own reactions. Chu Yun scolded a student using a big sword. Since you want to be fast, you can't use swinging in this situation, but use sweeping? Do you understand what I mean? Understood. The student using the big sword was startled, and immediately changed the big sword's use method as Chu Yun said. And the maximum speed suddenly increased a little bit. A little bit added together will be an extremely obvious speed bonus. And these students have already prepared for a week of torture here. Except a few top geniuses. Yunmu closed his eyes, and a blood pill in his body began to melt. A leopard waiting for an opportunity gradually appeared and lurked behind Yunmu. It was covered with strong muscles all over its body, and its 4 legs seemed to be stepping on the cold wind. It was obvious that it was good at speed. Orc. Start beast transformation. Beast transformation completed. Beast transformation target. Ghost hunting leopard. Chapter 266 Core Fire Chip. Hunting. When the ghost hunter leopard chooses a unit in the out-of-combat state to attack, it will immediately attack the target, converting 50% of the damage into evil attribute damage, causing an additional 10% true damage, reducing the target's movement speed by 40%, and causing it to fall into a state of fear for 5 seconds. Passive skill. Devouring ghosts. When the ghost hunter leopard causes damage to soul and evil attribute enemies, it will cause an additional 20% true damage. The ghost hunter leopard will devour the enemy's soul. After killing a unit, it will increase the upper limit of health by 10% of the upper limit of the killed unit's health for 600 seconds, and restore 20% of the health. A wind-breaking pig moves in front of Yunmu. Swoosh! The wind-breaking pig breaks through the surrounding strong wind and rushes towards Yunmu. Its speed is so fast that it may not even take a moment from movement to collision. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can fight back. But Yunmu is faster than it. The soul-hunting leopard behind him drives Yunmu to fly and attack, and slaps the wind-breaking pig on the cheek before it hits him. Boom! The strong air wave spreads. The projection of the wind-breaking pig dissipates instantly. Chu Yun shows a satisfied look. Student Yunmu took the lead in fighting back against the wind-breaking pig. Today's class can end at any time. The students around looked at Yunmu with complicated expressions. Many of them thought that Yunmu was just a guy backed by Chu Yun and Gu Yin, and he had no strength at all. But she easily slapped everyone in the face. On the side, Zhou Lijia took his hands out of his pockets, and thunder flashed. The wind-breaking pig in front of him started to move and instantly hit Zhou Lijia's eyes. But no matter how fast the wind it knocked away it was not as fast as thunder. Zhou Lijia's fist full of thunder suddenly hit the body of the wind-breaking pig. The wind-breaking pig screamed, and its whole body completely dissipated. Zhou Lijia put his hands full of thunder and lightning into his pockets again. It's a piece of cake. Student Zhou Lijia also succeeded. Many people nodded. It was very reasonable for Zhou Lijia to achieve this result. And several people tried to challenge the wind-breaking pig, but all of them failed without exception. Too fast. Therefore, Yunmu and Zhou Lijia, who succeeded, were even more admired by them. They used their hard power to force themselves to be faster than the wind-breaking pig. Gu Yun also decided to give it a try. Shadow. She snapped her fingers, and her shadow appeared beside her. The stagnant wind-breaking pig immediately started to move, rushing towards Gu Yun crazily. At the moment of the collision, Gu Yun and the shadow changed their shapes and easily avoided the collision. Then she shook her right hand, and a giant sickle taller than a person appeared in her hand. Shwa! The giant sickle slashed, and the wind-breaking pig immediately dissipated into the air. Gu Yun also succeeded. Not bad. Not bad. Chu Yun applauded and praised. Student Gu Yun used the technique of using a fake body to lure the enemy, and then using the real body to counterattack, which is very good. All of a sudden, the three top talents have successfully passed the test of the wind-breaking pig. Now the only top talent left is Chu Yun. Chu Yun held the staff of the source of life and knocked on the ground. Guardian shield reversed. A thin film shield appeared on Chu Yun's body, which seemed to be there and not there. The wind-breaking pig suddenly woke up and rushed towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun did not dodge or avoid, and let the wind-breaking pig hit him. Boom! The wind-breaking pig successfully hit Chu Yun. Many students showed disdainful expressions. Chu Yun relied on the golden holy dragon to become a top genius, but his body was still too young. But when the smoke and dust cleared, Chu Yun did not fly backwards, but the wind-breaking pig flew backwards. Chu Yun stood there safely. The wind-breaking pig that was knocked to the ground wailed and quickly dissipated. The students were in an uproar. Student Chu Yun's responding to changes with constancy is also good. But Chu Yun's constancy is a preemptive preparation when he already knew there would be changes. This is also a fast link, but it is more advanced. Chu Yun looked at Chu Yun, and it was difficult to hide the admiration in her eyes. Not bad. Not bad. I seem to understand why that old Gu insisted on taking you in. Really good. Chu Yun said, as if she had never tried to win over Chu Yun before. In fact, she always wanted to recruit Chu Yun to the second academy. But in the end, he was accepted by Gu Pan. Chu Yun's response method also inspired many students. These students no longer pursued the ultimate speed faster than the wind-breaking pig, but instead studied one step faster from many aspects, and successfully defeated the wind-breaking pig. Seeing these students start to think, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile with some relief. Your abilities are really beyond my expectations. As she said that, she took out 4 things that looked like chips from the storage ring, and handed them to Chu Yun and the other 4. This is the core fire chip. With them, you can enter the Guanghai training tower for training. Each chip has a time limit of 1 hour. The Guanghai training tower should be explained and opened a week after the new students enter the school. But I see your strength and situation. If you hide it, it will be misleading. You can use these core fire chips first. Chu Yun and others nodded and took it. What is the use of the Guanghai training tower? Zhou Lejia held the chip and felt it was heavy and very substantial. This chip is definitely not simple. The Guanghai training tower is a tower that cuts off the past and future of the fierce beasts and reflects them in it. Inside, you can see all kinds of beasts and fight them. Chu Yun smiled and said, the beasts inside are both real and fake. The real thing is that they were beasts that really existed in a certain period of time. The fake thing is that their current form is no longer the same in reality. But this form is locked in the Guanghai training tower. And the difference between them and the projection is that if you kill the projection, it is just a projection. And killing them is just like killing a real beast. And you will drop experience and materials. The Guanghai training tower is full of beasts. A real upgrade Holy Land. Chu Yun explained the situation of the Guanghai training tower clearly. Chu Yun and the other 3 were excited. Especially Chu Yun. I am only level 45 now. Although I can still compete in this session, my level is too low. I may not be able to compete with the previous sessions. I must upgrade as soon as possible. Complete the job transfer. And reach Xingyao. Chu Yun secretly clenched his fist. Yunmu put away the core fire chip and asked, how can I get this chip? After a week, each person will be able to receive 1 chip every day or exchange chips from the school and buy chips from other students. Chapter 267 Blackmail. After hearing this description, Chu Yun already understood the saying what is meant by poor students being the nourishment of rich students. The core fire chip is extremely important. Its value in infinitely spawning monsters is self-evident. It may even be one of the most important resources in the Slime Academy. And each student only has 1 hour share per day. In the eyes of rich students, money is inexhaustible. While in the eyes of poor students, Money and the core fire chip are equally important. After weighing the two, some people will choose to sell. As one grows stronger, the other loses. The rich students will become stronger, while the poor students will become weaker. Although the resources are the same at the beginning, the final results are different. Yunmu held the chip in her hand tightly. Her family was not rich, but she would never choose to sell it. Zhou Li's family's only goal was to become stronger, so they naturally did not intend to sell the core fire chip. Gu Yin had no feelings about money, and did not intend to sell it either. Chu Yun thought about it. Excuse me, how much is this core fire chip worth per hour? Shi Wan was slightly stunned. Do you want to sell this core fire chip? For any top master, Shi Wan did not recommend them to sell the core fire chip, because it would slow down their leveling speed. Of course not. Chu Yun definitely did not intend to sell it. On the contrary, Chu Yun was planning to buy it. Now that you know the price, you can save money and buy the core fire chip. I see. Shi Wan nodded. She didn't expect Chu Yun to consider buying someone else's chip when he just got the core fire chip. This kind of on-the-spot thinking and reaction is really good. I don't pay much attention to the transactions between students. I only know that the price of the core fire chip fluctuates every day, because the specific price is based on the number of core fire chips willing to trade on that day. About 7 days ago, the price of the core fire chip for 1 hour was around 40 million Tianfeng national currency. 40 million. Hearing this number, Yunmu almost stopped breathing. And the core fire chip in his hand seemed to become even heavier. If you sell the core fire chips you receive every day, it is equivalent to a net profit of 40 million every day. Although the price fluctuates every day, the wealth that can be obtained is still shocking. No wonder poor students would choose to sell it. It's hard not to be tempted by this price. And 40 million is still a relatively low price. Shi Wan pondered for a moment. If we compare the average price with the previous price, it's probably 50 million. Chu Yun just nodded slightly. I understand. No matter how high or low the number is, it doesn't make sense to Chu Yun. All Chu Yun needs is to know a rough number. No matter how much money it is, it can be easily earned by relying on the reversal system. Zhou Lijia asked on the side. What is the situation of exchanging chips in school? In addition to the Xinhua chips issued daily, you can also accept tasks on the school bulletin board to complete. Shi Wan gave the 4 people some advice on how to search the school bulletin board on their phones. Some of these tasks are posted by students, and some are posted by the school. The rewards for the tasks posted by students are listed on the bulletin board. The rewards for the tasks posted by the school are rewarded with contribution points. You can spend the contribution points to exchange for the core fire chips in the school treasure pavilion. Slime Academy is a 4-year system. Chu Yun and his classmates are freshmen who know almost nothing. Therefore, most of the students who post tasks or speak and discuss on this bulletin board are sophomores and above. The task bar has a general task bar, which is also divided into the school task bar and the student task bar, and even subdivided into the core fire chip reward task bar, the Tianfeng national currency reward task bar, and the rest of the reward task bar. There are so many different things. Chu Yun even saw a student task to help find a cat, and the reward was 1 million Tianfeng national currency. There are quite a lot of local tyrants. Chu Yun couldn't help but sigh. After asking Shi Wan a few questions that the freshmen didn't understand, Chu Yun and the other 2 left the playground amid the bright eyes of their classmates. Zhou Lijia walked out first. 3 of you. I have some personal matters, so I won't go with you. Before leaving, Zhou Lijia looked at Chu Yun again. Let's chat later on the communication software. Okay. After Zhou Lijia left, Chu Yun and the other 2 decided to go to the Duankong training tower. The layout of the Slime Academy is that the 4 colleges form a square at the 4 corners, and there are various buildings outside the square. The 4 canteens were set up in the center of the sideline, and the Duankong training tower was right in the center of the 4 colleges, towering up to the sky. Chu Yun and the other 4 quickly approached the Duankong training tower. The closer they got, the taller the tower seemed. What a tall tower. It must be hundreds of stories high, Yunmu murmured. And this tower has some spatial dislocation. Although it is said that it is larger when it is closer and smaller when it is farther away. We can't see the Duankong training tower at all on the college playground. And it is so huge when we get closer. The work of the great power of space, Chu Yun exclaimed. Although no one said it explicitly, Chu Yun had a vague feeling that this Duankong training tower was built by Gu Pan. A saint-level professional is only 1 step away from creating the world. As a space mage, it must not be difficult for Gu Pan to create a broken flow space. When Gu Yin saw the Duankong training tower, her expression became a little complicated, but she still said nothing and just followed Chu Yun. There were many students gathered under the Duankong training tower. In addition to those who were about to enter the Duankong training tower, and those who had just left the Duankong training tower, there were also a large number of people squatting here, ready to purchase or sell the core fire chips. Seeing Chu Yun and the other two coming, a senior student immediately came over. Hey, everyone. Are you planning to buy the core fire chips? Or are you planning to sell them? The senior student looked at Chu Yun and the other two with sly eyes, and immediately defined them. You don't look like you have much money. More importantly, the senior student has determined that Chu Yun and the other two are freshmen who have just enrolled. Except for freshmen, no one would be curious about the appearance of the Duankong training tower. You must have a prop called the core fire chip in your hand. Right? The senior student showed I am very generous look. It's useless to keep this thing in your hands. So let's do this. 1 hour chip. I will buy it for 1 million Tianfeng national currency. Wow. 1 million. That's a lot. Chu Yun showed an exaggerated smile. The senior student was surprised. So you agree to the deal? I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Agree to shit. Chu Yun's face fell instantly. You open your mouth and ask for 50 times the profit. You are really ruthless. Chapter 268 Dongqing Gang. The senior student was stunned. He had never expected Chu Yun to reveal the market price right away. Behind Chu Yun, Gu Yin and Yunmu also showed him contempt. It is normal for businessmen to pursue profits. But this way of eating is too exaggerated. Chu Yun also responded to this person with contempt, then walked past him and stepped forward. The face of the senior student suddenly turned red. It turned into the color of pig liver. You three. You really don't want to drink the toast. He looked at Chu Yun fiercely. It is against school rules to rob the Xinhui chip. But it is not included in the list if I teach you a lesson. The senior student's momentum rose sharply, and the strength of the early Xingyu level began to emerge. A surge of energy erupted from his limbs, and his power expanded. Extremely fierce. This was the powerful might of a master in the entire Tianfeng Empire. In an instant, the senior student was filled with a violent red light and attacked Chu Yun. The sound of breaking wind. This was his riotous attack out of anger. Chu Yun snorted. Don't overestimate your own abilities. The staff of life source instantly appeared in his hand from the storage ring, and green light flashed among the branches and leaves. Healing reversed. At the same time, Chu Yun did not point the staff of life source at the senior student, but directly smashed the staff of life source at the senior student. Chu Yun had learned in Shi-Wan's theory class that spells fly faster at 7 steps away. But within 7 steps, it is better to attach the spell directly to the staff and hit the target directly. Because it is faster, the staff of the source of life filled with green light hit the body filled with fierce red light. The warm green light was like a piece of ice that would not melt, and it immediately melted on the iron. Bang! The explosion sounded. The senior student was immediately knocked back by the impact force, rolled on the ground for a few times, and was completely unconscious. He was extremely angry and attacked with all his strength, but was killed instantly by Chu Yun's backhand. Many students were watching around, thinking that this senior student could teach Chu Yun and the arrogant freshman a lesson. But they didn't expect to be killed instantly, and their faces changed for a while. Li Tianlu, who can use the power of the devil, was defeated in an instant. Who is this person? So strong. Some students, who are sharp-eyed and follow current affairs, immediately found the clues. Several students exclaimed, "This is the world's #1 genius. Chu Yun, who defeated Jiangbai. What? He is the lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. Why didn't I see the Golden Holy Dragon? He is really strong." The gold content of the genius list has not been broken. Many people were extremely surprised. Yunmu didn't say much about this. She knew that Chu Yun was so powerful. But Gu Yan's expression was a little complicated. It was the first time she saw Chu Yun take action. He was decisive and powerful. If she was the one dealing with this move at this moment, she would have to use some real skills to dodge it. She also discovered Gu Yin standing behind Chu Yun. Gu Yin, the third on the genius list. What a gathering of strong people. For a moment, these senior students looked at Chu Yun and Gu Yin, and did not dare to gather forward. Instead, they looked at Chu Yun and the other two from a distance, talking about it. But there was even some pity in their eyes when they looked at Chu Yun and the other two. It's a pity that this rising genius will soon be defeated. Li Tianlu is from the Dongxing gang. How dare they attack casually? I remember that Ma Cheng, a backbone of the Dongxing gang, was near the Duankong training tower. Hearing the news, he must have rushed over quickly. Chu Yun frowned. What is the Dongxing gang? Just now, when I was browsing the bulletin board and taskbar, I seem to have come across the name of this gang. But Chu Yun didn't have a deep impression. Next to him, an enthusiastic senior student answered. The Dongxing gang is one of the 3 major gangs in Slime Academy, in charge of the core fire chip transactions among Slime Academy students. The guy you just beat is from the Dongxing gang. You should leave quickly. If you are discovered by the backbone of the Dongxing gang, you will definitely be retaliated by them. Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Senior. Chu Yun smiled and nodded to this person, looking at a figure rushing in the distance. But it seems too late to leave. Moreover, Chu Yun did not intend to escape. Since someone was going to pick a fight with him, he would fight back strongly and establish his prestige in this Slime Academy, in order to avoid being provoked wherever Chu Yun went. This was the sadness of a newbie here. Chu Yun did not want to be a newbie. If he wanted to be one, he would be a big boss. Only a big boss could calm the situation. Soon, the figure approached. This was a young man in a dark brown robe, with a sharp look between his eyebrows. He looked at Li Tianlu, who was unconscious on the ground, frowning. Who is it that dares to hit someone from our Dongxing gang? It's me. Chu Yun took a big step forward, and the staff of the Source of Life slammed on the ground with a clang. This guy wants to blackmail me and sneak attack an 18-year-old comrade like me. Is this good? This is not good. So I knocked him to the ground. Do you have any objection? Ma Cheng was stunned. He never expected Chu Yun to be so tough. Instantly, Ma Cheng was furious. Okay. You attacked my Dongxing gang disciples for no reason and spoke so rudely. I must teach you a profound lesson. Oh. Hey. Don't you understand what I'm saying? He wanted to blackmail me and attack me. Chu Yun snorted and slammed the ground again with the Staff of Life Source. I advise you. Take care of yourself and reflect on yourself. In the future, don't try these tricks anymore. School should value peace. You talk too much. Ma Cheng interrupted Chu Yun's endless chatter with a cold look. I don't care if you are the first on the genius list. Anyway, you will be defeated by me soon. The genius list only includes geniuses under 20 years old. And those who reach 20 years old will no longer be recorded on the genius list. Ma Cheng is already over 20 years old, although he did not make it to the genius list back then. After several years of upgrading and training in the Slime Academy, he has been countless times stronger than he was back then. And he also has infinite confidence that he can crush the geniuses on the genius list, who are not even 20 years old. Whether it is Jiang Bai or Chu Yun, Ma Cheng doesn't take it seriously. Let me break this miracle that this year is the most prosperous year for geniuses. Ma Cheng shook his arms fiercely. The strength of the peak of the star glory level erupted. 2 double swords filled with scorching flames appeared in his hands. Doomsday Ashes Slash. Ma Cheng roared, wielding the double swords and slashing vigorously. The raging flames, that were almost impossible to extinguish, gathered towards Chu Yun. Fire flew all over the sky. Chapter 269. Entering the Duankong Training Tower. The expressions of the students around were very cautious. It can be seen that Ma Cheng's move must be very powerful. It's Ma Cheng's Doomsday Ashes Slash. Ma Cheng used this skill as soon as he attacked. It seems that he really wants to kill Chu Yun in one move. Chu Yun's situation is dangerous. Facing this move of flames all over the sky, the students here expressed that they were not optimistic about Chu Yun. It's not that Chu Yun is weak, but that Ma Cheng's move is really too strong. But what once again exceeded the expectations of these students was that Chu Yun did not show any panic at all, and did not even frown. In Chu Yun's eyes, this endless flame was not a big deal at all. As for Ma Cheng, Chu Yun didn't even take him seriously. You think you can challenge a real top genius? Chu Yun raised the Staff of Life Source. Death-saving field. A layer of green light surged from Chu Yun's body. The extremely strong vitality floated in the air, easily extinguishing the flying flames. It was like a fire in the forest. But the growth rate of the forest directly covered the spreading flames. Ma Cheng's double swords became extremely dull. Ma Cheng was stunned. The most powerful move he was confident in did not work, and was easily counterattacked by Chu Yun. He is the backbone of the Dongxing gang. He is a well-known figure in the entire Slime Academy. He is powerful. Why can't even Chu Yun? Miraculous healing reversed. Chu Yun didn't give Ma Cheng any time to think. He hit Ma Cheng's head with a staff. Green light exploded. Ma Cheng's mouth was bleeding. His eyes rolled back. And he fell to the ground, completely unconscious. From Ma Cheng's attack to his kneeling and unconsciousness, the whole battle lasted less than 1 minute. Ma Cheng, who has always been domineering and powerful, was defeated like this? There are also many members of the Dongxing gang on the field. You dare to hurt our backbone. We, the Dongxing gang, will not let you go. These members grabbed 2 defeated subordinates, who had fainted and ran away in disgrace. Many students around applauded. Good. Good. I've been displeased with the Dongxing gang for a long time. The Dongxing gang manipulates the price of the Xinhua chip every day, causing everyone to complain. The Dongxing gang's eating style is really ugly. Chu Yun fights well. Chu Yun accepted their praise with a smile. Now it seems that the Dongxing gang is really not a good thing, and the Dongxing gang controls the transaction of Xinhua chips. Chu Yun will definitely be involved in this aspect in the future. It's time to start preparing to erode the base of the Dongxing gang. Chu Yun thought as he brought Gu Yin and Yun Mu to the entrance of the Duankong training tower. There were several middle-aged men in black uniforms standing at the entrance. They were the guards guarding the entrance of the Duankong training tower. Many students were coming in and out of the entrance. We want to enter the Duankong training tower. Chu Yun and the other 2 handed over the core fire chip obtained from Shi Wan. The guard checked it, looked at Chu Yun, and nodded slightly. I saw your fight just now. It was very good. This year's freshmen will definitely cause a stir in this slime academy. After that, the guard began to introduce the rules of the Duankong training tower. You are new here, so I will explain it to you in detail. In the future, you can enter this Duankong training tower as long as you hold the core fire chip with remaining time. Before entering, you can also choose between single-player challenge and team challenge, with different difficulties. The minimum number of team challenges is 2, and the maximum number is 5. Everything gained in the Duankong training tower belongs to the fighter. After the remaining time of the core fire chip is over, the challenger will instantly move out of the Duankong training tower. If it is a team mode, the entire team will be forced to withdraw from the challenge. So please make your own decision. Okay. Thank you very much. Chu Yun nodded. Yun Mu, Gu Yin, the 3 of us will try it separately for an hour first. And then when everyone is together, we will try the 5-person team joint challenge. How about it? Yun Mu nodded. No objection. Gu Yin lowered his head and thought for a while, and also nodded. Okay. The 3 of them held their own core fire chips, and walked to the huge light blue teleportation array under the Duankong training tower. A mechanical sound rang in Chu Yun's mind, and 2 options appeared in front of Chu Yun. Single challenge, team challenge. Single challenge. Chu Yun's body flashed, and he was instantly teleported into the Duankong training tower. This is a space that seems like a void of nothingness and a broken flow. Countless stars are at the farthest point of sight, bringing a little light to this place. Chu Yun lowered his head and looked at the core fire chip in his hand. The chip flashed the number 60. 60 minutes left. We have to hurry. Chu Yun took a step forward. The moment he took a step, Chu Yun felt that he had stepped over a 1,000-foot peak and crossed a vast ocean. This feeling was extremely mysterious, yet extremely real. Then, a fierce beast appeared in front of Chu Yun. No, not just one, but a whole tribe of fierce beasts appeared in front of Chu Yun. This is a group of amphibious fierce beasts living by the water. They wander here, as if the surroundings are really where they live. But in fact, this is a void of starry sky. The broken sky training tower breaks the time and space of fierce beasts in various places and times, and actually moves them to this place. Mysterious. However, Chu Yun didn't have much time to appreciate the magic of the Duankong training tower. He only had 60 minutes, and had to level up quickly. A sturdy lizard suddenly turned its head, and came over. It had already discovered Chu Yun. Brutal Earth Ring Lizard. Level, 55. HP, 566100000. Rhythm Brutal Earth Ring Lizard will constantly switch rhythms during battle. Brutal Earth Ring Lizard's attack power increased by 40%. Defense power increased by 40%. Critical strike rate increased by 10%. Critical strike damage increased by 40%. Lasting for 10 seconds. After the duration ends, The movement speed increases by 20%, and the attack speed increases by 40%, lasting for 10 seconds. After the duration ends, it will switch to the previous bonus. Passive skill. Brutal Hunting. Brutal Earth Ring Lizard will use the power of the earth to slow down an enemy, reducing its movement speed by 40% for 10 seconds. When the duration ends, it will imprison the target for 2.5 seconds. Ruthless Hunting. Brutal Earth Ring Lizard will cause an additional 20% earth element damage when attacking a unit with reduced movement speed, and will give Rhythm a double bonus when attacking, which lasts for 10 seconds. Passive skill. Chapter 270. Jiangbai's approval. The moment it saw Chu Yun, this brutal ground ring lizard rushed over. They are extremely aggressive, and will hunt all creatures of their kind in sight, including humans. It crawled quickly, and was unstoppable. A layer of khaki light circle vibrated out from the lizard's head, and hit Chu Yun instantly. This layer of light circle immediately covered Chu Yun's feet. Chu Yun suddenly felt his steps extremely slow, falling into the ground ring. Movement speed is reduced by 40%, lasting for 10 seconds. When the duration ends, it is imprisoned for 2.5 seconds. Looking at the brutal ground ring lizard running over, Chu Yun let out a low sigh. Reverse Earth Ring. Earth Ring reverse rules begin. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Earth Ring has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Earth Ring movement speed increased by 40%. Lasts for 10 seconds. When the duration ends, all movement restriction effects are immune, lasting 2.5 seconds. Instantly, Chu Yun's speed soared, and he walked like a flying bird. The cruel Earth Ring lizard was stunned, and did not expect that Chu Yun was not slowed down, but sped up. Chu Yun raised the Staff of Life Source and aimed at the cruel Earth Ring lizard. Healing reversed. The green light shot out and directly pierced the cruel Earth Ring lizard. This brutal Earth Ring lizard was killed instantly before it even had time to wail. Chu Yun's damage was high enough to easily kill a star-level beast. The experience ball was released, and Chu Yun's experience value increased by a small section. After all, it was a cross-level monster kill, and this experience value was already very considerable. After this brutal Earth Ring lizard was killed instantly, the remaining brutal Earth Ring lizards all sensed the unusual movement and looked towards Chu Yun. The next second, this group of brutal Earth Ring lizards rushed towards Chu Yun. In this habitat, there are at least hundreds of brutal Earth Ring lizards of all sizes. But in Chu Yun's eyes, these brutal Earth Ring lizards are just experience packs. It's no threat at all. Chu Yun picked up the Staff of Life Source and started to slaughter quickly. Outside the Guanghai training tower, a white-robed student holding a broken scepter was walking slowly into this place. The moment he walked in, many students around him showed awe. It's Jiangbai. Unlike the extremely unfamiliar Chu Yun, Jiangbai's deeds and achievements are countless and can be checked at any time. There is no doubt that he is powerful, except for guys like Ma Cheng who don't believe in the genius list. Most of the senior students believe that they have no chance of winning when facing Jiangbai. Jiangbai held the incomplete body of the sea god's scepter and calmly asked the people around him about the situation. He also held a core fire chip in his hand. So that's how it is. This Guanghai training tower is really useful. Jiangbai nodded slightly, and suddenly his body paused. The sea god's scepter was unrestrained and overflowed with some water elemental power, because he sensed a familiar breath in the air. The breath of life. Jiangbai was very familiar with this breath of life. Did Chu Yun just come here? Jiangbai asked suddenly. The students around were shocked. They didn't expect Jiangbai to ask this. Yes, Chu Yun has entered the Guanghai training tower. He just defeated the members and backbones of the Dongqing gang here, answered a senior student. Jiangbai was thoughtful after hearing this. Several people nearby could not hide their curiosity. Did Chu Yun really defeat you? Or was it just a fabrication? Yes. Chu Yun is unknown. How could he suddenly defeat Jiangbai? I guess the Golden Holy Dragon is so powerful. Although Chu Yun just killed 2 people easily, they still didn't think Chu Yun could defeat Jiangbai. Moreover, Chu Yun's most important Golden Holy Dragon did not appear. At this time, the discussion around was getting more and more intense, and more people came over to watch Jiangbai. But to their surprise, Jiangbai simply nodded. Yes. Jiangbai nodded. Chu Yun defeated me head-on. After that, Jiangbai walked to the Guanghai training tower and used the core fire chip to enter the Guanghai training tower. Jiangbai did not say anything else because what Jiangbai said was the truth. He was the credibility. He was the authority. After this sentence fell, no one spoke for a long time. The whole audience was silent. They were all in shock. No one expected Jiangbai to answer so decisively and decisively. The strength that can defeat Jiangbai head-on. This Chu Yun is not simple. Is the Golden Holy Dragon Cup so powerful? Many students around the Duankong training tower took out their mobile phones and passed on the news. Some even left quietly to tip off their superiors. This Chu Yun is a first-class powerful figure. In the future, the Slime Academy will likely make Chu Yun stir up a storm. Inside the Duankong training tower, Chu Yun had already killed all the brutal earth ring lizards in that nest. Although these beasts would drop experience and even materials after death, their bodies would quickly turn into light spots and dissipate, and no longer exist at all. The beasts here are all fragments intercepted from the past, and they do not really exist in the world. They should only be like projections, but they can really gain benefits after killing them. The power of the Holy Throne is truly unfathomable. After Chu Yun killed the last beast in front of him, his experience increased rapidly. But he was still a little short. Finally reached level 57.99%. In the Duankong training tower, you can encounter a large number of beasts almost every few steps. And the monster spawning is extremely efficient. Chu Yun looked at his core fire chip, which had the number 1 on it. And only 1 minute left. Well, there is still 1 minute. Although it says 1. In fact, there may not even be 1 minute left. It is less than 60 seconds. Chu Yun hesitated for a moment, and felt a sense of blessing. See if I can spawn another monster? Thinking about it, Chu Yun took a step forward. At a certain time in a certain space, a fierce beast was intercepted and appeared in front of Chu Yun. The moment the fierce beast appeared, a domineering and familiar golden fire element energy surged to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was stunned. The fierce beast in front of him, no. It should not be a fierce beast. It is an extremely majestic tall fierce beast. Golden all over. Extremely huge. And when its wings are spread, it emits endless golden fire light. Its majestic and domineering head slowly twisted and looked at Chu Yun. After Chu Yun saw its appearance clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Golden Holy Dragon. Chapter 271 The Golden Holy Dragon appears. Golden Holy Dragon young / severely injured level, 68 HP, 875000000 King skill Yellow Dragon Roar. The Golden Holy Dragon sends out countless fire dragons that soar into the sky and slam into the target. Each fire dragon will cause a huge amount of fire damage and an additional 10% true damage, and cause 600 seconds of burning. Every second, the target will receive 10% of the maximum HP in fire damage and 10% of the lost HP in true damage. The burning time will be extended by each fire dragon hit. When hit by 10 fire dragons, it will be stacked to infinity. King skill Holy Flame Heaven Punishment. The Golden Holy Dragon condenses a great sun divine pestle, absorbing the power of the surrounding sky fire, illuminating all the shielding and invisibility effects around it. And the absorption time is up to 30 seconds. For every 1 second absorbed, the skill's damage increases by 100%. The skill radius increases by 25%. The maximum range increases by 10%. And the shooting speed increases by 5%. After the absorption is complete, the Great Sun God Pestle is thrown at the target, causing devastating fire damage and reducing the target's fire resistance to 0 for 60 seconds. Special status: Black Corruption. Lose 20% of the current upper limit of health every 600 seconds and reduce 1 level. If it is already level 1, it will die immediately. Throne level Golden Holy Dragon. How could this throne level Golden Holy Dragon appear here? The Duankong Training Tower will dynamically judge the strength of the challenger and produce ferocious beasts. Although Chu Yun is diamond level, he has strength exceeding the star level. Therefore, the Duankong Training Tower will continuously generate star level ferocious beasts. But the Duankong Training Tower absolutely understands that Chu Yun at this time can never defeat the throne level. What's more, this Golden Holy Dragon is at the peak of the throne level. But this Golden Holy Dragon did not attack Chu Yun at the first time, like the other ferocious beasts in the Duankong Training Tower. Instead, it slowly raised its head and scanned Chu Yun up and down with its proud and indifferent dragon eyes. There was a glimmer of tenderness in its dragon eyes. Chu Yun was startled. And then he instantly understood who it was looking at. Chu Yun quickly took out the beast-controlling ball from the storage ring and opened it. The golden egg was sleeping soundly inside. In the past, Chu Yun would wake up as soon as he opened the beast-controlling ball. But now, the golden egg was still sleeping soundly, and had not woken up at all. The golden holy dragon lowered its huge body, and looked at the golden egg and the beast-controlling ball with great tenderness. It had been seriously injured. And most importantly, it had been corrupted by the black turbidity. It didn't have much time left. And its body functions had also greatly weakened. Even lowering its body to look at the golden egg was very difficult. Child, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The golden holy dragon actually made an extremely gentle human female voice. Chu Yun was extremely shocked. At this moment, the core fire chip in Chu Yun's hand made a dripping sound. And there were only a few seconds left in the Guanghai training tower. The golden holy dragon seemed to have noticed Chu Yun's abnormality at this moment. Without hesitation, it shook its head, and a golden dragon scale the size of Chu Yun's palm fell off and landed on Chu Yun's palm. Child. The golden holy dragon's voice was extremely sad. But it suddenly became extremely light and distant. Chu Yun wanted to say something. But when he closed his eyes and opened them again, what he saw was no longer the endless galaxy in the Guanghai training tower, but the bustling land of the academy. Chu Yun even doubted whether what he had just seen was real. But the dragon scale in his hand that exuded warm power was so real. The reverse scale of the golden holy dragon precious item, the reverse scale, is the most important scale on the dragon. And the golden holy dragon is no exception. It contains extremely pure golden holy dragon power. Chu Yun immediately put it into the storage ring. This thing will inevitably be coveted by a large number of people, so it cannot be shown to others casually. Chu Yun put the golden egg and the beast-controlling ball back into the storage ring again, and let the golden egg sleep well. When Chu Yun went to the tomb of the golden holy dragon, he would see how to revive the golden egg. After seeing Chu Yun being teleported out, the students around him suddenly became silent and retreated. If it was an ordinary freshman, a large number of Dongxing gang members would come to sell the Xinhui chips at a super expensive price. But Chu Yun obviously couldn't be a sucker like this. And if he sold it at a fair price, it would be better to sell it to the big guys in the college who have daily needs. They would offer a price slightly higher than the market price and buy in large quantities. Chu Yun was also not interested in these students, so he retreated and didn't even bother to look at them again. Then, Gu Yin and Yun Mu were also teleported out. The three of them went in at the same time, and they only had 1 hour, so they came out at the same time. How do you feel? Chu Yun asked. Yun Mu's face was full of smiles, and he was obviously very happy. This is a great place to level up. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a holy place for leveling up. I know why it's so popular here. Gu Yin nodded slightly. This place is okay. The advantages of the Guanghai training tower are so obvious and exaggerated. But Gu Yin just said it's okay. It's hard to imagine how rich the Gu family's training resources are. However, looking at the expressions of Yun Mu and Gu Yin, they didn't seem to encounter the same situation as Chu Yun, and only regarded the Guanghai training tower as a place for leveling up. But there must be other secrets here. It's just that 1 hour is a bit too short. We need to get more core fire chips. Yun Mu took out his phone and started searching for various tasks. The tasks that reward core fire chips are all very difficult. Doing tasks? Too slow. Chu Yun shook his head. He didn't plan to do tasks. The tasks are so complicated and have so many requirements. I think it's better not to do tasks just for core fire chips. Chu Yun, don't you plan to continue practicing in this Guanghai practice tower? Gu Yin frowned. Chu Yun laughed. Can you think out of your mind? I said at that time that I didn't want to sell core fire chips, but wanted to buy them. Just buy them directly. One core fire chip costs 50 million Tianfeng national currency. Yun Mu swallowed slightly. This price was beyond her reach. If she was a little unsteady, she would have to sell the Xinhui chip and become the nutrient of those rich students. But Chu Yun smiled. It's okay. I'll just go make money. Where are you going to make money? All the elements in this school are taken over by the 3 major gangs, Gu Yin said while swiping her phone. Chu Yun shook his head. I never said I wanted to make money on campus. I want to make money outside of school. Chapter 272 Guanghai City Student Rules. Go outside the school? Gu Yin and Yun Mu were both stunned. Chu Yun nodded. That's right. Now the big cake in the school has been divided up by the 3 major gangs. Under normal circumstances, only 1 hour of core fire chips are issued every day. Instead of fighting for the cake, why don't we open a new one ourselves? Slime Academy did not deliberately allow everyone in the Duankung training tower to practice for only 1 hour a day. In fact, in addition to class time and rest time, plus the core fire chips issued by various school tasks, the core fire chips awarded by teachers, and the core fire chips of various competition prizes, each person can even reach 5 hours of practice time per day. So the seemingly 1 hour a day is actually to get students moving and stir up disputes. It is true that Slime Academy is an ivory tower, but it also strives to enable students to initially adapt to various complex disputes in the future, and to perform them for the first time in the academy, to get a clear understanding of the situation. So, I plan to make money outside the school, and then come back to disrupt this peaceful school market with high prices, so that they know how powerful I am. Chu Yun laughed. Only 50 million for 1 hour of Shinhui chips? The price is too low. Chu Yun is very dissatisfied with this. It should be at least 100 million. Anyway, money is nothing in Chu Yun's eyes. But for other students, it is real. Yun Mu. Gu Yin. I'm going outside the school. After saying that, Chu Yun immediately rushed to the school gate. Yun Mu and Gu Yin were left here in the wind. The bond between Yun Mu and Gu Yin was Chu Yun. Now Yun Mu and Gu Yin were standing here, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Hello? Yun Mu said slowly. Hello. Gu Yin said a little awkwardly. School gate. Chu Yun arrived here quickly. Slime Academy does not prevent students from entering and leaving, as long as they are checked at the school gate. Gu Pan was sleeping soundly on the recliner in the shabby store at the school gate. Chu Yun really couldn't understand the strange hobby of this powerful saint, and didn't intend to disturb his rest. So he turned around and walked towards the Royale school gate. There was a security booth, and many students walked out of it. Chu Yun was sharp-eyed and found that all the students who walked out were wearing a set of black uniforms. Hello. I want to leave the school. Do you have any requirements? A gray-haired security guard sat in the security booth, holding a cigarette. Freshman? Go get a school uniform. Behind the security booth, there was a pile of black clothes, which must be school uniforms. There were also several fitting rooms next to it, which was really considerate. Chu Yun took a set and changed into clothes in the fitting room. Why is it not mandatory to wear school uniforms on campus? But you have to wear them outside the school? Because Guanghai City is a special school city. Students here are given special care. The security guard said slowly. So when our students from Slime Academy are outside, they should also advertise themselves as students of Slime Academy. Oh, by the way, try not to show off. Don't show off? Chu Yun smiled slightly. He understood this best. The security guard thought Chu Yun was wondering about this rule, and explained lightly. Our Slime Academy's reputation in Guanghai City should be at the bottom of the third rate. It may be kicked out of the academy in Guanghai City at any time. If it shows too much, it will be unacceptable. The night watchman outside will bring this student back as soon as possible to prevent him from hanging around outside. Night watchman. Chu Yun suddenly thought of Leng Yen. He was a member of the night watchman. Yesterday, Gu Pan said that he would take Chu Yun to the first academy and let Chu Yun join the night watchman. But there has been no news so far, and Leng Yen didn't know where he went. Chu Yun changed into his school uniform and walked out. Can I leave the school now? Don't ask me after you leave the school. We are very free in Slime Academy, and have no intention of restricting the ideas of you geniuses. The security guard took a puff of cigarette and said happily, do whatever you want. Although this security guard looked ordinary, Chu Yun had already sensed the strength level of this security guard. Throne level. A school security guard also has this level of strength. But on second thought, this is the Slime Academy, the first academy of the Tianfeng Empire. It is reasonable for the only security guard of this academy to be a throne level. Chu Yun walked out of the school gate, crossed the forest, and went to the city of Guanghai. The first-rate colleges in Guanghai City are all in the city center. The second-rate ones are built around the first-rate ones. The third-rate ones can only be in the corners. And even the Slime College has been driven to the most desolate and remote forest. Guanghai City is really a big city, much more prosperous than Xuanqing. Chu Yun looked at the prosperous scene of countless high-rise buildings and couldn't help but praise it. Xuanqing is already a relatively prosperous city, but it is completely incomparable to Guanghai City. Chu Yun hurried on his way, but he didn't rush to go somewhere else. Instead, he went around and went to a tall building full of technology. Guanghai City Vocational Association. The receptionist at the door immediately came over. You are a student from Guanghai City. I am happy to serve you. Only students in Guanghai City will wear this school uniform. And only students can wear it. If anyone dares to pretend to be a student, they will be permanently expelled from Guanghai City and will not be allowed to enter. The receptionist's enthusiastic expression suddenly froze, because he saw the school badge on Chu Yun's dark school uniform. The school badge was a group of blue squirming slimes. So you are a student of Slime Academy. The receptionist's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. In the eyes of most people in Guanghai City, Slime Academy is just a third-rate bottom-ranked academy that may be expelled from Guanghai City at any time. And it is not worth their attention at all. When Chu Yun saw this expression, he was not angry, because his current identity should be to pretend to be a bottom-ranked student. If he showed an extremely angry look, could he be a student of Slime Academy? Oh, follow me. The receptionist lazily took Chu Yun into the Guanghai City Professional Association. This professional association is much stronger than the one in Xuanqing. In Xuanqing's professional association, only Ding Pei is a star level. While here, star level can be seen everywhere, and the ground is full of diamond level. Among the crowd, there are occasionally a few throne level people walking around. What are you doing here? I'm looking for someone. Ding Pei, the president of the Xuanqing Professional Association, and 3 dwarf youths, Wind Shovel, Scraper, and Hammer. After hearing these names, the receptionist's expression was in vain, and many passers-by around also heard what Chu Yun said, and turned their heads to look at Chu Yun. They looked at Chu Yun closely, as if they were looking at some rare treasure. Are you the Chu Yun that the 3 dwarf craftsmen have been talking about day and night? Chapter 273 Guanghai City Professional Association. A gentle voice sounded. Chu Yun looked in the direction of the voice, and a woman wearing an elegant cheongsam and holding a writing board walked slowly towards him. She wore a pair of exquisite square-framed glasses, and her expression was very gentle. But her eyes flashed with a very sharp scrutiny, which was in no way inconsistent with the gentleness, and all disguises would be exposed under this sight. I am Luoji, the vice president of the Guanghai City Professional Association. Luoji smiled slightly. Can I have a word with you? Chu Yun nodded. Yes. Luoji took Chu Yun out of the hall on this floor, and the passers-by around, who had quieted down, began to discuss. Who is that young man? He actually invited the stubborn vice president Luoji. I don't know, but this person seems to know 3 dwarf craftsmen who have become famous in recent days. I remember. He is Chu Yun. What? Chu Yun? The latest #1 on the genius list? In the hall, there was a lot of discussion. They looked at Chu Yun's back as he left, either surprised or envious. Luoji took Chu Yun to the exclusive elevator and went straight to the 30th floor. Slime Academy. In the elevator, Luoji glanced at the school badge on Chu Yun's clothes and smiled slightly. Not a bad academy. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. In Guanghai City, almost everyone would be a little cold when they saw Chu Yun's Slime Academy logo. Only Luoji smiled and nodded, and said it was good. Chu Yun tried to test. You? I know what Slime Academy is. Luoji answered gently. I didn't expect that the vice president of the Guanghai City Vocational Association also knew about Slime Academy. Now it's time to speak openly. No need to hide it anymore. How did you know? Chu Yun was very curious. At this time, the elevator door had been opened, and this floor was a reception room, and there was no one here at this time. Luoji walked in front and wanted to take Chu Yun to a place to prepare for a detailed discussion. Hearing this question, Luoji turned around and smiled, full of charm. Because I came from the Slime Academy. Chu Yun was shocked. The Slime Academy cultivates the top talents of the Tianfeng Empire, and they also come from all over the world. After graduation, most of them will not stay in Guanghai City, but go to other places to shine. So Chu Yun has never thought about this aspect. I really didn't expect that Luoji came from the Slime Academy. Luoji sat down leisurely and motioned Chu Yun to sit down too. Thinking about it this way, I can still call you a junior. Luoji smiled leisurely. Chu Yun sat opposite Luoji and looked at Luoji, not knowing how to start. The vice president doesn't look young, so calling her senior sister is a bit I'm still very young. Luoji seemed to see through Chu Yun's thoughts and spoke immediately with a slightly cold tone. Chu Yun nodded. Of course. Senior sister. Yeah. Luoji was obviously very pleased with this sentence. She nodded slightly and started to get to the point. Are you here to find Ding Pei and the 3 dwarf craftsmen? Yes. Chu Yun nodded. I happened to be out of school, so I came to see them. Luoji glanced at the handwriting board in her hand and smiled. Ding Pei is extremely talented. Because of resource reasons, he was stuck at the Star Glory level for a long time and couldn't break through. After coming to Guanghai City, he received our full support. Now he is in seclusion trying to break through to the throne level. So I can't see you for the time being. President Ding is going to be promoted to the throne level? Chu Yun showed a surprised look. Ding Pei has been stuck at the Star Glory level for many years. He has been unable to be promoted to the throne level due to various limitations. It is rumored that Ding Pei was also a genius when he was young. He was promoted like a rocket and easily rose from the bronze level to the peak of the Star Glory level. Since then, he has not made any progress in his life. Now, Ding Pei is finally going to be promoted to the throne level. Yes, Ding Pei has accumulated a lot of foundation, but he just lacks an opportunity. Now with our help, it should not be a problem for him to be promoted to the throne level. Luoji raised the frame of the glasses. It usually takes a month of retreat to break through to the throne. I think you can't meet Ding Pei during this time. Okay. It's a good thing that President Ding can break through to the throne level. Chu Yun was beaming. What about the scraper, wind shovel, and hammer? Are you going to meet them? Yes. Okay. Please follow me. Luoji stood up and led Chu Yun to another elevator again. Walking into this elevator, Chu Yun found that there was no button for the 30th floor down. This elevator can only be taken by people who have arrived here, and the 30th floor is not accessible to ordinary people. Most visitors' activities are from 1st to 20th floors. The Guanghai City Professional Association has a total of 50 floors. Floors 1 to 20 serve the public. Floors 20 to 30 are high-end guests and office spaces. Floors 30 to 40 are the data center and high-level locations. And floors 40 and above are all secrets. Then we are going to the 45th floor. Luoji smiled and led Chu Yun to the 45th floor. The building of the Guanghai City Vocational Association was built with high technology. But when stepping into this floor, there was an illusion that it was not modern. The surrounding walls were built with a kind of azure bricks and tiles. And these bricks and tiles constantly absorbed the energy from the vibration from the deep floor, protecting this floor from being shaken down. Luoji took Chu Yun in, and the sound of the hammer hitting the anvil became clearer. 3 dwarves and a group of muscular blacksmiths surrounded the forging furnace and forging table, talking loudly. No, this kind of black iron must not be burned with blue fire. Although blue fire can be burned quickly, it will greatly weaken the firmness of the black iron, and the durability of the finished product will be greatly reduced. The sound of hammers rang out in a methodical manner. So that's it. We saw that the blue fire burned quickly, so we kept using the blue fire. We didn't expect that the durability would increase immediately when we used other flames. Several forging masters nodded. We were in a misunderstanding before. Next to these forging masters, there was a group of young people standing. They were wearing white shirts with azure blue embroidery. They were obviously students from other schools. And this outfit looked familiar to Chu Yun. Luoji's face was slightly cold, and she strode forward in high heels. Everyone, I have already said that the 3 dwarf craftsmen have already followed their masters, and they will never follow you back to Shingdo Academy. As he said, Luoji turned around and looked at Chu Yun. And the person behind me is the one followed by the 3 dwarf craftsmen. Chu Yun. Chu Yun stepped forward. Yes, it's me. Chapter 270 for the arrogant students of Shingdo Academy. Chu Yun. After hearing Chu Yun's voice, the 3 people, the wind shovel, scraper and hammer, turned back and looked at Chu Yun in surprise. Chu Yun also smiled and nodded to the 3 of them. The 3 dwarf craftsmen seemed very happy here, and Chu Yun was satisfied. He did not disappoint the expectations of the dwarf elders. It was the biggest waste of talent for the 3 dwarf craftsmen to follow him. Okay. I came to see you, but not for you to watch me. You should be busy with your own things. Yeah. The 3 dwarf craftsmen immediately re-engaged in the discussion. And those master craftsmen looked at Chu Yun in surprise. The 3 dwarf craftsmen all have their own pride and never submit to anyone. They also have skills that match their pride. The dwarf's ideas and ingenuity are indeed opening up areas that humans cannot reach. The master craftsmen thought that they really would not submit to anyone until they saw Chu Yun. The 3 dwarf craftsmen immediately shed all their arrogance and greeted Chu Yun enthusiastically like real young people. Followers of dwarf craftsmen? The leading student of Shingdo Academy walked over proudly, stood in front of Chu Yun, and looked Chu Yun up and down. Just because of you. Not because of or not. Chu Yun laughed. It's me. Luoji looked coldly at the arrogant student of Shingdo Academy. Jing Mingyuan. This is not Shingdo Academy. This is Guanghai City Vocational Association. If you act presumptuously here again, I can only ask you to leave. Jing Mingyuan paused. Vice President Luoji. I have no intention of offending you. I'm just questioning the followers of this dwarf craftsman. Jing Mingyuan shifted his sight to Chu Yun again. There was a strong disdain in his sight. Are you really qualified to lead the dwarf craftsman? Dwarves are secluded, and usually hide in the mountains and forests. It takes a lot of effort to climb countless mountains to see them. Although the communication between humans and dwarves is not closed, and they often travel back and forth, the dwarves are still unwilling to come to human cities, and only want to live in tribes that are extremely dilapidated from the perspective of humans. Dwarves like the wind shovel, scraper and hammer, who are willing to come to human society, are really rare treasures. Even the top academy like Shingdo Academy has never had one. Jing Mingyuan's heart was burning. As long as all three dwarf craftsmen are brought to the academy, this contribution can be said to be immeasurable. It is not impossible to become the first senior brother of the academy. Jing Mingyuan was observing Chu Yun, and Chu Yun was also observing Jing Mingyuan. This is an extremely heroic student with an arrogant look and a strong aura. He should be at the peak of the star glory level, and Chu Yun's apparent strength is only diamond level. Never mind that I am not qualified. Chu Yun stretched out his finger and tapped Jing Mingyuan's shoulder. But you are absolutely not qualified. You are looking for a fight. Jing Mingyuan was instantly furious and clenched his right fist. A layer of strong wind instantly gathered on Jing Mingyuan's fist. How dare a small diamond-level person offend him? Who is at the peak of the star level? Instantly, the wind from the entire 45th floor gathered on Jing Mingyuan's fist, and even the furnace fire was swayed by the strong wind. Hammer protected the furnace fire and frowned at Jing Mingyuan. Luoji frowned. She didn't expect that Jing Mingyuan would dare to attack under her nose. But she saw Chu Yun shaking his head slightly in an instant. So she didn't attack Jing Mingyuan. Because, as long as Chu Yun takes action, it is enough. The staff of life source instantly appeared in Chu Yun's hand, and the branches and iron leaves pressed against Jing Mingyuan's heart. Healing with wonderful hands reversed. Chu Yun shouted in a low voice. The green light burst out instantly, directly covering Jing Mingyuan's clenched fist and the raging wind. Ah! The energy surged. Jing Mingyuan flew backwards immediately, rolled on the ground for several circles, and was completely dizzy. The students of Shingdo Academy, who were watching, were horrified. They still thought that their senior brother Jing Mingyuan could easily teach this blind boy a lesson, and quickly let the three dwarf craftsmen out. But they didn't expect that their senior brother Jing Mingyuan was defeated instantly. Luoji also showed a bit of surprise. She didn't expect Chu Yun to be so strong. He is worthy of being from Slime Academy. He really knows how to play the pig and eat the tiger. Luoji looked at Chu Yun with a smile, and the admiration in her eyes became stronger. The group of students from the Star Academy quickly picked up Jing Mingyuan and were shocked. Jing Mingyuan had fainted. They fed Jing Mingyuan a waking potion, but it didn't help. Hey! What did you do to our senior brother? What shameful means did you use? The group of students from the Star Academy started to question. In their eyes, Chu Yun, a student of the Slime Academy, was only at the diamond level. How could he defeat Jing Mingyuan, who is at the peak of the Star Glory level? He must have used some shady means. Chu Yun sneered at this. If anyone is dissatisfied, just come over and fight. There is no need to talk nonsense and make a fool of yourself like your senior brother. Chu Yun did not seem to hide the fact that he used other means in his words. This is a kind of speech skill, which can make them think that he really used some means instead of his own ability. After all, he is only a student of the weakest third-tier college, Slime College. If he can defeat the Star Academy of the Star Academy in a single challenge with the diamond level, then the Slime College will definitely become famous, which is not in line with the ideas of Chu Yun and others. The students gritted their teeth, probably because they were furious, but they didn't dare to come forward rashly. Luoji started to scold. Don't you think your senior brother has lost enough face? Get out of here with Jing Mingyuan. The students gritted their teeth and quickly walked to the elevator door with the unconscious Jing Mingyuan in their arms. Before leaving, they glanced at Chu Yun. We'll settle accounts with you later. Haha. I'll settle accounts with you. Chu Yun choked back indifferently. The students of Xingdou Academy were furious. But under Luo Ji's cold gaze, they still obediently left the 45th floor. Chu Yun sighed. I didn't expect that these dwarf craftsmen are so popular in Guanghai City. He thought that it would only cause a sensation in a place like Xuanqing. Unexpectedly, the sensation in Guanghai City was even greater, and some people even wanted to snatch the 3 dwarf craftsmen. Luo Ji smiled. It is extremely rare for a dwarf to be born. Chu Yun, you are the first person I have ever seen who brought a dwarf out. Chapter 275 Information about the Tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. As the vice president of the Guanghai City Professional Association, Luo Ji is well informed and knows all kinds of rare things. But it is the first time for her to see humans bring dwarves into human society. Is that so? Chu Yun smiled. Then I am quite honored. Relying on the various knowledge in his previous life memories and the system's ability to reverse the sky, Chu Yun gained enough trust from the dwarves. Even Chu Yun couldn't imagine how others could touch the dwarves, who always value tradition and preservation without Chu Yun's 2 conditions. After watching the wind shovel, scraper, and hammer for a while, and asking about their daily lives, Chu Yun and Luo Ji took the elevator down together. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Slime Academy. Luo Ji also knew at this time that Chu Yun was the first on the Tianfeng Empire's genius list. It's amazing that he could beat Jiangbai. Lucky. Chu Yun told the truth. Jiangbai's strength was indeed the strongest Chu Yun had ever seen. Looking at the entire Guanghai City, Jiangbai could easily defeat countless so-called first people. The eldest brother. And it was too difficult for Chu Yun to fight against Jiangbai with his diamond-level body. If there was any slight mistake, Chu Yun might lose. But Chu Yun was also confident that as long as he upgraded to the Star Glory level and fought with the Star Glory level Jiangbai, he would be able to win. Did you defeat Jiangbai with the help of the Golden Holy Dragon? Well, it's a secret. Chu Yun shrugged. Chu Yun didn't want to lie to the senior, but he couldn't reveal the truth for the time being, so he said it was a secret. Luo Ji covered her mouth and laughed. Humph. You have a lot of little ideas. But I haven't seen your Golden Holy Dragon cub. Chu Yun smiled and was about to change the subject. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, Excuse me. How much do you know about the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? I really need information about this. This is a secret. Chu Yun was shocked. And Luo Ji covered her mouth and laughed again. Sister is just joking. Don't take it to heart. Why is this vice president so naughty? He looks so mature on the outside, no. He looks so serious. Luo Ji seemed to see through Chu Yun's thoughts, but also seemed not to. He coughed slightly and replied seriously. You are the master of the Golden Holy Dragon. It is normal for you to want to know the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. The tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon is located in the south of Guanghai City. There is an extremely vast ancient ruins group, and the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon is one of them. The tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon is the most mysterious tomb in it, and it is also the tomb that has been excavated the least. To this day, no one has found the main tomb chamber, and the body of the Golden Holy Dragon has not been unearthed. Some people even doubt whether the Golden Holy Dragon is really buried here. But it is true that there are many things related to the Golden Holy Dragon in this tomb. Luo Ji explained in detail. The tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. This is a tomb that has been discovered for about 100 years. Of course, the history of this tomb itself is even longer. But it was just discovered 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, countless adventurers have gone there to adventure and encountered countless dangers. But only a few adventurers have returned with a full load. The tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon has been marked as a relic with the highest level of danger. But there are still countless adventurers going there to adventure. When Xiao was young, he followed the crowd to explore the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon and became one of the lucky ones who returned with a full load. He brought a large number of active meteorite iron and other treasures back to Xuanqing, and used some of the treasures as startup capital to open his own company, which has grown and developed to this day. The tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon still has countless mysteries. Even I can't give you too much information. Luo Ji shook his head. Chu Yun was very grateful. These contents are enough, because these are all information that cannot be found on the internet. Every word is very important. Wait a month. I will come again. Okay. By then, you will meet Ding Pei, who is at the throne level. Chu Yun said goodbye to Luo Ji, vice president of the Guanghai City Professional Association. and started to go to the downtown exchange in Guanghai City. There are several exchanges in Guanghai City, but only the one in the city center is the largest, and is also an exchange specially open for professionals in combat professions. This exchange is so huge that it is very shocking to see from a distance. There are countless people coming and going, and the noise is deafening. The exchange in Confronting can't be compared with this one. Chu Yun was very happy, but also a little confused. Why is the layout of this exchange so similar to the one in Confronting? It is very similar in general. At the same time, Chu Yun also missed a friend in Confronting, and didn't know where he is now. Walking into the exchange with his hands in his pockets, Chu Yun immediately went to the weapons area. The weapons here are varied, with many types and great subdivisions. Diamond level weapons. Super cheap diamond level weapons. A salesperson shouted, and when he saw Chu Yun, his eyes lit up. Hey, brother, do you want to buy a diamond level weapon? It's super cheap. Chu Yun approached the stall, which was filled with a variety of weapons. Steel greatsword. Category, greatsword. Level requirement, level 40. Professional requirement, none. Effect, strength plus 1 million. Durability, 500/500. No special effect. The lowest level diamond level weapon has the worst effect and no equipment skills. But the price written on it is 400,000 Tianfeng national currency, which is already a super low price among diamond level weapons. Chu Yun looked at another magic book. Book of the Mage. Category, magic book. Level requirement, level 40. Professional requirement, none. Effect, mana plus 1 million. Durability, 500/500. No special effects. It's still the same equipment as before. The price is marked below as 350,000 Tianfeng national currency. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Boss, why don't these equipment have any equipment skills? Hey, little brother. These equipment are priced like this. You can't force equipment skills. The salesperson rubbed his hands. How about it? Do you want a weapon? We also have equipment. The highest is not more than 500,000. All good quality and cheap. Just buy one. Chu Yun shook his head. The salesperson was stunned and sighed slightly. It seems that no one is buying. Is it true that the equipment of the blank is not sold in Guanghai City, where geniuses are everywhere? At this time, Chu Yun slowly spoke. First, bring me 100 such weapons. Come and test the waters for me. Chapter 276 Overthrow the Emperor. 100 pieces? The salesperson was stunned. What a generous offer. Chu Yun nodded. Why? You don't sell? Sell. 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 Of course. The salesperson smiled happily, and started to select various blank weapons with Chu Yun. These blank weapons have no advantages except the low price and high durability. Chu Yun didn't look at them much and picked them quickly. Soon, 100 blank weapons were selected. Chu Yun took out the savings card that can be used by the Hope Foundation composed of many wealthy people, and swiped the card to pay. Hee. Thank you for your patronage. The salesperson rubbed his hands happily. He finally opened a big order today. Come again next time. Chu Yun put the 100 blank weapons into the storage ring. Well, I will come again soon. In the slightly puzzled expression of the salesperson, Chu Yun walked away. Although this exchange mainly provides various combat-related professional items, such as weapons, magic scrolls, etc., there are also rest areas and dining areas. As long as there are people gathering, these two areas must exist. Chu Yun went to the dining area, bought a plate of fried rice noodles, sat in a more remote corner, and began to reverse these blank equipment while eating fried rice noodles. Such a blank diamond level equipment is worth 400,000 Tianfeng national currency. After the reversal, it can be sold at a price of 2 million, which is a fivefold increase. More importantly, Chu Yun is now more and more proficient in using the system. These 100 blank equipment can be reversed at the same time. After eating a plate of steaming fried rice noodles and a few mouthfuls, Chu Yun got up and went to the prop recycling area in the exchange. There were several windows in the recycling area that were still vacant, and Chu Yun immediately walked over. Do you accept diamond level equipment? Yes. I will accept as many as you can. The window attendant glanced at Chu Yun's black school uniform. Are you a student of Slime Academy? According to the welfare rules of the third-tier academy, after the price is negotiated, this window will increase the price by an additional 5%. Students in Guanghai City have many benefits. Even in the most stingy exchange chasing profits, they will generously give 5% of the profits. That's a good feeling. Chu Yun smiled happily and pushed a diamond-level weapon in. The window attendant took the diamond-level weapon and observed it. How about 2 million Tianfeng national currency? A level 40 diamond-level equipment with equipment skills. 2 million is a very normal price. Don't worry, Chu Yun said. The window attendant thought Chu Yun was going to bargain, and immediately said, "This price is already very fair." Price? This price is okay. Chu Yun didn't pay much attention, but pushed the equipment in one by one. The window attendant's mouth grew bigger and bigger, and he opened a small door next to him. "Please come in and talk in detail." Chu Yun smiled slightly. The amount of his sales has attracted the attention of the window attendant, and it's time to make connections. "Excuse me, are you representing yourself or?" the window attendant asked. "I'm just here to sell things. What I can sell depends on what my boss wants to sell," Chu Yun replied. In the midst of these words, Chu Yun took himself out, as if there was really a large team behind him ready to sell goods at any time. The window attendant immediately showed joy. If Chu Yun was just one person, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Just do this order well. But since it was a large group of people, if he established a cooperative relationship, he would definitely be able to make a steady profit, which was also a good thing for the other party. A win-win situation. He never expected that Chu Yun looked so young, but he had already mastered these social customs and pretended to be a group of people as soon as he opened his mouth. "How much do you want to sell this time?" 100 diamond-level equipment with equipment skills. "Okay." The window receptionist became excited and identified these equipment one by one. Chu Yun nodded. "I'll go out and ask my brother for some more to sell. Wait for me." "Okay. I'm here. No matter how much you sell, I'll buy it. I won't refuse anyone." The window receptionist was very excited. He could earn a very considerable income with this transaction. Chu Yun nodded slightly and walked out quickly. Soon, Chu Yun came to the booth selling diamond-level blank equipment again. The salesperson still remembered Chu Yun. "Hey, customer. Why are you here?" Since Chu Yun bought 100 weapons, no one came here to buy. The advantage is the low price of blank equipment. It seems that there is still no market in Guanghai City. "Of course, I'll come back to buy your goods." Chu Yun smiled evilly. "My boss likes your goods very much, so I decided to buy all of them." All? The salesperson was completely stunned. Chu Yun frowned. "Why? Are you afraid that I don't have the money to pay? Or don't want to sell?" Dang dang dang. "Of course not." The salesperson waved his hands repeatedly and stuttered. Chu Yun said he wanted to buy all his goods. He was so happy that he couldn't refuse. In the eyes of the salesperson, Chu Yun's arrogant appearance was actually a sign of his strong financial strength. "I'll pack it up for you right away." The salesperson was very excited. "I have more than 3 white diamond-level weapons and more than 700 pieces of equipment." Soon, Chu Yun swiped his card and bought all the diamond-level blank equipment in this stall, shocking the salespersons in the surrounding stalls so much that their eyes popped out. They just laughed at the salesperson who was selling blank equipment in the exchange in Guanghai City and waiting for nothing. But they didn't expect that a rich man would come and buy all the equipment. In fact, their ridicule was not wrong. If it weren't for Chu Yun who had special needs, almost no one would come to buy these equipment without equipment skills. However, there is no market for blank equipment in Guanghai City, and many people mistakenly believe that no one has come to eat this cake. So there are still many young people who come here to sell blank equipment, and then lose a lot of money. Chu Yun collected this large number of blank equipment and turned away. Soon, Chu Yun found a remote place and started to reverse the equipment. Then, he found the window attendant and sold all the diamond-level equipment with equipment skills in his hand. Back and forth, Chu Yun quickly accumulated a lot of funds. The items fell into Chu Yun's hands like water and flowed out. But the money was left. It was simply making something out of nothing. Chapter 277. See you again, Xie Xing. "I'll buy all the equipment you have here." Chu Yun glanced at the various equipment on the stall, put his hands behind his back, and said lightly, "Another stall selling blank equipment." The surrounding stalls sold various items, and there were many customers asking to buy. Only this stall was deserted. "All? There are quite a lot of equipment here. Just tell me if you want to sell it. If you do, give me a price." "Sell? Of course I will sell." The salesman in front of him looked anxious. He saw the vacancy in the Guanghai City Exchange where few people were selling blank equipment, and wanted to make a fortune. But no one bought it. Chu Yun was the only one who came to buy now, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. After calculating the price, the boss carefully quoted a price. This price was almost the original price of these equipments. He could only earn a little hard-earned money to make up for the expenses in this exchange during this period. This price is fair. Chu Yun nodded and swiped the card directly. All the equipment in the whole stall was bought by Chu Yun. The salesperson was stunned and immediately burst into tears of gratitude. Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Chu Yun put the equipment into the storage ring and turned away. After finding a remote place, he reversed the equipment skills again and took it to the window attendant to sell. In order to avoid being too much attention, Chu Yun also disguised himself and sold his products as several window attendants to ensure that he would never be noticed. As Chu Yun's operation became more and more proficient, he had earned hundreds of billions of Tianfeng national currency in one day. The ability to reverse is so domineering. At night, in the manager's office of the exchange, a man in a suit and tie, who was meticulous, was sitting at his desk, checking the flow of funds in the exchange during the day. Everything was unfolding according to his plan, except for a small anomaly that bothered him. Why is the number of transactions of whiteboard diamond level equipment so much higher today? The special positioning of Guanghai City makes it impossible to sell low-end props and sales methods for the general public. No one cares about the blank equipment. All those who want to get a share of the pie here will only pay a high site fee and leave in disgrace. The clerk who came to deliver the information replied. Today, several unfamiliar young rich people came to buy diamond-level equipment for blanks, and they bought a whole stall at a time. Have you contacted these people? The experience asked. Organizations like exchanges are always pursuing wider connections, and mysterious people like this are always within the scope of the exchanges. And this peculiar style of behavior reminded the manager of an old friend. I'm very sorry. These strange young rich men are moving in strange ways, and they don't seem to want to be followed. We didn't even see them under surveillance. I think they are fully prepared, constantly changing their clothes and appearances, and obviously don't want to be known. I see. The manager pondered for a while. You should pay more attention to this matter. If there is any movement of these people, report it to me immediately. Yes. The clerk walked out of the office with a bunch of information. The manager looked at the data again. Today, there are quite a lot of diamond-level equipment purchased in the official trading area. Diamond-level equipment? And just now a large number of blank diamond-level equipment were sold. Instantly, a figure quickly appeared in the manager's mind. The secretary next to him said, Manager, what's wrong with you? Is there anything suspicious? No. The manager rubbed his sore temples and smiled faintly. It seems that an old friend of mine appeared here. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yun sat in the dining area and bought a pancake as a midnight snack and started to reverse his equipment. Now Chu Yun is rich and can choose an extremely exquisite restaurant in this dining area to eat. But Chu Yun thinks it is unnecessary. No matter how good the restaurant outside is, it is not as good as the cafeteria of Slime Academy. Just make do with your appetite outside. Chu Yun leaned back in his chair and ate a pancake comfortably. A gentle and upright voice sounded beside Chu Yun. Can I sit next to you? This voice was so familiar. Chu Yun smiled. Of course. Thank you. A man in a suit sat next to Chu Yun. This is the most civilian area in the dining area, and successful people like the man in a suit don't seem to be here. But Chu Yun knew that the man sat here because Chu Yun was here. Chu Yun took a sip of milk tea and smiled slightly. Long time no see. Manager Xie. The man in a suit who came was the manager of Xuanqing Exchange, Xie Xing, whom Chu Yun hadn't seen for a long time. At that time, Xie Xing said that he would be assigned to other cities, but he didn't expect to be assigned to Guanghai City. It's really a coincidence. Long time no see. Guest Chu Yun. Hey. What guest? Chu Yun waved his hand. The throughput of Guanghai City Exchange is far from comparable to that of Xuanqing Exchange. The gold content and scale of a small cluster in any area of Guanghai City Exchange are enough to cover the entire Xuanqing Exchange. And there are at least dozens of such clusters in one area. There are 9 major areas in Guanghai City Exchange. But isn't your strength growing? Guess Chu Yun? The funds you can earn now are not comparable to the past. Hee. For a moment, Chu Yun and Xie Xing laughed knowingly. Manager Xie. Do you want something to eat? Okay. I'm a little hungry. Chu Yun ordered another pancake and milk tea for Xie Xing, and the store owner enthusiastically placed them in front of Xie Xing. Chu Yun looked at Xie Xing eating the pancake, and felt indescribable strangeness. I didn't expect manager Xie Xing to eat pancakes. Then buy me some. Xie Xing laughed while eating. It's true that Mr. Chu Yun is now worth hundreds of billions. But he still eats pancakes here. What's wrong with the pancake? I added a lot of ingredients. The food is stuffed full of eggs, lettuce, pork floss and steak. Delicious food is delicious food. And the price cannot distinguish whether it is delicious or not. It's just that these ingredients are not precious enough. And they don't have the exaggerated effect of precious ingredients. Xie Xing is also eating jianbingguizi. I like it too. I think manager Xie Xing should be a more upper-class person, Chu Yun said bluntly. It's quite unexpected that he can eat jianbingguizi. I am also a very down-to-earth person. Xie Xing smiled and shook his head. But my background, maybe it can be considered high-end. Chapter 278 Long Talk. There were not many people in the dining area at this time. Chu Yun and Xie Xing sat quietly in the corner. Xie Xing and Chu Yun met again after a long time. In addition, the atmosphere was suitable, and they wanted to release some pressure. They were immediately moved and said a lot. I am the second son of the Xie family in the Western Territory. I am the illegitimate child brought home by my father. Since I was a child, I have not been liked by my eldest brother, nor have I been valued by my father. I was driven out of the main house by my eldest brother. In the name of training, I was sent to various remote places to help. I was even told to let me experience the storm early, and not to use the various powers of the Xie family. I missed the best time for training. Xie Xing sipped his milk tea. I was extremely embarrassed at that time, and I had suffered all kinds of hardships. I would only buy a cup of milk tea like this when I wanted to reward myself. I didn't expect manager Xie to have such experience. Chu Yun was a little surprised. He always thought that Xie Xing was very noble, because Xie Xing's cautious demeanor came from his bones. But the current achievements are all due to Xie Xing's own efforts. Right? From a low-level employee, he became the manager of a city's exchange. And now he has become the manager of Guanghai City, which is one of the top cities in the Tianfeng Empire. Xie Xing has made rapid progress. Xie Xing smiled again. It was just luck. The two finished their pancakes and drank most of their milk tea, and chatted about a lot of things in between. For example, the overall situation of Guanghai City, and the various situations of the exchange. I didn't expect that the distinguished guest Chu Yun would also come to Guanghai City. Slime Academy has schools in Kyoto and Guanghai City. But Xie Xing doesn't know much about it, because Slime Academy is too mysterious before. Xie Xing once thought that Chu Yun went to Kyoto. Xie Xing looked at Chu Yun's school uniform. Slime Academy. I still don't quite understand the choice you made at that time. Xie Xing didn't know the situation of Slime Academy. The Xie family may know, but this unpopular second son really can't touch too much information and resources. Slime Academy? Is there any secret? Chu Yun smiled. Manager Xie, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Xie Xing said without hesitation. A lie. Some secrets are very involved. Xie Xing does not intend to ask too much, but only needs to ask what Chu Yun is willing to talk about. Chu Yun nodded. Okay. Then what I mean is that Slime Academy is a very ordinary third-tier academy. And it is definitely not more mysterious than Qinsheng Baitian. Thank you. Xie Xing nodded. You're welcome. Just a lie. Chu Yun sipped the last sip of milk tea. Manager Xie, do you know the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon? Yes. I only learned about it recently after I came to the Guanghai City Exchange. Xie Xing nodded. Recently, adventurers have brought treasures from the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon to sell here from time to time, in order to accurately estimate the price. I have also read a lot of information. If Mr. Chu Yun wants to know something, just ask. I will answer everything I know. What are most of the treasures unearthed from the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon? Chu Yun is extremely curious about this. I don't know if there are any that can be used for the golden egg. If there are, Chu Yun can buy it now, without having to go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon in the near future. Xie Xing thought about it. Though the things brought out from the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum are precious, there aren't many things that are surprising. Xie Xing pondered. However, there are a few things that are indeed surprising, and even the price can't be estimated. Can I take a look? Chu Yun spoke. This question may be a bit presumptuous, but Chu Yun will definitely ask. He is called the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. But Chu Yun can't even take out the golden egg in actual combat. Of course. Come with me. Xie Xing and Chu Yun had enough supper and started to go to Xie Xing's office. Xie Xing's office is very luxurious. But in a certain ordinary corner of this luxury, there is a mechanism. Xie Xing turned the mechanism, and a secret room emitting golden light appeared in front of Chu Yun. Although this place is called a secret room, its interior space is even larger than Xie Xing's spacious office. It is filled with all kinds of items. Any of them shocked Chu Yun's eyes. A broken shackle hanging on a shelf. Although there was no wind in the room, air still blew through the hole of the shackle, emitting a whimpering sound and a swollen and strong battle cry. Far and near, Chu Yun's eyes widened. Manager Xie. This can't be. Yes. These are the shackles of the Sky Warrior Vivian. Xie Xing nodded. Sky Warrior Vivian. A famous peerless strongman in modern times. It is said that she fought fiercely against beasts all her life, and was eventually seduced by the beast thrown the king of temptation. And her mind was corrupted. However, before she was completely corrupted, she made a pair of shackles for herself, and completely imprisoned herself until death. With great fanfare. I didn't expect to see the original shackles that can imprison peerless masters here. Sky Warrior Vivian's shackles incomplete. Category, Special. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability? Imprisonment in the last light. Select a unit within a distance of no more than 0.5 meters, and guide it for 300 seconds. Then make it imprisoned and silent for 5 seconds. During this period, every 5 seconds of guiding will make it imprisoned and silent for 5 seconds. And add 5 seconds to the previous value. The silent state will be superimposed for more than 240 hours, and then extended to permanent. Infinite ashes sinking touching the shackles will lose 1% of the current upper limit of health and magic value per second. And the consciousness will gradually disperse. After the consciousness is completely dispersed, it will lose 1% of the upper limit of health and magic value per second. A powerful and exaggerated prop that can directly trap the target to death. Chu Yun looked around again. Amazed. Pharaoh's staff. Giant bear whip. Netherfire guide lamp. It is worthy of being the secret storage room of the Guanghai City Exchange. There are countless good things here. Although these things are valuable, they have nothing to do with the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Come here. Xie Xing took Chu Yun to the depths. Soon, a golden breath that made Chu Yun stop was emerging. This feeling is too familiar. A scale emitting a faint but inexhaustible golden light was quietly lying in a box padded with soft silk. This is the dragon scale of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chapter 279. Two dragon scales merged into one. Although the scales of this Golden Holy Dragon also exude that kind of aura, there are still obvious differences in the details. And this Golden Holy Dragon scale is far from being as golden and dazzling as the one Chu Yun obtained. Full of a peaceful and decent feeling, this scale exudes a violent and noble aura. Extremely domineering. Full of the arrogance and contempt of the dragon clan. But the distance is a bit far, and the observation is not clear enough. Chu Yun couldn't help but want to get closer to take a look, but was stopped by Xie Xing. Be careful. This scale will continue to release dragon energy and attack anyone who wants to get close to it. It's very dangerous. Only a special container like the soft gold box can lock it up. Let's just get closer and watch. Xie Xing looked at the dragon scale with great caution. He still remembered the day when he had just received the dragon scale. Because of the improper operation of a collector, a dragon energy was cut out from the scale, instantly cutting a wall behind it in half. If this attack hit someone, the consequences would be disastrous. The soft gold box is a special container, and it is also a peerless prop with collection value. It can store almost everything, so it can hold the sharpness of this scale. Chu Yun nodded and stopped approaching. However, at this moment, Chu Yun suddenly felt that his storage ring was emitting an aura of desire for closeness. Chu Yun hurriedly checked his storage ring, and the scale given by the Golden Holy Dragon from the Duankong Training Tower was blooming with shining golden light. For a moment, the storage ring couldn't hold the scale of the Golden Holy Dragon, and it flew out. It floated in the air, emitting a gentle golden light, corresponding to the scale at the end that emitted a domineering golden light, showing a 50-50 trend. Xie Xing was shocked. Chu Yun, you also have the scale of the Golden Holy Dragon? What's the situation now? I just got it this morning, and I don't know the specific situation. There are really too many secrets of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu Yun and Xie Xing are already knowledgeable people, but this is the first time they have seen this situation. Not long after, the collision of the two golden holy dragon scales seemed to have ended, and the peaceful and warm golden light and the domineering dragon energy began to gradually merge together. Swoosh! Chu Yun's golden holy dragon scales flew towards the end, and the golden holy dragon scales lying in the soft gold box also broke away from the containment of the soft gold box and flew up forcefully. The two golden holy dragon scales collided with each other, bursting out a strong light, and there was also dragon energy flowing and slashing around. These dragon energy contained terrifying lethality. Almost instantly, these extremely sharp dragon energy rolled towards Chu Yun and Xie Xing. Manager Xie, be careful, Chu Yun shouted loudly, protecting Xie Xing behind him. And the staff of life source instantly appeared in his hand. The top of the staff of life source glowed green, and vitality surged. Death-saving field. The green force field suddenly opened, and the vitality was extremely surging, blocking most of the dragon energy. But Xie Xing was still attacked by several dragon energy attacks, and his health bar was instantly reduced by more than half. Healing technique. Chu Yun waved the staff of life source, and the green light flashed, and Xie Xing's health bar instantly returned to full. However, these dragon energies slashed at Chu Yun, but they couldn't even reduce 1% of Chu Yun's health. Chu Yun stood there like a mountain, and he could resist more than most frontline professions. After an unknown amount of time, the raging dragon energy slowly subsided. Chu Yun slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Manager Xie, there may be some danger next. Don't move. I'll go and take a look. Is it okay? No problem. I have a way to protect myself once the situation is not right. Chu Yun immediately prays for himself. 30 seconds of immortality is enough to stop any monsters, and Chu Yun himself is very weak. Chu Yun walked forward carefully and swept away the smoke and dust floating in the air. The two scales have merged into one, floating quietly in the air. The scales are divided into a relatively soft interior and a hard shell. The two scales are now together, with both sides of the hard shell, which locks the soft interior in it. At the same time, it also integrates the characteristics of the two scales, which is both the gentleness of protecting all living beings and the pride of being a dragon. In an instant, Chu Yun felt that the two scales floating in the air were not scales, but a living golden holy dragon. What's going on? Chu Yun observed this brand new golden holy dragon scale and reached out to touch it. And it did not resist Chu Yun's touch at all, because Chu Yun had a very familiar and reassuring aura on him. After touching Chu Yun's fingers, it seemed to contain spirituality and kept circling around Chu Yun. Chu Yun thought about it, took out the beast-controlling ball from the storage ring and opened it, and the golden egg was sleeping soundly inside. The golden holy dragon scale flew into the beast-controlling ball with a whoosh and merged into the golden egg's forehead. Two golden dragon scales appeared on the golden egg's forehead, shining with golden light and extremely handsome. The golden egg opened its sleepy dragon eyes and immediately saw Chu Yun's concerned eyes. It shook its body happily for a few times, but closed its dragon eyes again and fell asleep again. Chu Yun stopped disturbing its sleep and closed the beast-controlling ball. I didn't expect you to subdue the extremely dangerous dragon scale. Xie Xing came over, and he was still a little scared. Chu Yun scratched his head. Lucky. To be honest, Chu Yun still didn't know what was going on. But since the golden egg absorbed the two dragon scales, it must be a good thing. And it is also very likely related to the tomb of the golden holy dragon. I accidentally spent one of Manager Xie's collections in your exchange. Chu Yun was a little embarrassed. At this level, things are far from being traded with money. Xie Xing smiled heartily. Since it is combined with your items, it means that it is destined for you. Even if I bought it in my name and gave it to you, the current guest Chu Yun should not be able to touch the Rule Crystal Stone. At the level above the throne level, the meaning of money is just a number. The currency above the throne level is called the Rule Crystal Stone. This is a byproduct that can only be derived by professionals above the throne level when they comprehend their own rules. It has a powerful force that can shake the reality. It is an indispensable consumable in all fields, and it is strong and difficult to erase. So it has gradually become a hard currency. And because each throne-level professional can only produce a maximum of 10 Rule Crystal Stones per day, even higher-level professionals can only produce a little more. So there is no inflation at all. It is a natural equivalent. Chapter 280 Return to Slime Academy. Of course, this is also used at a high level. At Chu Yun's current level, The only currency he can access is Tianfeng national currency. However, Tianfeng national currency is still the most common currency. Unlike the Rural Crystal Stone, which only circulates among upper-level professionals, Tianfeng national currency is needed by everyone from bronze to the Holy Throne. It is true that it is a number for the throne level and above, but it does not mean that they can completely ignore this number. Whoever has a higher number is the hard truth. Thank you, manager, for your generous gift. Chu Yun smiled. Now he really can't take out the Rural Crystal Stone. And the exchange rate between this thing and Tianfeng national currency is changing every second. And there is no channel to buy it. I'm not giving it to you. In the future, please take care of this exchange as you did before. Xie also smiled. It seems that Manager Xie already knows what I did? Of course. Every change in this exchange is in my sight. Since they were all old acquaintances, Chu Yun spoke frankly. Manager Xie, I need a large sum of money, of course. I can't treat the exchange unfairly. And at the same time, I can also provide countless resources. How about you help me? Yes, Mr. Chu Yun. Help the exchange. In the collection room, Chu Yun and Xie shook hands with bright smiles. A cooperation started. Soon, high-quality and large quantities of equipment and skilled books flowed into the market, impacting the entire Guanghai city market, shocking countless merchants, and even this batch of goods was sold out of Guanghai city, reaching several surrounding cities, making money like water. But these things are all in the future. At this time, Chu Yun was taking advantage of the night, holding the card that earned a lot of funds, and using the teleportation scroll to rush back to Slime Academy. I have to go to the 3rd Academy for class tomorrow. Although it was late at night, the Slime Academy was brightly lit. This top academy has people studying and training all the time. This is a 24-hour academy. However, there are a few exceptions. That is the first college. There are too few students here, and few lights are turned on after nightfall, making it dim. Chu Yun ran from the bustling 2nd, 3rd and 4th colleges to the first college, came to the dormitory building, and jumped to the front of room 301. The dormitory was dark, and Gu Yan should have fallen asleep. Chu Yun took out the key and opened the door. Who? Gu Yan's crisp questioning voice sounded, and a giant sickle with black smoke came. Then, the giant sickle stopped instantly, no more than half an inch away from Chu Yun's throat. Sister, your voice is not suppressed at all, and it has been completely exposed. Chu Yun coughed. It's me, Chu Yun. Oh! Ah! Gu Yan popped out a head from the crack of the door, and panically retracted the giant sickle, forcibly suppressed the sound, and returned to the gloomy and hoarse voice of the usual day. It turned out to be you. So late. I thought you wouldn't come back. Chu Yun glanced at his phone. It was already 1:30 in the morning, which was indeed very late. But I still have to come back to sleep. Walking into the dormitory, Chu Yun subconsciously wanted to turn on the light, and Gu Yan quickly reached out to stop Chu Yun. No. 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 Don't turn on the light. Why can't you turn on the light? Chu Yun was a little confused, and felt that the arm pressing on his hand was soft skin, and he was not wearing clothes. Instantly, Chu Yun understood everything. It's a pity that he is only diamond level and has no night vision ability. What a pity! Gu Yan may be naked at this moment. Just think about it. Chu Yun can't hold himself back. Although he has lived 2 lives, Chu Yun is a pure virgin in both lives. He may have much more experience than his peers in other aspects, but his experience in this aspect is almost equal to 0. Huh? But when Chu Yun thought about Gu Yan's gloomy look again, and she was Gu Pan's granddaughter, the fire in his heart was extinguished all of a sudden, and he became indifferent. At this time, sleepiness had already come over him. Got it. Chu Yun walked outside, washed up casually, and went back to bed. Gu Yan had already shrunk back into the quilt, looking sideways at Chu Yun, who was already asleep on the bed opposite, and was silent for a while. She liked to sleep naked, but she slept alone at home, and no one thought this habit was bad. Now that she lives with a man for various reasons, this habit seems extremely embarrassing. Fortunately, this Chu Yun is suspected to be an ultimate devil man who has no interest in women, and he should not attack her, and he should not even see through that she is a woman. At this time, Gu Yan's heart surged with nameless anger again. For some reason, she was very unhappy. If a man is not interested in her, Doesn't that mean she is not attractive enough? Although Gu Yin is not such a woman, it does not prevent her from secretly humming. Turning over and facing the wall, lying on the bed, Chu Yun opened his eyes, sweating on his forehead. Gu Yan's mind is really complicated. It seems that as a life master, he still has a long way to go. It was late at night, and the two gradually fell asleep. A bustling city thousands of miles away. Although it was late at night, Xiao Weitian was still processing various documents in a bright office. A throne-level professional could easily stay energetic without sleeping for a month. And after a month of high-intensity work, he only needed to close his eyes and sleep for an hour to become energetic again. At this moment, he suddenly found that the savings of his Hope Foundation were constantly changing. I spent more than $1 billion at once. But I made hundreds of billions? Only Weitian and Chu Yun can use this card without reporting to me. It seems that Chu Yun made a lot of money. Xiao Weitian looked at the changes in the savings, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The money Chu Yun made in half a day was more than the weekly turnover of countless industries in the entire Weitian company. The kids are so good. It seems that I can't give up. Xiao Weitian once again threw himself into the intense work. The next day arrived. In the 301 dormitory, Chu Yun and Gu Yan began to get up. Chu Yun got up this time and paid attention. It turned out that Gu Yan always got up earlier than him. And it was the same yesterday. When Chu Yun got up, Gu Yan was already dressed and ready to go at any time. Chu Yun simply packed himself up and set off. The college he was going to study today was the third college. Chu Yun contacted Yen Ruiqing in advance. Today I will also meet my teammates in the cafeteria. Don't be as rigid as yesterday. Yuanmu may not care, but Yen Ruiqing will definitely be scared by you. Got it. Gu Yan tried his best to make his expression less gloomy.